The young boy was struck by a water ball during a beast taming class, but what seemed like misfortune turned out to be a blessing as he awakened an extraordinary talent. Mu Xian woke up from intense pain, finding himself lying on a hospital bed in the school infirmary, surrounded by unfamiliar yet youthful faces. Concerned voices from his classmates filled the room until a middle-aged man with a square face appeared, causing the crowd to gradually disperse. This man was Ren Chongkong, a commander-level beast tamer. He expressed his apologies to Mu Xian and reminded him, with just over 3 months left until the college entrance exams, it's about time you form a contract with a beast. As the headache subsided, a flood of unfamiliar memories surged into Mu Xian's mind. He realized he had transmigrated into a world brimming with extraordinary powers. 300 years ago, countless spatial rifts had appeared, unleashing monsters that nearly brought humanity to extinction. Fortunately, humans discovered the legacy of the ancient beast taming sect, which allowed civilization to endure. The current Mu Xian was a senior at Jinhua City's 9th Beast Taming High School. However, due to an accident during a training exercise, his soul had merged with that of the transmigrator. What shocked him even more was that he was the only student in his class who had yet to form a contract with a beast. Through the merged memories, Mu Xian finally uncovered the truth. It turned out that he had already set his sights on an exceptionally rare ice crystal spirit as his target. This 9 elemental life form possessed unparalleled potential to evolve to the king level. 6 months ago, the original Mu Xian had accidentally fallen into an underground cavern while gathering herbs, where he stumbled upon the newborn ice crystal spirit. In order to achieve a flawless contract, he sold off his family assets to purchase pills that enhanced spiritual power. Little did he know, today's incident would occur. At that moment, Mu Xian suddenly recalled that the water ball attack had been deliberately orchestrated by Luosi, a wealthy classmate. To his astonishment and delight, he realized he could vividly recall every detail of the event. Has my spiritual power increased significantly? At that moment, Mu Xian could no longer suppress the excitement surging within him. He practically burst out of the school infirmary. His steps hurried as he made his way straight to the school's cultivation room. He was eager, almost impatient, to test his spiritual power level. The cultivation room was a series of enclosed chambers within the school, each equipped with various tools designed to train and assess spiritual power. Facilities like these could be found in nearly every school. Mu Xian quickly entered one of the rooms and immediately began the spiritual power assessment. Before long, Mu Xian was thrilled to discover that he had easily passed the basic level spiritual power test. This was a major breakthrough for him. From the memories of his original self, he knew that prior to today, he could at best complete only the initial stages of the basic level test, and even then, he would struggle to pass the full assessment. Yet today, he had done it effortlessly. Buoyed by his newfound confidence, Mu Xian proceeded to challenge the advanced level test. While the difficulty increased significantly, he was amazed to find the first 3 stages still manageable. It wasn't until the 4th stage that he began to feel real pressure. Ultimately, Mu Xian succumbed during the final challenge of the 5th stage. This result indicated that Mu Xian's spiritual power level had already reached advanced level stage 5. It was common knowledge that a beast companion capable of reaching the advanced level during its early development phase possessed at least a lordier bloodline, perhaps even a beast king-tier bloodline. Students capable of forming contracts with such beasts were undoubtedly considered prodigies among prodigies. Overjoyed, Mu Xian thought to himself, could this be my golden cheat? Has crossing into this world significantly boosted my spiritual power? He was fully aware of the advantages that exceptional spiritual power could bring. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Xian left the school and headed swiftly toward the outskirts of the city. His goal was clear, intended to form a contract with the ice crystal spirit. Although the wilderness was less dangerous during the day, Mu Xian remained vigilant. Within a 10-kilometer radius of Golden Flower City, most beasts had already been hunted down or driven away by humans, and the few that remained rarely dared to show themselves. However, his destination, a subterranean cave at the foot of North Mountain, located about 20 kilometers from the city, still carried certain risks. Once he left the 10-kilometer safety zone, Mu Xian became even more cautious. To mask his scent, he even smeared himself with wild boar dung he found along the way. Before the era of beast taming, North Mountain had been known as the Twin Dragon Scenic Area, famous for its underground rivers and karst landscapes, and was once considered the 36th celestial grotto in Taoist tradition. Today, it had become a breeding ground for beasts, and its tourism industry had long since faded into history. After trekking for over half an hour, Mu Xian finally located the subterranean cave from his memories. He let out a sigh of relief upon confirming that the entrance's camouflage and markers were intact, indicating that the location had not yet been discovered by others. After ensuring that no one was nearby, Mu Xian swiftly entered the cave. The deeper he ventured, the colder the air became. Fortunately, he had purchased a cotton jacket along the way, which barely shielded him from the biting chill. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Mu Xian reached the depths of the cave, where a frigid pool lay before him. Its surface was completely sealed by a thin layer of crystalline ice. On one side of the pool, a faintly glowing blue orb hovered quietly. It was none other than the legendary elemental life form, the Ice Crystal Spirit. Carefully sensing its aura, Mu Xian was delighted to find that the Ice Crystal Spirit was approximately at advanced level stage 3. Holding his breath, Mu Xian cautiously approached the Ice Crystal Spirit. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters. When the distance shortened to 3 meters, the Ice Crystal Spirit seemed to detect something, and its blue glow began to flicker rapidly. Not good, I've been noticed. Mu Xian's heart skipped a beat. Without hesitation, he flung a few drops of prepared blood toward the Ice Crystal Spirit and immediately began the contract ritual. In an instant, Mu Xian felt his spiritual power connect with an aura of extreme cold. The icy sensation sent shivers through his entire body, nearly causing the contract to fail. Then, a furious voice echoed in his mind. Who are you? Leave. Leave now. You're not welcome here. Mu Xian's mind raced, and he quickly transmitted thoughts of goodwill. I'm a human. I mean you no harm. I'm a good person. He repeated this message 3 times. The voice responded again, though with confusion. Human? Good person? What is that? Seizing the opportunity, Mu Xian continued to entice it. Do you want to stay in this dark, damp, and freezing cave forever? Do you want to remain alone for the rest of your life? I can take you to the outside world. There, you'll find the warm sun, towering mountains, lush green grass, and beautiful flowers. As he spoke, Mu Xian transmitted vivid mental images of these scenes, leaving the Ice Crystal Spirit utterly awestruck. Mu Xian pressed on with his persuasion. I can also provide you with abundant ice element cultivation resources to help you grow stronger quickly. Under Mu Xian's eloquent coaxing, the naive Ice Crystal Spirit, who had never experienced the outside world, was soon won over. In a daze, it agreed to form a beast taming contract with Mu Xian, officially becoming his first beast companion. At that very moment, a mysterious force surged from the Ice Crystal Spirit into Mu Xian's body. He felt a wave of warmth envelop him, and his mental energy seemed to be revitalized. This was the legendary beast reversal. As the contract was finalized, Mu Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief, exhilarated by the presence of the Ice Crystal Spirit within him. He had truly bonded with an elemental life form. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Mu Xian's entire body began to heat up as an indescribable power awakened within him. Boom! A deafening roar echoed in his mind, and Mu Xian fell into a daze, completely unaware of the Ice Crystal Spirit's alarmed reaction. Time seemed to blur. Perhaps it was only a moment, or maybe an entire day before he finally regained consciousness. As soon as he did, he immediately sensed the anxious emotions coming from his beast. It's fine, it's fine. Just a little mishap. Mu Xian quickly reassured his new companion, while trying to recall what had just happened. Yet no matter how thoroughly he examined his body, he couldn't find any noticeable changes, as if the strange occurrence had been nothing more than an illusion. Still puzzled, Mu Xian decided to summon the Ice Crystal Spirit. This simple action triggered an astonishing phenomenon. A glowing information panel appeared over the Ice Crystal Spirit. Ice Crystal Spirit. Species: Ice Elemental Life Form. Rank: Elite Tier 3. Bloodline: Beast King level. Quality: Extraordinary. Skills: Ice Explosion, Extreme Frost Freeze. Description: a rare ice elemental life form born deep underground, absorbing the essence of heaven, earth, sun, and moon. Due to an insufficient concentration of ice elements, its innate potential has declined from king level to beast king level. Nevertheless, it retains remarkable potential and combat prowess, making it an incredibly valuable beast. Bloodline extractable. These 2 lines of information sent Mu Xian into deep thought. He realized that what he was witnessing might just be the golden finger he had always dreamed of. The second line, bloodline extractable, seemed to hint at something related to his own ability. With this hypothesis in mind, Mu Xian focused his attention on himself. Sure enough, another information panel instantly appeared, confirming his suspicion. Mu Xian. Species: Human. Rank: Ordinary Tier 3. Talent: Bloodline Extraction and Fusion. Beast: Ice Crystal Spirit Elite Tier 3. At that moment, Mu Xian belatedly realized that within the span of a single day, he had not only formed a contract with a beast, but had also awakened a unique talent and gained access to a mysterious information panel. It was nothing short of a triple blessing. The information panel, in particular, was unlike any common system or ordinary ability, leaving him utterly baffled. Faced with these sudden and profound changes, Mu Xian decided to set his questions aside for the time being. He thought to himself that he would delve into the mysteries of his newfound powers once he became stronger in the future. For now, he needed to focus on the opportunities in front of him and make full use of this unexpected gift. As Mu Xian emerged from the underground cave, the sky had already darkened, and nightfall was imminent. Nights in the wilderness of the beast taming era were fraught with danger, as the combat prowess of beasts significantly increased after dusk. Even beast king-level tamers wouldn't dare to linger in such perilous terrain overnight. Mu Xian felt a tinge of regret, realizing that the awakening of his talent had delayed his return to the city. Under the faint glow of the setting sun, Mu Xian cautiously made his way toward the mountain's edge. The surrounding howls of beasts, echoing intermittently, kept his nerves on edge. Thankfully, the presence of the ice crystal spirit offered him a measure of reassurance. Half an hour later, as he neared the foot of the mountain, Mu Xian allowed himself a moment of relief. But just then, the ice crystal spirit suddenly moved in front of him, emanating a chilling aura. Mu Xian instantly became alert and quickly spotted the Thrida Gale Wolf of Elite Tier 4. Gale Wolf. Species: Wind Wolf. Tier: Elite Tier 4. Bloodline: Elite. Quality: Common. Skills: Gale Claw, Rapid Wolf Pounce. Description: an aging wild wolf, on the brink of death yet unwilling to give up. Upon seeing the Gale Wolf's details, Mu Xian exhaled in relief. This aging Elite Tier 4 Gale Wolf of common quality was no match for the Ice Crystal Spirit. The quality of a beast reflects its overall attributes, encompassing growth potential, skill comprehension, combat aptitude, and more. Higher quality signifies greater strength and the ability to fight beyond one's tier. From lowest to highest, the quality levels are classified as common, elite, excellent, extraordinary, and legendary. Common quality beasts can perform at most of their current tier's potential. Excellent quality beasts can fight 1 or 2 tiers above their level. Extraordinary quality beasts can battle 3 or 4 tiers higher, making them exceedingly rare. Legendary quality beasts, considered invincible within their tier, are practically unheard of. Mu Xian's Ice Crystal Spirit was of extraordinary quality, comparable to a Tier 5 or Tier 6 elite beast. Despite being newly born, it was more than capable of handling an aging wild wolf. Before Mu Xian could issue a command, the Ice Crystal Spirit unleashed a pale blue glow, striking the Gale Wolf directly. With a piercing howl, the Gale Wolf's body was instantly encased in a thin layer of frost, a result of the Ice Crystal Spirit's extreme cold freeze skill. Moments later, the Ice Crystal Spirit's body shimmered, and the frost on the wolf's surface shattered with a loud crack. Amid the scattering ice shards, the Gale Wolf collapsed lifelessly to the ground. System notification: Gale Wolf's bloodline is available for extraction. Watching the Gale Wolf fall in an instant, Mu Xian drew a sharp breath. Known for its exceptional speed, the Gale Wolf was among the swiftest of beasts, yet it hadn't even managed to launch a single attack before being defeated. At this moment, Mu Xian fully grasped the overwhelming power of the Ice Crystal Spirit. A shiver ran down his spine as he thought back to the moment of their contract. Had he hesitated back then, he might have suffered the same fate as the Gale Wolf. Well done, Ice Crystal Spirit. Mu Xian praised sincerely. The Ice Crystal Spirit responded by joyfully circling around him, seemingly eager for more compliments. Mu Xian approached the Gale Wolf's corpse, ready to use his bloodline extraction and fusion talent for the first time. He felt a strange sensation, as though something within him had been activated. A surge of red energy gathered in his hands, quickly condensing into a dark crimson liquid. The bloodline of the Gale Wolf. Common Gale Wolf bloodline. Species: Wind Wolf. Bloodline: Elite. Quality: Common. Description: a rather unremarkable Gale Wolf bloodline, capable of transforming an ordinary wolf species into a Gale Wolf. Realization dawned on Mu Xian as he gained a preliminary understanding of his talent. It was far more powerful than he had imagined. Not only could it extract bloodlines from beasts, but it could also enable ordinary beasts to undergo transformations by fusing with these bloodlines. If he could extract bloodlines from king level or even higher tier beasts and merge them with his own companions, their bloodlines and qualities would improve drastically. With continued fusions, perhaps he could even nurture a divine class beast. For the first time, Mu Xian felt a surge of boundless confidence. The encounter with the Gale Wolf had delayed him, and by now, night had fully descended. The journey ahead would only grow more treacherous. Fortunately, Mu Xian was familiar with the terrain and, guided by the moonlight, he finally reached Golden Flower City safely. In the beast taming era, once bustling cities were forced to retreat behind towering walls to fend off beast invasions, a sobering reality. Yet Mu Xian wasn't one for lamenting the past. After a routine inspection, he entered Golden Flower City without issue. At that moment, a familiar female voice called out from behind, interrupting Mu Xian's thoughts. "Hey Mu Xian, it really is you. Did you just return to the city?" Mu Xian turned around, and the sight before him left him momentarily stunned. A girl with bright eyes and a radiant smile was looking at him with surprise and delight. Standing beside her was a towering water elemental giant, over 2 meters tall, its shimmering blue form glistening under the sunlight. Fang Feiji, Mu Xian blurted out instinctively, and in an instant, a flood of memories related to her surged through his mind. Ling Fangfei, his childhood friend, was a year older than him. Last year, she had been admitted to the Zhejiang Provincial Beast Taming Academy with outstanding grades, earning her place among the province's top talents. In this era of beast taming, each province had its own beast taming academy, and only geniuses could secure a spot. Ling Fangfei had demonstrated extraordinary talent and spiritual energy since she was young. By her second year of high school, she had met the requirements for forming a contract. Later, during an encounter in the wilderness, she stumbled upon a severely injured water elemental spirit. This spirit, possessing the potential of a beast king lineage, formed a contract with her, making Ling Fangfei a rising star at 9th high school. Though she hadn't been admitted to one of the 5 supreme academies of Long Kingdom, Ling Fangfei's strength was not to be underestimated. Mu Xian never expected that, after a year, they would reunite at the gates of Jinhua City. Fang Feiji, aren't you studying in Hangzhou? What brings you back? Mu Xian asked curiously. Ling Fangfei rolled her eyes at him. Just because I'm in school doesn't mean I can't come home, right? She gave him a playful grin. Come here, Mu Xian. Let me see if you've grown taller. Mu Xian's face darkened as he quickly swatted away her outstretched hand. His height had always been a sore spot. Growing up, he was always a head shorter than Ling Fangfei, making their childhood friendship resemble more of a sibling dynamic. Fortunately, after starting his senior year of high school, he had a growth spurt and was now half a head taller than her. After some playful banter, the two gradually fell back into their familiar camaraderie. Suddenly, Ling Fangfei's expression turned serious, and she lowered her voice. Mu Xian, I went to your house after I came back and found out about your parents' accident. 2 months ago, Mu Xian's father, Mu Bai, and his mother, Ning Yue, mysteriously disappeared in an unexplored secret realm. To this day, their whereabouts remained unknown. The ice crystal spirit was something Mu Xian had discovered by chance while preparing a memorial for his parents. At the time, he had handled the funeral arrangements simply. Mu Xian sighed softly, a trace of sorrow flickering in his eyes. Accidents in Tamarono, one can predict which will come first. There's no need for you to worry, Fang Feiji. Mu Xian's words revealed the harsh reality of this era of beast taming. Human strength paled in comparison, as the true rulers of this planet were the monstrous beasts. Adding to the challenges were ruthless villains like the Dark Beast Tamer Alliance and the Shadow Organization, as well as malevolent factions such as the Beast God Cult and the Witch Sect, making human survival even more precarious. Living a peaceful life seemed like an almost impossible dream. Hearing this, Ling Fangfei's expression turned melancholy. She thought of how Mu Xian's parents had always treated her as their future daughter-in-law, but now, after a moment of silence, she suddenly changed the subject. Mu Xian, I heard you still haven't contracted a beast? Are you facing some difficulties? How about I take you this weekend to find a good one to contract? Mu Xian gently shook his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. Fangfei, I've already contracted a beast. Ling Fangfei raised an eyebrow, her interest immediately piqued. What kind of beast? Don't tell me you just randomly contracted one. Mu Xian smiled confidently. I guarantee I'll surprise you. Her curiosity grew even stronger. Oh, surprising me won't be easy, you know? I've seen plenty of top-tier beasts at the academy. When they arrived at Mu Xian's home, Ling Fangfei couldn't wait any longer and urged him to summon his beast. Mu Xian chuckled softly, waved his hand, and a figure emanating a faint, icy blue aura emerged from his body. It hovered and swirled around him as if trying to communicate. Ling Fangfei's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be, an elemental life form? Mu Xian raised his head slightly, his tone calm. That's right. This is an ice elemental life form spirit of frost crystal. Ling Fangfei was utterly stunned. An elemental life form. Even in the prestigious Provincial Beast Taming Academy, such an ice elemental life form would easily rank among the top 10. So, what do you think? My spirit of frost crystal isn't too bad, right? Mu Xian asked with a light chuckle. Ling Fangfei couldn't help but silently retort in her mind. Not too bad? It's downright extraordinary. She glanced at the water elemental giant beside her and was momentarily at a loss for words. Water elemental giant. Type, water. Rank, commander, tier 4. Bloodline, beast king grade. Skills, rapid stream impact, water elemental shield. Description, evolved from a water elemental sprite. The water elemental giant possesses impressive water manipulation and defensive abilities. Suddenly, an idea struck Ling Fangfei. Her younger brother had contracted an ice elemental life form, a sign of limitless potential. Why not help him enroll in her academy? To recruit someone like Mu Xian, the academy would undoubtedly offer generous resources. With this thought in mind, Ling Fangfei turned to Mu Xian and asked, Mu Xian, the college entrance exams are only 3 months away. Have you decided which academy to apply to? If you don't have a specific goal in mind, why not consider Zhujiang East Beast Taming Academy? They'll make sure you get a great scholarship. Mu Xian thought for a moment before shaking his head. Sorry, Feng Fei, but my goal is Eternal Academy. Zhujiang East Beast Taming Academy, while highly regarded and the strongest academy in the province, only ranked around 20th nationwide. With his ice elemental life form and the dual advantages of his innate talent and information interface, Mu Xian naturally had higher ambitions. His sights were set on the top 5 Supreme Beast Taming Academies in Longhua. It was said that each of the 5 Supreme Academies controlled a massive secret realm, akin to a real world, brimming with countless resources. With access to these resources and channels, coupled with his own advantages, Mu Xian was confident he could reach the king level within 3 years. In this perilous era, only by achieving king level could he feel a semblance of security. Secret realms, also referred to as blessed lands or microworlds, were incredibly valuable, containing abundant resources for cultivation and evolution, especially the massive secret realms, which could produce rare resources coveted even by king-level beast tamers. In truth, secret realms were not uncommon in the current beast taming era. Even Mu Xian's 9th high school possessed a miniature secret realm, home to numerous low-tier beasts and capable of yielding large amounts of common grade and a small number of elite grade resources. Eternal Academy, huh? Ling Fengfei fell silent. She had once aspired to attend that Supreme Academy herself, but reality had been too harsh. To even qualify for Eternal Academy, one needed a beast with Beast King grade bloodline and a top 100 provincial ranking in the beast taming exams. These basic requirements alone eliminated the vast majority of candidates, not to mention the need to rank within the top 1,000 nationalia, nearly impossible feat. Ling Fengfei sighed quietly, thinking, the little boy who used to follow me around has finally grown wings and is ready to fly on his own. For a moment, an awkward silence hung between them. Ahem, Sister Fengfei, how's life at Zhudong Academy? You should be contracting your second beast by now, right? Mu Xian skillfully changed the topic, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Hearing this, Ling Fengfei let out a wry smile. She sighed softly and said, I've been focusing on cultivation. Mu Xian, you might not know this, but the academy is full of geniuses, and they all work even harder than us. Take our cohort for example, there are already Lord-level beastmasters among us, and I'm still stuck at the commander level. As she spoke, Ling Fengfei extended her right hand, and a warm glow emanated from her palm. Suddenly, a blazing firebird appeared out of thin air. Its wings spread wide. The beast's entire body was cloaked in flames, its scarlet feathers flickering with golden sparks, exuding an aura of power and majesty. Mu Xian's gaze was immediately drawn to the firebird, his eyes flashing with surprise. He studied the magnificent creature closely, and a stream of information surfaced in his mind. Flame Sparrow. Type, Fire Flying. Rank, Elite Stage 9. Bloodline, Lord Grade Quality. Special Skills, Flame Burst, Blazing Strike. Description: a flame sparrow infused with a trace of the golden flame divine bird's bloodline. Stronger and more impressive than ordinary flame sparrows, it is a beast with great potential for cultivation. Noticing Mu Xian's reaction, Ling Fengfei continued, I contracted this flame sparrow in the academy's secret realm. It's much more imposing than regular flame sparrows, and I knew it was special the moment I saw it. I'm planning to train it toward evolving into the flame divine bird. If I succeed, I won't be considered weak in the academy anymore. Mu Xian listened attentively, recalling what he knew about the flame divine bird. As a lord-level beast, it boasted formidable combat capabilities and could even serve as a mount, making it quite renowned among beastmasters. However, when compared to the golden flame divine bird, the flame divine bird seemed far inferior. The golden flame divine bird was a king-level beast, famous across southern China and revered as one of the supreme rulers of the skies. After observing the flame sparrow for a while, Mu Xian suddenly had an idea. Pointing at the flames on the bird, he asked, Sister Fengfei, don't you think the flames on this bird seem a bit unusual? Unusual? Ling Fengfei was taken aback. She stared carefully at her flame sparrow for a long time. Finally, she noticed that the flames did indeed appear more vibrant than those of ordinary flame sparrows, with a distinct golden hue. But what did this mean? Confused, she looked to Mu Xian for answers. Mu Xian explained seriously, Sister Fengfei, I suspect that your flame sparrow might carry the bloodline of the golden flame divine bird. You should consider training it in that direction. The golden flame divine bird? Ling Fengfei exclaimed, her eyes filled with disbelief. Could her flame sparrow really possess the bloodline of such a legendary beast? It seemed impossible, but then again, not entirely implausible. A surge of excitement rose in her chest, and she felt an urgent desire to return to the academy and run some tests with professional equipment. Suddenly, Ling Fengfei turned to Mu Xian, her gaze intense, making him feel uneasy. After a moment, she sighed in amazement. Are high schoolers these days this incredible? You can deduce a beast's bloodline just by observing its appearance. Mu Xian internally rolled his eyes, silently grumbling to himself. If it weren't for the information panel, who would ever guess that what looks like an ordinary flame sparrow could actually carry the bloodline of the golden flame divine bird? By the way, Mu Xian, be extra careful these days. Whatever you do, avoid going to any remote places, Ling Fengfei said, her brows furrowed with a trace of concern in her tone. Mu Xian looked at her with a puzzled expression. Why? What's going on? Jianhua City had always been known for its good public safety, so Ling Fengfei's sudden warning instantly made him alert. Lowering her voice, Ling Fengfei leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "A group of extremely dangerous criminals has recently infiltrated Jianhua City. I'm not joking, theory seriously ruthless. Stay vigilant and don't take unnecessary risks." Mu Xian's pupils contracted slightly as flashes of information surfaced in his mind. He thought to himself, could these ruthless criminals Fengfei Jia is referring to be the rumored dark forces hiding within the human alliance? In this age of Beast Tamers, extraordinary powers had become the norm. Even under the stringent control of the government, several malevolent factions continued to operate in the shadows. Among them, the most infamous was the Dark Alliance. For the past century, this nefarious organization had been linked to numerous major incidents, both within the Dragon Kingdom and in other countries. The Dark Alliance was undoubtedly a malignant tumor in human society, one that needed to be eradicated completely. Judging from Ling Fengfei's tone, Mu Xian speculated that the criminals she mentioned were highly likely members of this organization. He mused silently. It seems Fengfei Jia's return to Jianhua City might be connected to tracking down this group. Despite his curiosity, Mu Xian was acutely aware of his limited abilities. He had only recently bonded with his beast and had little combat power. Recklessly getting involved would only invite trouble. Mu Xian's guess was spot on. Ling Fengfei had indeed returned to Jianhua City on a mission assigned by her school to capture several fugitives from the Dark Alliance. In the beast taming era, beast taming academies didn't confine their students to the classroom. Typically, after completing a semester, students participated in various field missions such as hunting down members of evil organizations, dealing with beast attacks, or apprehending criminal tamers. This time, a branch of the Dark Alliance had been exposed, with most of its members killed on the spot. However, a few managed to escape, fleeing in different directions. Some of them had crossed the Longmin mountain range and entered Jianhua City. The next morning, Mu Xian got up as usual, only to see his ice crystal spirit fluttering anxiously in front of him, clearly expressing its displeasure. Mu Xian froze for a moment before realizing had forgotten to prepare food for the little creature. Caring for a beast companion was no easy task. The daily dietary needs of some large beasts could financially cripple an ordinary family. Luckily, as an elemental life form, the ice crystal spirit only required elemental energy to sustain itself. Mu Xian quickly rushed to the beast taming shop and bought a large supply of ice element energy bars. Watching the little creature happily nibbling on the energy bars brought a smile to his face. So this is what it feels like to have a beast companion, he thought. As he stepped outside, Mu Xian noticed a significant increase in uniformed officers patrolling the streets. Clearly, the authorities in Jianhua City had also picked up on the presence of Dark Alliance members, which gave him a slight sense of relief. At school, Mu Xian wasn't interested in showing off. His sole focus was on improving his strength in preparation for the upcoming college entrance exams. Just then, a haughty-looking boy entered the classroom, surrounded by his lackeys. A flicker of coldness flashed in Mu Xian's eyes. It was Luo, the very person responsible for his death in his previous life. Rumor had it that Luo's family had ties to the city guard, which allowed him to act with impunity in the class. Now, seeing Mu Xian, Luo put on a mocking grin. Mu Xian, my bad about yesterday. My beast had a little accident. I'm here to apologize. Though his words sounded apologetic, his expression was anything but. It's fine. I know you didn't mean it, Mu Xian replied calmly, unwilling to waste words on him. He planned to settle the score when the time was right. Luo's grin grew even more arrogant at Mu Xian's indifferent response. However, Chun Kong, Mu Xian's deskmate, couldn't hold back and stood up. Luo, bullying my bro Mu Xian? How about you try me instead? Luo sneered. Even Mu Xian says it's no big deal. Why are you making a fuss, Chun Kong? Maybe focus on taking care of yourself first. Chun Kong was about to retort, but Mu Xian gently pulled him back. Let it go, Kongzi, Mu Xian said softly. Luo burst into laughter, clearly enjoying himself. See that, Chun Kong? Your bro Mu Xian has spoken. With that, he swaggered out of the classroom. Watching Luo's retreating figure, Chun Kong turned to Mu Xian. Bro, how could you just? But his words trailed off as he met Mu Xian's calm gaze. For some reason, Chun Kong felt that Mu Xian seemed different today. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but the feeling left him uneasy. Mu Xian's lips curved slightly, revealing a faint smile. He thought to himself, there's no need to argue with an idiot like this. Besides, His gaze sharpened slightly, hiding a trace of coldness that no one could detect. This guy won't last much longer anyway. However, Mu Xian didn't voice this last thought. Instead, he skillfully changed the subject. Kongzi, what level is your mighty frog at now? Mu Xian asked, his tone carrying a hint of concern. Chun Kang's mighty frog came from a microdimension at school and had the potential of a commander-level bloodline, making it quite remarkable among their classmates. It was this beast that gave Chun Kong the confidence to stand up against Luo Si. Chun Kong shook his head, looking a bit helpless. Still at ordinary level 9, hasn't advanced yet? Mu Xian nodded knowingly. He understood the reason behind it. Chun Kang's family wasn't well off, and gathering the resources needed for an advancement was no easy task. In this era of beast taming, raising a single beast was more costly than raising 4 gold-devouring pets. Regular training required steady resources, and advancement demanded special materials. If evolution was involved, even more precious and rare resources were needed. Each evolution represented a leap in potential and combat power, but the resources required were often exorbitantly expensive. Many beast tamers had beasts ready to evolve, but were delayed for years simply because they couldn't afford the necessary materials. Mu Xian shook his head slightly, his tone carrying a sense of urgency. You need to advance to the elite level as soon as possible. The next phase is likely to involve field combat training, and at ordinary level it's just too weak. Chun Kong gave a bitter smile. You think I don't know that? But you're also aware of my family's situation. Mu Xian thought for a moment before speaking decisively. I'll lend you what you need for now. Ever since Sister Feng Fei mentioned that criminals were lurking around Jianhua City, Mu Xian had felt an invisible pressure. In this brutal era where the strong preyed on the weak, being powerless meant you could encounter danger at any moment. If they were to run into that group of people, they might not even have a chance to fight back before meeting a tragic end. That thought alone was infuriating. As Chen Kang's deskmate, Mu Xian had always received a lot of care from him. Naturally, Mu Xian wouldn't stand by and do nothing. He wanted to see Chun Kong grow stronger as quickly as possible. Brother Xian, you? Chun Kong looked at Mu Xian in surprise, momentarily at a loss for words. Mu Xian explained, yesterday, my neighbor who got into Jiadong Academy came back. She gave me a beast and some fund. Ling Fengfei had no intention of actually giving Mu Xian any money. It was merely a carefully crafted excuse, serving as the perfect cover for the ice crystal spirit. To Chen Kong, it seemed completely reasonable for his accomplished elder sister, a top student at Zhujiang Eastern Academy, to gift her younger brother a rare beast companion. Chen Kong excitedly asked, really, Xuanga? You've got a beast companion? What kind of bloodline does it have? Mu Xian smiled and replied, beast companions are rare and precious. Let's not summon it for now. Though slightly disappointed, Chen Kang's curiosity only grew stronger. He couldn't help but speculate to himself, a rare beast companion? Just how rare? Could it be a beast with a lord-level bloodline? For Chen Kong, who had only contracted a commander-level mighty frog, a lord-level bloodline seemed like an unattainable dream. The daytime classes were pure torture for Mu Xian. His mind wandered, filled with thoughts of his newly acquired ice crystal spirit. As soon as school was over, he rushed to the beast trade market, one of the 3 major beast markets in Jinhua City, where all things related to beast companions could be found. Mu Xian's first task was to sell the ordinary Gale Wolf bloodline he had. Although it was only an elite-level bloodline, it was still a decent choice for many average families. He quickly managed to sell it for 20,000 yuan, a fair price within the usual range of 10,000 to 60,000 yuan for elite-level items. Next, Mu Xian began purchasing resources for the ice crystal spirit's cultivation. As a being of the ice element, the ice crystal spirit had a wide range of cultivation resources to choose from, as most ice attribute materials could be utilized. In the end, he spent 23,000 yuan on a large piece of Millennium Ice Crystal, the most suitable cultivation material for the ice crystal spirit, enough to help it advance by 1 tier. After doing some rough calculations, Mu Xian estimated that raising the ice crystal spirit to elite tier level 9 would require at least 200,000 yuan. While this was not an insignificant amount, it wasn't unattainable either. With the ice crystal spirit's combat capabilities, a few trips outside the city to hunt could easily cover the cost. Perhaps even a single lucky outing would suffice. This highlighted the clear advantages of high-level bloodlines and high-quality beast companions in both gaining strength and earning money. It also explained why Mu Xian's predecessor had delayed contracting a beast companion for so long. An exceptional beast companion was truly rare and hard to come by. After purchasing the Millennium Ice Crystal and setting aside 20,000 yuan for Chun Kong, Mu Xian's wallet was almost empty, leaving him uninterested in further shopping. However, as he passed through the beast carcass section, a seemingly inconspicuous beast's corpse suddenly caught his eye, sending a jolt through his heart. It was the corpse of a bloodthirsty crow. The information displayed read, species, bloodthirsty crow, bloodline, crow-type bloodline, quality, elite tier. But what truly shocked Mu Xian was the description. This was a bloodthirsty crow with a tragic fate. It had the fortune of inheriting a trace of the bloodline of the god-slaying crow, but before it could fully mature, it met an untimely death, a sobering reminder of the capriciousness of fate. The god-slaying crow. Mu Xian's mind was thrown into turmoil. That was a beast above the King Tiara's supreme existence among the crow species. He recalled the massive beast tide that swept through Longhua over 2 centuries ago, where trillions of beasts ravaged much of the southern region of the nation. Among them was a god-slaying crow above the King Tier, which inflicted catastrophic damage on humanity. Jinhua City itself had nearly been wiped out during that disaster. Fortunately, Longhua had mobilized the entire nation to resist the tide. After paying a tremendous price, they managed to slay the god-slaying crow along with 3 other top-tier beasts. The bloodthirsty crow before Mu Xian very likely carried a trace of that god-slaying crow's bloodline, only to be tragically killed by humans before it could grow. While this was undoubtedly a stroke of luck for humanity, it was a sorrowful loss for the crow species. Mu Xian wasted no time purchasing the pile of bloodthirsty crow corpses, his heart ablaze with a desire for the divine bloodline of the god-devouring crow. He rushed home eagerly, immediately beginning the process of extracting the bloodline. As drops of crimson blood were drawn, Mu Xian's eyes remained fixed on the container, hoping for the emergence of the precious god-devouring crow bloodline. However, as the bloodthirsty crow corpses were nearly drained dry, the target bloodline was still nowhere to be found. Just as disappointment began to set in, the system notification flashed again. Bloodthirsty crow bloodline can be extracted. This unexpected discovery filled him with excitement. So it can be extracted multiple times? He thought in surprise. Without hesitation, Mu Xian resumed the extraction process. Suddenly, a single drop of purplish gold blood, faintly emanating an unsettling yet awe-inspiring aura, slowly emerged. Mu Xian held his breath, his heartbeat quickening. This was the legendary super bloodline he had dreamed of. The system promptly displayed detailed information. Essence of the sub-ancestral god-devouring crow bloodline, belonging to the Raven lineage, with a quality at the legendary level. This rare, ancient bloodline essence contained a power that could shake the world, its value immeasurable. Yet, Mu Xian quickly realized that this single drop of essence was not enough to elevate a beast companion to the sub-ancestral bloodline level. So above the king level there's the sub-ancestral level, Mu Xian murmured to himself, recalling rumors of information about levels beyond king being tightly classified by the government. Holding this priceless sub-ancestral bloodline essence, Mu Xian found himself in a dilemma. It was too valuable to sell easily, yet he couldn't use it for now, and keeping it at home felt far from secure. With a bitter smile, Mu Xian thought, I can't exactly go out and catch a raven beast right now, can I? He couldn't help but fantasize about owning a space attribute beast companion with storage abilities. However, even the most basic space attribute beasts were incredibly rare and unattainable on the market, costing at least 1,000,000 yuan. Left with no other choice, Mu Xian carefully locked the sub-ancestral bloodline essence in a cabinet. Then, he summoned his beast companion, the Ice Crystal Spirit, instructing it to begin absorbing the Millennium Ice Crystal. While Mu Xian was engrossed in bloodline extraction, in a remote corner of Jinhua City, 3 battered and wounded figures were trudging along with difficulty. Suddenly, one of them jerked his head up, his eyes flashing with shock. This is the aura of a king-level being? No, that's not right, it's even stronger. This is an aura beyond king level. His heart skipped a beat as confusion followed. But wait, why is this aura so faint? Could it be bloodline essence? In an instant, his eyes lit up with excitement. A bloodline beyond king level must contain immense power. If I could consume it directly, wouldn't my injuries heal instantly? However, caution quickly tempered his excitement. No, this could very well be a trap. After a moment of internal struggle, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. Even if it's a trap, I'll take the risk. With that thought, his gaze shifted to the 2 people beside him, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. As the night descended and the air grew chilly, Mu Xian quietly observed the Ice Crystal Spirit absorbing the Millennium Ice Crystal. He keenly sensed the spirit's aura steadily rising until, at a certain moment, a surge of energy rippled outward, signaling its breakthrough to Elite Tier 4. With the Ice Crystal Spirit's advancement, a stream of icy energy flowed into Mu Xian's body. He could clearly feel his own physical attributes improving, and even his mental strength experienced a significant boost. After some time, Mu Xian gazed at the remaining half of the Millennium Ice Crystal, a faint smile appearing on his lips. This breakthrough validated the 11th beast taming theory. The higher the bloodline and quality of a beast, the more efficiently it utilizes resources and the greater the energy feedback it provides to its tamer. Mu Xian decided not to let the Ice Crystal Spirit continue absorbing the remaining Millennium Ice Crystal and instead withdrew it into his body. He understood well that a newly advanced beast needed time to stabilize its power. The night passed uneventfully. On Saturday morning, Mu Xian leisurely made his way to school. He had no intention of hiding the fact that he had successfully formed a contract with the beast. However, unbeknownst to him, 3 suspicious figures appeared outside his apartment building shortly after he left. Lin Yan, are you sure there's truly a bloodline above the monarch tier in this building? Asked a burly young man who looked like a beggar. With a confident smirk, Lin Yan replied, you might not trust me, but surely you trust my talent? That aura is definitely in this building. A short, unattractive man standing nearby whispered. So, Lin Yan, what's the plan? The entire Jinhua city is hunting for us. If we stay here too long, the beast police will eventually catch on. Lin Yan responded calmly. You two keep watch downstairs while I search inside. Come nightfall, we'll break in directly. After a brief exchange, the other two agreed to the plan, but neither noticed the trace of cruelty that flickered across Lin Yan's smile. Meanwhile, in the classroom of grade 12, class 1 at 9th high school, the students were engaged in lively chatter. When Mu Xian walked into the room, several gasps of surprise broke out clearly. No one had expected him to show up. What's going on? Why is Mu Xian here? Did he actually succeed in forming a contract? Luo Si, spotting Mu Xian, initially looked startled but quickly sneered. Who knows if he just contracted some trash-tier beast? This guy's taken so long to succeed probably damaged his mental strength and had to settle for something just to get by before the college entrance exams. Ha, Mu Xian's done for. Luo Si's words immediately drew laughter and agreement from his lackeys, and many in the room began looking at Mu Xian with pity. Only his deskmate, Chun Kong, couldn't hold back and retorted, my bro Mu Xian doesn't have terrible taste like you guys. As Mu Xian sat down, he shot a glance at Chun Kong and muttered, if you can't speak properly, don't say anything. You're just painting a target on my back, though you're not wrong. He then turned toward Luo Si and said coldly, Luo Si, you seem very interested in my beast. How about a match? A glint flashed in Luo Si's eyes before he sneered. Since Mu Xian wants to challenge me, how could I, as the class sports representative, refuse? Mu Xian smirked. Good. During the combat class ladder, don't chicken out. Not long after, the homeroom teacher, Lin Susu, entered the classroom. She appeared surprised to see Mu Xian but soon smiled warmly. I'm pleased to see that Mu Xian has finally contracted a beast. Let's give him a round of applause to celebrate. After the applause subsided, Lin Susu continued, with only 3 months left until the college entrance exams, we'll be reducing theoretical lessons and increasing practical combat and field training sessions. Please be mentally prepared for this transition. For now, let's start with a test paper. As Mu Xian stared at the densely packed test questions, he sighed softly. Even in a world of extraordinary powers, there was no escaping the grind of endless practice exams. Fortunately, his previous academic performance had been excellent, and with his increased mental strength, he easily solved most of the problems. Mu Xian understood that a Beast Tamer needed not only combat prowess but also expertise in beast cultivation and evolution, knowledge of monster traits, the ability to seize opportunities in battle, and the adaptability to thrive in complex environments. His ultimate goal was to become the pinnacle of Beast Tamers, a one-man army capable of annihilating clans and ruling entire regions single-handedly. During the afternoon practical combat class, Ren Kong was slightly taken aback when he saw Mu Xian appear. He thought to himself, could it be that this guy really just casually contracted a beast because of me? Mu Xian, however, didn't overthink it. He strode directly onto the battle arena. His sharp gaze locked onto Luo Si as he sneered, Mr. Committee Member Luo, come on up. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Luo Si didn't back down. Puffing out his chest, he responded with a cold smile. Do you think I, the sports committee member, would be afraid of someone who just recently succeeded in contracting a beast? Xian Shui Turtle, come forth. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive Xian Shui Turtle, standing half a man's height, appeared in front of Mu Xian. Its shell shimmered with a deep blue glow, and its limbs looked sturdy and powerful. Xian Shui Turtle. Species, Water-type Turtle Clan. Rank, Elite Level 5. Bloodline, Commander Grade. Quality, Excellent. Skills, Xian Shui Missile, Xian Shui Shield. Description. A fairly ordinary Xian Shui turtle with no distinctive features. Mu Xian quickly scanned the Xian Shui turtle's details, and a sense of confidence settled in his heart. While this elite level 5 Xian Shui turtle of excellent quality was considered decent at 9th high school, it was still no match for his ice crystal spirit. The strength of a contracted beast primarily depends on factors such as bloodline, quality, rank, skills, species, and condition. Among these, bloodline and quality are the most critical. Additionally, in battles, the Beast Master's command is equally decisive. At this moment, Mu Xian's ice crystal spirit boasted a Beast King grade bloodline and extraordinary quality. Even though its rank was 1 level lower than the Xian Shui turtle, it still possessed overwhelming power to crush its opponent. Ice crystal spirit. Without hesitation, Mu Xian summoned his beast. In an instant, a wave of coldness spread out in all directions. Everyone was stunned by the sudden change in atmosphere. What kind of beast is that? I've never seen it before, someone whispered. Yeah, it looks so cool. Where can I get one? It's adorable. I want one too, some girls exclaimed enviously. Meanwhile, those who recognized the beast gasped in shock. Am I seeing this correctly? Is that an elemental life form? Elemental life form. The ice crystal spirit. I've read about it online. It's an incredibly rare and naturally occurring top-tier beast. And Mu Xian actually. Ren Changkong was equally dumbfounded, thinking to himself, Mu Xian. This kid, he actually managed to contract an elemental life form without saying a word. Is this some kind of joke? Even Chen Kong, who had been slow to realize, now understood why Mu Xian hadn't summoned his beast earlier. If he had, the entire school would have been in an uproar. Only Luo Si and his lackeys, hearing the crowd's exclamations, finally began to grasp the situation. Their expressions turned increasingly grim. Luo Si's face twisted in disbelief as he gritted his teeth and said, You actually contracted an elemental life form? That's impossible. You, a failure who couldn't contract a beast for half a year, managed to do this? Mu Xian remained calm and spoke evenly. Are you ready? I'm about to attack. Luo Si's eyes burned with fury as he sneered. So what if it's an elemental life form? You just contracted it. How strong can it be? Xian Shui Turtle, attack with all your might. Mu Xian smirked faintly. Ice Crystal Spirit, evade and close in. Use Extreme Frost Freeze. Compared to Luo Si's vague command, Mu Xian's instructions were far more precise and targeted. As the Xian Shui Turtle charged forward with its Xian Shui missile, the Ice Crystal Spirit, glowing with a faint blue light, effortlessly dodged the attack and swiftly closed the distance. Then, it unleashed its skill, Extreme Frost Freeze. In an instant, a layer of sparkling ice crystals formed over the massive Xian Shui Turtle's body. However, the ice didn't last long after all. The Xian Shui Turtle was an elite level 5 beast of excellent quality. Cracks began appearing on the ice soon after. But before Mu Xian could issue another command, the Ice Crystal Spirit acted on its own. It unleashed a second skill ice explosion. A series of sharp cracks echoed as the ice crystals covering the Xian Shui Turtle detonated in rapid succession, causing significant damage. Finally, with a pained cry, the Xian Shui Turtle transformed into a streak of light and retreated into Luo Si's body. At the same moment, Luo Si spewed a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale, and his energy visibly weakened. Had clearly sustained serious injuries. When a contracted beast faces life-threatening danger, it automatically enters a near-death state and returns to its beast master's body. However, the beast master must then bear the remaining damage. Such is the price of a beast master's bond. Amid the drifting ice crystals, the ice crystal spirit returned to Mu Xian's side, joyfully flitting about as if showing off. It resembled a tiny blue sprite, brimming with playful charm. The students around were still in a daze, their eyes wide open and mouths forming an O shape. Luo Si, ranked third in the class, had just been defeated in an instant by Mu Xian. Their minds were still struggling to process this information, replaying the brief battle scene over and over. This was way too fast. One student finally found their voice and stammered. Is that it? Shouldn't they have fought for at least 300 rounds? Another student muttered in disbelief. That ice crystal spirit is unbelievably powerful, someone exclaimed. Luo Si's mystic water turtle is both offensive and defensive, and it's of exceptional quality. Yet it was taken down by Mu Xian in seconds? What did you expect? A seemingly knowledgeable student chimed in. That's an elemental life form. Its bloodline is said to be of the legendary Monarch tier. Do you even understand how strong Monarch tier bloodlines are? The classroom erupted into a flurry of chatter and excitement. This is insane. Ninth High is about to make history this year. No, it's Mu Xian who's about to make history. With that elemental life form, he probably doesn't even need to take the college entrance exam. He'll be directly recruited by top academies. Ren Changkong, observing the scene before him, sighed softly. He thought to himself, this is the overwhelming strength of a high-tier bloodline. Even among beasts of the same level, it's an effortless instant kill. It likely already has the combat power of a peak 9th-tier beast. Clearing his throat, Ren Changkong formally announced Mu Xian's victory. As for Luo Si, his lackeys had already scrambled to carry him to the school infirmary, leaving behind a battlefield in utter disarray. Although the battle between Mu Xian and Luo Si had ended, the shockwaves it caused were only beginning. News of the fight spread like wildfire throughout Ninth High. In the hallways, on the sports field, and even in the cafeteria, students buzzed with excitement, marveling at the power of the elemental life form. Soon enough, the school leadership caught wind of the situation and rushed over in haste, worried they might be too late. Surrounding Mu Xian, they showered him with attention, their faces beaming with smiles. Mu Xian, your performance was outstanding. The school has decided to prioritize your development. Training funds, cultivation resources, Rare beasts, whatever you need. Just say the word. The principal, smiling warmly, added with a faint trace of caution in his eyes, there's only one condition. You can't transfer to another school in the meantime? Indeed, the school leader's enthusiasm stemmed from their fear of losing Mu Xian to another institution. If he were to enroll in a beast-taming university under another school's name, Ninth High would become a laughingstock. This kind of poaching wasn't uncommon. In fact, Ninth High had suffered such a loss a few years ago, which led to a complete overhaul of its leadership. After hearing their condition, Mu Xian's lips curved slightly into a smile. He had no intention of transferring schools anyway, so it didn't take long for him to reach an agreement with the leadership. The school officially designated Mu Xian as a key student for development, granted him a one-time reward of 100,000 yuan, and allowed him to choose 2 treasures from the school's resource vault. For Mu Xian, the latter condition was the real prize. With his information panel, he might be able to identify 2 highly valuable treasures. After all, money alone couldn't always buy the best resources. Perhaps fearing that delays might lead to second thoughts, the school leadership acted with remarkable efficiency. Before the school day ended, they delivered the 100,000 yuan in cash along with 2 temporary access cards for the resource vault, leaving Mu Xian both amused and surprised. As he looked at the cash and cards on his desk, Mu Xian couldn't help but marvel at how much this single battle had yielded, far more than he had ever anticipated. Mu Xian, filled with anticipation, stepped into the school's resource vault for the very first time. This vault, located beneath the administration building, was guarded by a teacher of commander-level strength. As a school that possessed micro-secret realms, it was no surprise that this place housed unique and rare resources. Take your time, Mu Xian. No need to rush, said Wei, the vault keeper, with a warm smile. His tone was friendly, a demeanor specifically emphasized by the school leadership to ensure a welcoming environment. Thank you, Mr. Wei, Mu Xian replied as he began to carefully examine the various resources in the vault, searching for treasures that suited him best. Resources, often referred to in ancient times as heavenly materials and earthly treasures or rare and precious items, included anything that could aid in the cultivation or evolution of beast tamers. Items like gem crystals, rare spiritual minerals, exotic flowers and herbs, spiritual roots and fruits, essence nectar, and even the blood, organs, bones, horns, or saliva of spirit beasts all were considered invaluable resources. Suddenly, something caught Mu Xian's eye, and a wave of excitement surged through him. He had found something extraordinary. It was a dragon bloodstone, mistakenly labeled as a dragon saliva stone. The dragon bloodstone, infused with the power of dragon blood, was an incredibly rare resource coveted even by commander-level powerhouses. In contrast, the dragon saliva stone was merely an ordinary stone tainted with dragon saliva, worth 1,000 times less. Without hesitation, Mu Xian picked up the dragon bloodstone, a treasure worth millions, and also selected a frost stone, using up his 2 selection opportunities. After a quick registration process, he left the vault, satisfied and brimming with plans. On his way home, Mu Xian was already strategizing how to use the dragon bloodstone to aid the evolution of his ice crystal spirit. As an elemental life form with innate deficiencies, the ice crystal spirit's bloodline had degenerated to the level of a beast king. Mu Xian resolved to guide its evolution toward the ice dragon lineage to compensate for this major flaw. Once home, Mu Xian resumed his usual routine of assisting the ice crystal spirit with its cultivation while beginning the search for other resources needed for its evolution. However, the moment he stepped through the door, someone named Lin Yan sensed a faint but unique bloodline aura emanating from him. Lin Yan, a former member of the Dark Alliance's Hangzhou branch, had evaded capture thanks to his unique talent for sensing auras. He had fled to Jinhua City, initially planning to hide out in Fujian province. But the moment he detected a bloodline aura surpassing the king level, greed ignited within him. As night fell and Mu Xian was preparing to rest, a knock on the door broke the silence. Standing outside was Ling Fengfei, looking visibly exhausted. Fengfei, you just got back? Mu Xian asked in surprise. Ling Fengfei sighed. No choice. It's an academy task. The rewards are excellent, so I had to see it through. Mu Xian nodded slightly, a glint of understanding flashing in his eyes. The competition at the Beast Taming University had always been intense, and the best way to stand out was undoubtedly by completing missions to earn resources, thereby accelerating the growth of one's beasts. Clearly, Ling Fengfei had chosen this path as well. Unfortunately, I don't think it'll be much help, Mu Xian said sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. With my 4th-tier elite-level strength, I'd probably be taken down by one skill from those so-called bandits. Ling Fengfei rolled her eyes at his words, but couldn't help letting a small smile tug at the corners of her lips. Give it another month or 2, and you might just catch up to me? Haha, well, that's still 2 months away. Mu Xian shrugged, then straightened up with a more serious expression. Now that we're here, sis, could you give me a detailed description of those 3 bandits? I should at least be mentally prepared. Ling Fengfei hesitated for a moment before nodding. Among the three, the leader is called Lin Yan. He's quite good-looking, rumored to have a natural talent, and commands 2 commander-level beasts. He's exceptionally strong. Unfortunately, he's chosen the wrong path. The good news is that after fleeing for so long, both of his beasts are heavily injured, and even he hasn't escaped unscathed. She paused briefly before continuing. Then there's Zhang Dazhu. He's built like a tank, broad-shouldered and strong, possessing immense physical strength. Before she could finish, Mu Xian's expression turned particularly grave. He interrupted to confirm. Sis, did you say the leader's name is Lin Yan? Yes, why? Have you heard of him? Ling Fangfei asked, her tone tinged with surprise. She had been tirelessly chasing leads around Jinhua City for days and was already exhausted. Mu Xian's gaze shifted to the information panel that appeared outside the room, his heart sinking. His expression grew instantly solemn. Sis, get ready for battle. The information on the panel was crystal clear. Lin Yan. Species. Human severely injured. Tier. Elite level 7. Talent. Aura perception. Beasts. Mighty Demon Ape Commander level 7. Frost Spider Commander level 6. Frost Spider. Species. Ice Element Spider Family. Tier. Commander level 6 severely injured. Bloodline. Commander grade. Excellent quality. Skills. Ice Silk. Frost Freeze. Venomous Sting. Description. This is a carefully nurtured beast with impressive combat power. However, in its severely injured state, how much strength can it still muster? A flicker of worry crossed Mu Xian's eyes. Even with the enemy in a weakened condition, the disparity in strength was still daunting. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself for the challenge ahead. A biting chill suddenly swept through the air as frost rapidly formed and cracked the reinforced front door of the Mu Xian household. A snow-white, elegant spider deftly slipped into the room, followed closely by a shadowy figure. Mu Xian's heart sank as he instantly recognized the intruder Lin Yan, the so-called criminal mentioned by Ling Fangfei. But Mu Xian was no fool, already saw through the truth. This was no mere criminal. Lin Yan was an elite Beast Tamer from the Dark Alliance. That frost spider was of extraordinary quality, armed with 3 powerful abilities, enough to make any commander-level Beast Tamer wary. Mu Xian's mind raced, trying to deduce why Lin Yan had suddenly come knocking. Could it be for the Ice Crystal Spirit? No, that information couldn't have spread so quickly. Then, a chilling realization struck him. It must be the drop of Yazoo-level Beast Blood Essence. Regret surged through him as he silently cursed his own carelessness. But there was no time to dwell on it. Turning to the bewildered Ling Fangfei, he urgently commanded, Sister, no time to explain, summon your beasts now. Before his words fully landed, the Ice Crystal Spirit had already materialized. Though still confused, Ling Fangfei promptly called upon her own 2 beasts. In the blink of an eye, the frost spider had fully entered the room. Without hesitation, Mu Xian shouted, Attack! The Ice Crystal Spirit immediately unleashed an extreme frost freeze, encasing the frost spider in ice. Though both were ice elemental beasts, the move's effect was short-lived, but even a single second was crucial. As the frost spider broke free of the ice, Ling Fangfei's water elemental giant and flame sparrow launched a ferocious attack. Torrents of water and scorching fireballs rained down on both the spider and Lin Yan. Screeching in pain, the frost spider stumbled back. Lin Yan clearly hadn't expected another commander-level Beast Tamer to be present, let alone someone who could recognize him. Quickly regaining his composure, he summoned another Beasta 7th tier commander-level Mighty Demon Ape. The 3-meter beast nearly smashed through the ceiling, its imposing presence sending a chill down Mu Xian and Ling Fangfei's spines. However, Mu Xian noticed via his information panel that the ape was heavily injured, significantly reducing its strength. Don't be afraid, sister, Mu Xian shouted. The ape is wounded, and in such a confined space, we still have a chance. Lin Yan sneered. With just a commander-level beast, you think you can win? Mighty Demon Ape, kill them. The ape roared and charged at the water elemental giant. In the nick of time, the Ice Crystal Spirit intervened, combining extreme frost freeze with an ice explosion to finally drive the frost spider back. The backlash from his injured beast caused Lin Yan to cough up blood on the spot. The battle was shifting rapidly, and the situation was growing ever more intense. This unexpected turn of events caught Ling Fangfei and Lin Yan completely off guard. Lin Yan's frost spider was defeated so swiftly and decisively that he suddenly realized the situation had escalated far beyond simply killing these 2 opponents. It was now a matter of whether he could escape with his life. Ling Fangfei, quick to notice Lin Yan's weakened state, exclaimed excitedly, Ha! So you really are seriously injured. Her eyes gleamed with greed as she thought to herself that Lin Yan was worth 1,000 Academy points, a prize significant enough to exchange for 2 rare cultivation resources. Without hesitation, she commanded, Mu Xian, finish him off. Flame Sparrow, attack. Even before Ling Fangfei's reminder, The ice crystal spirit had already darted through the air like a streak of silver light. Countless shards of ice rained down on Lin Yin. At the same time, the flame sparrow gathered a ball of golden-red fire in its beak, the intense heat distorting the very air around it. Lin Yin cried out in despair. I refuse to accept this. But his desperate shout did nothing to stop the oncoming fireball from the flame sparrow. At the very last moment, the mighty demon ape let out a furious roar, its energy rapidly waning. It abruptly abandoned Lin Yin and turned to flee, leaving its master to face the deadly assault alone. Within seconds, Lin Yin was engulfed by the combined fury of flames and ice. His fate was sealed, his life had come to an end. After what felt like an eternity, Mu Xian and Ling Fangfei collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, relieved to have survived the ordeal. Lin Yan's sudden appearance had nearly dragged them into a disastrous abyss. Mu Xian silently vowed to himself, until I contract a beast with spatial attributes, I won't attempt extracting advanced bloodlines again. Catching her breath, Ling Fangfei gave a wry smile and said, Mu Xian, there's something I've been keeping from you. Lin Yan wasn't just some ordinary criminal. Mu Xian shrugged, seemingly unsurprised. Sister Fangfei, I already suspected as much. He must be part of some evil organization, right? Ling Fangfei nodded in confirmation. Yes, he was a member of the Dark Alliance. It's a sinister group made up entirely of lunatics. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor. A team of beast police arrived at the scene, their expressions tightening as they took in the chaos before them. What followed was straightforward. After a brief report of the events, Mu Xian was informed that, for assisting in the elimination of the wanted criminal Lin Yin, he would not only receive a commendation for bravery but also be rewarded with resources from the Beast Police Department. This news filled Mu Xian with excitement, and his mind was already racing with ideas on how to make the most of this unexpected windfall. The next morning, as the streets of Jinhua City were just beginning to stir, Mu Xian eagerly dragged Ling Fangfei toward the Imperial Beast Police Bureau to claim their resource rewards. As the enforcement agency in the era of Beast Tamers, the Bureau not only held a significant advantage in resources that ordinary Beast Tamers could hardly access, but it also possessed a wealth of critical information. Mu Xian was filled with anticipation, while Ling Fangfei appeared less enthused. After all, compared to the abundant resources of the Zhujiang East Beast Taming Academy, the rewards from the Bureau in this small city of Jinhua were hardly worth mentioning. As the two made their way through the gradually bustling streets, Mu Xian suddenly remembered something and turned to ask, Sister Fangfei, have Lin Yan's other two accomplices been caught? Ling Fangfei nodded, a trace of pride flickering in her eyes. Of course they were caught. I heard they even confessed to quite a bit. She then flashed a sly smile. So, little brother Mu Xian, care to share how you managed to figure out Lin Yan in advance? Mu Xian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly smiled casually. Sister, if I told you I guessed blindly, would you believe me? Ling Fangfei rolled her eyes. Do I look like a 3-year-old to you? Shrugging, Mu Xian replied with a teasing tone. Whether you believe it or not, I sure do. Ling Fangfei silently pondered. Could her silly little brother have awakened some kind of special talent? In the era of Beast Tamers, some gifted tamers did indeed awaken strange and unique abilities. Even the seemingly most useless talent could completely change someone's destiny. Thinking of Mu Xian's recent changes, Ling Fangfei grew increasingly suspicious that he might have awakened a rare ability to view others' information. Excitement stirred within her. Good brother, she thought to herself, from now on, your sister will be counting on you. After passing several stops, the two finally arrived at the Imperial Beast Police Bureau. The staff warmly welcomed them, even suggesting inviting the local TV station for an interview. Mu Xian quickly declined. The last thing he wanted was to expose himself and become a target for the Dark Alliance's retaliation. Before long, a police officer approached them, holding several items in his hands. Students Ling and Mu, your resource rewards have arrived, he said with a cheerful smile. You may choose one item from these. They are all of similar value and suited for elite-level beasts. Mu Xian's eyes lit up as he scanned the items. 1. Millennium Ice Crystal. Harvested from the Glacier Secret Realm. It contains the concentrated chill of 1,000 years, rich in pure icy energy. 2. Frost Grass. A spiritual herb imbued with frost energy, highly beneficial for elite-level beasts. 3. Life Dew. Dew condensed from the leaves of the life tree, infused with a trace of life energy and abundant water elements. 4. Crimson Flame Feather. A feather from the Lord-level beast Crimson Flame Bird, brimming with pure fire energy. 5. Golden Flame Divine Bird's Blood. A drop of ordinary blood from the king-level beast Golden Flame Divine Bird, containing potent and overwhelming golden flame energy. Its value was exceedingly high. The first 4 items left Mu Xian somewhat disappointed. They were all common cultivation resources, with no hidden gems to pick. However, when his eyes landed on the 5th item, he was instantly captivated. The Golden Flame Divine Bird's Blood, though ordinary, was undoubtedly an exceptional resource at the pinnacle of elite-level value. What delighted him even more was that the police officer seemed to have mistaken it for the blood of a lesser flame bird. Mu Xian chuckled inwardly. Since that's the case, this gem is mine for the taking. Ling Fangfei glanced at Mu Xian with a knowing smile. Mu Xian, you go ahead and choose. Mu Xian hesitated briefly, catching a subtle hint in Ling Fangfei's meaningful gaze. He let out a faint, resigned smile before reaching out to select the frostgrass and the drop of golden flame divine bird's blood. On the way back, Ling Fangfei keenly noticed Mu Xian's despondent mood. She couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Why the long face? Shouldn't you be happy after securing the resource?" Mu Xian sighed softly and replied, "Have you ever experienced this? You excitedly go to pick up a treasure, only to find out it's something you can't use." Ling Fangfei paused in surprise, then her eyes lit up with excitement. "Mu Xian, are you saying there's a problem with this drop of flaming divine sparrow's blood?" Mu Xian let out a sigh and revealed the truth. "This isn't flaming divine sparrow's blood. It's golden flame divine bird's blood." "What?" Ling Fangfei was both shocked and overjoyed. She was well aware of how rare and precious the golden flame divine bird's blood was. She never expected the Jinhuiqing Beast Police Bureau to mistake it for flaming divine sparrow's blood. This unexpected discovery thrilled her, as it meant her flaming sparrow could now begin its advancement. "Mu Xian, thank you so much." Overwhelmed with excitement, Ling Fangfei impulsively cupped Mu Xian's face and planted a kiss on his cheek. She was completely unaware of how bold her action was. It was only after the kiss that Ling Fangfei realized what she had done. Her face flushed red with embarrassment, and in her panic, she got out of the car early. Watching her hurriedly retreating figure, Mu Xian couldn't help but smile wryly, thinking, "It's just a kiss on the cheek. Didn't we do that all the time as kids?" When Mu Xian got home, he immediately handed the frostweed over to his ice crystal spirit to absorb. He watched with interest as the ice crystal spirit completely consumed the frostweed. Soon, familiar energy fluctuations emerged, and the ice crystal spirit successfully advanced to Elite Tier 5. This advancement brought a significant boost in combat power. The ice crystal spirit was now capable of challenging most peak Elite Tier beasts. That night, Ling Fangfei was overjoyed to discover that her flaming sparrow had successfully advanced to the commander tier. The golden flame divine bird's blood had indeed proven its immense value. The flaming sparrow's appearance became even more majestic, and it now exuded a faint aura reminiscent of the golden flame divine bird. Ling Fangfei was ecstatic. The next day, Ling Fangfei reluctantly bid farewell to Mu Xian and returned to Zhujiang East Beast Taming Academy. Over the following week, Mu Xian diligently provided training resources for the ice crystal spirit. Finally, after spending all of the 100,000 yuan reward he had received from the school, the ice crystal spirit's rank climbed steadily to Elite Tier 8. "I'm broke." Mu Xian sighed helplessly. He realized that the biggest obstacle to the ice crystal spirit's advancement was now financial resources. It seemed it was time to head out into the wild to hunt. Though the wilderness was fraught with dangers, Mu Xian had no other choice. Early the following Sunday, he set out with the ice crystal spirit for Beishan, located to the north of the city. Beishan was a branch of the Longmin mountain range and was home to numerous beasts. While the beasts here were generally low tier, this very fact made it a popular spot for beast tamers in Jinhuiqing to earn money. However, Mu Xian failed to notice that as he left Jinhuiqing, two figures silently followed him from the shadows. Meanwhile, at the city gates, a familiar figure watched Mu Xian's departing back with a cold smirk and muttered, "Mu Xian, so what if you have the ice crystal spirit? A dead genius is nothing at all." This man was none other than Luo Si, who had been severely injured by Mu Xian. Over the past week, Luo Si had become the laughingstock of the entire Jinhuiqing High School, while Mu Xian's reputation soared to new heights. Luo Si's resentment had been growing with each passing day. After enduring for an entire week, he finally found his chance for revenge. "Mu Xian, once you're dead, I'll claim your ice crystal spirit as my own. Then you'll learn the consequences of crossing me." Luo Si muttered through clenched teeth, his eyes flickering with hatred and excitement, as if he were already imagining the power he'd gain after contracting the ice crystal spirit. At this moment, Mu Xian was in a secluded valley deep within the northern mountains. This area was home to several beast clans, one of which was the Frenzied Wolf, Mu Xian's target for this expedition. Frenzied Wolf. Type: Strength Wolf Clan. Rank: Elite, Tier 7. Bloodline: Commander Grade. Skills: Frenzy, Wolf Pounce. Description: a subspecies of the wolf clan native to inland regions. During battle, it instinctively enters a frenzied state, fighting fearlessly to the death. It possesses a trace of blazing flame dragon wolf bloodline. After reviewing the information panel, Mu Xian nodded to himself. "As I thought, this was the right choice." Due to a lack of funds, Mu Xian decided to hunt beasts to make money. Initially, he considered visiting slaughterhouses to extract bloodlines, but he quickly realized this could expose his unique talent. After careful deliberation, he chose to venture outside the city to hunt beasts, setting his sights on the frenzied wolf, which carried traces of the dragon wolf bloodline. The blazing flame dragon wolf, a subdragon species, was the hybrid offspring of a dragon and a blazing flame wolf. It boasted a lord-grade bloodline and formidable combat abilities. Mu Xian's plan was to gather enough dragon wolf bloodline essence to sell. A single complete lord-grade bloodline could fetch at least 1 million on the market. With just one successful hunt, he would secure ample resources for the cultivation and evolution of his ice crystal spirit. This approach wasn't uncommon. Alchemists frequently extracted bloodlines from lord-grade beast corpses for sale, so Mu Xian's actions wouldn't attract much attention. Alchemists were a key branch of the beast master profession, specializing in bloodline extraction, beast modification, and chemical alchemy fields shrouded in mystery. Other branches of the profession included breeders and apothecaries, with many practitioners engaged in these pursuits. Mu Xian carefully surveyed the surroundings and spotted a lone, frenzied wolf. Without hesitation, he issued a command. Ice Crystal Spirit, see that lone, frenzied wolf? Attack. The Ice Crystal Spirit gracefully soared through the air, rapidly closing in on its target. At a distance of 10 meters, it unleashed its skills. A combination of extreme frost and ice burst left the frenzied wolf gravely injured in an instant. However, this only triggered the wolf's berserk nature. Its eyes turned blood red as it lunged ferociously at the Ice Crystal Spirit. The Ice Crystal Spirit effortlessly evaded the attack and launched a second round of skills. In the blink of an eye, the frenzied wolf was frozen into an ice sculpture, shattering moments later under the force of a subsequent ice burst, marking the end of its life. Well done, Ice Crystal Spirit, Mu Xian praised, then began extracting the trace of Blazing Flame Dragon Wolf bloodline from the frenzied wolf. Blazing Flame Dragon Wolf bloodline extraction successful. With the system notification, a drop of dark red blood appeared in Mu Xian's hand, the essence of a lord-grade bloodline. He calculated, roughly 10 drops of bloodline essence should be enough to form an incomplete Blazing Flame Dragon Wolf bloodline. As Mu Xian contemplated his next move, his expression suddenly grew serious. Several unfamiliar information panels appeared in his field of vision, revealing the identities of approaching individuals. Zhang Ming, type, human, rank, common, tier 9. Beast, giant horned bull elite, tier 9. Giant horned bull, type, strength bull clan, rank, elite, tier 9. Bloodline, commander grade. Skills, horn charge, bull strength. Description, a typical giant horned bull with no notable features. Xingsan, type, human, rank, common, tier 5. Beasts, flame demon hound elite, tier 5. Scenting rat elite, tier 2. Flame demon hound, type, fire demon hound clan, rank, elite, tier 5. Bloodline, elite grade. Skills, leap, fireball. Description, a typical flame demon hound with no notable features. Scenting rat, type, sensory rat clan, rank, elite, tier 4. Bloodline, elite grade. Skills, scent detection, gnaw. Description, rare sensory type beast adept at detecting scents and tracking. It has minimal combat ability but excels in locating targets. Troubles coming, Mu Xian swiftly analyzed. And they have a beast master with a scenting rat that must have been the presence I sensed earlier. Realizing the danger, Mu Xian wasted no time. He called for the Ice Crystal Spirit and began searching for advantageous terrain to prepare for battle. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming and Xing San followed the scenting rat's lead, their eyes glinting with malice. Before long, the rat began squeaking urgently. Brother Zhang, we found the guy Lu Xiao mentioned. He's just up ahead, at the valley entrance. Xing San exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Ming raised an eyebrow and smirked. Excellent. This trip wasn't in vain after all. Xing San hesitated and asked, Brother Zhang, I heard that kid is a genius from 9th High. Are we really going to kill him? Won't that cause trouble? Zhang Ming sneered. Xing San, you're still not getting it, are you? A genius? He has to live long enough to become one. As the two advanced another few dozen meters, the valley entrance came into view. Suddenly, an icy chill filled the air. Zhang Ming's giant horned bull was instantly encased in a thick layer of ice. Before the beast could react, the ice shattered explosively. Amidst a series of muffled detonations, the giant horned bull was reduced to a streak of light, retreating back into Zhang Ming's body. A brief silence fell over the scene. Seconds later, Zhang Ming let out a harrowing scream. With his beast on the brink of death, Zhang Ming himself suffered severe backlash. What just happened? Xing San stood frozen in shock, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. The Ice Crystal Spirit, infused with Beast King grade bloodline, extraordinary quality, and at Elite Tier 8, could easily hold its own against Commander Tier 1 or 2 foes. Against a mere giant horned bull with Commander grade bloodline and elite quality, It was no surprise that it achieved a one-shot victory. Footsteps echoed as Mu Xian and the ice crystal spirit emerged from the shadows. Mu Xian's gaze was cold and unyielding as he looked at Xing San. His voice was calm but laced with menace. I'll give you one chance to live. Tell Muho sent you? If you refuse. Before he could finish, the ice crystal spirit launched another attack. A frigid blast enveloped the gravely injured Zhang Ming. Under Xing San's horrified gaze, Zhang Ming's life was snuffed out like a candle in the wind. That's the price you pay. Mu Xian's voice echoed through the valley, as if delivering a grim verdict from the Reaper himself. This scene immediately struck a nerve with Xing San, causing him to tremble uncontrollably like a leaf in the wind. He was just a guide. Roped in because of his sniffing rat, how could he have imagined the situation would spiral into this? Saw big brother, I'm just a guide. Don't kill me. He'll tell you everything, everything. Xing San stammered, his voice shaking. It was Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao told me to bring Zhang Ming to find you. Mu Xian frowned. Which Luo Xiao? Luo Si? Yes, that's him. Luo Si. Xing San replied in a low voice. His dad is a small leader in the city guard. A few days ago, he came to Zhang Ming and me, asking us to find a chance to deal with you. Mu Xian sneered. So it's him. Can't beat me in the arena. So now he's resorting to dirty tricks? With that, Mu Xian turned his gaze to Xing San, a murderous glint appearing in his eyes. If it weren't for his own strength, he'd have been the one dead. Since Xing San was an accomplice, there was only one solution: eliminate him. Xing San, who had long been navigating the gray areas of society, immediately sensed Mu Xian's intent to silence him. He dropped to his knees and cried out desperately, Big brother, please don't kill me. I have information, important information about a high-level beast. Hearing this, Mu Xian's brows relaxed slightly. What information? Big brother, if I tell you. What if you kill me afterward? Xing San asked cautiously. Mu Xian pondered for a moment before giving his assurance. Fine, if your information satisfies me, I won't kill you. Relieved, Xing San let out a long breath. Big brother, I once discovered an extremely rare spatial type beast near Death Cliff in the northeast corner of the Nanshan Public Secret Realm. Secret realms, also known as dimensional realms or pocket worlds, were formed due to the collapse of blue planet spatial barriers, colliding and intertwining with other worlds to create unique zones. These realms were filled with all kinds of resources and inhabited by various beasts, akin to vast treasure troves. Unfortunately, most secret realms were controlled by powerful factions and prominent families. For instance, the Nanshan Secret Realm was under the jurisdiction of the Jinhua City Lord's Mansion. Over the years, after most of the realm's resources had been extracted, it was finally open to all Beast Tamers. However, entry required a fee of 100,000 yuan or equivalent resources. This policy had made Jinhua City incredibly wealthy in recent years. Mu Xian hadn't expected that a spatial-type beast could still exist in the Nanshan Secret Realm. Spatial beasts were anything but ordinary. Some rare species were once-in-a-lifetime discoveries. For example, a certain king-level Beast Tamer in Huagua possessed a Yutian Void Kuan, a beast so powerful it single-handedly suppressed a massive beast tide, earning it the reputation of being invincible. Looking at Xing San, Mu Xian thought to himself how lucky this scoundrel must have been to encounter a spatial-type beast. If Xing San had been stronger, he might have already formed a contract with it and risen to prominence. Very well. Your information has spared your pathetic life. Now scram. Mu Xian said coldly, glancing at his ice crystal spirit. Xing San's heart, which had been pounding wildly, finally calmed down. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he said, Thank you, big brother. Thank you. However, deep down, Xing San was scheming. Making me kneel and threatening my life? Just wait, once I'm back in the city, I'll spread this information far and wide. But as this malicious thought crossed his mind, a sharp pain pierced his chest. To his horror, he saw that his two contracted beasts had been killed in an instant by Mu Xian's ice crystal spirit. Xing San's eyes filled with hatred and confusion. Mu Xian smirked faintly. I promised not to kill you, but I didn't promise to spare your beasts. I curse you. Xing San's eyes burned with fury. The death of his beasts left him gravely injured as well. He knew Mu Xian wouldn't let him go. Sure enough, Mu Xian dragged him into a nearby valley. Xing San's heart sank, recognized this as the territory of the frenzied wolves. 10 minutes later, the valley fell silent, and Xing San's status was erased, signaling his death at the hands of the frenzied wolves. Mu Xian chuckled to himself. See? I didn't kill you. Your demise was at the hands of the frenzied wolves after your beasts were incapacitated. Not my problem. With that, Mu Xian resumed hunting the frenzied wolves. Neither Zhang Ming nor Xing San had managed to derail his money-making plans. After half a day of effort, Mu Xian successfully killed 10 frenzied wolves and extracted a fragment of blazing flame dragon wolf bloodline. He quickly left the area, knowing that such a bloodline fragment would attract countless low-level beasts. Fortunately, he departed early and only encountered a few minor beasts on the way, which he easily dispatched. By 4 p.m., Mu Xian was back in Jinhua City. After a quick disguise at home, he headed straight for the Beast Tamer market with the blazing flame dragon wolf bloodline. There, he sold it for a hefty 1.2 million yuan. Leaving the market, Mu Xian carefully blended into the crowd, circling multiple times to ensure he wasn't being followed. After a series of complex maneuvers, he finally converted the unregistered bank card's 1.2 million yuan into 500,000 yuan in savings and several evolution resources for his ice crystal spirit. By the time Mu Xian exited the Beast Tamer market, night had fallen, and the neon lights of the city illuminated the streets. The dazzling glow almost made him feel as though he were still in a technological era. This era is a paradise for the talented and wealthy, but a hell for the ordinary, Mu Xian murmured. Without his contract with the Ice Crystal Spirit and his 2 golden opportunities, he would likely have lived a mediocre life, ending in obscurity. The next day, Monday, in Class 1 of Grade 12 at Number 9 High School, Luosi glanced at the empty seat in the classroom and smirked with excitement. Could it be that those two succeeded? But why haven't they contacted me? Or did they fail? No, that's impossible. Mu Xian is just from an ordinary family, and his parents are gone. Even if he contracted the Ice Crystal Spirit, there's no way he could have grown this quickly. I sent a top-tier level 9 expert. If Mu Xian could hear Luosi's thoughts, he'd probably laugh out loud. Luosi had completely underestimated the power of elemental life forms and overestimated the strength of a level 9 Beast Tamer. Zhang Ming's giant horned bull wouldn't stand a chance against the Ice Crystal Spirit, even without a sneak attack. The spirit could annihilate it 100 times over. A commander-level Beast Tamer might have stood a chance, but someone of that level would never be at Luosi's beck and call. Mu Xian stepped into the classroom, his gaze landing on Luosi, whose face was deathly pale. A faint smirk appeared on Mu Xian's lips, but he paid him no further attention. At this moment, Mu Xian had only one goal in mind: to elevate the Ice Crystal Spirit to Elite Tier 9 and evolve it to the commander level. This goal held immense significance for Mu Xian. Once the Ice Crystal Spirit reached commander level, the energy feedback it provided would propel his physical body to a qualitative transformation, allowing him to ascend directly to the Elite Tier. More importantly, an Elite Tier physique could finally withstand the violent spiritual energy of the void, paving the way for autonomous cultivation. Since the invasion of beasts and humanity's discovery of void spiritual energy, the desire to wield extraordinary power had never ceased. Yet countless attempts ended in tragedy. Absorbing the spiritual energy would cause one's body to explode. It wasn't until the emergence of the ancient beast taming sect's legacy that the mystery was unraveled. Ordinary humans could not handle the violent spiritual energy. The ancient beast taming sect charted a different course, establishing contracts with beasts to achieve a bond of life and death. When a beast reached commander level, the feedback energy would rapidly elevate the Beast Tamer to the Elite Tier, granting them the capacity to bear spiritual energy and begin independent cultivation. The wonders of the beast contract went far beyond this. A commander-level beast endowed its tamer with the ability to carry spiritual energy, and when the beast advanced to the lord level, the tamer could even acquire a beast spacea domain ideal for their beasts to train, rest, and heal. It was said that if a beast earned the recognition of a beast king and ascended to the beast king level, the tamer would be granted a miraculous protective shield. In comparison, Luosi's predicament seemed utterly trivial. However, Luosi was currently consumed by madness. The fact that Mu Xian had emerged unscathed was beyond his comprehension. How is this possible? Zhang Ming and Xing San are dead, yet Mu Xian is completely unharmed? They went missing all night. It must have gone wrong. Damn it, could Mu Xian have figured out that I sent people after him? How can he be this strong? Even Elite Tier 9 couldn't stop him. Do I need to hire a commander-level beast tamer? But the cost? No, Mu Xian must die. The entire morning, Luosi was trapped in this obsessive cycle of thought. Mu Xian had become a demon haunting his mind. Yet, Mu Xian remained completely oblivious to it all. As night fell, a cry of joy shattered the silence. The aura of the Ice Crystal Spirit had finally surged to its peak, stepping into Elite Tier 9 and clearing the way for its evolution to commander level. Through the link of the beast contract, Mu Xian also received a massive surge of feedback energy, further enhancing his physical body, which now reached ordinary Tier 9. Feeling the power within him, enough to easily knock down a bull, Mu Xian couldn't hide his excitement. Next, it's time to evolve the Ice Crystal Spirit. He eagerly retrieved the evolution resources he had long prepared. The Dragon Bloodstone he initially acquired, and the Ice Dragon Scale, Millennial Ice Crystal, and Life Water he later purchased from the Beast Taming shop. The Ice Dragon Scale, an elite-grade resource, was suitable for water, ice, snow, dragon, and subdragon types. It was a scale from a Beast King-level Ice Dragon, brimming with immense Ice Dragon energy. The Millennial Ice Crystal, also elite-grade, was suitable for water, ice, and snow types. Harvested from the deepest part of a glacier that had endured for millennia, it contained pure and extreme icy energy. The life water, another elite-grade resource, was universally compatible. Just a single drop of this liquid, rich in life energy, was considered a precious gift of nature. Among the three resources, the Ice Dragon Scale was the most expensive, costing 300,000 credits for just one. The Millennial Ice Crystal and Life Water were priced at 150,000 credits each. Combined with the exceedingly rare Dragon Blood Stone, the total cost of this evolution exceeded 1,000,000 credits. However, evolution was inherently unpredictable. No one could guarantee success. Here you go, little one. All of these are yours, Mu Xian said with a smile. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise as the Ice Crystal Spirit's information panel revealed new details that would shock the world. Ice Crystal Spirit. Species: Elemental Life Ice Snow Type. Tier: Elite Tier 9. Bloodline: Beast King level. Quality: Extraordinary. Skills: Ice Explosion, Extreme Frost Freeze. Description: Evolution Path: Ice Dragon Jiao using Ice Dragon Scale Dragon Blood Stone Millennial Ice Crystal Life Water. Success rate: 78. It can even display the evolution path and success rate? Mu Xian was stunned. This ability of mine is insane. With this, there's no need to blindly experiment with evolution paths anymore. What's more, Mu Xian discovered that he could view detailed information about the Ice Dragon Jiao. This ability went far beyond simply displaying evolution paths. I get it now. I can design my own evolution paths, Mu Xian exclaimed in ecstasy. As long as I gather the necessary evolution resources, I can combine them in different ways to reveal various evolution paths and their success rates. By comparing them, I can eventually design the most powerful, optimal, and promising evolution path to cultivate the strongest beast. Overwhelmed with excitement and joy, it took Mu Xian more than an hour to calm down. Only then did he begin to carefully analyze the strengths and weaknesses of this evolution path. Ice Crystal Dragon Serpent? Unable to evolve into a pure-blooded dragon? Mu Xian shook his head in disappointment, his brows furrowed. He quickly analyzed the pros and cons of the evolution paths, weighing his options carefully. According to my design, the Ice Crystal Spirit can only become a subdragon at best, Mu Xian muttered to himself, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. That would completely waste the potential of the Ice Crystal Spirit. He pondered the implications of the name Ice Crystal Dragon Serpent. While subdragons possess Beast King-level bloodlines, there are still differences in strength even within the same tier. Mu Xian was unwilling to take this risk, especially since the evolution process itself could degrade the quality of the beast. Spending millions just to end up with a downgraded subdragon? Mu Xian shook his head with a bitter smile. No matter how you calculate it, that's a losing deal. Before long, he identified the root of the problem. The level of the Ice Dragon scales was too low, limiting the Ice Crystal Spirit's potential for evolution. But where could he find higher-level dragon-related resources in such a short time? Suddenly, Mu Xian's eyes lit up. He realized his unique advantages information panel could display evolution paths and success rates. This meant he could take his time gathering resources and eventually design the optimal plan for evolving the Ice Crystal Spirit directly into a pure-blooded dragon. Rather than risking an evolution into a mediocre dragon species, it's better to focus on raising the Ice Crystal Spirit's rank first. Mu Xian decisively adjusted his strategy, no longer fixated on achieving an immediate evolution. Just then, a thought struck him. Wait. I still have a drop of ancestral-level Devouring God Crow blood essence. He hurriedly retrieved the precious essence, eager to explore its potential. As soon as he placed the essence near the Ice Crystal Spirit, the information panel updated instantly. Ancestral-level Devouring God Crow blood essence, Dragon Blood, Stone Ice Dragon Scales, 10,000-year Ice Crystal Water of Life. Evolves into Bloodthirsty Ice Dragon Crow. Success rate: 0. Mu Xian carefully examined the details of the Bloodthirsty Ice Dragon Crow. It was a formidable beast with king-level bloodline potential, immensely powerful and bloodthirsty, retaining most of the Ice Crystal Spirit's ice elemental spellcasting abilities. However, its classification fell under the bloodthirst category. Mu Xian frowned. He understood the mutual influence between a beast master and their contracted beast. Forming a bond with a beast prone to evil and slaughter could lead to the beast master developing negative traits such as a thirst for blood, extremism, or obsession. This was not a path he was willing to take. As for the 0 success rate, Mu Xian quickly deduced the reason. The Devouring God Crow blood essence is far too high-level. The Ice Crystal Spirit, at its current rank of Elite Tier 9, wouldn't be able to withstand it. It might even explode. Shaking his head, Mu Xian securely locked the Devouring God Crow blood essence back into his cabinet, dismissing this evolution path entirely. Instead, he decided to have the Ice Crystal Spirit absorb the 10,000-year Ice Crystal and Water of Life to boost its rank. The 10,000-year ice crystal contained an extreme concentration of ice energy accumulated over millennia, while the water of life was rich in potent life energy. These two treasures were more than enough to elevate the ice crystal spirit to the commander tier. Mu Xian handed the treasures to the ice crystal spirit. The little creature eagerly devoured them and began the absorption process. About an hour later, an intense wave of frost erupted from the ice crystal spirit's body, followed by a dazzling blue light enveloping it. When the light finally subsided, the ice crystal spirit had grown noticeably larger, exuding a far more powerful and overwhelming aura. The ice crystal spirit, a rare ice elemental life form, is born deep underground, absorbing the essence of nature and celestial energies. It belongs to the elemental and ice categories, possessing a Tier 2 commander bloodline with a Beast King grade quality. Although its innate potential degraded from Monarch grade to Beast King grade due to insufficient ice elements, it still boasts immense potential and combat power, making it an extremely valuable bonded beast. Mu Xian was highly satisfied with the ice crystal spirit's advancement. Upon breaking through, it immediately reached Tier 2 commander level and awakened a powerful ability. This bonded beast could easily defeat an ordinary Tier 5 commander level beast. As their bond was completed, a surge of icy energy flowed into Mu Xian's body, rapidly enhancing his physical strength. His internal organs, meridians, limbs, and bones were all quickly fortified under the nourishment of this energy. When everything settled, Mu Xian noticed a shift in his perception of the world. Colors became more vivid and distinct, the air was filled with various scents, and he could even hear conversations from upstairs and downstairs. His sensory abilities had been greatly heightened. Early in the morning, Mu Xian arrived at school, ready to apply for access to cultivation techniques. According to regulations, only commander-level Beast Tamers were authorized to select cultivation techniques. To prevent ordinary people from recklessly practicing, the government had confiscated and prohibited the dissemination of various cultivation methods circulating among the populace. Now that Mu Xian's ice crystal spirit had reached commander level, he was officially recognized as a commander-level Beast Tamer and therefore qualified to choose a cultivation technique. "Xian, you seem different today," Chun Kong remarked as he observed Mu Xian. Suddenly, he added, "I noticed a lot of girls sneaking glances at you." Mu Xian smiled faintly and replied, "When haven't they been sneaking glances at me?" Chun Kong was left speechless, unable to retort. Ever since Mu Xian bonded with the ice crystal spirit, he had become the center of attention at 9th High School. Every day, countless girls brought him snacks, breakfast, flowers, and love letters. Chun Kang's first task upon arriving at school was to clear the mountain of letters piled on Mu Xian's desk. Yet even he had to admit that Mu Xian seemed even more dashing and charismatic today. Mu Xian was well aware that this change was due to his enhanced physique, now at the elite level. During the half-hour break between classes, he headed to his homeroom teacher Lin Susu's office. "What? You've already become a commander-level Beast Tamer and achieved elite-level physical strength? So quickly?" Lin Susu exclaimed in shock. As a graduate of Zhejiang Eastern Province's Normal University Beast Taming Department, she was no novice to the field. Despite her young age, she had already reached Tier 8 commander level. She had always held high expectations for Mu Xian, a student who had bonded with an elemental life form. However, she hadn't anticipated that he would advance to commander level in just 1 month. Such extraordinary talent was truly awe-inspiring. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Lin Xuan was deep in thought, his brow furrowed. He had just learned that students from the other 8 high schools in Jinhua City had already reached commander level. As the principal, he felt immense pressure. In just 2 weeks, the 9-school wilderness combat assessment would take place. If 9th High School failed to produce a commander-level student, they would undoubtedly become a laughingstock. Lin Xuan instinctively reviewed the list of key students at 9th High School, hoping to find someone with the potential to break through in such a short time. His gaze eventually landed on Mu Xian's name, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If only he had broken through a month earlier. We could have poured resources into him to ensure he reached commander level. His thoughts then turned to Zhou Qingyao, a top student from Class 2 of the senior year and the school's most promising candidate. Zhou Qingyao's bonded beast, the Moonlight Butterfly, possessed a high-tier Lord bloodline and exceptional quality, making it well-suited for advancing to commander level. However, due to a lack of advancement resources, the Moonlight Butterfly had been stuck at Tier 9 elite level, unable to break through, a truly regrettable situation. Lin Xuan understood that every region had its unique resources. Jinhua City was rich in water, fire, earth, and life-type resources, but Moonlight-type resources were exceedingly rare. From what he knew, Moonlight-type resources were scarce across the entire Dragon Nation. With prices so exorbitant they were practically unavailable. It almost seemed as if an invisible hand was manipulating the market from behind the scenes. Just then, a cheerful voice called out from outside the office. "Grandpa, I have some good news for you. Want to hear it?" Lin Xuan set aside his worries and smiled. "What good news could it be? Have you found me a grandson-in-law?" Grandpa, Lin Susu protested indignantly, her tone full of annoyance. You just had to bring that up, didn't you? I'm not getting married anytime soon. The good news is about Mu Xian. His bonded beast has advanced to commander level. Lin Susu stormed into the principal's office with Mu Xian in tow, looking slightly exasperated. What? Mu Xian's bonded beast has advanced? How is that possible so quickly? Lin Xuanya was stunned. Mu Xian chuckled and explained. The advancement of elemental life forms is relatively fast. They just need to keep absorbing energy. As Mu Xian's eyes flickered with a trace of blue light, a crystalline, ice-blue radiance coalesced in front of him. In an instant, it transformed into a fully ice-blue spirit, exuding an intense chill. This was none other than the ice crystal spirit that Mu Xian had just summoned. Lin Xuanya's eyes widened in astonishment as he felt the overwhelming aura emanating from the spirit. For a moment, he was stunned, but then he burst into hearty laughter, his voice brimming with delight. As expected, it's a commander-level elemental life form. This time, the 9 school assessment's first place is definitely ours. No. 9 high school. Ha ha ha. Mu Xian looked confused and asked, what 9 school assessment? Lin Susu shrugged and explained, it's a joint field combat assessment organized by the Beastmaster Education Bureau. All 9 high schools in Jinhua City are participating. The top 10 will receive rewards, and the first place winner gets to choose an item from the City Lord's Mansion treasury. She paused for a moment before continuing. My grandpa heard that the other 8 schools all have commander-level Beastmasters, except for us at number 9 high, and he was so upset he didn't eat for an entire day. Thankfully, your beast has broken through. So at least we won't embarrass our school. The City Lord's Mansion treasury? Mu Xian's eyes lit up with excitement. He thought to himself, if even the small treasury of number 9 high school contained a dragon bloodstone, then surely the City Lord's Mansion treasury must have even more valuable resources. Lin Xuanya quickly collected himself and smiled at Mu Xian. Student Mu Xian, you've surprised this old man once again. As it happens, I have a commander-level ice spirit shrimp heart here. I'll give it to you. Use it well, and strive to claim first place in the 9 school assessment in 2 weeks. Mu Xian was momentarily stunned before accepting the ice spirit shrimp heart with delight. He knew that the heart of a commander-level ice element beast would greatly benefit the ice crystal spirit. He quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Principal, for your generous gift. I will do my utmost to claim first place and bring glory to number 9 high. Good, good. I'll be eagerly awaiting your success. Lin Xuanya nodded in satisfaction. Afterward, Lin Susu led Mu Xian to the school armory to select a cultivation technique. Number 9 high offered 3 options. The longevity technique, which focused on extending lifespan, the immovable Vajra body, which emphasized physical enhancement, and the spirit refinement technique, which specialized in cultivating mental strength. Following Lin Susu's suggestion, Mu Xian chose the spirit refinement technique. According to her, this technique could sharpen mental acuity and might even awaken the legendary Alaya consciousness. That evening, Mu Xian officially began practicing the spirit refinement technique. He immediately sensed the lively spiritual energy in the void, but absorbing it into his body proved to be incredibly difficult. Sharp pain coursed through his meridians from time to time. Mu Xian couldn't help but grumble inwardly. No wonder the technique requires a physical constitution of the elite grade to even attempt it. This is excruciating. However, he soon noticed that his mental strength seemed to have become slightly more refined. If not for his already strong spiritual power, he might not have even noticed the improvement. The next day, Mu Xian arrived at school to find that the administration had officially announced the 9-school joint field combat assessment. All Beastmasters at the elite grade or higher were required to participate. Instantly, most of the students in Class 1 of Grade 12 were fired up, eager to perform well in the assessment. In contrast, nearly half of the students who had not yet reached the elite grade appeared somewhat disheartened. 2 days later, the Ice Crystal Spirit successfully absorbed the Commander-level Ice Spirit Shrimp Heart, advancing its power to Commander Tier 3. Mu Xian murmured to himself, now that the Ice Crystal Spirit has reached the Commander level, it's time to put it to the test in actual combat. The South Mountain Secret Realm should be a good place to find that spatial element beast. It was another weekend, and Mu Xian arrived at the entrance of the Nanshan Secret Realm with the Ice Crystal Spirit in tow. A bustling town had formed in the area, now known as Nanshan Town, which had been incorporated into the governance of Jinhua City. The streets were packed with people, numbering in the tens of thousands, creating a lively and vibrant atmosphere. As soon as Mu Xian stepped into Nanshan Town, he was stunned by the chaotic yet energetic scene before him. The air was filled with the shouts of vendors hawking their wares. Come take a look. The latest and most comprehensive map of the Secret Realm. Rare resources from the Secret Realm on sale. Everything is 50 off. The Fierce Beast Mercenary Group is recruiting. If you have a Beast Tamer at level 7 or higher, you can join. Membership comes with free cultivation resources. For a moment, Mu Xian felt as though he had stepped into a video game. The scene reminded him so much of dungeon raids from his past life. Politely declining most of the vendor's pitches, he only purchased a so-called map of the secret realm. Following the crowd, Mu Xian arrived at the entrance to the secret realm, a dark and deep cave where occasional void fissures flickered in and out of existence. Elite guards from Jinhua City, all of whom were at least commander-level Beast Tamers, stood vigilant at their posts. After paying an entry fee of 100,000 yuan, Mu Xian felt a dizzying sensation as he was transported into the Nanshan Secret Realm. The Nanshan Secret Realm was classified as a small-scale realm, allowing only Beast Tamers up to the Lord level to enter. However, the scene that greeted Mu Xian was far from what he had envisioned. The land was riddled with signs of excavation, devoid of any semblance of a hidden paradise. Shaking his head in disappointment, Mu Xian took out his map and began heading toward the northeast corner of the realm. Unbeknownst to Mu Xian, news of his entry had already reached Luo Si. With a twisted expression and a sinister laugh, Luo Si sneered, "Mu Xian, there's no way a lowlife like you is walking out of this alive." Determined to end Mu Xian once and for all, Luo Si had gone to extreme lengths, even hiring a notorious assassin organization. His actions bordered on madness. Meanwhile, Mu Xian remained completely unaware of Luo Si's schemes, unable to fathom the lengths to which his enemy would go. Still operating with the mindset of his past life, Mu Xian had yet to fully adapt to this world. The Nanshan secret realm was vast, but resources were scarce. Along his journey, Mu Xian encountered numerous beasts. The ice crystal spirit easily dispatched them, but without a storage space, Mu Xian could only carry the most valuable parts of the defeated creatures. One day, Mu Xian finally encountered a formidable Foya commander-level Tier 6 Jade Spirit Snake. The creature, 2 meters long and as thick as a man's arm, was expertly camouflaged among the trees. If not for the information panel, Mu Xian would never have noticed its presence. The information panel displayed Jade Spirit Snake. Type: Poison Serpent. Tier: Commander Level 6. Bloodline: Commander Level. Quality: Elite. Skills: Jade Spirit Gaze, Camouflage. Description: a rare Jade Spirit Snake. Its unique Jade Spirit Gaze can paralyze any creature that meets its eyes, leaving them defenseless as they are consumed. A Jade Spirit Snake? I can't believe I ran into one. Mu Xian cursed his luck. Before entering the Nanshan secret realm, he had researched the types of beasts that inhabited it. The Jade Spirit Snake had caught his attention for its peculiar spiritual toxin. Its Jade Spirit Gaze skill was especially terrifying, as it could instantly paralyze anyone who locked eyes with it. The snake was infamous as one of the secret realm's most dangerous creatures. Mu Xian quickly calculated the distance. It was only 40 meters between him and the snake. At this range, running was not an option. His only chance of survival was to confront and defeat the creature hidden. Without hesitation, Mu Xian coordinated with the Ice Crystal Spirit to devise a strategy. When they closed the distance to 30 meters, the Ice Crystal Spirit launched its first attack, unleashing its newly learned skill, Ice Tornado. In an instant, a whirlwind composed entirely of crystalline ice formed beneath the Jade Spirit Snake, lifting it high into the air. Mu Xian watched as countless shards of ice bombarded the snake, forcing it to let out a piercing hiss. After 20 seconds, the ice tornado dissipated, and the Jade Spirit Snake fell heavily to the ground. Checking the information panel, Mu Xian saw its status had been updated. Jade Spirit Snake. Type: Poison Serpent. Tier: Commander Level 6. Status: Lightly injured. Ice Crystal Spirit. Use Extreme Frost Freeze and Ice Crystal Explosion. Mu Xian commanded decisively, determined to strike while the snake was vulnerable. The Ice Crystal Spirit executed his orders flawlessly. As soon as the Jade Spirit Snake hit the ground, a chilling wind swept through the area, freezing the snake solid into a lifelike ice sculpture. In the next moment, the entire ice sculpture exploded with a deafening roar. The upgraded Ice Crystal Burst skill unleashed a surge in power, sending shards of ice shooting out like razor-sharp blades. The attack severely injured the Emerald Spirit Snake in an instant. Mu Xian confirmed through his information panel that the snake had entered a critically wounded state. However, having unleashed all 3 of its main abilities in quick succession, the Ice Crystal Spirit was now in an unavoidable cooldown period. Despite its grievous injuries, the Emerald Spirit Snake did not retreat. Instead, it charged forward in a frenzy. Its eyes suddenly snapped open, unleashing its Emerald Spirit Gaze skill. A ring of vivid green light radiated from its eyes, beautiful, yet deadly. Alarm bells rang in Mu Xian's mind, and almost instinctively, he shut his eyes tight. In that fleeting moment, Mu Xian felt his body stiffen, as though bound by an invisible force. Fortunately, his quick reaction allowed him to dispel the sensation shortly after. Wasting no time, he issued a command. Ice Crystal Spirit, finish off the Emerald Spirit Snake with all your might. As it turned out, Elemental beings like the Ice Crystal Spirit were natural counters to the Emerald Spirit Snake's mental toxins. After a brief recovery, the Ice Crystal Spirit unleashed another Ice Crystal Burst. Although its power was weaker than the previous attack, it still delivered a fatal blow to the snake. Cautiously, Mu Xian opened his eyes to find the Emerald Spirit Snake on the brink of death. Mu Xian shook his head slightly, feeling a hint of regret. If only he had a temporary beast taming ring. This 6th-rank leader-class Emerald Spirit Snake would have been an incredible prize. Whether sold or contracted, its value would have been immense. With no other choice, he gave the order to finish it off completely. The most precious parts of the Emerald Spirit Snake's corpse were undoubtedly its eyes and inner core. The snake's eyes were rare evolutionary resources for snake-type creatures, worth millions, while its inner core was a key ingredient for crafting mental detoxification elixirs, equally priceless. Other parts, such as the meat, fangs, heart, and skin, were also excellent alchemical materials. However, limited by his backpack's capacity, Mu Xian could only take the eyes and core before quickly leaving the scene. It wasn't long before the scent of blood attracted other beasts. They swarmed in, fighting fiercely over the Emerald Spirit Snake's remains. When the chaos finally subsided, only scattered traces of blood were left, silently bearing witness to the brutal battle. More than an hour later, a mysterious figure clad in black arrived, following the lingering trail. He crouched down to inspect the bloodstains and scraps of flesh on the ground, a glint of intrigue flashing in his eyes. To have taken down a leader-class Emerald Spirit Snake, he murmured to himself. Interesting. At dusk, Mu Xian finally arrived at Deathcliff, located in the northeastern corner of the secret realm. The area was marked by jagged, eerie cliffs, with a bottomless abyss plunging thousands of meters below, making it the most treacherous spot in the entire realm. Despite the breathtaking scenery, with each peculiar cliff seemingly embodying a unique sense of artistry, Mu Xian had no time to admire it. He quickly scouted for a suitable location to set up a temporary camp, preparing for the week ahead to search for a spatial-type beast companion. Meanwhile, as Mu Xian safely reached his destination, a man dressed in black was trudging cautiously through the wilderness, cursing under his breath. A Lord-level beast had forced him to take a detour of over 10 kilometers. Suddenly, his entire body tensed as he realized he had accidentally wandered into a wolf pack's hunting grounds. Brothers of the wolf clan, please continue your hunt. I'm just passing through. Just passing through? The man in black stammered while slowly backing away. He turned and bolted as soon as he finished speaking. The wolves, their eyes burning with rage, howled ferociously and gave chase. As night fell, the dangers of the secret realm multiplied. Fortunately, Mu Xian was well prepared, bringing a scent-concealing sleeping bag that allowed him to survive the first night without incident. Elsewhere on Death Cliff, the man in black lay battered and bruised, sprawled on the ground with no strength left to curse. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he thought bitterly, damn that employer. Once I finish this job, I, Ghost Rat, will make them pay. At the break of dawn, Mu Xian began his work. Using his information panel, he searched for any trace of spatial-type beasts. The area was teeming with beasts, and if not for the concealment of his carefully chosen campsite, spending the night would have been tantamount to suicide. Suddenly, Mu Xian came across an unusual entry on his information panel. Chao Gui. Species, human. Condition, seriously injured. Rank, elite, level 9. Beast companions. Soul-chasing ghost rat commander, level 9. Earth-burrowing armored dragon commander, level 7. Ghost-face scorpion commander, level 2. Soul-chasing ghost rat. Species, soul-type rodent family. Rank, commander, level 9. Condition, minor injuries. Bloodline, lord level. Quality, ordinary. Skills, soul tracking, ghostly speed, ghost rat's kiss. Description, evolved from the soul-chasing rat, it excels at tracking auras, moves with ghostly swiftness, and possesses a deadly soul toxin. Avoid its kiss at all costs. Death is inevitable. Mu Xian's eyes narrowed, and alarm bells rang in his mind. A beast tamer with 3 top-tier commander-level companions, skilled in tracking, appearing in this remote area? It couldn't be a coincidence. Could he also be searching for spatial-type beasts? No, with 3 companions already, his mental capacity wouldn't allow for a 4th contract. More likely, he was here to hunt him down. With this realization, a cold glint appeared in Mu Xian's eyes. He decided to strike first and eliminate this potential threat. A plan quickly formed in his mind. Silently, he issued orders to his ice crystal spirit, directing it toward a nearby earth bear's lair. At the same time, in an inconspicuous underground cave, Chao Gui, known as Ghost Rat, struggled to his feet. Seeing that his soul-chasing ghost rat's injuries were not severe, he breathed a sigh of relief. As a silver-ranked assassin for the Shadow Knight organization, Chao Gui was infamous for his cunning methods. But this time, The mission to kill an 18-year-old boy had nearly cost him his life, fueling his rage. He vowed to abandon his usual tactics and take his time tormenting the boy to vent his frustration. Just as unease crept into Chao Gui's mind, his soul-chasing ghost rat began chittering frantically. Moments later, a seemingly harmless gray bear cub tumbled into the cave. Chao Gui's expression changed drastically. Damn it, that's an earth bear. Ghost rat, we need to leave immediately. Before he could finish, the ground shook violently. The cave entrance was torn open, revealing a towering, muscular adult earth bear. Chao Gui recognized it as a peak commander-level beast, and it had already locked eyes on him. With a thunderous roar, the earth bear hurled a massive boulder straight at him. Earth bear, this is a misunderstanding, Chao Gui shouted in despair, but the beast clearly had no interest in his explanations. Minutes later, the soul-chasing ghost rat let out a heart-wrenching shriek as it barely managed to block the boulder, leaving it critically injured and forcing it to retreat into Chao Gui's body. Chao Gui coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. The earth bear, satisfied with its victory, roared triumphantly before leaving with its cub. Not long after, Mu Xian's figure emerged silently in the cave. Seeing Chao Gui's pitiful state, he smiled in satisfaction. Everything had gone according to plan. After an indeterminate amount of time, Chao Gui regained consciousness, the searing pain forcing a groan from his lips. Suddenly, a young voice sounded beside him. Finally awake? Huh? Chao Gui's eyes snapped open, and he stared in disbelief at the figure before him. It's you? How is this possible? Mu Xian grinned. That's right, it's me. Surprised? Chao Gui let out a cold snort. Looks like I underestimated you. Mu Xian's smile faded, his tone turning icy. You must be an assassin. I found this badge in your bag. He held up a tag engraved with the name Ghost Rat, a trademark left at his target's locations to spread his infamy. Mu Xian spoke calmly. Any last words? If not, it's time to send you on your way. As for who hired you, does it even matter? Don't you want to know who's trying to kill you? Chao Gui's trembling voice betrayed the fear gripping his heart. Mu Xian let out a cold laugh, a glint of frost flashing in his eyes. I have many enemies, but the one so desperate to see me dead can only be one person. He turned to the ice crystal spirit beside him and ordered, send him on his way. No, Chao Gui cried out in terror, his voice filled with despair. I have money, lots of money. I can give it all to you. Not necessary, Mu Xian replied indifferently, his expression unreadable. I can earn money on my own. Before his words fully settled, the ice crystal spirit attacked, its icy blade slicing through Chao Gui in an instant. Moments later, Chao Gui's information panel dissolved into the air like a burst bubble. Mu Xian turned, his gaze directed toward the entrance of the secret realm. He muttered under his breath, Luosi, I was planning to wait until after the college exams to deal with you. But now, I can't afford to delay any longer. At that moment, Mu Xian finally understood. This was no longer an era where everything was governed by the rule of law. When dealing with enemies, the key was decisiveness, eliminating threats at their root to ensure they could never rise again. That morning, the transmigrator Mu Xian completed a profound shift in mindset. By the afternoon, Mu Xian began searching the edges of Death's Cliff for traces of the spatial-type beast. While he had doubted the reliability of Xing San's information, his instincts told him that, in a life-or-death situation, Xing San was unlikely to fabricate a lie that could easily be debunked. However, 2 days of searching yielded no results. The spatial-type beast seemed as though it had never been there. Contemplating his next steps, Mu Xian thought, I'll give it one more day. If I still can't find it, I'll move on. His food supplies were running low, and cooking in the wild was too risky. It could easily attract lord-level beasts. He'd heard many stories of rookies meeting their end because the scent of their cooking drew vicious predators. On the third evening, Mu Xian arrived at the northernmost point of Death's Cliff, the most perilous area in the region. Beyond that lay the edge of the secret realm itself. Mu Xian could clearly see tiny spatial rifts appearing intermittently, silently slicing through the surrounding space. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait a minute, spatial rifts? Mu Xian's eyes lit up. As a spatial-type beast, it would naturally be drawn to space itself. How could it fear spatial rifts? This must be the most likely place for the spatial beast to appear. Sure enough, just as night was about to fall, Mu Xian detected a thrilling piece of information in the void. Spatial Weasel. Species, Spatial-type Weasel family. Rank, Elite, Level 7. Bloodline, Lord level. Quality, Exceptional. Skills, Microcosmic Space, Spatial Lock. Description. Originally an ordinary weasel born on the edge of the Nanshan secret realm, it absorbed a trace of Void Catastrophe Dragon's blood, gaining Void attributes and becoming a top-tier spatial beast with immense potential. Spatial Weaselet really is a spatial-type beast. Mu Xian's heart surged with excitement. The creature before him had not yet fully matured, making it the perfect time to form a contract. With this beast by his side, many of his plans could finally move forward, freeing him from his current constraints. Interesting, it even absorbed the Void Catastrophe Dragon's blood. Mu Xian mused. Though it's only a trace, it's enough for it to evolve toward a dragon-like form. With the information panel and bloodline extraction and fusion techniques, I can turn this spatial weasel into a true dragon. But how could he form a contract with this little creature? Mu Xian pondered deeply. The spatial weasel was hiding in the void, making it impossible to even attempt persuasion. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Wait, a weasel? Isn't it closely related to wild cats? Maybe I can try using food to lure it. Without hesitation, Mu Xian quickly caught a few fish from a nearby river and began grilling them near Death's Cliff. He was convinced that the spatial weasel wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of delicious food. Sure enough, the aromatic scent of grilled fish wafted through the air, soon catching the attention of the spatial weasel. 5 minutes later, a shadow darted by, and the grilled fish vanished in an instant. Mu Xian chuckled to himself. Spatial beasts really are impressive. Slipping through the void is second nature to them. He encouraged himself silently. I'm not afraid of you stealing, only of you not being tempted. Then he continued grilling. An hour later, after watching the fourth fish disappear into thin air, Mu Xian fell into deep thought. Something about this situation didn't feel right. The next day, Mu Xian stubbornly grilled 20 fish, all of which were snatched away by the spatial weasel. Frustratingly, the little creature would disappear immediately after each theft, leaving no chance for interaction. Fine, I'll give it one last try today. If it doesn't work, I'll come back another time, Mu Xian sighed. Finally understanding why spatial beasts were so rare, it was nearly impossible to form a contract when you couldn't even meet them properly. At noon, Mu Xian grilled 5 fish at once. As he cooked, he spoke to the spatial weasel hiding in the void. Little cat, I'm leaving. From now on, you'll have to grill your own fish. Inwardly, he grumbled, damn it. Why is this little creature so stubborn? Not a single reaction can it even understand me. Mu Xian continued to lament, once I'm gone, I won't be coming back often. Take care of yourself, all right? As he spoke, the 5 fish were finally ready, lying there to await the spatial weasel's arrival. To Mu Xian's delight, this time the creature hesitated. It didn't immediately snatch the fish as it had before. Under Mu Xian's expectant gaze, a silver-gray, cat-like beast finally revealed itself. Its eyes, like liquid mercury, shimmered with an air of mystery. The spatial weasel had finally appeared. Mu Xian acted as if he were already well acquainted with the creature, nodding lightly and offering it the grilled fish. Little cat, go ahead and eat. It won't taste as good if it gets cold. The spatial weasel hesitated for a moment, taking twice as long as usual to finish the 5 fish. Seeing this, Mu Xian smiled warmly and waved. All good things must come to an end. I'm leaving now, take care. Let's go. Ice Crystal Spirit. Mu Xian turned and began to walk away with the Ice Crystal Spirit. At that moment, the spatial weasel, standing on the edge of Death's Cliff, hesitated. It, too, yearned for the world beyond. Watching Mu Xian's figure grow smaller in the distance, the spatial weasel finally made up its mind and darted after him. Meanwhile, Mu Xian was muttering to himself, did my performance fail? Did the spatial weasel not take the bait? Damn it, why is luring a spatial beast so hard? Just as he was about to give up hope, a silver-gray figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was none other than the spatial weasel. Mu Xian's lips curved into a triumphant smile. Finally, you're here. Why is the little cat here? Did you come to see me off? Mu Xian asked curiously, feigning innocence. The space ferret grabbed Mu Xian's pant leg and shook its head anxiously. It then pointed its paw toward the sky, its eyes sparkling with anticipation. Mu Xian suddenly understood, amazed by the little creature's intelligence. You mean, you want to see the outside world too? The space ferret nodded repeatedly, its adorable demeanor melting hearts. Mu Xian smiled gently and said, of course you can, but you'll need to form a beast taming contract with me. Otherwise, it's too dangerous, you might get captured. The space ferret hesitated for a moment, then eventually nodded in agreement. Mu Xian reached out to gently pat its head, smiling warmly. Don't worry, the outside world is amazing. There's plenty of delicious food waiting for you. Upon hearing this, the space ferret's eyes lit up with excitement, confirming Mu Xian's suspicion that it was quite the foodie. With the space ferret's cooperation, Mu Xian quickly completed the contract. Nearby, the ice crystal spirit floated over, radiating a friendly glow. Looking at the harmonious scene before him, Mu Xian's face brightened with satisfaction. 5 days of hard work had finally paid off. Time to give you both names, Mu Xian said, addressing the 2 small creatures. Ice crystal spirit, I'll call you Xiao Ling. And for you, space ferret, your name will be Xiao Mao. The ice crystal spirit danced joyfully in midair, and the space ferret let out a cheerful cry, clearly pleased with their new names. Suddenly, Mu Xian's expression turned serious as he thought about the next step in his plan. To eliminate Luosi before the news of Chao Gui's death spread, Mu Xian decided to use Chao Gui's identity to enter and exit the Nanshan's secret realm undetected, ensuring he could take down Luosi while establishing an alibi for himself. Since the Nanshan's secret realm was a public area with lax identity checks, it presented the perfect opportunity. Donning the black robes he'd taken from Chao Gui, Mu Xian left the Nanshan secret realm under Chao Gui's identity. At 4:30 p.m., he arrived at the gates of Jiuzhong High School, hiding in the shadows as he waited for Luosi to appear. At precisely 5 p.m., Luosi emerged from the school gates with a group of rowdy friends. To Mu Xian's surprise and delight, they didn't head home but instead made their way to a nearby bar called Blue Edge. In this era of beast taming, bars had become hotbeds for shady dealings, making them the perfect place to strike. Mu Xian discreetly followed them into the bar, biding his time. After a few rounds of drinks, Luosi was visibly drunk, stumbling as he made his way to the restroom. Mu Xian knew his moment had arrived. Inside the restroom, Luosi was reveling in the false belief that Mu Xian was likely dead. Suddenly, a familiar voice spoke from behind him. "You seem to be in a good mood." Luosi turned around in terror, but before he could react, Mu Xian dragged him into a stall. With his Tier 2 elite strength, Mu Xian easily subdued him. Without giving Luosi a chance to speak, Mu Xian quickly forced a glob of crimson liquid into his mouth. It was wolf beast blood. Luosi panicked, but the blood melted instantly upon contact, leaving him no chance to resist. As a beast tamer, Mu Xian was well aware of the horrifying consequences of humans consuming beast essence blood. He had chosen this method specifically to avoid detection by tracking type beast tamers. Sure enough, the horrifying transformation began almost immediately. Luosi's entire body turned a deep, blood-red hue, resembling a boiled lobster. His body swelled grotesquely, as if on the verge of bursting. But soon, something completely unexpected happened to Mu Xian. Contrary to his expectations, Luosi did not explode and die. Instead, an astonishing mutation occurred. Under Mu Xian's shocked gaze, Luosi's body began to twist and contort, gradually transforming into a grotesque wolf-like beast. His head became horrifyingly monstrous, and thick black fur quickly spread over his arms. His entire body swelled with exaggerated, tumor-like growths, and countless capillaries surfaced grotesquely, creating an image that was utterly repulsive. What shocked Mu Xian even more was that Luosi had lost all rationality at this moment, emitting a feral hatred from his glowing eyes, his entire being radiating a terrifying aura on par with that of a commander-level entity. While Mu Xian was still reeling from the shock of Luosi's fusion with beastly blood, the half-beast monstrosity lunged at him without hesitation. Though surprised, Mu Xian was unfazed. He quickly formulated a plan, his eyes flickering with an idea. Reaching commander-level power means nothing if you're just a mindless beast, Mu Xian thought to himself. Besides, we're in the city. Without wasting a moment, he summoned his spatial ferret, Xiao Mao. Use spatial lock. Immobilize this creature, Mu Xian commanded. As soon as reinforcements arrive, we're leaving. The spatial ferret glanced disdainfully at the monstrous Luosi before activating its power. In an instant, the creature was frozen in place. Mu Xian wasted no time. He darted out of the restroom and shouted loudly, "Help! There's a monster in the restroom." By the time the bar's security team arrived, Mu Xian had already made his escape. The security guards, startled by the sight of the grotesque Luosi, quickly composed themselves. They weren't ordinary humans, after all, and soon managed to stabilize the situation. In the end, the bar's owner personally intervened, killing the monstrous Luosi on the spot. Watching from a safe distance as the delayed city enforcers arrived, Mu Xian smirked to himself. If they can trace this back to me, they'll admit defeat. The incident of the bar monster stirred up a frenzy. The enforcers concluded that the creature was an out-of-control beast god cultist and poured nearly all their resources into the investigation. What Mu Xian hadn't anticipated was that his accidental actions would inadvertently expose the true identity of Luos's father, Luoana, beast god cultist who had remained hidden for years. As the enforcers threw themselves into solving the case, deep within a shadowy underground temple, several hooded figures convened in silence for a secret meeting. After a long pause, a raspy voice finally spoke. Luoan's exposure was unexpected. Our plans are at risk of being uncovered. I've decided the withering plan will be initiated ahead of schedule. Understood, Your Grace. The other hooded figures responded in unison, their voices cold and resolute. Thus, the curtain rose on a sinister conspiracy. The next day, Mu Xian quietly left Jinhua City and once again infiltrated the secret realm of Nanshan. By midday, as sunlight bathed the land, he emerged from the realm in his true identity, silently relieved that all his objectives had been accomplished. The following day, Mu Xian made a low-key appearance on campus. Just as he was preparing to resume his normal student life, Chun Kong brought shocking news. Luosi's father had been arrested. What surprised Mu Xian even more was that the royal enforcers hadn't come to question him. Having prepared his story in advance, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He speculated. Could the method of resolving Luosi's issue by using the powers of a demon beast's bloodline have misled the investigation? This unexpected turn of events was, of course, a welcome surprise for Mu Xian. He shifted his focus to improving the ranks of his two contracted beasts. However, a troublesome issue soon arose. His little cat, the Space Weasel, was consuming an alarming amount of resources for its cultivation. A single piece of void stone cost an astronomical 300,000 yuan, more than 10 times the resources required for his ice crystal spirit. Fortunately, his trip to the Nanshan secret realm had been fruitful. The most valuable items he acquired were the jade serpent's eye and gallbladder, which sold for a combined 1.4 million yuan. Including other spoils, he managed to convert his earnings into a total of 2 million yuan. Yet, even such a significant amount wasn't enough to afford a single advancement resource for the spatial weasel. A beast merchant explained, advancement resources for space-type beasts involve spatial energy, which is extremely rare and often priceless. Naturally, the costs are sky-high. With only 2 days left until the 9th school field combat assessment, Mu Xian's ice crystal spirit had already reached commander tier level 4, while his spatial weasel had advanced to elite tier level 9. Armed with 2 rare contracted beasts, Mu Xian brimmed with confidence, convinced that no one could rival him. In the classroom of grade 12, class 1, Lin Susu was giving her final instructions. The 9th school examination is a preliminary assessment, so make sure to act within your abilities and don't be reckless. It's best to form teams. The wild environment is complex and full of dangers, so be extra cautious. I've printed out the assessment rules. Make sure to read them carefully. Under Lin Susu's guidance, students with beasts that had reached the elite tier began joining the team heading to Beishan. The elite tier requirement was set because beasts of lower levels would likely be defeated by wild monsters in an instant, rendering the assessment meaningless. Even in this advanced class, nearly half the students' beasts hadn't met the standard. For regular classes, having 3 to 5 participants was considered a good turnout. In the era of contracted beasts, while everyone had the opportunity to form contracts with beasts, only a small minority truly succeeded in making a name for themselves through their beasts. Most people's beasts naturally reached the elite tier over time. Mu Xian estimated that about 1,200 students would participate in this year's 9th school examination, making it the largest event of its kind. Fortunately, Jinhua City had placed great importance on the exam, investing significant manpower and resources. Along the way, students traveled in small groups, chatting and laughing, creating an atmosphere more like a cheerful autumn outing than a perilous assessment. Brother Xian, shall we team up? Mu Xian, can I join your group? Mu Xian, Teacher Lin said we could form teams. Facing the flood of invitations, Mu Xian smiled calmly and said, my target is Commander Tier monsters. If any of you have reached Commander Tier, I'd consider teaming up with you. This statement earned him a collective round of eye rolls. Commander Tier? You're probably the only one in the entire school at that level. Mu Xian shrugged and replied with a grin. I'm saying this for your own good. Following me would actually be more dangerous for you. Chun Kong sighed and said, looks like my dream of clinging to someone strong is over, thanks to the 20,000 yuan Mu Xian had lent him. Chun Kang's mighty frog had successfully advanced and was now at elite tier level 3, a force to be reckoned with. Mu Xian chuckled and said, if you stick with me, where would you even get the chance to shine? Chun Kong wasn't disheartened. He had long understood that, given the gap in their abilities, Mu Xian wouldn't consider teaming up with him. On an open field outside Beishan, over 1,000 students from 9 schools gathered. What followed was a lengthy series of ceremonies. Speeches from the leaders of the Beast Taming Bureau, addresses from the principals of the 9 schools, one after another. By the time they finished, Mu Xian was nearly dozing off. It had to be said these speeches were as effective as lullabies. After over an hour of formalities, the leader of the Beast Taming Bureau gave the command, and the 9th school examination officially began. Students, either in pairs, small groups, or larger teams, started entering the forest. Of course, there were also some who preferred to act alone, such as the commander tier students from the 9 schools, all of whom chose to go solo. Mu Xian's luck seemed to be off today. After trekking several kilometers, he hadn't encountered a single monster. According to the assessment rules, students needed to hunt monsters and collect their left ears as proof. Monsters of different tiers awarded different points, and the final ranking would be based on total points. The top scorer would claim the ultimate glory. It is worth mentioning that during this joint examination, students are strictly prohibited from attacking one another. Observers patrolling on flying beasts are on high alert, ready to act at the first sign of misconduct. Violators will not only be disqualified, but also cause their schools to lose vital points. Mu Xian remained cautious, and over half an hour passed with his score still at 0. Just as Mu Xian began to grow anxious, a formidable ninth-tier blackthorn badger came into view. Before he could even issue a command, the ice crystal spirit eagerly unleashed an ice crystal blast. The badger collapsed instantly. Mu Xian shook his head with a sigh, swiftly severed the creature's left ear as proof of the kill, and continued on his way. As for the rest of the carcass, he couldn't be bothered to collect it. Meanwhile, as all eyes in Jianhua City were focused on the joint examination, an unexpected crisis was unfolding 10 kilometers west of the city, in Filong Village. This small settlement, famed for the weathered stone dragon sculpture standing at its entrance, now faced a dire threat. A group of men dressed in black infiltrated the village, shattering its usual tranquility. The villagers, just about to question the intruders, were ruthlessly struck down. Chaos erupted, screams filled the air, and animals scattered in fear. Leading the group was an elder with snow-white hair. His cold gaze swept across the village as he spoke in a detached tone. Who would have thought that beneath this so-called Great Dragon Village lies a sealed secret realm? The Dark Dragon 200 years have passed. It's time for its return. He turned to his subordinates and ordered, slaughter every last person in Filong Village. Use their blood to break the seal. I want Jianhua City to fall into utter ruin. Yes, priest. The black-clad men responded fervently. Without hesitation, they unleashed their beasts, which charged into the village like ravenous wolves. In less than 10 minutes, Filong Village was reduced to silence. The ground was littered with lifeless bodies, and every drop of blood was meticulously collected. The elder, referred to as the priest, feigned a tone of sanctimony, saying, "Death is merely another beginning. The beast god's divine kingdom shall welcome you all." Soon, the villagers' blood was poured over the once proud dragon sculpture at the village entrance, as though fueling some sinister ritual. Deep within the northern mountains, Mu Xian pressed forward relentlessly. With every swing of his blade, he dispatched dozens of ferocious beasts. He glanced down at the leather pouch filled with tokens representing his spoils, 9 leader-tier beasts and 20 elite-tier beasts. A confident smile tugged at the corners of his lips. This score, surely I'm in first place now, he thought. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps and beastly roars broke his train of thought. His expression turned serious as he swiftly made his way toward the source of the commotion. In no time, a startling scene unfolded before his eyes. A girl clad in the uniform of the 5th High School was fleeing in desperation, shielded by a 3-tailed illusory moon fox. Behind her, 2 massive leader-tier beasts were in hot pursuit. Mu Xian quickly scanned the girl's information panel. Name, Chen Yunxi. Race, human. Tier, Elite Stage 2. Talent, Moonlight Affinity. Beasts, 3-tailed illusory moon fox leader Stage 2, Moonshadow Spider Elite Stage 3. The details of the 3-tailed illusory moon fox appeared as well. Species, Illusion Moon Fox. Tier, Leader Stage 2. Bloodline, Lord Grade Quality. Skills, Illusionary Layers, Moonlight Strike, Illusory Moon Gaze. Traits, a rare dual-element beast with traces of 9-tailed Heavenly Fox bloodline, holding extraordinary future potential. Run. It's 2 leader-tier jungle tigers at Stage 6, the girl shouted from afar, her voice trembling with fear. Leader-tier Stage 6 jungle tigers? Mu Xian's eyes lit up as he called back. Don't worry, I can handle one of them. As the distance between them closed, Mu Xian recognized the girl. She was none other than Chen Yunxi, the renowned beauty of 5th High School, and reportedly the cherished daughter of the prestigious Chen family in Jianhua City. Even in her disheveled state, her stunning features were unforgettable. "Hi, I'm Chen Yunxi from 5th High School," she said between gasps. "Are you sure you can handle one of them?" The 2 jungle tigers behind her were closing in, their heavy breathing growing louder. "Trust me," Mu Xian replied with a wave of his hand. The ice crystal spirit by his side radiated an intense, bone-chilling cold, ready for action. Chen Yunxi's eyes widened as she noticed the ice crystal spirit. "That's an elemental life form, an ice crystal spirit. You're Mu Xian, the lucky one from 9th High School?" Mu Xian chuckled lightly. "That's me. Now, how about we each take one of these jungle tigers?" After a brief hesitation, Chen Yunxi nodded firmly. As a representative of 5th High School, how could she allow herself to lose to someone from 9th High? Without wasting another second, Mu Xian issued a command, and the ice crystal spirit launched into action. A massive ice tornado roared to life, sweeping one of the jungle tigers high into the air. The jungle tiger's information appeared. Species, Jungle Tiger. Tier, Leader Stage 6. Bloodline, Leader Grade Quality. Skills, Jungle Camouflage, Tiger Pounce. Traits, Masters of the Jungle, Elite among tigers, adept at ambush tactics and sudden strikes. Even without the advantage of camouflage, these jungle tigers were formidable foes. Their immense strength and powerful leaps made them deadly predators, capable of overpowering most beasts of the same tier. However, Today, they faced a rare elemental life form and a dual-element three-tailed illusory moon fox, a combination that spelled their doom. Within the raging ice tornado, the jungle tiger let out pained roars, clearly suffering severe injuries. Meanwhile, on the other side, three identical three-tailed illusory moon foxes appeared, surrounding the second jungle tiger. The beast looked around in confusion, seemingly caught in an illusion. Mu Xian quickly realized it was the illusory moon realm, a skill of the three-tailed illusory moon fox. The jungle tiger was thoroughly trapped, unable to break free. Moments later, the jungle tiger Mu Xian was battling let out a final, agonized cry before crashing to the ground. Before it could rise, a thick layer of frost enveloped its body. Ice crystal spirits, extreme cold freeze skill. Seconds later, the ice shattered in a violent explosion, leaving the jungle tiger heavily injured and near death. However, things were not going as smoothly on Chun Yunqi's side. Despite the three-tailed illusory moon fox's lower tier, the jungle tiger's sheer power allowed it to break free from the illusion and launch a ferocious counterattack. After a few probing strikes, it successfully identified the fox's true form. Xiaoyu, watch out! Chun Yunqi cried out in alarm as the jungle tiger lunged at the three-tailed illusory moon fox. Chirp! The fox let out a pained cry as it transformed into a streak of light and darted into Chun Yunqi's arms. The aftershock of the attack struck Chun Yunqi as well, causing her to stumble backward, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Seizing the opportunity, the jungle tiger charged at Chun Yunqi, poised for the kill. Just as it seemed all hope was lost, Mu Xian's ice crystal spirit arrived in the nick of time. A powerful skill sent the jungle tiger flying into the air once more, saving Chun Yunqi from imminent danger. Thank you, Mu Xian. Chun Yunqi's gratitude was evident in her tone. If not for his timely intervention, her fate would have been sealed. Mu Xian waved her thanks aside with a smile and issued another command to his ice crystal spirit. Xiaoling, use extreme cold freeze and ice crystal explosion. Finish this jungle tiger off. The ice crystal spirit glowed with icy blue light, responding instantly. As the jungle tiger hit the ground once more, a flurry of devastating skills erupted, bringing the ferocious beast to its final end. Before long, Mu Xian and Chun Yunqi joined forces to completely take down another heavily injured jungle tiger. Both Tier 6 leader jungle tigers fell one after the other, lying lifeless in the forest they had once ruled over. Chun Yunqi's face was pale, her breathing still somewhat labored, but she forced herself to speak. Mu Xian, you can take the identification tokens from these two jungle tigers. She fully understood the value of these tokens. According to the rules of the 9 schools joint exam, a single Tier 6 leader level beast was worth 3,500 points, enough to propel someone straight to the top of the rankings. Mu Xian gave an easygoing smile and waved his hand. No need to be so formal, Chun Yunqi. Just call me Mu Xian. Besides, we agreed earlier one for each of us. And aren't we a team right now? Helping each other is only natural. With that, Mu Xian immediately began dissecting the two jungle tigers. His movements were skillful and efficient, as if he'd done this countless times before. The body of a Tier 6 leader beast was incredibly valuable. Every part, from its pelt to its organs, held immense worth. Mu Xian carefully separated the tiger's skin and meat, collected its bones and blood, and didn't even overlook the whiskers or eyes. He paid particular attention to the tiger's reproductive organ, as it was the most valuable part of the entire creature, renowned for its potent medicinal properties and a market value of at least 1,000,000 yuan. Mu Xian's eyes gleamed with excitement, clearly determined to secure this unexpected windfall. Watching Mu Xian work tirelessly, Chun Yunqi hesitated for a moment before asking, Mu Xian, with all these materials, how are you planning to bring them back? Without looking up, Mu Xian smirked mysteriously. Don't worry, I've got a trick up my sleeve. In no time, the two massive jungle tigers were expertly processed into neatly organized materials. Suddenly, Mu Xian waved his hand lightly, and a small, silver-gray cat appeared out of thin air, landing gracefully on the ground. Meow. The little cat tilted its head, curiously surveying its surroundings. Pointing to the array of tiger materials on the ground, Mu Xian instructed the cat, pack all of this up. These are valuable treasures. Once we're back, I'll grill some for you. Meow. The spatial lynx let out an excited cry, and with a flash of soft light, all the materials on the ground vanished instantly, as if they had never existed. Chun Yunqi stood there, utterly stunned, her mouth slightly agape in disbelief. She blinked a few times, as though trying to confirm whether her eyes had deceived her. Had those priceless tiger materials really just disappeared into thin air? Chun Yunqi finally realized the truth. In an instant, she understood the true identity of the ferret-like beast in front of Hera, legendary spatial type beast. Her eyes widened in disbelief, unable to conceal her inner shock. This Mu Xian, known as the Lucky Star of Ninth High, had not only contracted a rare elemental life form, but also possessed an even rarer spatial type beast. The discovery was far more astonishing than witnessing Mu Xian kill 2 jungle tigers. A spatial-type beast? Chun Yunqi asked, her eyes filled with doubt as she looked at Mu Xian for confirmation. Mu Xian smiled and nodded, then swiftly changed the subject. Chun Yunqi, which parts of the jungle tiger do you need? Chun Yunqi lowered her voice, a little embarrassed. The same as you. Mu Xian nodded lightly and began to handle the jungle tiger with practiced ease. He skillfully skinned the tiger, removed its tendons, drained its blood, and harvested its bones in a seamless flow of movements. Chun Yunqi was left speechless, watching in awe. As the cherished daughter of the Chen family, she had never witnessed such a scene before. Mu Xian, does your family run a slaughterhouse? She couldn't help but ask. Just call me Mu Xian. He chuckled. No, we don't. It's just a matter of practice makes perfect. Chun Yunqi stared at the handsome but not particularly tall young man, suddenly finding him even more mysterious. She recalled the rumors about Mu Xian from 9th High that he had only contracted an elemental life form because of sheer luck. Thinking back now, it seemed utterly ridiculous. Could luck alone allow someone to contract a spatial-type beast? Could luck alone elevate a beast to the commander level so quickly and effortlessly kill 2 jungle tigers? Could luck alone allow someone to dissect a beast without batting an eyelid? Mu Xian, which beast taming academy are you planning to apply to? Chun Yunqi asked curiously. Mu Xian looked up at the sky. Probably Eternal Academy. Eternal Academy? Chun Yunqi nodded softly. That makes sense. Only the most prestigious academy in Longhua could be fitting for a genius like you. Mu Xian laughed. Don't underestimate yourself. In my eyes, you're a genius too. He was referring to Chen Yunqi's second contracted beast, the Moonshadow Spider. This moonlight-type beast was renowned, and Mu Xian had heard of it before. He was impressed by the Chun family's wealth. Known as the Moon Goddess Pet, the Moonshadow Spider could absorb moonlight to turn invisible and gain significant combat power under the moonlight, making it the ruler of moonlit nights. Such a powerful beast was naturally rare and valuable, with each juvenile spider costing at least 100 million. It was even rumored that the Moonshadow Spider carried royal bloodlines and had extremely high contract requirements, with each spider having a unique temperament. Chun Yunqi being able to contract with one was a testament to her talent. Chun Yunqi blushed at the compliment. I'm not as great as you make me out to be. Half an hour later, the jungle tiger was finally dissected, and the materials were temporarily stored with Mu Xian. Mu Xian, I'm heading out now, Chun Yunqi said reluctantly. She had found that being with Mu Xian was uniquely relaxing. She didn't have to worry about others' opinions or deal with flattery. Around Mu Xian, she felt like an ordinary persona feeling she particularly cherished. Mu Xian nodded lightly. Go ahead. With this jungle tiger, your score should be quite good. Chun Yunqi nodded in agreement before summoning an overseer from above. Mu Xian, on the other hand, continued deeper into the northern mountains to hunt beasts. For him, this was a rare opportunity, and he intended to make the most of it. Soon, he ventured even further, nearing the main ridge of the Longmen mountain range. Around noon, Mu Xian suddenly spotted an unusual Beasta Vitality rabbit, only at elite level 2. In the depths of the northern mountains, elite-level vitality rabbits were exceptionally rare. Even stranger, this particular rabbit was not only lively but also noticeably larger than an average vitality rabbit. As Mu Xian approached within 50 meters of the rabbit, an information panel appeared before him, and he couldn't contain his excitement. Dragon Vitality Rabbit. Species, Rabbit Family. Level, Elite 2. Bloodline, Lord Level. Quality, Exceptional. Skills, Boundless Vitality, Dragon Strength. Description. A lucky vitality rabbit that mutated after absorbing trace amounts of energy from a dragon blood fruit tree. It carries a hint of dragon bloodline and has considerable potential. Seeing the dragon vitality rabbit's information, Mu Xian was thrilled. The dragon blood fruit tree was a miraculous spiritual tree that could produce dragon blood fruits. These fruits contain the power of true dragons and could transform beasts into dragon-type species, making them a key material for evolving low-level beasts into dragon types. This dragon vitality rabbit, though mutated, was still only at elite level 2, likely having just absorbed the energy from the dragon blood fruit tree. This meant the dragon blood fruit tree was about to bear fruit. Mu Xian quietly retreated to avoid alarming the rabbit, planning to track it back to its lair. Like a patient hunter, he waited silently. Finally, after more than an hour, the dragon vitality rabbit returned to its nest. Mu Xian followed it cautiously, relying on the guidance of the information panel to ensure he wouldn't lose track. After about 20 minutes, Mu Xian arrived at a massive tree that towered into the sky. Hanging from its branches were 12 golden red fruits emitting a peculiar fragrance. Dragon blood fruit tree. Dragon blood fruits. Mu Xian was overjoyed. He hadn't expected to encounter such a rare opportunity during the joint examination of the 9 schools, discovering a dragon blood tree in the depths of the northern mountains. In fact, he hadn't even noticed that he had already left the northern mountain range, and entered the depths of the Longmen mountain range. Remaining vigilant, Mu Xian knew that rare spiritual trees and fruits were always guarded by beasts. A treasure as valuable as the dragon blood fruit tree would be no exception. Sure enough, the information panel revealed over a dozen beasts in the vicinity. However, what he saw on the panel left him stunned. Thunderstorm wolf. Species, Thunder Canine family. Level, Lord level 9. Bloodline, Beast King level. Quality, Elite. Skills, Thunderstorm, Lightning Prison, Thunderclaw, Thunderstride. Description: a powerful beast living in the depths of the Longmen mountain range, the undisputed ruler of the surrounding 100 miles. Handle with caution. Mighty Demon Ape. Species, Strength Demon Ape family. Level, Lord level 9. Bloodline, Lord level. Quality, exceptional. Skills, Divine Power Fist, Frenzy Mode, Mountain Crush, Demon Ape Roar. Description: a ferocious beast born for battle, unrivaled in combat, and utterly relentless. However, in its severely injured state, its strength has been significantly diminished. Iron Feather Golden Eagle Emerald Dragon Python. In the distance, Mu Xian gazed intently at the 7 or 8 figures that appeared within his field of vision. His Adam's apple unconsciously moved as he swallowed hard. He finally realized something was amiss. The beasts surrounding the dragon blood fruit tree were all incredibly powerful, with the weakest among them at Lord rank level 7. Among them were rare bloodlines and extraordinary species, particularly the mighty demon ape, towering at 7 to 8 meters tall, resembling a small mountain and exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Compared to it, the beasts cultivated by Lin Yin of the Dark Alliance seemed utterly insignificant. Mu Xian's heart sank. He had ventured deep into the Longmen mountain range. Facing such a gathering of height-tier beasts, retreating seemed like the wisest choice. Yet, the treasure was right before his eyes. Giving up now felt like such a waste. He anxiously racked his brain for a plan, fully aware that lingering any longer would only increase the danger. A Lord-rank beast could ambush him from behind at any moment. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Could let the little cat take action. The space ferret, being a spatial-type beast, could discreetly snatch a dragon blood fruit as long as there were no beasts capable of suppressing its spatial abilities. Without hesitation, Mu Xian summoned the space ferret and explained his plan. However, the little cat immediately shrank back in fear, shaking its head vigorously. Meow, meow, meow. Too dangerous. I'm not going. Mu Xian rolled his eyes and patiently explained. I'm not asking you to fight those Lord-rank beasts. You just need to steal one dragon blood fruit. Wait for the right moment and act while they're fighting over it. Meow. No way. The little cat still refused. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Mu Xian had a sudden epiphany. He decided to appeal to the little creature's gluttonous nature. Little cat, this dragon blood fruit is meant for you. If you can bring back just one, you'll be able to evolve into a dragon-type beast. That finally got the little one's attention. It hesitated for a moment before reluctantly nodding in agreement. Mu Xian breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that he could have saved so much effort if he'd led with that. The plan was quickly set in motion. The space ferret vanished into the void in an instant. Mu Xian gave a slight nod of approval, then retreated several hundred meters, hiding atop a tall tree. He waited silently for the outcome of the operation. He had great confidence in the little cat's abilities. Without the presence of ultra-gravity, time, domain, or field-type beasts, spatial-type beasts were the most elusive to deal with. As time passed, the alluring fragrance of the dragon blood fruit tree grew stronger. More and more beasts converged from all directions, all of them at the Lord rank, numbering at least 30 or more. Fortunately, the northern side of the mountain, where Mu Xian was hiding, remained relatively safe for now, thanks to the cleanup efforts of the teachers from the 9 great academies. After more than 2 hours, the strange phenomenon surrounding the tree suddenly vanished. The beasts immediately became frenzied, vying for the dragon blood fruit. A steel-feathered dark gold eagle was the first to make a move, swooping down with incredible speed to snatch a fruit. But just as it tried to take flight, it was bombarded by wind blades from all directions, launched by a Windfire Skyhawk at Lord rank level 8. The eagle's action shattered the fragile balance, and the beasts on the ground surged toward the dragon blood fruit tree. 2 peak Lord rank beasts, the thunderstorm wolf and the mighty demon ape, roared in fury, unleashing devastating attacks to repel the intruding beasts. Chaos erupted beneath the tree. Amidst the pandemonium, a small, silver-gray beast suddenly materialized from the void, landing on the trunk of the dragon blood fruit tree. Taking advantage of the height-tier beasts being preoccupied, it quietly plucked a dragon blood fruit. Not satisfied with just one, the little creature went for a second, then a third. However, when it reached for a fourth, the mighty demon ape finally noticed it. A terrifying roar echoed across the land, shaking the void as the little beast was blown off the trunk by the sheer force of the sound waves. Just as it seemed the little cat was doomed, it vanished into thin air as the void shimmered. The unexpected turn of events enraged the mighty demon ape even further. It let out a series of deafening roars, roar, launching indiscriminate attacks on the surrounding beasts. In mere moments, a Lord-rank beast was sent flying hundreds of meters, severely injured on the spot. Perched atop a distant tree, Mu Xian watched the brutal chaos unfolding beneath the dragon blood fruit tree and exhaled softly. He was grateful he hadn't acted recklessly otherwise. The consequences would have been unimaginable. Suddenly, Mu Xian felt a weight on his shoulder as the space ferret returned silently. Its timid demeanor brought Mu Xian a slight sense of relief. Little one, did you manage to steal the dragon blood fruit? Mu Xian asked in a hushed tone. The space ferret puffed out its chest proudly, as if to say, when I, the space ferret, take action, failure is impossible. Without delay, it retrieved 1, 2, 3 dragon blood fruits from its dimensional space. Mu Xian stood dumbfounded, exclaiming, 3 dragon blood fruits? His gaze toward the little creature changed instantly. The enticing aroma of the dragon blood fruits wafted through the air as Mu Xian quickly inspected their properties. Dragon blood fruit. Grade. Lord level. Applicable to dragon type, sub-dragon type, serpent, python, and flood dragon species, as well as flesh and blood beasts. Description. A rare spiritual fruit containing a trace of true dragon power, serving as a primary material for evolving low-tier beasts into dragon-type creatures. When consumed directly, there's a chance of transforming into a dragon-type beast, inheriting dragon lineage and enhancing bloodline potential. Note: the mature dragon blood fruit emits a fragrance that strongly attracts beasts. Quick, put them away, little one. We need to leave immediately, Mu Xian urged, sensing the anger of high-level beasts nearby. Staying any longer would surely risk being discovered. With the ice crystal spirit and the space ferret by his side, Mu Xian swiftly departed. Not long after, a vibrant butterfly landed on the tree trunk they had just rested on, letting out a peculiar cry. The sun dipped below the horizon, and twilight blanketed the sky as the 9-school joint examination neared its conclusion. At the entrance of the test site, students emerged in groups, their expressions varied, some beaming with joy, others crestfallen, and a few remaining silent the entire time. The leaderboard continued to update. First high school, Zhao Siwei, 18,500 points. Third high school, He Busi, 21,100 points. Eighth high school, Zhang Qingming, 44,300 points. Watching their school's scores soar while glancing at the stagnant numbers of 9th high school, the principal of 8th high school couldn't hide his smugness. Old Lin, why does your school have so few points? Didn't you say there was some lucky kid who formed a contract with an elemental lifeform? The principal of 7th high school chimed in. Old Lin, we even considered you a serious rival. Turns out, it's just an empty threat. Lin Xuan snorted coldly. What's there to gloat about? That kid hasn't come out yet. Just wait when he does. He'll leave you all in shock. Oh, is that so? The 8th high school principal chuckled. It's not so easy to surprise us. Our Zhang Qingming from 8th high school hunted a tier 4 commander level beast and a total of 30 beasts. I doubt anyone can top that. As darkness settled and night began to fall, impatience grew among the crowd. By now, only 3 people had yet to emerge from North Mountain. The Education Bureau leader anxiously questioned the 9 high school principals. Why haven't Zhuge Qing from 2nd high, Feng Zitao from 4th high, and Mu Xian from 9th high returned yet? Are they lost? Has anyone been sent to find them? If this drags on, the city gates will close. Lin Xuan braced himself and explained. Maybe they ventured too far in. The 8th high principal sneered. With their abilities, do you think they could have ventured deep into the Longmen Mountain range? The other principals chuckled, except for Hua Qingwei, the 5th high principal, who seemed thoughtful. She recalled how her school's top student, Chen Yunxi, had once mentioned that Mu Xian from 9th high was extraordinarily talented, capable of easily taking down a jungle tiger at commander level 6. Among the 9th high students, Lin Susu anxiously asked, Grandpa, do you think something happened to Mu Xian? Lin Xuanya forced a calm tone. He should be fine. That kid has some sense of caution. Maybe he got delayed by something. Meanwhile, in the 5th high group, Chen Yunxi kept glancing toward the entrance of North Mountain, prompting her friend Ning Ruoxue to tease her. Come on, admit it. Do you like him? Chen Yunxi's cheeks flushed slightly. I've only met him once. How could I possibly like him? Just then, a figure emerged from the entrance of North Mountain. It was none other than Mu Xian, who had just fought his way out after killing 17 beasts. Lin Susu dashed forward immediately. Mu Xian, you're finally out. The 8th high principal chuckled. So you're Mu Xian? Now that you're here, why don't you show us your results? I'd like to see what kind of performance could possibly surpass my 8th high students. Mu Xian smiled. Hello, Principal Xuan. If 44,000 points is the benchmark, Then I'm afraid mine is a bit higher. With that, he unfastened the leather strap on his back and dumped out a pile of beast left ears. Everyone present was stunned. Commander level 6 jungle tigers, Commander level 5 gale leopards and berserk giant bears, and a large number of Commander level 4 beasts, more than 60 in total, with the weakest at elite level 9. The total score? 63,900 points. The crowd erupted in shock. Principal Shan Heng of 8th High was left speechless, his face burning with embarrassment. Lin Xuan took the opportunity to mock, "Old Shun, what do you think of my students' results? I told you before, but you didn't believe me." Just as the Education Bureau leader was about to commend Mu Xian, two flying beasts approached from afar, each carrying a student in the arms of a monitor. The second high principal rushed forward in alarm. "What happened?" The monitor shook his head. "By the time we arrived, the bodies were already cold." The fourth high principal sighed as he gazed at the other broken body. Due to the tragic loss of the two students, the award ceremony was cancelled, and everyone returned to their schools for counseling. In the ninth high group, Chen Kong complained to Mu Xian, "Brother Xian, what's this mess? Your hard-earned resources are gone now." Mu Xian explained, "Probably not. The city lord's office isn't likely to withhold resources over this. They're more likely trying to determine whether the deaths were caused by beasts or by humans." "Humans?" Chen Kong exclaimed in shock. Mu Xian sighed. "That's right. In the wilderness, the most dangerous thing isn't the beasts, it's other humans." A sense of unease suddenly washed over him, as if something significant was about to happen. As night fell, Mu Xian followed the group back to Jinhua City. Just as he was about to head home, a faint tremor shook the ground. Moments later, piercing alarm sirens echoed across the city. This is a full city alert? An enemy invasion? No way, it's a beast horde. A beast horde is coming. Ninth High Principal Lin Xuanya suddenly announced loudly, "We've just received orders from the City Lord's office. All Beast Tamers of elite level and above from Ninth High, follow me to reinforce the northern city wall." Taking a deep breath, he continued, "This beast horde isn't a natural disaster, it's man-made. We, as Beast Tamers of Jinhua City, must fight for our city. We must protect what is ours, Jinhua City. Defend Jinhua City." A powerful shout, like a battle horn, instantly ignited the passion of everyone present. The students responded enthusiastically, chanting slogans as the youthful fervor coursed through their veins. Yet, standing amidst the crowd, Mu Xian remained exceptionally calm. He knew all too well that facing this beast tide would inevitably lead to casualties. Among these inexperienced student soldiers, many might never leave this battlefield alive. Mu Xian turned to Chen Kong beside him and quietly instructed, "Kongzi, make sure to stick close to me later." Despite his words, Mu Xian couldn't help but calculate inwardly if this guy got into trouble. Recovering the 20,000 yuan he had lent him would be a long shot. Hearing this, Chen Kang's eyes welled up with tears of gratitude, and he almost lunged forward to hug Mu Xian. This sudden display of affection made Mu Xian shudder, prompting him to take a quick step back. There was no time for rest, let alone a proper meal. The group was swiftly led to the western city wall to begin their watch. It was there that Mu Xian and his peers finally learned the full story of the crisis. Earlier that evening, tens of thousands of demonic beasts had suddenly appeared to the west of Jinhua City, including a dark dragon whose power had reached the peak of the Beast King level. This abrupt threat plunged the entire city into a state of emergency. A city-wide mobilization was initiated to organize defenses, and reinforcements were urgently called for. As students of the Beastmaster Academy, Mu Xian and his classmates were naturally conscripted. Fortunately, given their limited abilities, they were stationed at the third defensive line in the northern sector, tasked with stopping any beasts that managed to slip through. Chen Kong, visibly uneasy, asked, "Brother Xian, we'll be okay, right?" Mu Xian's gaze turned solemn as he looked westward, where the true battlefront lay. He replied calmly, "Don't worry, we just need to do our part." Yet deep down, he couldn't help but reflect on the state of this world, known as Blue Star. Beneath the seemingly prosperous civilization of Beastmasters lay constant, lurking dangers. For a fleeting moment, he found himself longing for the tranquil life he once had on Earth in his past life. Just then, a deafening explosion echoed from the west. Dazzling lights intertwined in the sky, accompanied by the unrelenting roars of demonic beasts. The battle had officially begun. "Kongzi, get ready. The beasts will definitely split off and head our way," Mu Xian warned, his ice crystal spirit already poised for action on his shoulder. Chen Kong nodded resolutely, while his mighty frog emitted a low croak, bracing for combat. Around them, other students clenched their fists nervously, preparing for the impending onslaught. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a portion of the beasts circled toward the north. Intense shouting and beastly growls erupted from the first defensive line. The primary defenders there were the school principals, whose beasts few in number but immensely powerful were tasked with intercepting the most formidable beast king level and lord level creatures. The second defensive line, manned by the teachers, was more varied in strength, ranging from lord level to commander level. Finally, the third line of defense, where Mu Xian and his classmates were positioned, was left to the students. In a matter of moments, hundreds of beasts broke through the first two defensive lines and charged toward the city wall. The students stationed there tensed up immediately, some even trembling. Yet Mu Xian remained calm. He had faced far more harrowing situations in the past, and a mere few hundred beasts were far from enough to faze him. As one beast lunged toward the wall, the ice crystal spirit acted before Mu Xian could issue a command. Ice crystal blast. A crisp sound rang out, and the beast's position erupted in a burst of ice, sending it and two others nearby crashing back to the ground. Nice one, Brother Xian. Chen Kong shouted excitedly. Focus on the battlefield, not me. Mu Xian snapped, shooting him a glare. He couldn't believe this guy was still distracted at such a critical moment. Chen Kong sheepishly turned his attention back to the wall, but in that very instant, a dark, venomous spider suddenly leapt up from the edge of the wall, landing squarely on his face. Ah, help, Brother Xian. Chen Kong screamed in pain. His mighty frog reacted swiftly, delivering a powerful punch that sent the spider flying and saved its master. However, Chen Kang's face was already smeared with black blood, a clear sign of severe poisoning. Useless idiot. Mu Xian cursed under his breath. Without hesitation, he commanded, Little Ling, release some frost to stabilize Chen Kong. Little cat, go take down that venomous spider. Using frost to temporarily suppress Chen Kang's condition was the best solution Mu Xian could think of on the spot. He needed to deal with the venomous spider immediately, as its poison was notoriously lethal and time was of the essence. Little cat moved like a bolt of lightning, appearing above the spider in an instant. With a swift swipe of its razor-sharp claws, it crushed the spider's head. Only after confirming the spider's death did Mu Xian finally breathe a sigh of relief. He quickly dragged Chen Kong to a safer spot and took on the responsibility of defending two sections of the wall by himself. Fortunately, the ice crystal spirit was exceptionally powerful, with spells that packed a punch. It relentlessly repelled, knocked down, and eliminated the beasts that swarmed the wall. In just half an hour, over 50 beasts had fallen to its attacks. However, the other students weren't faring as well. Overwhelmed by the relentless waves of beasts, many soon found themselves in dire situations. Casualties began to mount. In only an hour and a half, 4 students on the western wall had already lost their lives, while 9 others were injured. The battle was even more brutal than anyone had anticipated, with every person teetering on the edge of life and death. The brutal battle raged on, and the defenses atop the city walls were on the verge of collapse. Beasts surged forward like a relentless tide. Even with 2 lines of defense, they continued to swarm up the walls in an unending wave. Mu Xian frowned deeply, watching as even the auxiliary girls were forced to join the fight. He knew the situation was dire. His gaze swept across the battlefield, and suddenly, an idea struck him. The scattered beasts were actually limiting Xiaoling's potential. The second line of defense that's where the beasts were most concentrated. The perfect spot for Xiaoling to unleash her power. One skill could take out dozens of beasts and potentially relieve the pressure on the third line of defense. With that thought, Mu Xian didn't hesitate. He leapt from the city wall, his figure like an arrow shot from a bow, heading straight for the second line of defense. Mu Xian, where are you going? Lin Susu, overseeing the battle from a distance, cried out in alarm, her voice filled with worry. I'm going to the second line. Mu Xian called back without turning his head. He simply waved his hand, leaving Lin Susu staring after him in disbelief. In just a few breaths, Mu Xian crossed dozens of meters and arrived at the second line of defense. The situation here was even more critical than on the city walls. Thousands of beasts had already gathered, threatening to break through at any moment. Who are you? A stern voice demanded. It was the commander of the second line of defense. Mu Xian straightened his posture and responded loudly. I'm Mu Xian, a student from number 9 high school, assigned to the third line of defense. But I believe the second line is better suited to my abilities. He gestured to the ice spirit beside him, while the spatial ferret had already disappeared into the void, waiting for the right moment to strike. A flicker of surprise crossed the commander's eyes. An ice elemental life form? So you're the genius student Mu Xian that old Lin Xuan mentioned? You've got guts. He nodded in approval. The ice spirit is indeed ideal for large-scale spell attacks. Keeping you on the third line was a waste of your potential. Fine, pick a spot. Understood. Mu Xian quickly chose a position and commanded the ice spirit. Xiaoling, give it your all. The ice spirit seemed to come alive, exuding an intense chill. In an instant, a massive ice vortex roared to life, sweeping dozens of low-tier commander-level beasts into its icy embrace. Frost filled the air, and the beasts howled in agony. Thus, the battle commenced. Mu Xian's arrival injected a surge of morale into the second line of defense. However, this brutal conflict was far from over. Greater challenges lay ahead, waiting to test them. Mu Xian's move instantly drew a wave of applause from the surrounding crowd. The spectators exclaimed in admiration, "Brilliant! As expected of an elemental life form, truly extraordinary. Mu Xian from ninth high, well done." Cheers filled the air as Mu Xian's lips curved into a slight smile. He thought to himself, "This is the feeling I was waiting for. A dense swarm of beasts like this is perfect for the ice crystal spirit to shine." The ensuing battle did not disappoint Mu Xian. With a wave of his hands, an ice crystal explosion cleared an entire area in front of him, leaving beast corpses scattered haphazardly. Next, a roaring ice tornado swept through, carrying away dozens of beasts. They writhed and howled in midair before being flung aside. Finally, Mu Xian unleashed what seemed to be an ordinary extreme frost freeze, but in an instant, it turned a vast number of beasts into ice sculptures, creating a perfect opportunity for others to focus their attacks. In just half an hour, the tide of the battlefield shifted dramatically. Everyone was astonished to see that the once impenetrable swarm of beasts now had noticeable gaps. The commander of the second defense line couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of a rare elemental life forms like a walking artillery cannon. With the beast density decreasing, the beastmasters on the defensive line finally breathed a sigh of relief. They began tending to their injuries, chatting and laughing in a moment of respite. Just then, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard standing near Mu Xian gave him a thumbs up and said heartily, "Young man, great job." Mu Xian waved modestly and replied with a smile, "Not at all, it's all thanks to the beasts." However, the brief tranquility was soon shattered. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream came from the first defense line ahead. "Old Xuan!" The voice was filled with despair and fear, sending chills down everyone's spine. Immediately after, like a dam bursting, a torrent of beasts surged forward. Everyone's nerves tightened as they realized that the front line had been breached. Sure enough, the order to retreat quickly followed. Abandon the first defense line. Fall back to the second defense line, hurry. Before long, a dozen or so battered figures stumbled back. Each of them was injured, some even bleeding profusely. Behind them, a massive wave of beasts swarmed in, instantly pushing the second defense line to its breaking point. At that moment, Mu Xian suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Though battered, the person's commanding presence was unmistakable. Mu Xian exclaimed in shock, "Principal?" Lin Xuanya turned at the sound, equally surprised. He shouted back, "Mu Xian? Get back to the wall, there's a beast king tier monster ahead." "A beast king tier?" Mu Xian repeated in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. Despite the dire situation, the powerful combatants retreating from the first defense line quickly sprang into action, managing to stabilize the faltering second line for the time being. However, the gravity of the situation was evident on everyone's faces. They all knew the real challenge was only just beginning. Mu Xian stood firmly on the second defensive line of Jinhua City, witnessing the brutal battle unfolding before him. On the city walls, Beast Tamers were valiantly resisting the relentless waves of monstrous beasts. Yet, deep down, everyone knew this was only temporary. Without eliminating the Beast King level creature, this defensive line would inevitably fall. Suddenly, a massive figure appeared in the distance, towering over 10 meters tall and exuding an overwhelming aura of madness. Mu Xian's pupils contracted as he immediately recognized the terrifying creature, the golden armored flame dragon. Through a rapidly appearing information panel, Mu Xian grasped the dreadful attributes of this dragon species, a combination of metal, fire, and earth elements, with a Beast King level 2 bloodline and Beast King grade quality. Even more terrifying, it possessed 5 elite skills: Golden Armor Defense, Thorn Armor, Flame Dragon Fist, Rapid Charge, and Dragon Flame Roar. Originally residing deep within the secret realm of the Flying Dragon, the dragon had been drawn to Jinhua City by the Thousand Soul Incense after the realm seal was broken under the command of the Dark Dragon. Now, it was launching a ferocious assault on the city. Mu Xian's heart sank. Without a Beast King level tamer to counter it, this golden armored flame dragon could easily breach all 3 defensive lines. At that moment, the heavy voice of Principal Lin Xuanya echoed nearby. Just now, Principal Xuan from Number 8 Academy was swallowed whole by that beast. What? Principal Xuan is dead? Mu Xian asked in disbelief. Based on his judgment, Principal Xuan, at the very least, was a high-level lower-tier tamer with 3 contracted beasts. How could he have been defeated so easily? Lin Xuanya gave a slight nod, took a deep breath, and said, "Mu Xian, listen to me. If our combined efforts fail later, you must retreat immediately. Staying alive is your only chance." "Principal, does Jinhua City really not have any Beast King level tamers?" Mu Xian asked anxiously. Lin Xuanya shook his head. The three Beast King level tamers of Jinhua City are currently engaged in a standoff with the Dark Dragon. Who could have predicted that this beast tide would include so many Beast King level creatures? Mu Xian's heart tightened as he finally pieced together the truth. The Flying Dragon's secret realm was a sealed domain, now unsealed and manipulated by the Beast God cult, which had orchestrated this catastrophic beast tide. While Jinhua City teetered on the brink of collapse, a group of black-clad individuals stood on a mountain ridge to the west, watching the scene unfold with excitement. They were members of the Beast God cult, already envisioning the rewards awaiting them: power, status, wealth, all within their grasp. Reporting to the high priest, one of the black-clad individuals said respectfully, "The three Beast King level tamers of Jinhua City are steadily losing ground against the Dark Dragon. Additionally, the Golden Armored Flame Dragon and the Frost Dragon Wolf are attacking the southern and northern gates, respectively. The city is expected to fall within 30 minutes. Another member added, "Reinforcements from Zhuzhou and Li Shuai, including Beast King level tamers, have already set out. They're estimated to arrive in an hour." The high priest's aged yet triumphant voice replied, "The city will fall within 30 minutes? Excellent. Lu Xiaotian, I want you to witness everything you fought to protect crumble, piece by piece." Ha ha ha. In this critical moment, Mu Xian's attention was suddenly drawn to a detail in the Golden Armored Flame Dragon's description, lured by the thousand-soul incense to attack Jinhua City. His mind raced, and he quickly connected the dots to the dragon blood fruit he carried with him. Wait. Mu Xian grabbed Lin Xuanya, who was about to charge at the Golden Armored Flame Dragon. "Principal, I have something that might weaken the beast tide. I just don't know if it will work." "What is it?" Lin Xuanya asked curiously. After a brief hesitation, Mu Xian pulled out a golden red fruit from his pocket, the dragon blood fruit. Lin Xuanya's eyes widened in shock. "This is the dragon blood fruit? Where did you get this?" "Quick, hide it." Mu Xian replied seriously, "Principal, do you think if we move this dragon blood fruit around outside the city, it could lure some of the beasts away?" Lin Xuanya froze for a moment, then suddenly slapped his thigh. "It could. Even the golden armored flame dragon might be drawn away. Give me the dragon blood fruit, lure the beasts away." Mu Xian nodded and handed over the fruit. Lin Xuanya summoned a wind azure harrier, a level 8 commander tier beast, and mounted its back. Before departing, he solemnly said to Mu Xian, "Mu Xian, I promise to bring this dragon blood fruit back safely." Shortly after, an astonishing scene unfolded. The ferocious golden armored flame dragon suddenly seemed to catch a scent and abruptly abandoned the second defensive line, pursuing something in the distance. Not long after, numerous lower-tier beasts followed suit, withdrawing from the siege and charging northward. The defenders on the second line stared in stunned silence, confused by the sudden turn of events. Only Mu Xian understood the dragon blood fruit had worked its magic. The commander of the second line of defense looked utterly bewildered and asked, "What just happened?" The crowd around him was equally puzzled. The principal of First High School frowned and said, "Yes, what's going on here? I just saw Principal Lin riding his Wen Qingyan away, and then the golden flame dragon followed him." The principal of Second High School had a thoughtful look in his eyes and speculated, could Principal Lin have done something? Standing amidst the crowd, Mu Xian wore a grave expression. He was well aware that the crisis in Jinhua City was far from over. The Dark Dragon continued its rampage, and other Beast King-level monsters seemed ready to strike at any moment. His gaze fell on the two remaining dragon blood fruits in his hand, a plan already forming in his mind. Without warning, Mu Xian suddenly appeared among the group of high-ranking Beast Tamers. Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze on him, he let a small smile curve his lips and pulled out two luminous, otherworldly fruits from his pocket. The principal used this to lure away the golden flame dragon. Mu Xian's voice wasn't loud, but it landed like a bombshell among the crowd. The eyes of the First High School principal, Su Zhangqing, widened in shock. "Is that dragon blood fruit?" The Second High School principal's face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "Dragon blood fruit? The legendary fruit that contains immense dragon power and might even grant a beast the bloodline of a dragon." Mu Xian nodded solemnly and scanned the crowd. "Principals, I believe that relying solely on the dragon blood fruit in Principal Lin's possession won't be enough to resolve the crisis in Jinhua City." Everyone present was sharp enough to catch the deeper meaning behind Mu Xian's words. Su Zhangqing chuckled heartily and volunteered, "Mu Xian is absolutely right. As the principal of First High School, will take on this task. Fortunately, I have a flying-type beast." The Second High School principal sighed with a wry smile and said, "It seems I'm out of the running. I don't have a flying-type beast and can't lure the monsters away." Tension filled the air as everyone understood what it meant to carry the dragon blood fruit. To lure the monsters away it was likely a mission with no return. At that moment, a resolute female voice suddenly broke the silence. "They'll do it." All eyes turned toward the speaker, only to see Principal Hua Qingwei of Fifth High School step forward with unwavering determination. Before Mu Xian could say anything, Both Su Jingqing and Hua Qingwei had already grabbed a dragon blood fruit each and leaped onto their respective beasts. Without hesitation, they flew off, one heading north of the city, the other toward the west. Su Jingqing's voice rang out from the distance. Mu Xian, consider this dragon blood fruit borrowed. If I lose it, I, Su Jingqing, will repay you with another one. Watching Su Jingqing's retreating figure, Mu Xian's expression grew heavier as he murmured, Principal Su, you must come back alive. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation. While Principal Lin and Principal Hua might have a slim chance of survival, Su Zhangqing, heading toward the western battlefield to lure away the Dark Dragon, was undoubtedly walking a razor's edge. At this moment, the northern defensive line was on the verge of collapse. The second line of defense had fallen, and the third line was barely holding on. But just when all seemed lost, a miracle occurred. Everyone stared in disbelief as the Beast King-level Frost Wolf Dragon, which had been relentlessly attacking the city walls, suddenly shifted its focus. Moments later, it abandoned the siege entirely and charged toward the direction of South Mountain, disappearing into the night. Not only that, but scores of high-ranking Lord-level beasts also ceased their assault, surging toward South Mountain like a tidal wave. The defenders on the city walls exchanged confused glances, unsure of what was happening. Meanwhile, on the western battlefield, terrifying energy raged across the area, reshaping the terrain. Inside the city walls, for Beast King-level creatures clashed ferociously. Yet the truth was clear: the Beast King-level Dark Dragon, at its 9th tier, was effortlessly overpowering the 3 Beast King-level warriors defending Jinhua City. If not for the support of a healing-type beast, the 3 human Beast Tamers might have already fallen. Suddenly, the Dark Dragon seemed to sense something. Without warning, it abandoned its fight against the 3 defenders and shot off toward a specific direction in the west. The tide of battle shifted in an instant. The 3 human Beast Tamers, who had been on the defensive, seized the opportunity to intercept the Dark Dragon. No one could have predicted such a sudden turn of events. Only a few people understood the fate of Jinhua City was being rewritten by 3 rare fruits. Humans, do not follow me, the Dark Dragon roared. It had already detected the aura of the dragon blood fruit, an irresistible temptation even for a dragon, as it could purify its bloodline. Jinhua City's governor, Lu Xiaotian, responded coldly, Dark Dragon, you will not leave this place. On a distant mountain peak, a group of black-clad figures watched the sudden turn of events on the battlefield west of the city with tense expressions. The once menacing Dark Dragon had unexpectedly abandoned its assault on Jinhua City, and an eerie silence had descended over the northern and southern gates. This unforeseen shift in the situation set alarm bells ringing in the heart of the elderly priest. Damn it! What on earth is happening? The priest roared, his eyes flashing with unease. Find out what caused this change immediately. Before the echo of his words faded, a black-clad figure rushed in, panting as he reported, Priest, the golden flame dragon has gone out of control. A large number of Lord-level high-tier beasts have broken free from the Thousand-Soul Incense's influence and are heading toward the northern mountains for unknown reasons. Hot on his heels, another black-clad figure barged in. Priest, the Frost Dragon Wolf has also lost control. Some Lord-level high-tier beasts have split from the beast tide and are fleeing toward the southern mountains. We don't know why. A third figure entered in quick succession to report, Priest, the Dark Dragon seems to be searching for something, but it is being held back by the 3 lords of Jinhua City. Hearing this, the priest erupted in rage, roaring, Damn beasts! Useless creatures! If they can't succeed, they only ruin everything. It seems I'll have to handle this myself. Just then, another black-clad figure stumbled in, panic written all over his face. Priest, this is bad. A Beast King-level Beast Tamer from Tuzhou has killed Lord Heish and is only 10 minutes away from here. What? The priest was thunderstruck, his body staggering backward as if struck by lightning. Lord Heish was his own son, and the shocking news of his sudden death pierced him to the core. Help me up. I can still fight. The priest struggled to stand, but blood gushed from his mouth, and he aged visibly in an instant. At that moment, the high-ranking members of the Beast God Cult's Jinhua City branch exchanged bewildered glances, their faces filled with confusion as though the world had suddenly turned upside down. Meanwhile, on the city's northern defensive line, the last beast fell, allowing the second line of defense a moment to breathe. A palpable sense of impending victory spread among the defenders. 10 minutes later, a commanding figure appeared on the battlefield, joining the fight against the Dark Dragon without hesitation. The dragon let out a pained roar, clearly struggling in the battle. Another 22 minutes passed before a second Beast King-level Beast Tamer arrived, decisively tipping the scales. The Dark Dragon, unable to hold its ground, fled with severe injuries. An hour later, the remaining 2 Beast King-level beasts were also slain by the combined strength of the human Beast King-level Tamers. With that, the meticulously orchestrated beast tide by the Beast God Cult was utterly defeated. Unbeknownst to anyone, Mu Xian's 3 dragon blood fruits had quietly altered the course of this battle. Daylight broke. The citizens of Jinhua City saw the sun once again, but no cheers arose. The long night had claimed too many lives within the city walls. Mu Xian stood silently beside the lifeless body of Chen Kong, letting out a soft sigh. His former deskmate and friend had ultimately succumbed to the venom of the black venom spider. Nearby lay the bodies of their classmates, Su Li and Zhao Ying. In the distance, the cries and wails of the severely injured filled the air, while those with lighter injuries sat silently on the ground, enduring their pain. With no available beds or even chairs, they waited patiently for the medical beastmasters to tend to their wounds. Mu Xian made his way to a special ward, the room where Lin Xuanya was being treated. Upon seeing the condition of Principal Lin, he was left speechless. The headmaster of 9th High School looked deathly pale, his face ashen like golden paper, and his right arm was completely gone. "You're here, Mu Xian," Lin Susu said, her eyes red and swollen, clearly from crying. "Teacher, the principal. How is he?" Mu Xian asked softly. Lin Susu sniffled, trying to steady herself. "Grandfather's contracted beasts. They all sacrificed themselves. He lost his right arm and nearly bled to death. The doctors say it now depends on his will to survive. He might never wake up again. How could this happen?" Mu Xian exclaimed in shock. The golden armor flame dragon was too powerful. "Grandfather is only a lord-level beast master," Lin Susu sighed, handing Mu Xian a golden red fruit, the dragon blood fruit. "Grandfather said he brought this back safely for you." In a daze, Mu Xian left the makeshift hospital, the harsh reality of this era finally sinking in. Injury and death loomed like shadows, leaving no escape for the weak. "I hate this damned world," Mu Xian growled through clenched teeth. "So do I." A familiar voice called out from behind him. It was Su Zhengqing, the principal of First High School. "Principal Su, you're all right?" "That's great news," Mu Xian said with relief. Su Zhengqing shook his head. "Just lucky, that's all. Barely escaped with my life." After a moment of silence, Mu Xian inquired about the condition of Hua Qingwei, the principal of 5th High School. Su Zhengqing informed him that Hua Qingwei had sustained minor injuries, but had already returned to 5th High to oversee school matters after receiving treatment. "By the way, here's your dragon blood fruit," Su Zhengqing said, handing it over. If it weren't for these 3 dragon blood fruits, Jinhua City might not have survived this beast tide. Mu Xian accepted the dragon blood fruit without hesitation. Each fruit was worth a staggering 10 million rare treasure, equivalent to a luxury car in his previous life. Recovering all 3 was an unexpected windfall for him. Just as Mu Xian was preparing to head home to gather resources for his little cat's evolution, a pair of city guards stopped him. "Excuse me, are you Mu Xian? The city lord wishes to see you." Mu Xian froze for a moment, then quickly understood. The city lord must have learned about the significance of the dragon blood fruit. It seemed his little cat's evolution resources were within reach. The city lord's residence was situated in the heart of Jinhua City. Contrary to Mu Xian's imagination of a grand and opulent estate, it was a cluster of 3 buildings. In reality, the city lord's residence functioned much like a city hall in his previous life on Earth, though each city in this world had a degree of autonomy due to the constant threat of beasts. Before long, Mu Xian was face-to-face with Lu Xiaotian, the city lord of Jinhua City and the foremost beastmaster among the city's 3 beast king-level masters. Lu Xiaotian appeared to be a friendly middle-aged man, likely in his 40s. "Mu Xian, I only learned after the beast tide was repelled that you were the true hero behind Jinhua City's survival." Lu Xiaotian greeted him warmly. Mu Xian quickly waved his hand. "City lord, you're overpraising me. I merely did my part." Lu Xiaotian chuckled. "No need for modesty, young man. Here in Jinhua City, we reward merit and punish fault. Your 3 dragon blood fruits turned the tide of the battle. This is an undeniable contribution, and I must reward you accordingly." After a brief moment of thought, Lu Xiaotian continued, "Additionally, I've heard that your first contracted beast is an ice elemental life form, the ice crystal spirit, and your second is a rare space element beast? With the college entrance exams approaching, you are undoubtedly Jinhua City's most outstanding student. Allow me to lend you a helping hand." As he spoke, attendants brought in several trays laden with resources, causing Mu Xian's eyes to light up with excitement. "These 4 ice element resources are enough to help your ice crystal spirit advance to commander level 9. Lu Xiaotian said, pointing to the first tray. Mu Xian's gaze swept over the items. 10,000-year cold crystal, 10,000-year snow essence, 1,000-year frost grass, and ice dragon essence blood. Each was perfect for the ice crystal spirit's cultivation and even suitable for its advancement. As Mu Xian examined the 4 items, he couldn't help but wonder. These resources all came from the same secret realm. Could it be a special domain controlled by the city lord's residence? The second tray held only 2 items, but Lu Xiaoshan's tone grew more serious. These are space element resources I've painstakingly collected over the past decade. Unfortunately, I've never encountered a space element beast master, so I'm giving them all to you. This is a branch of the sky mulberry tree and a spatial crystal. Both contain immense spatial power and are ideal for advancing a space element beast. Mu Xian looked at the two items, and his eyes filled with joy. The branch of the Kong Sang spirit wood, a peculiar wood infused with pure and concentrated spatial energy, serves as an evolution material for most low-tier spatial-type beasts. It is suitable for the evolution of spatial-type, domain-type, field-type, barrier-type, and spiritude-type beasts. Alongside it is the spatial crystal, a natural creation formed in areas heavily concentrated with spatial energy. This rare primary material for low-tier spatial-type beast evolution is also applicable to spatial-type, domain-type, field-type, and barrier-type beasts. Mu Xian gazed at the spatial crystal in his hand, a trace of uncontrollable joy flickering in his eyes. This couldn't have come at a better time. With the addition of the dragon blood fruit he already possessed, it was enough to enable his Space Weasel to evolve, transforming it into a dual attribute beast with space and dragon properties at its core. Lu Xiaotian briefly explained the two spatial resources but clearly underestimated their rarity, especially the value of the spatial crystal, of which he seemed entirely unaware. Mu Xian, Lu Xiaotian said solemnly, in recognition of your outstanding contributions to Jinhua City and to ensure your safety, I hereby, on behalf of Jinhua City, present you with the Jinhua City Hero Medal. He handed a shining medal to Mu Xian and continued, with this medal, you are officially a hero of Jinhua City. Your heroic deeds will be remembered. The City Lord's Mansion will provide you with resource rewards annually, which you can accumulate and claim at your convenience. Additionally, should you encounter urgent matters, you are authorized to mobilize up to 20 members of the City Guard, provided you submit a report afterward. If you ever find yourself in danger, Jinhua City will spare no effort to ensure your safety. These words finally moved Mu Xian. Half an hour later, brimming with excitement, he left the City Lord's mansion and hurried home to prepare for the evolution of his Space Weasel. As night fell, silence blanketed the world. Inside Mu Xian's home, 4 evolutionary resources were already laid out before the Space Weasel. Moments later, a system prompt appeared. Space Weasel species, Spatial Weasel family. Spatial Crystal Dragon Blood Fruit Kong, Sang Spiritwood Branch Dragon Blood Stone. Evolution 2, Void Dragon Weasel. Success rate, 94-inch. Void Dragon Weasel? What kind of beast is that? Mu Xian muttered curiously to himself as he clicked on the description of the Void Dragon Weasel. His eyes instantly lit up with anticipation. This was a dual attribute top-tier spatial and dragon beast, known as the Darling of Space, perfectly in sync with spatial energy and possessing royal-grade bloodline. Mu Xian quickly searched online and discovered that the dragon weasel was a powerful species, rumored to be a branch of the dragon ancestors' bloodline, tracing back to ancient times. In other words, the dragon weasel was not merely a dragon-type beast, but a subspecies of the dragon lineage. Mu Xian speculated that the inclusion of the dragon blood fruit may have activated a latent dragon weasel bloodline within the Space Weasel, allowing it to evolve into the Void Dragon Weasel. This revelation left him both surprised and ecstatic. His carefully planned evolution strategy had propelled his Space Weasel beyond the Beast King level, directly elevating it to the Monarch level. It's decided you're the one, Void Dragon Weasel. Without hesitation, Mu Xian began feeding the Space Weasel the 4 evolution materials one by one. Moments later, a miraculous scene unfolded. Silver threads of light appeared around the Space Weasel, and the surrounding space seemed to distort. About 10 minutes later, all the anomalies disappeared. Mu Xian was astonished to find that the Space Weasel's size and appearance hadn't changed significantly, still resembling its feline form. However, its fur had turned a silvery white, exuding an aura of mystery. Space Weasel has successfully evolved into Void Dragon Weasel. At that moment, a unique power surged from the small creature, flowing back into Mu Xian. After some time, Mu Xian felt a noticeable enhancement in his own strength. His physical abilities had reached the level of Elite Tier 7. Looking at the little creature, Mu Xian couldn't help but marvel. This was nothing short of extraordinary. Void Dragon Weasel. Species, Spatial Dragon Weasel family. Rank, Commander Tier 1. Bloodline, Monarch grade. Quality, extraordinary. Skills, Microcosmic Space, Spatial Confinement, Void Blade, Spatial Passage. Description. Originally a common weasel born on the outskirts of the Nanshan Secret Realm, it gained void attributes after absorbing a trace of Void Calamity Dragon essence blood. By absorbing rare evolution resources such as the Spatial Crystal, Dragon Blood Fruit, and Kong Sang Spiritwood Branch, it awakened a trace of Sky Pillar Dragon Weasel bloodline, successfully evolving into the Void Dragon Weasel, a top-tier dual attribute spatial and dragon beast with immense potential. Overwhelmed with surprise and delight, Mu Xian carefully examined the information panel, finally realizing the terrifying potential of spatial beasts. Even as a commander-tier beast, It had already mastered 4 major skills. Compared to before, its bloodline had risen to monarch level. Its quality had reached the extraordinary grade, and its original spatial lock skill had evolved while gaining 2 additional skills, Void Blade and Spatial Passage. The description further fueled Mu Xian's excitement. The Void Dragon Weasel had awakened the Sky Pillar Dragon Weasel bloodline. Though he wasn't certain of the Sky Pillar Dragon Weasel's exact strength, there was no doubt it must possess bloodlines at the sub-ancestral or even higher levels. I've hit the jackpot, Mu Xian exclaimed in excitement. After a long while, the little creature's soft meowing brought Mu Xian back to reality. He quickly brought over the prepared delicacies for the little one before turning his attention to the ice crystal spirit nearby. At that moment, the small creature was intently gnawing on a piece of eternal frost crystal. The next morning, Mu Xian arrived at a secluded corner of the neighborhood, determined to personally test the 3 abilities of the Void Dragon Weasel. Although the information panel provided detailed descriptions, he knew that only hands-on experience could truly unlock the mysteries of these powers. Kitty, use spatial confinement on Xiaoling. Mu Xian commanded the Void Dragon Weasel, closely observing the reaction of the ice crystal spirit. With a soft chirp, the Void Dragon Weasel activated its ability, causing the surrounding space to distort and warp. In the blink of an eye, the ice crystal spirit was trapped inside a spherical space only half a meter in diameter. The little creature darted back and forth, even unleashing all its skills, but it was utterly unable to break through the invisible barrier. A spatial beast is truly remarkable, Mu Xian exclaimed, his eyes shining with excitement. Not giving the ice crystal spirit a moment to catch its breath, Mu Xian quickly issued another command. Kitty, try using the Void Blade, make sure not to hurt Xiaoling. The Void Dragon Weasel tilted its head slightly, as if to say, do you even need to remind me? It then let out a light meow. A faint silver blade of energy materialized out of thin air, striking precisely at the spatial confinement. The once impenetrable spherical barrier shattered instantly, dissolving like a bubble. Is spatial power the only thing that can counter spatial power? Mu Xian muttered to himself, already contemplating the potential uses of this skill. The Void Blade, this skill might even cut down a beast an entire realm higher. This is the ultimate trump card. However, Mu Xian quickly noticed 2 significant drawbacks of the Void Blade. First, it required a full second of preparation to release, a delay that could prove fatal in battles against high-level beasts. Second, the Void Dragon Weasel appeared visibly fatigued after using it, indicating a considerable energy cost. Clearly, this skill could only be reserved as a last resort. Freed at last, the ice crystal spirit immediately leaped into Mu Xian's arms, rubbing its head against his chest with a look of grievance. It was clear the little creature was unhappy about being used for the experiment. Mu Xian couldn't help but chuckle, gently stroking its soft fur while offering comforting words. After a half-hour break, Mu Xian's gaze shifted back to the Void Dragon Weasel. Kitty, let's try the spatial passage skill now. Let's see how far it can take us. He speculated this might be a teleportation ability rather than a combat technique. Meow! The Void Dragon Weasel responded eagerly, as if saying, got it. With a swipe of its paw through the air, a pitch-black spatial vortex rapidly took shape. 5 seconds later, the vortex stabilized. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Xian stepped into the unknown spatial passage with his 2 little companions at his side. In the next moment, the world spun around him. Mu Xian realized he had traversed a spatial passage and arrived on the other side. He quickly pulled out his phone to check his location and was shocked to find himself 30 kilometers west of Jinhua City. This meant that a spatial passage could instantly transport someone up to 30 kilometers away. Such a terrifying ability left Mu Xian in awe. He couldn't help but marvel at the Void Dragon Weasel, truly a legendary master of space. It was no longer just a contracted beast but a genuine strategic-level existence. After completing his tests, Mu Xian decided to return to the city and refocus on strengthening the ice crystal spirit. 3 days later, the chaos caused by the beast tide gradually subsided, and Jinhua City returned to its usual bustling state. Factories resumed operations, and schools reopened. Soon, another piece of good news arrived. Principal Lin Xuanya had finally regained consciousness. Although he had lost his right arm and his contracted beast, his life was at least spared. Mu Xian visited Lin Xuanya at the rehabilitation center in the northern part of the city. As soon as he entered the room, he heard Lin Xuanya cheerfully say, "The college entrance exams are just around the corner, and you still have time to visit an old man like me?" Despite his misfortune, Lin Xuanya seemed to be in good spirits. Mu Xian fell silent for a moment before speaking. "Principal, it's my fault you ended up like this." He knew in his heart that if it weren't for him, Lin Xuanya might not have suffered such a fate. But Lin Xuanya scolded him with a laugh. "Nonsense. This was my own choice. It has nothing to do with you. Don't say such foolish things." After his outburst, his tone softened. "The exams are coming up soon. Don't hold back. The better you perform, the more people will notice you, and the more help you'll receive. Understand? Mu Xian nodded, expressing his understanding. He knew that in this era, hiding one's strength was not a wise strategy. Lin Xuanya added, "You can go now. The fact that you came to see this old man makes me very happy." "All right, principal. We'll take my leave," Mu Xian said as he bid farewell and left. Watching Mu Xian's departing figure, Lin Xuanya sighed. What a pity if only Susu were a bit younger. He'd make such a fine grandson-in-law. Not long after Mu Xian returned home, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from the city lord, Lu Xiaotian. "Mu Xian, I hope I'm not interrupting?" Lu Xiaoshan's voice came through the line. "Not at all, city lord. Is there something I can help you with?" Mu Xian asked. He knew that the city lord of Jinhua City, a beast king level tier 6 expert, would call without a good reason. Sure enough, Lu Xiaotian got straight to the point. "Haha, no need to be nervous, Mu Xian. This is good news. You've heard of the Flying Dragon Mystic Realm, haven't you? Over the past few days, the city lord's office sent people to explore it. There are many dragon-type beasts and abundant resources inside, including ice-based materials. This realm is being prepared for early access, specifically for Beast Tamers who contributed during the recent Beast Tide. As a recipient of the Jinhua City Hero Medal, you naturally came to mind. If you have time to explore, you might even encounter some fortuitous opportunities." Mu Xian immediately responded, "City Lord, I absolutely have time. To be honest, I'm currently in urgent need of ice-based resources." "That's great. When the time comes, just show your hero medal to gain entry." With that, Lu Xiaotian ended the call. A smile spread across Mu Xian's face. There was no way he would miss the chance to explore the Flying Dragon Mystic Realm. This place had once sealed the Dark Dragon and had seen the emergence of legendary beasts like the Golden Armored Flame Dragon and the Frost Dragon Wolf. Perhaps it held the evolutionary resources needed for his Ice Crystal Spirit. With 4 types of ice-based resources already enhancing it, the Ice Crystal Spirit had reached Tier 9 of the Commander rank. Mu Xian's current goal was not just to advance its rank, but to evolve it. He had discovered that the higher the rank, the more expensive the evolutionary resources became. Waiting until the Ice Crystal Spirit reached the peak of the Lord rank to evolve it would require an enormous investment. Fortunately, his Void Dragon Weasel had grown strong, so the Ice Crystal Spirit's advancement wasn't as urgent. The next day, Mu Xian applied for leave from school, citing the need to improve his contracted beast strength. As a Commander Tier 9 Beast Tamer, there was little the school could still teach him. By noon, Mu Xian arrived at the Flying Dragon Mystic Realm, located in what was once Flying Dragon Village. The entrance was guarded by dozens of city guards, led by a Lord Tier 7 Beast Tamer. "Who are you? This area is not yet open to the public. Stay back," the Lord Tier 7 Beast Tamer said coldly, his contracted beast glaring at Mu Xian with hostility. Mu Xian reached into his pocket and pulled out the pure gold hero medal, its Jinhua inscription gleaming brightly. "Is that a hero medal?" The Lord Tier 7 Beast Tamer was momentarily stunned. Then, his expression turned serious as he saluted. "Zhang Mingxiu of the City Guard pays his respects to the hero of Jinhua City." Led by Zhang Mingxiu, all the guards saluted Mu Xian with genuine respect. Mu Xian could feel their heartfelt admiration, leaving him deeply moved. Finally, Mu Xian stepped into the Flying Dragon Mystic Realm. Though it was a small realm, its spiritual energy density was 10 times higher than that of the outside world. Greater spiritual energy density meant richer resources. Within just half an hour, Mu Xian discovered a 10-year-old dragon saliva herb. As he ventured deeper, the resources Mu Xian encountered grew increasingly valuable. A 100-year-old fire spirit flower, a 100-year-old star condensing fruit, and a 100-year-old calming wood, among other treasures. Surprisingly, the mystic realm contained few beasts. Mu Xian only encountered 2 that afternoon. This was likely because most of the beasts had been swept away during the Beast Tide. Mu Xian's objective was clear: to find ice elemental dragon-blooded beasts and ice-based evolutionary resources. By nightfall, he reached the northern part of the mystic realm, where the concentration of ice elemental spiritual energy was exceptionally high. This was likely the territory of the Frost Dragon Wolf he had heard about. Perhaps it was sheer luck or fate, but just as Mu Xian was about to rest, a Frost Dragon Wolf appeared not far away. Lord Tier 2 Frost Dragon Wolf. Frost Dragon Wolf. Species: Ice Element Dragon Wolf lineage. Rank: Lord Tier 2. Bloodline: Beast King level. Quality: Elite. Skills: Frost Ice Cascade, Dragon's Breath, Dragon Wolf Claw, Tread Snow without a trace. Description: a descendant of the Beast King level Frost Dragon Wolf from the Flying Dragon Mystic Realm, possessing faint Frost Dragon bloodline. As a top predator in the Mystic Realm's food chain, the recent Beast Tide disrupted its ecosystem, leaving it without sufficient food. Desperation has driven it to take risks. Upon noticing the Frost Dragon Wolf, Mu Xian's face lit up with excitement, his eyes sparkling. "Little Ling, little cat, prepare for battle," he whispered. "A faint Frost Dragon bloodline? Huh? Even if it's faint, I'll extract every bit of it." Meow. The Void Dragon Weasel vanished into the void in an instant, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Meanwhile, the Ice Crystal Spirit shimmered with blue light, its skills ready to be unleashed. A whoop, the piercing howl of the Frost Dragon Wolf, shattered the silence of the icy tundra. It had sensed danger. Yet, the alluring scent and the gnawing hunger in its belly clouded its reasoning. At that very moment, the ground suddenly split open, unleashing a ferocious ice element tornado from the fissure. Sharp ice shards swirled within, instantly sweeping the Frost Dragon Wolf into the air. Enraged, the Frost Dragon Wolf let out an earth-shaking roar. For years, the proud Frost Dragon Wolf clan had never endured such disgrace. Opening its massive jaws, it unleashed a breath of Nirabzalotezero frost, the icy chill beginning to freeze the terrifying cyclone bit by bit. Sensing the imminent danger, the Ice Crystal Spirit flickered with a flash of blue light. In the next instant, boom, boom, ice crystals surrounding the Frost Dragon Wolf suddenly exploded. The deafening chain of blasts echoed through the skies. Caught off guard, the Frost Dragon Wolf was severely injured and plummeted heavily to the ground. Despite the fall, the Frost Dragon Wolf, as a lower-tier beast, suffered no significant harm. It swiftly rose to its feet, unleashing an enraged snarl in the direction of Mu Xian, before darting toward him like an arrow released from a bow. As an ice-type subdragon species, the Frost Dragon Wolf inherited the speed of the Wolf clan, moving soundlessly across the snow as if it were flying. In that critical moment, a faint silver crescent blade appeared out of thin air, directly in the Frost Dragon Wolf's path. It shimmered like an illusion, almost unreal. The Frost Dragon Wolf's eyes widened in terror as it desperately twisted its body to avoid the blade. But it was too late. Its body collided with the crescent blade. With a sickening slash, nearly half of the Frost Dragon Wolf's body was severed by the ethereal silver blade. A heart-wrenching wail echoed across the vast tundra. The Frost Dragon Wolf struggled in agony for several minutes before succumbing, leaving behind a cold, lifeless corpse. Frost Dragon Wolf ready for extraction. The system's prompt sounded. Without hesitation, Mu Xian activated his innate bloodline extraction and fusion ability. Soon, a globule of red blood was extracted. This was the Frost Dragon Wolf's bloodline, worth millions. However, Mu Xian paid it no mind and chose to extract once more. This time, a single drop of golden blue blood, radiating bone-chilling cold and the aura of a dragon, was finally drawn. The system immediately provided detailed information. Frost Dragon Essence Bloodline. Type: Ice Dragon Bloodline. Grade: Sovereigntier Quality. Description: Rare Sovereigntier Frost Dragon Essence Bloodline containing traces of Frost Dragon power. Absorbing its energy could grant the user some of the Frost Dragon's abilities. Seeing this drop of blood, a faint smile appeared on Mu Xian's face. With the Frost Dragon Essence Bloodline, he could fuse it into the Ice Crystal Spirit. One drop of essence blood isn't enough. I'd better extract a few more. Mu Xian muttered to himself. For the next 2 days, Mu Xian tirelessly roamed the vast icy tundra, searching for traces of the Frost Dragon Wolf. However, he found none. Instead, he encountered various other ice element beasts, such as ice bears, ice sparrows, snow eagles, and ice shrimp. Mu Xian captured one of each species and roasted them, much to the delight of the Void Dragon Weasel, which feasted contentedly. Just as Mu Xian began to suspect the Frost Dragon Wolf clan might have gone extinct, fortune finally smiled upon him. In a secluded, rarely traveled valley, he discovered an entire pack of Frost Dragon Wolves. The system promptly provided information on their leader. Frost Dragon Wolf Leader. Type: Ice Dragon Wolf. Rank: Lore Tier Level 3. Bloodline: Beast King Tier Quality. Skills: Frostfall Glacier, Dragon's Breath, Dragon Wolf Claw, Snow Step. Description: A Beast King Tier creature and descendant of the Frost Dragon Wolf lineage. Contains a faint trace of Frost Dragon bloodline. After the demise of the elder Frost Dragon Wolves during the Beast Tide, it rose as the new leader following internal strife and inherited the Frost Dragon Wolf legacy, increasing the concentration of its Frost Dragon bloodline. Mu Xian counted carefully. Aside from the leader, there were 17 Commander-tier Frost Dragon Wolves, their strength ranging from level 8 to level 9. The sight of this pack filled Mu Xian with excitement. Quickly, he analyzed the structure of the pack. The strongest among them was merely Lore Tier Level 3, while the rest were Commander-tier juveniles. Recalling the lone Frost Dragon Wolf he had encountered earlier, Mu Xian realized the truth. After the death of the Beast King Tier Frost Dragon Wolf, the pack had fallen into infighting, and the losers were exiled. Only one Lore Tier Frost Dragon Wolf? This is a gift from the heavens. Mu Xian exclaimed in delight. He immediately set out with the Ice Crystal Spirit and the Void Dragon Weasel to hunt down the isolated Frost Dragon Wolves. Though the Commander-tier Frost Dragon Wolves were formidable, they were no match for the combined might of the Ice Crystal Spirit and the Void Dragon Weasel. In mere moments, another Frost Dragon Wolf fell in the valley. Frost Dragon Wolf ready for extraction. The system prompt sounded again. This time, Mu Xian got lucky and extracted a Frost Dragon Essence bloodline on his first attempt. Without missing a beat, he locked onto his next target, a second Frost Dragon Wolf, and prepared to continue his hunt. The moment the third Ice Dragon Wolf fell, the entire pack erupted like an awakened beehive. As the life of the fourth companion faded, the Tier 3 Lord-level Ice Dragon Wolf finally grasped the severity of the crisis. It let out a thunderous howl, rallying the entire pack to charge relentlessly toward Mu Xian. Faced with the oncoming horde of dragon wolves, Mu Xian's lips curled into a confident smile. In a low, commanding voice, he ordered, "Little cat, lock down the leader with spatial confinement. The rest, just kill them at will." Within the pack, the only real threat was the Tier 3 leader, radiating a remarkable aura of dominance. Though it was merely Tier 3, its explosive power rivaled that of a Tier 5 lord. However, today it faced a foe whose mastery over spatial abilities was nothing short of a game-breaking anomaly. In an instant, an invisible spatial confinement enveloped the leader, holding it firmly in place. Without their core leader, the remaining Ice Dragon Wolves became utterly vulnerable. Within just 10 minutes, 6 more of them fell under Mu Xian's assault. The metallic scent of blood hung heavily in the air, and the surviving Dragon Wolves finally began to comprehend the dire situation. Panic swept through the pack like a tidal wave. 10 minutes later, the spatial confinement dissipated. Freed at last, the Ice Dragon Wolf leader surveyed the carnage, its gaze falling upon the lifeless bodies of its comrades. Consumed by rage, it entered a berserk state. Yet all its fury was in vain. Both the Ice Crystal Spirit and the Void Dragon Weasel had been lying in wait, ready for this very moment. Ice Tornado, Ice Crystal Explosion, Extreme Frost Freeze, Void Blade. For devastating abilities descended upon the leader like an unrelenting storm. Despite the ferocity of the onslaught, the Ice Dragon Wolf leader only suffered moderate injuries. Just as it prepared to counterattack, another spatial confinement locked it in place once more. Frustration and fury boiled within the leader's mind. Is this even fair? Fight me, Hedon, if you dare, it roared internally, but it could do nothing but seethe in silent rage. 20 minutes later, under Mu Xian's nearly flawless tactics, the once mighty Ice Dragon Wolf leader finally collapsed, unwilling to accept its defeat. Ironically, it hadn't even managed to unleash a single proper skill before meeting its end. Ice Dragon Wolf extractable, Mu Xian murmured softly. A small orb of golden blue liquid appeared in his hand, a concentrated essence of frost dragon blood, far purer than that of ordinary Ice Dragon Wolves. Carefully, Mu Xian merged all the gathered frost dragon blood essence. Under his meticulous manipulation, the essence gradually coalesced into a bloodline brimming with an intense dragon aura. However, as he examined it closely, his brows furrowed. Incomplete? Mu Xian muttered to himself, his tone laced with confusion and a trace of disappointment. The incomplete frost dragon bloodline species came into Mu Xian's view. Its detailed description outlined its ice snow elemental and dragon lineage attributes, as well as its monarch-level quality. This bloodline essence was fused through unknown means and, though incomplete due to its limited quantity, still contained a fraction of the immense power of the frost dragon. Mu Xian suddenly realized that the higher the tier of a complete beast bloodline, the more bloodline essence would be required. He roughly calculated that obtaining a complete frost dragon bloodline would likely necessitate the essence of hundreds of frost wolf dragons. Clearly, the dragon's secret realm couldn't possibly sustain such a number of frost wolf dragons. Even so, this incomplete bloodline was already an incredibly rare treasure. Mu Xian felt a wave of relief. If he were to use a complete frost dragon bloodline as an evolution resource, his ice crystal spirit might directly evolve into a frost dragon. Shifting his focus, Mu Xian turned his attention to the other evolutionary resources for Xiaoling. His plan involved 5 types of resources, and he had already gathered the dragon blood fruit and the incomplete frost dragon bloodline as the primary materials. The remaining resources were comparatively simpler to obtain, roughly on par with the resources previously awarded by Lu Xiaotian, the city lord of Jinhua City. Suddenly, a thought struck Mu Xian. What about the Frost Wolf Dragon's lair? The Beast King level Frost Wolf Dragon had already perished outside, and its lair was bound to contain treasures. Wasting no time, Mu Xian decisively charged into the Frost Wolf Dragon's lair. Ignoring the panicked Frost Wolf Dragons fleeing in all directions, he headed straight for the deepest part of the valley. There, a massive cave emerged before Mu Xian, still exuding a strong aura of the Beast King. Inside the cave, Mu Xian discovered the Frost Wolf Dragon's hoard, a pile of Frost Spirit Crystals, 1,000-year Ice Crystals, 10,000-year Ice Crystals, and deep-sea Frost Stones. Atop this pile of icy treasures rested a thick, golden blue scale, radiating an intense dragon aura. The system instantly provided a detailed description. Frost Dragon Reverse Scale, Monarch level quality, suitable for water, ice, snow, and dragon elements. This reverse scale contained a small portion of the frost dragon's essence and was one of the most vital scales on its body, a treasure coveted even by monarch-level beasts. After the frost dragon's fall, this reverse scale had been fortuitously acquired by the ice wolf, enabling it to evolve into a frost wolf dragon by harnessing the frost dragon essence within. Mu Xian was overjoyed. He hadn't expected to find such a rare treasure within the frost wolf dragon's lair. The reverse scale was of paramount importance to dragons. With its assistance, the potential of his ice crystal spirit would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. Xiao Mao, store these dragon scales. Mu Xian called out eagerly, unable to wait to begin the ice crystal spirit's evolution. Meow. The void dragon weasel flashed by, and the dragon scale disappeared into the mustard seed space in an instant. Mu Xian let out a sigh of relief and began carefully organizing the frost wolf dragon's hoard. The final tally was astounding: 94 frost spirit crystals, 261,000-year ice crystals, 55 10,000-year ice crystals, 17 deep-sea frost stones, 66 ordinary dragon scales, and, most precious of all, 1 reverse scale. The total value easily exceeded a small fortune. Afterward, Mu Xian explored other frost wolf dragon lairs, reaping similarly impressive rewards. In one lair belonging to a lordier frost wolf dragon, he even discovered a piece of void stone, sparking his curiosity about how the frost wolf dragon had acquired such a rare space elemental spirit stone. The system promptly provided details about the void stone: elite grade quality, suitable for space, domain, barrier, and field attributes. It is one of the most common space elemental spirit stones in nature, typically formed by the condensation of spatial energy. While it is the most common space elemental stone, it remains rare and valuable compared to elements like earth, fire, water, and wind, with a market price generally ranging between 300,000 to 400,000 yuan. Over an hour later, Mu Xian finally finished scouring the lairs and left with a satisfied smile. Meanwhile, on the northern ice plains of the dragon's secret realm, 4 young adventurers were cautiously making their way forward. Leading them was a man in his early 20s who spoke excitedly. Our target this time is the Dragon Wolf Valley. I spent an entire week locating the Frost Wolf Dragon's lair. It's the lair of a Beast King-level monster, so it must hold a wealth of treasures. Most importantly, the strongest creature in Dragon Wolf Valley now is just a lordier Frost Wolf Dragon. This is the perfect opportunity for us to strike. We must move quickly and clear out the lair before the city guards discover it. The other 3 young adventurers grew equally excited. They knew that a beast's lair always contained rare treasures, and the lair of a Beast King-level monster could make them rich overnight. Soon, under the lead of the young man, they arrived at a secluded valley. However, their excitement turned to unease when they came upon the corpse of a frost wolf dragon lying in their path. A sense of foreboding began to creep into their hearts. Not good. Someone got here first, the leading man exclaimed, his face etched with anxiety. The 4 of them instantly quickened their pace, sprinting forward with urgency. Along the way, they noticed more and more corpses of frost dragon wolves scattered about. Each carcass had been stripped completely clean. Not even a single strand of fur remained. The group's expressions grew increasingly grim, and a deep sense of unease surged within them like a rising tide. How is this possible? Such a hidden lair, how could anyone have discovered it? One of the team members muttered in disbelief, his voice tinged with shock. This can't be happening. This just can't be happening. Another whispered under his breath, as if trying to convince himself otherwise. When the 4 of them finally burst into the Frost Dragon Wolf King's lair, the sight before them left them utterly stunned. The cave was disturbingly pristine, so clean it was almost unnerving. There wasn't a speck of dust in sight, let alone any treasure. Ah, my Beast King level lair, my treasure, the leading man howled in anguish, his cry echoing through the vast, empty cavern. Their eyes were vacant, as if they had been struck by a crushing blow. This is way too clean. One of them couldn't help but curse. Who the hell does this? At least leave something for the next people. Immediately after, the leader's vision went black. He swayed slightly before collapsing to the ground, fainting on the spot. Clearly, he couldn't handle the cruel reality before him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Mu Xian was reveling in his success. He didn't rush to evolve the ice crystal spirit right away. Instead, he took a day to rest and recover his energy. The next morning, as sunlight streamed through the curtains, Mu Xian finally began to take out various evolution resources, meticulously planning the ice crystal spirit's evolution path. After careful consideration and calculations, Mu Xian finalized the optimal plan. The ice crystal spirit, categorized under the elemental life Eastno system, would be paired with Frost Dragon Bloodline, Frost Dragon Reverse Scales, Dragon Blood Fruit, Deep Sea Frost Stone, and Millennium Ice Crystal. These components would give it a 99% success rate of evolving into an Ice Crystal Frost Dragon. According to the data displayed on the information panel, the Ice Crystal Frost Dragon was a brand new dragon species. Not only would it perfectly inherit its original ice crystal powers, but it would also gain mastery over extreme frost energy. This result delighted Mu Xian, and an uncontrollable smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. With the evolution path decided, Mu Xian immediately guided the ice crystal spirit to begin absorbing the evolution materials. Once all the resources were consumed, an intense wave of bone-chilling cold suddenly erupted from the ice crystal spirit. In mere moments, Mu Xian's entire home was coated in a thick layer of frost. Looking at the icy interior, Mu Xian chuckled wryly. Looks like moving to a new place is now a priority. He silently calculated that this evolution might render all his possessions useless. No wonder high-ranking beast tamers, like those at the commander or lord levels, preferred sprawling mansions or estates. This kind of scene would be a nightmare in a small home. The evolution process lasted the entire day, with the ice crystal spirit enveloped in a blue glow radiating icy energy. Mu Xian even noticed that the temperature of the entire neighborhood had plummeted by at least 10 degrees. It felt as though May had suddenly turned into December, causing quite a stir among the local residents. However, Mu Xian paid no heed to the commotion outside. His full attention was fixed on the ice crystal spirit's evolution. After all, this was his very first contracted beast. It was thanks to this bond that Mu Xian had been able to rise so rapidly in just a few months. He was now on the verge of becoming a lord-level beast tamer. As the sun set and its golden rays illuminated the room, the blue glow surrounding the ice crystal spirit finally dissipated, revealing its brand new form. The ice crystal spirit had completely transformed into a dragon. A menacing dragon head, a sleek yet powerful body, and shimmering azure scales that exuded both majesty and elegance. It was a masterpiece of both ferocity and beauty. What shocked Mu Xian even more was its sheer size. It had grown to a staggering 7 meters in length, nearly filling his entire home. To think that before its evolution, the ice crystal spirit had been no larger than half an arm's length. Overwhelmed with excitement, Mu Xian eagerly checked the ice crystal frost dragon's updated information panel. Species: Elemental Ice Crystal Dragon Clan Ancient Divine Beast Type. The information panel of the ice crystal frost dragon unfolded before Mu Xian's eyes, leaving him utterly stunned. This rare ice elemental life form, born deep within the earth, had undergone a perfect evolution into a legendary dragon species with peak king-level potential after absorbing the bloodline, reverse scale, dragon blood fruit, and a massive amount of ice elemental energy from a king-level frost dragon. Species: Elemental Ice Crystal Dragon Clan Ancient Divine Beast. Rank: Lord, Tier 1 Bloodline. Quality: King level. Skills: Ice Crystal Annihilation, Extreme Frost Seal, Frost Crystal Dragon Breath, Frost Domain, Absolute Zero Storm. Mu Xian stared at the information in shock. The ice crystal spirit had undergone a complete transformation not only in appearance but also in its racial attributes, bloodline potential, quality, and skills. What astonished him even more was that the ice crystal frost dragon had acquired the ancient divine beast bloodline of the ember frost dragon. Just as Mu Xian was immersed in his astonishment, a surge of violent power, cold enough to freeze his very soul, suddenly flooded into his body. This was the feedback from the ice crystal frost dragon. Mu Xian felt the energy within him continuously condense until, at a certain moment, he broke through a boundary, forming a semi-real, semi-illusory space in his lower abdomen, the beast taming space. Mu Xian carefully sensed it. The space, roughly 300 cubic meters in size, was large enough to accommodate both Xiao Mao and Xiao Ling, his two tamed beasts. Turning to the ice crystal frost dragon, he softly called out, "Xiao Ling." A pair of golden blue eyes suddenly opened, filled with joy as they gazed at Mu Xian. In the next instant, the ice crystal frost dragon lunged toward him, shaking the entire building. Outside, commotion erupted as people shouted, "Earthquake!" This scene made Mu Xian realize that he really needed a villa with a spacious estate. Once the chaos subsided, Mu Xian took his two tamed beasts outside the city to test the ice crystal frost dragon's 5 powerful skills. "Xiaoling, aim at that big tree and use ice crystal annihilation," Mu Xian commanded. The ice crystal frost dragon let out a low roar, its tail swaying as it floated effortlessly into the air. Opening its maw, a flash of white frost light shot out, and in an instant, a massive tree with a 3-meter-wide trunk in the distance shattered into countless tiny ice crystals. "So powerful!" Mu Xian exclaimed in amazement. This was clearly an upgraded version of ice crystal explosion, but its power had increased dramatically. What surprised him even more was the dragon's ability to float. On second thought, as a bloodline of an ancient divine beast, this seemed entirely reasonable. Mu Xian scrutinized the ice crystal frost dragon's back and realized it seemed fit for riding. It appeared he no longer needed to contract a flying-type beast. "Xiaoling, activate Frost Domain." Mu Xian continued to issue commands. The first 3 skills were likely similar to the ice crystal spirits, but the last two were unfamiliar and warranted closer experimentation. Roar. Understood. The ice crystal frost dragon responded. The next moment, Mu Xian witnessed a breathtaking scene. A massive area, as large as a soccer field and 100 meters ahead, was instantly covered in ice crystals. A terrifying ice storm raged within, wreaking havoc. Mu Xian couldn't help but gasp inwardly, thinking, is this the frost domain? This kind of large-scale ability, perhaps even dozens of people joined together couldn't withstand it. In awe, Mu Xian's gaze shifted to the ice crystal frost dragon's ultimate skill, Absolute Zero Storm. It seemed even more overwhelming than the frost domain, requiring a full 5 seconds to prepare. Suddenly, a few hundred meters away, a terrifying storm formed out of nowhere, connecting the heavens and the earth in an instant. An endless surge of energy was drawn in as a bone-chilling cold spread rapidly. Mu Xian watched in stunned silence as the ground beneath his feet froze over, the ice spreading outward in all directions. The closer it got to the storm's center, the more terrifying the temperature became. Mu Xian could even feel the super low temperature that seemed capable of freezing everything. Could the center of that storm have truly reached absolute zero? Mu Xian murmured to himself. Roar, roar. Master, that's correct. The ice crystal frost dragon replied proudly. With the skill test complete, Mu Xian now had a clear impression of the ice crystal frost dragon. Powerful, incredibly powerful. It was absolutely invincible among Lord-level beasts. Even a beast king-tier creature would suffer severe injuries, if not outright death, from a direct hit by the absolute zero storm. You're amazing, Xiaoling, Mu Xian said as he patted the ice crystal frost dragon's icy head, showering it with praise. This made the little creature the ice crystal frost dragon beam with satisfaction. Meow, the void dragon weasel nearby let out a discontented cry, clearly jealous. Mu Xian quickly offered it some soothing words to calm it down. Moments later, a spatial portal appeared, and Mu Xian vanished. After they left, a figure suddenly arrived at the scene. The individual surveyed the devastation and the still-raging absolute zero storm in the distance, falling into silence. Judging by this destructive power, it must be at least Beast King tier, level 6. When did such a powerful ice element Beast Tamer appear in Jinhua City? Unbeknownst to Mu Xian, his skill test had already caught the attention of Jinhua City's upper echelons. Back home, he prepared a dinner for 5, rewarding the Ice Crystal Frost Dragon and Void Dragon Weasel for their efforts. After sending them back into his beast-taming space, Mu Xian finally dozed off into a deep sleep. The next morning, Mu Xian first headed to the beast-taming market, selling off all the unused resources from his dimensional storage space. Items like deep-sea cold wave stones, millennium ice crystals, and frost spirit stones brought him a total of 25 million yuan. He then visited a real estate agency and purchased a villa estate near the western city gate. According to the agent, the villa came equipped with an outdoor swimming pool, a gym, a training room, a home theater and gaming room, an underground garage, a survival tunnel, and even an underground shelter. It was designed to withstand beast tides without worry. The estate also featured a spacious 1,000-square-meter yard for his beasts to roam freely. In a moment of impulse, Mu Xian spent 12 million yuan on the property. However, he quickly regretted his decision. What does a high school senior preparing for college entrance exams need such a massive estate for? Just then, Mu Xian received a call from his homeroom teacher, Lin Susu. When Mu Xian received a call from Lin Susu, her restrained excitement came through in her voice. Mu Xian, do you have time? Come to the school quickly. What's going on, Teacher Lin? Mu Xian asked curiously. Lin Susu chuckled as she explained. Good news. The Eastern Academy heard about your performance during the Beast Tide. They've sent a recruitment officer specifically to learn more about you. They want to offer you a special admission. Special admission? Mu Xian raised an eyebrow, momentarily surprised, but quickly regained his composure. Given the strength of his 2 contracted beasts, it wasn't entirely unexpected. A combination of a dragon-type beast and a space-type beast was indeed extraordinarily powerful. However, in Mu Xian's heart, his ultimate aspiration remained the Eternal Academy, the most prestigious of the 5 Supreme Academies in the Long Kingdom. The 5 Supreme Academies, Eternal Academy, Imperial Academy, Eastern Academy, Southern Academy, and Northern Academy, are located in the far west, the capital city, the magic metropolis, the deep south, and the far north, respectively. Among these, the Eternal Academy stands beyond the vast mountains of the western region, tasked with defending against countless beast species, earning its reputation as the strongest academy for beast tamers. By comparison, the threats in other regions are far less severe. The capital city, in particular, is virtually free of beasts, relying instead on regulated secret realms to foster strength. Half an hour later, Mu Xian arrived at 9th High School and met Tong Xueyu, the recruitment officer from the Eastern Academy. Tong Xueyu, yawning, had rushed overnight to this small city. Her mission was to recruit a so-called genius, Mu Xian, who was rumored to possess commander-level strength. However, in her haste, she hadn't bothered to learn much about his contracted beasts. With an air of indifference, Tong Shuiyu said, "So, you're Mu Xian. I don't have much time. Summon your beasts so I can take a look. What are their species, attributes, and bloodline potential? If they meet the standards, you'll be admitted to our Eastern Academy in the Magic Metropolis." Mu Xian raised an eyebrow and directly asked, "Can you tell me what benefits come with the special admission?" Benefits? Being offered special admission is already a great opportunity. What more could you want? Tong Shuiyu replied dismissively. Mu Xian frowned, nearly laughing out loud. In that case, forget it. I won't be going to your Eastern Academy. Tong Shuiyu, visibly annoyed, snapped, "Fine, fine. I didn't expect someone with your mediocre strength to have such a big attitude." She turned to leave. Lin Susu, standing nearby, was equally stunned. Unable to help herself, she asked, "Teacher Tong, are you saying the Eastern Academy doesn't even value a top-tier elemental life-form beast?" "Well, what? An elemental life form?" Tong Shuiyu stammered, clearly caught off guard. Lin Susu rolled her eyes, surprised that this recruitment officer hadn't even bothered to learn about the candidate's contracted beasts. "Mu Xian, why don't you show Teacher Tong from the Eastern Academy what kind of talent we have here in Jinhua City?" Lin Susu said with a faint smile. Mu Xian smiled lightly. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the Ice Crystal Frost Dragon. Instantly, the intense aura of a dragon and the chilling frost energy filled the entire office. Both Tong Shuiyu and Lin Susu were stunned. Lin Susu exclaimed, "Mu Xian, is this your newly contracted beast?" Tong Shuiyu was utterly speechless, her gaze fixed on the majestic, imposing, and elegantly dazzling Ice Crystal Frost Dragon. She immediately realized that this was an incredibly rare true frost element dragon, with at least a Beast King level bloodline, potential possibly even Emperor level. Snapping out of her shock, Tong Shuiyu quickly forced a smile. "Ahem, Mu Xian. Perhaps there's been some misunderstanding between us about the Eastern Academy." But before she could finish, Mu Xian waved her off and interrupted. "Ms. Tong, have you seen enough of my beasts? If so, that's great. Didn't you dismiss the talents from our small city? Now you can head back to the Magic Metropolis." Mu Xian. Tong Shuiyu's tone suddenly turned obsequious, her face plastered with a fawning smile. However, Mu Xian's expression remained as cold and unyielding as ever. He was no stranger to such two-faced behavior and gave her no opportunity to curry favor. In the end, Tong Shuiyu, wearing a look of helplessness, left Ninth High School with heavy steps. Her retreating figure appeared particularly desolate, as if all her confidence had been drained away. In the office, Lin Susu's gaze was still fixed on the enormous, frost-emitting dragon. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Mu Xian, what kind of dragon is this beast of yours? I've never seen anything like it before." The corners of Mu Xian's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a hint of pride. "Ms. Lin, this is the ice crystal spirit I had before. Over the past few days in the secret realm, I came across some rare resources and opportunities, which allowed it to evolve into this Frost Crystal Extreme Dragon." "The Frost Crystal Extreme Dragon?" Lin Susu exclaimed, her tone filled with astonishment. "Is this a completely new dragon species?" Mu Xian nodded faintly. "It seems so. At least, I've never encountered another dragon species exactly like this one." Lin Susu couldn't help but marvel. "Mu Xian, your luck is truly extraordinary. Dragons are among the most powerful beast species to bond with." As she spoke, she recalled the special admissions teacher from Eastern Academy, Tong Shuiyu, and asked, "Mu Xian, which academy are you planning to attend?" Without hesitation, Mu Xian replied, "My goal is Eternal Academy. If they don't offer me special admission, I'll just take the entrance exam and get in myself." Lin Susu chuckled softly and nodded. "Taking the exam? Well, with your current strength, getting into Eternal Academy should be a piece of cake." Meanwhile, Tong Shuiyu, the special admissions teacher from Eastern Academy, was walking along the road home, her face a picture of regret and anxiety. She knew all too well that she would be harshly reprimanded by her superiors upon her return. If it weren't for her brother-in-law being a minor administrator at the school, she might not even be able to keep her job. Just then, her phone rang unexpectedly. The screen displayed the name of the admissions director of Eastern Academy. Tong Shuiyu's heart sank, and with trembling hands, she answered the call. "Ms. Tong, where are you now? Did you meet that student, Mu Xian?" The director's voice came through the line. "Let me remind you, when you meet Mu Xian, you must be friendly and show him the utmost sincerity from our academy. Oh, and the special admission reward should be offered at the highest S-level tier. We need to secure him before other academies catch wind of his abilities." The director continued enthusiastically. "Mu Xian's bonded beasts include the ice elemental life form, the ice crystal spirit, and the spatial beast, the Space Weasel. You can praise his beasts and focus on these aspects. Young people love being complimented. It'll make him happy." "Hey, Ms. Tong, are you still listening? The director suddenly raised his voice. However, on the other end of the line, Tong Shuiyu had completely fallen into a daze. Her hands were cold, her mind blank, and she barely registered anything the director said. The only phrase she managed to catch was, special admission reward at the highest S-level tier. That single sentence hit her like a sledgehammer, striking her heart with crushing force. It made her painfully aware of the magnitude of the mistake she had made. That afternoon, Mu Xian stepped through the school gates once more, a slight nervousness lingering in his heart. This time, he was set to meet a special recruitment teacher from the imperial capital's most prestigious academian opportunity that could potentially alter the course of his future. As soon as he crossed the threshold of the reception room, Lin Susu's voice rang out, Mu Xian, come quickly. Teacher Qin from the Imperial Academy is already here. Her tone betrayed her barely concealed curiosity, clearly wondering how the Imperial Academy had come to know about Mu Xian. In truth, the reason wasn't all that complicated. A detailed report on the beast tide in Jinhua City had been submitted to the imperial capital shortly after the incident concluded. Mu Xian's information was mentioned briefly in the report, but even those few words were enough to catch the attention of both the Imperial Academy and the Eastern Academy. Sensing something significant, they conducted a simple investigation, which ultimately sparked their keen interest in him and led to the dispatch of a special recruitment teacher. Mu Xian's gaze landed on the recruiter in the reception room. Teacher Qin appeared to be in his early 30s, scholarly and refined, exuding the distinct aura of a beast master from an academic background. Teacher Qin, this is Mu Xian. Lin Susu introduced them with a simple gesture. Teacher Qin studied Mu Xian for a moment before nodding approvingly. Not bad. Your physical condition has already reached the commander tier. It seems your beast has advanced to the lord tier. Yes, Teacher Qin. Mu Xian admitted calmly, though he couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. Teacher Qin's sharp perception far surpassed that of the recruiter from the Eastern Academy. To discern his level with just a glance was truly impressive. I also heard your beast, the ice crystal spirit, has evolved into a rare dragon species? Teacher Qin asked with curiosity. Yes, I call it the Frost Crystal Extreme Dragon, Mu Xian replied as he summoned the creature. The moment the Frost Crystal Extreme Dragon appeared, Teacher Qin nearly leapt from his chair. Such pure dragon aura, it seems your dragon-type beast boasts an exceptionally strong bloodline. And to think you're only in your 3rd year of high school yet, you've already nurtured a lord-tier beast and evolved it into a rare dragon species. After a moment of contemplation, Teacher Qin smiled warmly. Mu Xian, your talent and strength are outstanding. The Imperial Academy would be honored to have you join us. Just as Mu Xian was about to respond, the reception room door suddenly swung open. A middle-aged man with an air of urgency barged in, followed by a figure Mu Xian recognized. Wait. Mu Xian, please hold on. The middle-aged man called out hastily. Mu Xian paused, looking at him with a hint of confusion. Teacher Qin, however, reacted swiftly, his expression shifting to one of amused indifference as he addressed the newcomer. Director Fang Jintian of the Eastern Academy's admissions office, what brings you here so unexpectedly? Ah, you must be Qin Xuanzhong from the Imperial Academy, Fang Jintian responded awkwardly before quickly recovering with a smile. Naturally, I'm here for Mu Xian. Turning to Mu Xian directly, he continued, Mu Xian, I am Fang Jintian, director of the Eastern Academy's admissions office. I am here to extend a formal invitation for you to join the Eastern Academy. The Eastern Academy? Mu Xian said with a faint smile, his gaze shifting to the familiar woman standing behind Fang Jintian. Isn't this Teacher Tong? I believe I've made it clear before Mu Xian, have no interest in your Eastern Academy. Why are you still here? Fang Jintian's expression darkened as his eyes darted between Mu Xian and Tong Shuiyu. Finally, he demanded in a cold tone, Teacher Tong, care to explain what's going on here? Aye, Tong Shuiyu stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. Enough with the excuses. I'm not interested, Mu Xian interrupted sharply before turning back to Teacher Qin. Teacher Qin, to be honest, I'm more inclined towards the Eternal Academy. So my apologies. Teacher Qin didn't seem particularly disappointed. Special recruitment always involved a mix of successes and failures, and the Imperial Academy's advantages weren't exactly overwhelming. Compared to the Eternal Academy in the Western capital, the Imperial Academy was simply more prosperous and cosmopolitan. However, for Beastmasters, such bustling environments often dulled their resolve. This was one reason why, among the top 5 academies, the Imperial Academy consistently ranked the weakest in combat prowess. Were it not for the numerous secret realms under its control, it might have lost its status as a supreme academy altogether. Mu Xian then turned to Fang Jintian and Tong Shuiyu. As for you, Teacher Tong, Director Fang, I suggest you dismiss her immediately. Otherwise, she might tarnish the Eastern Academy's reputation further. Fang Jintian, Tong Shuiyu, Teacher Qin, and Lin Susu were all left speechless, exchanging glances in awkward silence. After Mu Xian left, Fang Jintian turned to Lin Susu. Teacher Lin, what exactly happened? What's wrong with our Eastern Academy? Lin Susu hesitated briefly before recounting the events of the morning in a concise manner. She concluded with a faint smile. To be honest, I'm starting to lose faith in the Eastern Academy myself. Once Teacher Qin and Lin Susu had departed, only Fang Jintian and Tong Shuiyu remained in the reception room. Fang Jinshan's face was as dark as coal, his eyes blazing with anger. It was evident that he was deeply dissatisfied with this failed recruitment. A sudden roar erupted from the meeting room, shaking the entire atmosphere. Tong Shuiyu, you're nothing but a complete idiot. Fang Jintian's furious outburst reverberated through the room like a clap of thunder. In the days that followed, Mu Xian no longer focused his energy on waiting for the special admissions teacher from Eternal Academy. To him, special admissions were merely a shortcut away to bypass the college entrance exam and head to Shidu early, where he could hunt the beasts there and gather cultivation resources. However, fate seemed to have other plans. Just a few days later, a phone call from Lin Susu completely altered Mu Xian's plans. Her voice came through the phone, tinged with excitement. Mu Xian, you don't need to worry about special admissions anymore. It turned out that on that very day, the National Beast Taming Education Department had announced a major reform of the college entrance exam system. The traditional format was replaced with a multi-tiered structure. This new system was divided into 4 stages: a liberal arts examination, a city-level Beast Tamer combat exam, a provincial-level Beast Tamer secret realm practical exam, and a national-level comprehensive Beast Tamer exam. Lin Susu explained in detail. According to the new rules the school received, the liberal arts exam will only last 1 day, with 2 sessions in the morning and afternoon, each consisting of 3 papers. The city-level Beast Tamer combat exam will follow an elimination format, with opponents determined by drawing lots, until the top 100, top 10, and top 3 are selected. The top 100 will receive resource rewards, with even greater prizes for the top 10 and top 3. She continued, the top 100 from the city-level exam can then advance to the provincial-level secret realm exam. The top 30 from the provincial rankings will ultimately qualify to participate in the national-level exam in the imperial capital. This new format significantly raises the difficulty of the college entrance exam compared to before. After hearing Lin Susu's explanation, Mu Xian couldn't help but grumble. Isn't this basically the Blue Planet version of the imperial examination? Damn! He was both surprised and impressed by the creativity of the Longhua Beast Taming Education Department, giving them a reluctant thumbs up. They really know how to shake things up. Even so, Mu Xian quickly realized that this imperial exam-style college entrance system worked in his favor. It provided a better stage for true geniuses to stand out. Lin Susu chuckled and encouraged him. Mu Xian, now you can focus entirely on preparing for the new college entrance exam. I have high hopes that you can bring back a first-place title in the provincial exam. Mu Xian responded confidently. Don't worry, Lin Laosher, we'll get it done. After hanging up, Mu Xian fell into deep thought. Since special admissions were no longer on the table, it was time to go all in on preparing for the college entrance exam. With just over 20 days left, he couldn't afford to waste a single moment. A bold idea popped into his mind. Why not head to the Longmin mountain range? It didn't take long for Mu Xian to make up his mind. He was ready to embark on his journey of preparation. The Longmin mountain range stretches for hundreds of kilometers, extending from the southwest to the northeast and passing through numerous cities. This vast mountain region is home to dozens of mystical beasts, some of which are of king-level status. Mu Xian entered the range from the northern mountain entrance and quickly delved into the heart of the Longmin Mountains. This time, his objective was clear: to hunt mystical beasts while enhancing the combat abilities of his 2 contracted beasts in preparation for the upcoming national exams. As a Lord-level Beastmaster, Mu Xian no longer needed to tread as cautiously as he did a month ago. Even if he used rare beast bloodlines, it wouldn't attract too much unwanted attention. Compared to that, obtaining resources had become a secondary goal. While Mu Xian was training in the Longmin Mountains, a conspiracy was brewing in a hidden space. Several figures sat around a large round table, and the atmosphere was tense. Ladies and gentlemen, a raspy voice broke the silence. I've received confirmed information the Long Kingdom's government plans to open the Sacred Light Secret Realm during the National Comprehensive Exams. The statement landed like a bombshell, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The Sacred Light Secret Realm? Someone asked, uncertain. Yes, that Sacred Light Secret Realm. The raspy voice confirmed with a hint of excitement. Ha, ha, ha. A mocking laugh echoed. Those bureaucrats are actually willing to bring out that secret realm. Things must be looking pretty grim for them. A deep voice explained in a low tone, of course. Under the orchestration of our high priest, the 7 major tribes of the northern expanse launched a coordinated assault. Although the attack ultimately failed, it inflicted significant casualties on the Long Kingdom. Naturally, they'll need to invest more resources into nurturing the next generation. A sultry female voice interjected. causing some of the figures present to feel momentarily distracted. For the Long Kingdom, this isn't a fatal blow. The raspy voice interrupted her, steering the conversation back on track. Let's focus on the Sacred Light Secret Realm. This realm is filled with light-type and holy-type beasts, which are extremely effective against us. If those young talents each manage to acquire one, and they grow stronger over time, are you willing to let that happen? The sultry voice chuckled. Of course not. Elder Crow, with your wisdom and prestige, why don't you tell us what to do? We'll all follow your lead. Yes, we'll follow you, Elder Crow. The mocking voice chimed in. The raspy voice let out a cold snort. Humph, you enchantress, don't try to flatter me. Each of our 5 organizations will send people into the secret realm. If we can eliminate these talented students, the Long Kingdom will surely fall into decline. Elder Crow, you're truly ruthless. I like it, the sultry voice teased, feigning coyness. Ugh, you vile woman, can you stop disgusting us? I swear, I hate sitting at the same table as you people from the witch sect. Someone grumbled in frustration. Shortly after, the figures in the hidden space quietly dispersed, leaving behind an eerie silence. Meanwhile, deep within the Longmin Mountains, an intense battle had just concluded. Roar! With a mournful cry, a massive steel wolf collapsed to the ground. Not far away, Mu Xian and his 2 contracted beasts, the Frost Crystal Ice Dragon and the Void Ferret, finally breathed a sigh of relief, victorious smiles spreading across their faces. Few finally took down this steel wolf. Mu Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at his companions with approval. Xiaoling, Xiao Mao, great job. Meow meow. Of course. The Void Ferret called out proudly. Roar. Happy. The Frost Crystal Ice Dragon let out an excited growl. Mu Xian shook his head, smiling, and cautiously approached the fallen steel wolf to extract its bloodline. This marked the 12th day since Mu Xian had entered the Longmin Mountains. Over the past 2 weeks, he and his 2 beasts had faced countless challenges, but had also gained significant rewards. They had discovered 3 Lord-level cultivation resources and over 10 Commander-level resources. Unfortunately, none of these resources were particularly suited to his 2 beasts. In addition, Mu Xian had successfully hunted 9 Lord-level mystical beasts, most of which ranged from Lord Level 1 to Lord Level 6. The steel wolf before him, at Lord Level 7, was by far the toughest opponent they had faced. The battle had lasted over 20 minutes before they finally emerged victorious. This fight made Mu Xian acutely aware that his current limit was against Lord Level 7 beasts. It's about time to head back, Mu Xian thought to himself. Although this trip to the Longmin Mountains hadn't yielded abundant resources, the greatest gain was undoubtedly the progress made in battle. The Frost Crystal Ice Dragon had advanced to Lord Level 2, while the Void Ferret had reached Commander Level 3. Compared to their previous rapid growth, this pace of improvement could be described as slow. In reality, this was the normal progression speed for Lord-level beasts and rare attribute beasts. Lord-level cultivation resources were 10 times scarcer than those for Commander-level beasts, and their prices were naturally several times higher. Rare attribute beasts, such as those of the spatial, barrier, dusk, paper art, and dream attributes, were born under unique conditions, making them exceptionally valuable and expensive. When it came to the primary resources needed for evolution, the situation became even more extreme. Each one was astronomically priced, and often so rare that even those who could afford them might not be able to find them. The artificial cultivation plans for various resources had only just reached the Dominator level. Mu Xian was about to leave when, suddenly, a familiar giant wolf appeared out of thin air before him and his 2 contracted beasts. The wolf was massive, its fur crackling with electric light, and its gaze cold and piercing like ice. Mu Xian's heart sank as he quickly pulled up the information panel. Thunderstorm Wild Wolf. Species: Thunder Element Wolf Clan. Rank: Lord, Level 9. Bloodline: Beast King Class. Quality: Elite. Skills: Thunderstorm, Lightning Prison, Thunderclaw, Thunderstep. Description: a powerful beast residing deep within the Longmin Mountain Range, ruling over an area spanning 100 miles. In an instant, Mu Xian understood this was the ruler of the Longmin Mountain Range. A chilling thought flashed through his mind. Killing that Vajra giant wolf earlier must have drawn this Thunderstorm Wild Wolf here. Before Mu Xian could think further, the Thunderstorm Wild Wolf let out a low growl. In the blink of an eye, blue-purple lightning surged toward him like a tidal wave. Damn it! Mu Xian cursed under his breath as he swiftly dodged the attack. At the same time, he shouted, Xiaoling! The Frost Crystal Ice Dragon immediately sprang into action, emitting a chilling aura. It unleashed its extreme Frost Seal ability, instantly freezing the Thunderstorm Wild Wolf's lightning prison. This upgraded skill, evolved from its earlier freezing ability, not only froze its target rapidly but also dealt additional ice damage. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Cracks of lightning suddenly flickered across the frozen surface of the lightning prison. With a deafening crash, the ice shattered, and the lightning prison continued its original trajectory without hindrance. Mu Xian's heart grew heavy. The gap in rank is too great. The battle between the three contracted beasts and the thunderstorm wild wolf escalated rapidly. One powerful skill after another was unleashed, but the damage inflicted on the thunderstorm wild wolf was negligible. On the other hand, the devastating power of the thunder and its paralyzing effects left the frost crystal ice dragon severely injured. Luckily, the void ferret intermittently used its spatial confinement skill, buying the frost crystal ice dragon brief moments of respite. But at this rate, Mu Xian's side was doomed to lose. Just as despair loomed, a glimmer of hope emerged. Mu Xian suddenly realized that his two contracted beasts lacked coordination in their teamwork. This weakness had not been apparent in previous overwhelming victories, but was fully exposed when facing a powerful 9th-tier Lord-level beast. He quickly adjusted his tactics and commanded, "Little Cat, use Void Blade to harass the enemy and create opportunities for Little Ling. Little Ling, your job is to freeze the opponent and wait for the right moment to unleash Absolute Zero Storm." Under Mu Xian's guidance, the Frost Crystal Ice Dragon and the Void Ferret swiftly adjusted and began working in perfect harmony. They gradually withstood the ferocious onslaught of the Thunderstorm Wolf and even managed to counterattack. However, the cunning Thunderstorm Wolf quickly noticed the shift in the battle and redirected its attacks towards Mu Xian, the critical commander. The situation took a sudden turn, and Mu Xian found himself in a dire predicament. His two beasts had to bear the brunt of the attacks intended for him, depleting their energy rapidly. Mu Xian sighed inwardly, realizing victory was unlikely. He made a decisive call and ordered a retreat. "Little Cat, Little Ling, alternate between Frost Seal and Spatial Lockdown. We'll fight as we retreat." Spatial Lockdown, a nearly unavoidable divine-level control skill, successfully bought Mu Xian precious time to retreat. Although the Thunderstorm Wolf managed to break free from the confinement in a short time, Mu Xian had already widened the distance. Following this, Frost Seal froze the Wolf King once again. In this manner, the two beasts took turns casting their abilities, giving their master the chance to escape. 5 minutes later, Mu Xian and his two exhausted beasts finally found temporary shelter in a tree hollow. The Void Ferret let out a pitiful cry. "Meow meow meow, I couldn't win. I'm so useless." Mu Xian comforted it. "Don't be upset. That big wolf is 2 levels higher than you. Once you're at its level, you'll be able to pin it to the ground with one paw." "Meow? Really?" The Void Ferret looked up, its eyes filled with hope. "Of course it's true." Mu Xian nodded earnestly. "In fact, once you reach the first tier of the Lord level, you'll easily defeat it," he silently added in his mind, though upgrading a spatial-type beast is notoriously difficult. After resting for over 20 minutes, Mu Xian and his beasts regained some of their strength. However, he was embarrassed to find that, in the chaos, he had lost his sense of direction. Turning to the Void Ferret, he asked, "Little Cat, how much longer until you can open a spatial passage?" "Meow. It's ready now," the Void Ferret replied. "Great. Let's head straight back to Jinhua City," Mu Xian said excitedly. "Meow meow meow, it's too far. I can't make it," the Void Ferret responded dejectedly. Mu Xian dared not risk random spatial traversal, fearing they might end up in an even more dangerous location. He decided to first make his way out of the Longmin mountain range, and then determine their next steps. Fortunately, the Void Ferret's dimensional storage contained ample food and water, so survival was not an immediate concern. By dusk, Mu Xian still hadn't exited the Longmin mountain range. He chose a safe tree hollow as a temporary resting spot. That night, he slept uneasily, constantly feeling as though something was watching him from the shadows. Despite carefully observing his surroundings, he found no anomalies. Yet, as a commander-level Beast Tamer, his instincts were rarely wrong. Mu Xian speculated that the mysterious beast might be cautious and timid. Observing him from about 50 meters away, he decided to lure it out and see just what kind of creature was lurking in the dark. Under the silvery moonlight, a nearly transparent butterfly cautiously approached. Sensing that its target appeared to be asleep, it felt slightly more at ease. This extraordinary butterfly was none other than the exceedingly rare Celestial Mirage butterfly. When the Celestial Mirage butterfly entered within 50 meters of him, Mu Xian suddenly opened his eyes, catching a clear glimpse of the intruder. He almost gasped aloud in surprise. Celestial Mirage butterfly. Species: Illusion Precognition butterfly. Rank: Elite Tier 3. Bloodline: Beast King quality. Abilities: Mirage form, Danger Precognition. This was an extraordinarily rare mutated beast. Originally possessing only the bloodline of an ordinary illusion butterfly, it had undergone a dramatic transformation after awakening a portion of the Tri-Life butterfly bloodline. Rejected by its own kind, it had journeyed across mountains and rivers, traveling thousands of miles before arriving in the Longmin mountain range. Mu Xian's heart raced with excitement. For his third contracted beast, he had never settled on a specific type. He had considered healing, recovery, tank, or defensive beasts, but after half a month in the Longmin Mountain Range, he hadn't encountered any suitable candidates, leading him to wonder if they had already been captured by others. Now, this celestial mirage butterfly, capable of sensing danger, perfectly matched his expectations. The butterfly was unaware that Mu Xian had already noticed it. Believing its target to still be asleep, it boldly ventured into the tree hollow. At that moment, Mu Xian decisively commanded, "Little Ling, spatial lockdown." In an instant, a transparent spatial barrier enveloped the celestial mirage butterfly. Panicked and flustered, it let out high-pitched cries, but its elite-tier strength was no match for the spatial confinement. Mu Xian carefully examined the beautiful, translucent-winged butterfly, growing more satisfied the longer he looked. Its stunning appearance alone was enough to captivate him, not to mention its partial awakening of the tri-life butterfly bloodline, making it an exceptionally rare creature. The name tri-life butterfly alone hinted at its extraordinary nature. The life in its name suggested a connection to the attribute of destiny, marking it as a tremendously powerful beast. The thought of possessing a creature with such a rare bloodline filled Mu Xian with joy. Without hesitation, Mu Xian dripped a drop of his blood, forging a contract with the celestial mirage butterfly. As for whether it consented, with its elite-tier strength, it had no choice but to comply. Shortly after, the celestial mirage butterfly slowly regained consciousness, only to realize that another presence now resided in its mind. This discovery left it utterly terrified, unable to comprehend what had happened. At that moment, a gentle voice resonated in the butterfly's consciousness, filling it with an inexplicable sense of warmth. "Don't be afraid, little one. From now on, you're my partner." Mu Xian smiled and said, "From now on, I'll call you Little Butterfly." Mu Xian had acquired a rare bloodline beast companion, and he couldn't be more satisfied with his expedition to the Longmin Mountain Range. Early the next morning, taking advantage of the relative calm in the forest with fewer beasts around, he decisively set off. After a grueling morning trek, he finally spotted other Beast Tamers, signaling that he had emerged from the depths of the Longmin Mountain Range into its outer regions. However, as Mu Xian exited the mountain range with his 3 beast companions, he was stunned to realize that he had somehow ended up on the side near Hangqing. This meant he had unknowingly traversed the entire mountain range alone. Feeling both embarrassed and relieved that no one knew about his blunder, he decided to make the most of the situation and pay a visit to Sister Feng Fei. Half an hour later, Mu Xian pushed open the door of a bubble tea shop near the provincial beast taming academy. Upon seeing him, Ling Fengfei nearly jumped out of her seat in surprise. "Mu Xian, what are you doing in Hangqing?" A fleeting hint of awkwardness crossed Mu Xian's face, but he replied casually, "I came to Hangqing to purchase some cultivation resources." Ling Fengfei didn't doubt him. She knew many beast tamers did this since resources in the provincial capital were far more abundant than in smaller towns. "What kind of resources are you looking for? Let me see if I have any that might help," she asked with concern. "After all, you helped me out a lot last time, and I've been wondering how to repay you." Curious, Mu Xian asked, "Has your blazing sparrow evolved?" At the mention of this, Ling Fengfei's eyes lit up with excitement. "Yes, thanks to your advice, I focused on evolving it toward the Golden Flame Divine Bird path, and it worked. It's now called the Golden Flame Divine Sparrow." As she spoke, she eagerly summoned her beast companion. The Golden Flame Divine Sparrow appeared before them, its body emitting a faint golden glow, exuding an aura of majesty and power. Mu Xian quickly glanced at its information panel. Golden Flame Divine Sparrow. Type, Fire Flying. Rank, Commander Level 6. Bloodline, Beast King Grade. Quality, Elite. Skills, Flame Jet, Golden Flame Strike, Explosive Fireball. Description: originally a blazing sparrow with traces of Golden Flame Divine Bird bloodline. Through an imperfect evolution plan, it gained partial Golden Flame Divine Bird abilities. While its potential is decent, the evolution reduced its quality, making further evolution to the Sovereign Grade Golden Flame Divine Bird significantly more challenging. Mu Xian astutely noticed that the sparrow's quality had diminished, indicating a loss in potential. Advancing it to the Sovereign Grade Golden Flame Divine Bird would now be exponentially harder due to the imperfect evolution plan. However, seeing Ling Fengfei's elation, Mu Xian decided to keep his observations to himself sometimes. Ignorance truly is bliss. Ling Fengfei quickly shifted the conversation to Mu Xian. "Mu Xian, how's your beast training coming along? Have you contracted a second beast companion yet? I heard there have been major changes to your cohort's college entrance exams." Mu Xian nodded and explained. "Yes, the exams have undergone significant reforms. First, we'll have to participate in battles at the city level. Then, we'll head to the provincial capital to explore a secret realm, and finally, we might even go to the imperial capital for a national level exam. It's very different from the old system. Previously, the exam started with written tests, followed by rank assessments, and finally ranking battles where teachers graded us based on our rank. That system wasn't very fair to students from average families. But now, the importance of rank has decreased, and more emphasis is placed on beast training and understanding. Clearly, the higher-ups realize the flaws of rank-focused evaluations. This new approach will help discover more talented beast tamers. Ling Fangfei nodded thoughtfully. That gives you a big advantage, by the way. You still haven't told Muhatz the rank of your beast companion now? After a moment of deliberation, Mu Xian decided to be honest. Lord level 2. Commander level 2. Wait, did you just say Lord level 2? Ling Fangfei was so shocked she almost jumped out of her chair. Lord level already? How is that even possible? Mu Xian smiled and explained. I found a dragon blood fruit in the Longmin mountain range. Ling Fangfei was rendered speechless. She thought to herself that if their relationship wasn't so close, she might have jokingly begged, handsome, take me under your wing. Just then, a petite, fair-skinned girl with a youthful face and an imposing presence entered the bubble tea shop. Spotting Ling Fangfei and Mu Xian, her eyes sparkled mischievously. Feigning a stern expression, she said, well, Ling Fangfei, you said you had something important to do, and here you are dating someone right outside the academy gates? Ling Fangfei froze, her cheeks instantly turning crimson. Man, we're not dating. We're just on a date, right? The girl, called Man, teased with a playful grin. Ling Fangfei huffed and clarified, we're siblings. Oh, I see. So it's a sibling romance. Man nodded earnestly, pretending to take her seriously. Mu Xian and Ling Fangfei exchanged helpless glances, momentarily at a loss for words. After some explanations, Man finally seemed to grasp the situation sort of. Oh, so you're childhood friends who grew up like siblings, and now you're planning to take it further and start a sibling romance, huh? Seeing the duo's exasperated expressions, she added cheerfully, nice to meet you. Ling Fangfei's little brother. Am you Man, your childhood friend's bestie? Mu Xian wiped the imaginary sweat off his forehead and smiled wryly. Nice to meet you. Am Mu Xian. With you Man joining the group, their previously private conversation was naturally put on hold. Ling Fangfei, quick on her feet, shifted the topic to the resources Mu Xian needed. She smiled and asked, hey, little brother, what resources do you need? Let your big sis see if she's got any. You Man, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in with a mischievous glint in her eye. I can sell you resources too. At cost price, Mu Xian. Mu Xian smiled faintly and shook his head gently. I doubt you have what I need. They'll just go to the Beast Master Mall instead. Ling Fangfei pouted in protest. How can you be so sure? I'm a Lord-level Beast Master now, you know? You Man immediately backed her up. Exactly. Are you looking down on Zhujiang East Beast Master Academy? Seeing their indignation, Mu Xian calmly explained. I need Lord-level Ice and Dragon-type cultivation resources, or Commander-level Space-type resources. Do you have any of those? Commander-level Space-type resources? Lord-level Dragon-type resources? Ling Fangfei and Yu Man exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with shock. Ling Fangfei was astonished that Mu Xian required Commander-level space resources, while Yu Man was floored by the mention of Lord-level Dragon resources. After all, even at Zhujiang East Beast Master Academy, it was extremely rare for a first-year student to reach Lord level. Mu Xian responded with nothing more than a calm smile and a nod, leaving the two of them even more amazed. After a long pause, Ling Fangfei finally admitted with a wry smile, little brother, we really don't have the resources you're looking for. But I do know where to find them, right Man? Yu Man immediately caught on and nodded enthusiastically. That's right. Mu Xian, my dad owns a Beastmaster resource shelf might have these rare items. Although Mu Xian initially declined a few times, seeing Yu Man's sincerity, he finally agreed, albeit reluctantly. 20 minutes later, the three of them arrived at the Beastmaster Trading District in Hangzhou. Standing in front of a massive Beastmaster store spanning 8 storefronts, Ling Fangfei couldn't help but complain, Yu Man, is this the little shop you mentioned before? Yu Man stuck out her tongue playfully and grinned. Hee, isn't it trendy to stay low-key? See High Pavilion, Yu Man's family-run store specializing in beast taming resources and materials, boasted an impressive storefront spanning 1,000 square meters, with a striking sign hanging prominently above. Mu Xian stood in front of the store, his gaze sweeping over the dazzling array of goods, confirming that this was indeed the place he was searching for. Inside the store, a middle-aged man greeted them with a warm smile. Man, how come you have time to drop by the shop today? His eyes were filled with affection. Yu Man shifted slightly, looking a bit uneasy. Dad, I have a friend who's looking to buy some rare beast taming resources. Do you have any in stock? What kind of rare resources are you looking for? Yu Man's father, Yu Sihai, puffed out his chest with confidence. Not to brag, but Sihai Pavilion carries 80% of the attributes you could ask for. Mu Xian's eyes lit up. He stepped forward and said, hello, Uncle Yu. I'm Mu Xian, a friend of Man-Man's. ID like to purchase Lord-level ice and Dragon-type cultivation resources, Commander-level spatial resources, and some elite-level illusion resources as well. Uchi was momentarily taken aback, a hint of caution flashing in his eyes. He scrutinized Mu Xian's attire and demeanor, quietly speculating about the young man's background. But maintaining his friendly demeanor, he said with a smile, Mu, the resources you're asking for are quite expensive. How about we discuss this upstairs? Of course, Mu Xian agreed with a nod. The three of them moved to the lounge on the second floor, where Uchi quickly brought out a price list along with some samples. He explained, Mu Xian, the spatial resources you're looking for are particularly rare, and we only have 3 types in stock. I hope you'll understand. Mu Xian accepted the price list and began reviewing it carefully. His gaze lingered on each resource as he weighed his options, his expression thoughtful. Voidstone, elite-level resource, 250,000 yuan per piece. Luminous Voidstone, commander-level resource, 900,000 yuan per piece. Hollow Willow Branch, commander-level resource, 3 million yuan per section. Mu Xian read softly, his brows slightly furrowed. He continued down the list. Dark Frost Dragon Scales, Lord-level resource, 500,000 yuan per scale. Arctic Glacial Dragon Essence Blood, Lord-level resource, 1.2 million yuan per drop. Uchi observed Mu Xian's reaction with a hint of amusement, while nearby, Ling Fangfei and Yu Man both appeared visibly surprised. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Xian suddenly spoke up. Uncle Yu, will take all 30 luminous void stones you have in stock. He'll also buy 5 hollow willow branches, 30 dark frost dragon scales, and 30 drops of Arctic Glacial Dragon Essence Blood. And for the extreme frost crystals, he'll take 100 pieces as well. Uchi's eyes widened as he listened to Mu Xian list out the quantities. His expression shifted from skepticism to astonishment, then to excitement. He began to realize that this young man might be a prodigious beast tamer, something far more valuable than just earning millions. Mu Xian, Uchi said, trying to steady his voice despite his excitement. The total cost for all these resources is 125 million yuan at the original price. But since you're a friend of Man-Man's, we'll give you a special discounted price 85 of the cost. That'll be 106 million yuan in total. Mu Xian meticulously double-checked the invoice and realized that just the spatial resources for his Void Dragon Weasel alone amounted to 36 million yuan, even after the discount. He couldn't help but sigh. In wordless spatial-type beasts truly weren't something most people could afford to nurture. Mu Xian frowned as he looked at the exorbitant prices of the space-type beast companions. Although these creatures were essential powerhouses in battles and explorations, his account held only 14 million, some clearly insufficient. He silently contemplated whether he should sell off some of his stock. Ling Fangfei, noticing the change in Mu Xian's expression, asked with concern, Little brother, what's wrong? Short on money? I still have tens of millions here. Uchi chuckled and chimed in, Mu Xian, if you're short on funds, you can use these resources first and pay later. His words carried a hint of probing curiosity. After all, how could a true Lord-level genius beast tamer possibly lack money? Even without large amounts of cash, such a person should have rare resources at their disposal. While Uchi was already convinced that Mu Xian was likely a Lord-level beast tamer, he wanted to confirm it one last time. Mu Xian, however, waved his hand casually and said with ease, No need, no need. I'll have it soon. As he spoke, he made a slight gesture, and a Void Dragon Weasel appeared instantly in his arms. The little creature glanced around warily, realizing it wasn't in a combat scenario, then looked up at Mu Xian with a puzzled expression, letting out a soft and adorable meow. You Man, seeing the Void Dragon Weasel's cuteness, was instantly overwhelmed with affection and wanted to pet it right away. Ling Fangfei, on the other hand, maintained her composure, already guessing Mu Xian's intentions. Uchi was filled with anticipation. If Mu Xian truly was a Lord-level beast tamer, wouldn't he make the perfect son-in-law? In this era, talented beast tamers were never short of admirers. Naturally, Uchi wanted to seize the opportunity to build a strong connection and achieve mutual benefits. Seizing the moment, Mu Xian gently stroked the Void Dragon Weasel's fur and said with a smile, Little one, bring out the resources we acquired in the Longmen Mountain Range. The Void Dragon Weasel responded immediately. In an instant, a pile of various beast organs, reeking of blood, materialized out of thin air, leaving everyone present utterly stunned. Ling Fangfei picked up a plastic bag, only to find a heart inside. The aura it emitted made her heartbeat quicken. It was at least the heart of a level 5 lore-tier beast. Uchi was both shocked and overjoyed as he recognized several familiar beast remains. The corpse of a jade dragon python indicated it had reached level 6 lore-tier in life, yet it had fallen to this young man. There was also the elusive shadow gecko, infamous for its deadly ambushes on countless human beast tamers in the Longmen Mountain Range. Suddenly, a thought struck Uchi like lightning. Jade dragon python, Shadow Gecko, aren't these the very overlordier beasts that roamed the depths of the Longmen mountain range? His mind raced as he exclaimed internally, where did this genius even come from? This son-in-law, there's no way I'm letting him slip away. In the Dragon Gate mountain range, Mu Xian hunted down 9 lord-level beasts in a row, collecting their corpses and valuable materials. When he arrived at the Four Seas Pavilion, Yu Sihai excitedly calculated, Mu Xian, the materials from these beasts are worth a total of 120 million. After deducting 106 million, you still have 14 million left. Mu Xian's gaze fell on the corpse of the Jade Dragon Python, and an idea struck him. Uncle Yu, do you happen to have a temporary beast control ring? He asked, recalling the rare treasure he had always wanted but never managed to acquire. Yu Sihai's eyes lit up. Yes, we just got a new one in stock. He carefully took out a silver metal bracelet, handed it to Mu Xian, and explained how to use it in detail. Unfortunately, it's incredibly hard to make. Yu Sihai sighed. It said that only beast masters with space-gutting skills at the Beast King level can craft them. He looked at Mu Xian with anticipation. If your beast ever advances to the Beast King level, you must give it a try. Our Four Seas Pavilion would purchase them for 10 million apiece, no matter how many you make. Mu Xian shook his head with a wry smile. Uncle Yu, you're overestimating me. I'm still far from reaching the Beast King level. In the end, Mu Xian spent 10 million to purchase the temporary beast control ring, using the remaining few million to buy resources for his celestial illusion butterfly. As he was leaving, Yu Sihai cheerfully said, Man, bring your classmates by more often. Mu Xian, drop by the Four Seas Pavilion for tea whenever you have time. Even beast masters need to balance work and relaxation. Walking out of the Four Seas Pavilion, Ling Fangfei stared at Mu Xian with astonishment. Little brother, are you really the same kid I grew up with? Mu Xian felt a chill run down his spine under her piercing gaze, silently cursing her uncanny woman's intuition. He maintained his composure and replied, Fangfei, I'm still me, never changed. I've just had some fortuitous encounters over the past few months. Yu Manman's eyes sparkled with envy as she looked at the silvery white kitten in Mu Xian's arms. Mu Xian, can I hold it? Mu Xian smiled and handed the kitten over. The little creature initially let out a displeased meow, but soon closed its eyes contentedly under Yu Manman's gentle strokes. Turning to Ling Fangfei, Mu Xian said, Fangfei, I'm planning to return to Jinhua City tomorrow. Ling Fangfei nodded lightly, her experience today leaving her questioning her understanding of life. That evening, in the girls' dormitory at Zhujiang Eastern Beastmaster Academy, several stunning young women gathered in the common room as Yu Manman animatedly recounted Mu Xian's exploits. Ling Fangfei's two friends were stunned, and one of them teased, Fangfei, if you don't want that little brother of yours, why not let us have him? Ling Fangfei rolled her eyes. Don't even think about it. Don't be so stingy. You can be the main one, and I'll be the sidekick. Hao Qingqing's words were cut off as the room erupted into laughter and playful chasing among the girls. Meanwhile, in a hotel outside the academy, Mu Xian was focused on feeding cultivation resources to his two little companions. The ice crystal frost dragon was resting in his beast space, which was also an ideal environment for absorbing resources and growing stronger. Mu Xian gazed at the tiny celestial illusion butterfly, pondering how best to nurture it. Should he focus on developing its illusion abilities or explore its mysterious precognitive powers? He knew very little about the destiny-related precognition attribute. In modern human civilization, top-tier destiny beasts were rarely disclosed, either domestically or internationally. Exiled from its group and traveling thousands of miles to the Dragon Gate mountain range, Mu Xian mused. Could this little one have foreseen something and come looking for me on purpose? The thought only deepened his curiosity about the butterfly's celestial attributes. As night fell, the little creatures finished absorbing their resources and fell into a deep sleep within the beast space. Mu Xian prepared to rest as well, wanting to be refreshed for his journey back to Jinhua City the next day. However, barely 10 minutes after lying down, the hotel suddenly shook violently, followed by a powerful energy fluctuation that jolted him awake. Mu Xian muttered under his breath, Seriously? Do I have some kind of protagonist halo that causes trouble wherever I go? In the dimly lit hotel corridor, a slender and alluring young woman was frantically knocking on door after door, her eyes glimmering with fear. Yet, every door remained firmly shut, as if the occupants inside had lost all sense of compassion. Behind her, the sound of approaching footsteps grew louder and closer. She's just ahead. Don't let her escape. A gruff male voice boomed. Damn it, hahaha. So what if she's a commander-level beast master? When young Master Zhang wants someone, who dares to refuse? Another voice chimed in with a sneer. Quit yapping and move. If we let that little wench get away, none of us will hear the end of it. At this critical moment, a door suddenly creaked open. Mu Xian, who had been about to step out to check the commotion, was startled when a slender figure darted into his room like a streak of lightning. Help me. The girl's clear and urgent voice made Mu Xian freeze for a moment. Quickly regaining his composure, he silently closed the door, his mind racing with thoughts. Could it be that one of those cliched damsel in distress scenarios was actually unfolding before him? A minute later, a group of men rushed past the room. The girl's body stiffened instinctively, but when the sound of footsteps faded into the distance, Mu Xian turned to her with a reassuring smile. It's okay now. They've gone. The girl gave a small nod, her face lighting up with the relief of having narrowly escaped danger. Thank you, big brother, for saving me. Mu Xian nodded lightly, but something about the situation began to feel off. His inner senses activated automatically, and to his surprise, the information panel about the girl displayed some truly shocking details. Zhuo Donglai. Species, human. Rank, commander, level 1. Contracted beasts. Soul-eating spider banshee lord, level 1. Blood-boiling butterfly banshee commander, level 9. Blazing wind falcon banshee commander, level 5. The girl, who had an exceptionally delicate and beautiful appearance, bore the masculine name Zhuo Donglai. Even more puzzling, all three of her contracted beasts were female banshees. What was even stranger was that the group chasing her appeared to be ordinary humans, so why would a lord-level beast master be so terrified? Mu Xian's instinct screamed at him that something was deeply amiss. He recalled rumors about the four great evil organizations, particularly the third-ranked and most enigmatic one, known as the Witches' Cult. Glancing again at the girl's information, he couldn't help but suspect she might be one of their members. Could it be true that this organization turns all its members into women? Mu Xian mused uneasily. Looks like those fairy tale Questemsel stories really don't happen in real life. I just hope she doesn't have some ulterior motive, like trying to seduce me into submission or something. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. He had no interest in being part of such a bizarre scheme. Just then, the girl seemed to come to a decision. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small, radiant fruit. Its surface glowed with a soft white light, and a faint, pleasant fragrance wafted through the air. Big brother, I don't have much to offer in return for saving my life, but please accept this holy light fruit as a token of my gratitude, she said earnestly, explaining the fruit's supposed effects. If Mu Xian hadn't been able to see the true details of the fruit, he might have actually believed her. The information panel revealed the real story. Holy Radiance Fruit. Rank, Lord level. Applicable to humans, beasts, contracted beasts. Description: a rare spiritual fruit from the light realm, infused with potent light energy. Enhances physical constitution, boosts rank by 1 to 3 levels, and increases affinity with light elemental power. One of the few fruits that directly affects the body. Witch's blood. Rank, Lord level. Applicable to any living being. Description: diluted blood of the ancient, supreme witch of the apocalypse, mixed with spirit spring water and weakened 1,000-fold. Even after millennia, it retains a terrifying level of corruption. Direct consumption leads to gradual feminization of the body and psyche. After 3 doses, the transformation into a woman becomes irreversible. Beasts and contracted beasts will also turn into female banshees, with no possibility of reversal. Once transformed, the individual becomes fanatically devoted to the witch. Note: if not absorbed into a host within 1 hour, the witch's blood will dissolve on its own. What the? Mu Xian almost exclaimed aloud. The effects of the witch's blood were downright horrifying. He immediately understood that the fruit had a dual-layered information panel, with the witch's blood hidden beneath. It was clear the girl was trying to pull him into their web, or, more accurately, to completely transform him. Even so, Mu Xian accepted the so-called holy light fruit with a calm expression. A free gift handed to me? Why not take it? He thought to himself with a faint smirk. As for the witch's blood, who knows? It might come in handy against someone else. By the way, I don't think I caught your name, Mu Xian said casually, slipping the fruit into his pocket. The girl's expression flickered with subtle unease when she saw he hadn't eaten the fruit immediately. Nonetheless, she replied, my name is Xuan. Big brother, why aren't you eating it? The holy light fruit doesn't stay fresh for long. Mu Xian smiled faintly and summoned the Void Dragon Weasel. He carefully placed the sacred radiance fruit into his mustard seed space, his gaze soft as he looked at his little companion. Little one, this fruit is extremely precious. You better not sneak a bite, all right? Mu Xian gently reminded. Meow. Got it. The little creature shot Mu Xian a glance filled with mild disdain before nimbly retreating back into the beast-taming space. This scene left the young woman, Zhuo Donglai, as he should now be called, completely dumbfounded. The situation before him was nothing like what he had anticipated, and Mu Xian's cautiousness caught him entirely off guard. Don't let anything slip, Zhuo Donglai warned himself inwardly, though a wave of irritation surged in his heart. I refuse to believe that with a fruit worth millions right in front of you, you wouldn't be tempted to eat it. His frustration stemmed from Mu Xian not falling for his ploy, and the memory of how he himself had once fallen into a trap so easily only deepened his annoyance. The past was too bitter to recall, so Zhuodonglai forced himself to focus on the present. Just then, Mu Xian suddenly spoke. Miss Xue, it's getting late. Aren't you heading home? Zhuodonglai cursed inwardly. How rude can you be? It's so late and you are actually trying to send me, a stunning beauty, out the door? Are you even a man? Are you? But on the surface, he put on a pitiful expression. Big brother, Zhuodonglai said with a trace of trembling in his voice, feigning misery, you don't know. That Zhang Guy is the son of a big shot in Hangzhou. He's arrogant and loves preying on girls like me. I have nowhere to go now. His voice faltered, and his eyes glimmered with hopeful tears. Big brother, could you let me stay just for tonight? He'll leave first thing in the morning. Hearing this, Mu Xian's face softened into a kind smile. Of course. After a brief pause, he added, but it doesn't seem appropriate for the two of us to stay here alone. We'll book another room at a nearby hotel. Zhuodonglai was utterly stunned, his mind in turmoil. No way, no way. Are there really such upright and kind-hearted people in this world? But Mu Xian paid no heed to Zhuodonglai's inner thoughts. He swiftly packed up his belongings, skillfully storing everything in his mustard seed space, and disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. By the time Zhuodonglai snapped out of his shock, Mu Xian was nowhere to be seen. Frustration and suspicion surged in his chest. Damn it! Did he figure something out? Yet soon, Zhuodonglai's confidence reignited. Mu Xian, huh? Even if you've caught on. So what? Once you've eaten that sacred radiance fruit, everything will be out of your control. 10 minutes later, Mu Xian arrived at a luxurious hotel room. He gazed at the sacred radiance fruit in his hand, his brows furrowing slightly. This precious fruit filled him with doubt. Why would the witch organization go to such lengths, offering such a treasure, just to trap him? What were they plotting? As an ordinary high school student, Mu Xian couldn't fathom what made him worth such elaborate scheming. Was it his talent and strength they were after? Or was there an even larger conspiracy hiding in the shadows? Though the truth was shrouded in mystery, one thing was clear to Mu Xuanhe: had to tread carefully and stay vigilant. Without hesitation, he let out a cold laugh, staring at the sacred radiance fruit. Let's see what this so-called witch's blood is all about. Extract witch's blood. As soon as he finished speaking, a drop of dark purple blood slowly emerged, exuding an ominous aura. Through that single drop of witch's blood, Mu Xian seemed to glimpse the hazy figure of a perfect woman. A strange desire began to stir within him, but he quickly suppressed it with sheer willpower. This brief experience only deepened Mu Xian's wariness toward the witch's blood. He carefully examined the information panel. Witch's blood. Rank. Lord level. Applicable to any creature. Description. Seeing that the description hadn't changed, Mu Xian let out a sigh of relief. He glanced back at the sacred radiance fruit and confirmed that the witch's blood information had disappeared. Now, the sacred radiance fruit was safe to consume, free from the terrifying consequences of the witch's blood. Curious, Mu Xian continued scrolling through his phone while keeping an eye on the bowl containing the witch's blood. An hour later, the dark purple liquid suddenly turned pitch black, resembling ink, and emitted a repugnant, malevolent aura. Witch's poison. Rank. Lord level. Applicable to any creature. Description. Originally witch's blood. It transforms into a bizarre poison if not integrated into a living being within 1 hour. Consuming it results in a reversal of sexual orientation, curable only by witch's blood. So it really was a sinister trap. Mu Xian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, grateful for the information panel. Without it, such devious schemes would have been nearly impossible to detect. The next day, Mu Xian discreetly joined the convoy heading back to Jinhua City. The journey was uneventful, devoid of any dramatic incidents, and he safely returned to Jinhua City. Unbeknownst to him, not long after his departure, a young woman named Zhuodonglai arrived at the hotel where he had been staying, only to find it empty. Perplexed, Zhuodonglai muttered to herself, "This guy, could he really be this cautious? He hasn't eaten the sacred radiance fruit yet? This isn't how the story's supposed to go. Mu Xian, you won't get away with this, mark my words." Back in Jinhua City, Mu Xian finally allowed himself to relax. The constant tension over the past few days had left him utterly exhausted. After a deep, restful sleep, a rejuvenated Mu Xian retrieved the sacred radiance fruit and swallowed it in one bite. Tastes like jujubes. Before he could finish his thought, a surge of warmth spread from his abdomen, coursing through his entire body. The sensation was so comforting that he nearly let out a moan. The warmth lasted the entire afternoon before gradually fading away. By then, Mu Xian had reached Commander Level 5, and his Beastmaster space had expanded significantly, radiating a faint golden glow. In the days that followed, Mu Xian methodically focused on raising the levels of his beasts. However, before he could make significant progress, the high school entrance exams arrived. Mu Xian. Species, human. Rank, Commander level 5. Talent, Bloodline extraction and fusion. Beasts, Frost Crystal Ice Dragon, Lord level 4. Void Dragon Weasel, Commander level 6. Celestial Illusion Butterfly, Elite level 7. In a classroom at Jinhua City's number 9 high school, Mu Xian was intently scribbling answers during the written portion of the high school exams. Under the new exam system, written tests accounted for 40 of the total score, while city-level practical tests made up the remaining 60. This meant that excelling in written exams was just as crucial for advancing to the provincial-level tests. The written portion, known as Humanities Comprehensive, covered 6 subjects: language arts, mathematics, geography, history, common beastmaster languages, and beast identification. Each subject was worth 100 points, and all had to be completed in a single day, with results released the next day. Just finishing all the questions was a challenge in itself, let alone scoring high marks. As the first batch of students under the new exam format, Mu Xian's cohort naturally attracted widespread attention. Parents worried about the difficulty of the tests and potential mishaps, while television, media, and online platforms closely followed the event. Outside Mu Xian's exam venue, a sea of anxious parents had gathered, alongside television crews broadcasting live. The crowd was dense, cameras were everywhere, and the atmosphere was electric with anticipation. In the current era of beast taming, while it has become the mainstream, television, newspapers, and the internet have also developed considerably. However, compared to Earth's internet age, there is still a significant gap. Due to frequent destruction of fiber optic cables by beasts, the internet on Blue Star has essentially become a series of localized intranets for individual cities. People can only browse local network content, and accessing information from other provinces or cities requires special permissions, a frustrating limitation. In the classroom, Mu Xian's pen glided swiftly across the test paper, with answers flowing effortlessly like a stream. In less than 2 hours, he had completed all 3 morning exams, finishing a full hour ahead of schedule. As Mu Xian stepped out of the school gates, a striking figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was a beautiful reporter from the local television station. With quick reflexes, she extended a microphone toward Mu Xian and fired off a series of rapid questions. Student, how do you feel about this year's college entrance exam difficulty? Coming out so early, did you submit your paper ahead of time? How many points do you expect to score? And what are your thoughts on the practical combat exam in 3 days? Mu Xian raised an eyebrow, calculating in his mind how best to respond. Clearing his throat, he flashed a confident smile and replied, "This year's exam was relatively simple. I finished an hour ahead of time. As for my score, the 3 morning subjects total 300 points, and I'm confident I'll score around 270. The practical combat exam? My beast has already reached Lord Tier, level 4. I have nothing to worry about." The moment Mu Xian finished speaking, the surroundings fell into a stunned silence. The reporter's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. Lord Tier, level 4? That sounded utterly outrageous. Even some university graduates hadn't reached the Lord Tier yet. After Mu Xian left, the parents present began buzzing with discussion. Whose kid was that just now? He sure knows how to brag. Exactly. Lord Tier, level 4? Even reaching Commander Tier would be impressive. A Lord Tier Beast Tamer? That's the kind of level that qualifies you for high-ranking positions in Jinhua City. How could a high school graduate possibly achieve that? My son, who's studying in Hang City, is only at Commander Tier, level 5, and he already considers himself a genius. Mu Xian's bold claims quickly became the talk of the parents, and before long, his remarks sparked widespread discussion and ridicule online. During the afternoon exams, Mu Xian once again finished more than an hour early. As he exited the exam hall, the same beautiful reporter appeared in front of him once more, smiling as she greeted him. "Well, hello again, student. We meet again." Mu Xian let out a light chuckle, his gaze soft as he looked at the beautiful reporter. "Miss, it seems we really are destined to meet. So, what would you like to ask me this time?" A glimmer of curiosity flashed in the reporter's eyes before she asked, "Which university are you planning to apply to?" Without hesitation, Mu Xian replied confidently, "Of course, it's Eternal Academy." The reporter's eyes widened in surprise. Eternal Academy? You'd need an outstanding score on the provincial exam just to have a chance of getting in. Mu Xian smiled faintly, brimming with confidence. Naturally, I have faith in myself. After the interview ended, Mu Xian once again became the center of attention among the parents. They gathered in small groups, quietly discussing. That kid sure talks big. Aiming for Eternal Academy? I bet he can't even get into Zhejiang Province Beast Taming Academy. Haha, what's wrong with young people dreaming big? Who knows, maybe he really has what it takes. As for the chatter and the online speculations, Mu Xian paid no attention. He preferred to let his actions speak louder than words. The next day, the first day after the college entrance exam, the liberal arts results were officially announced. Unsurprisingly, Mu Xian took the crown, scoring an astonishing 599 out of 600. Lin Susu looked at Mu Xian with a complex expression. Congratulations, she said, though her heart was filled with mixed emotions. This student had undergone a complete transformation in just 3 months, shocking everyone. Those who had once mocked him were now the ones being laughed at. Mu Xian grinned and said, "It's all thanks to your excellent teaching, Miss Lin. By the way, how's the principal doing?" Ever since the former principal, Lin Xuan, retired due to injuries, the vice principal of 9th High School had been promoted to principal. However, the new principal, despite his reputation, lacked the authority to manage the various factions within the school, leading to some chaos. Once a thriving school, 9th High had seen better days since the change in leadership. Lin Susu shook her head and sighed. The situation hasn't improved. Just as Mu Xian was about to respond, a group of people appeared in the distance, led by the same beautiful reporter who had interviewed him the day before. Han Jiai's eyes sparkled with astonishment. The top liberal arts scorer in Jinhua City's college entrance exam had come from 9th High School, achieving an unbelievable score of 599. This was undoubtedly the biggest news in Jinhua City. Today, Han Jiai had come to 9th High specifically to interview this top scorer. After all, this was the first year of the reformed college entrance exam, and public interest was exceptionally high. Like the 2 interviews from the previous day, this one had already generated significant buzz on TV and online. Han Jiai hoped to uncover more intriguing details about this top student. However, when the 9th High principal brought the same student from yesterday's interviews to her, Han Jiai was momentarily stunned. Could it be that this student really was the academic prodigy he claimed to be? The principal confirmed her suspicions. "Reporter Han, this is Mu Xian, our top liberal arts scorer in the college entrance exam." "Mu Xian, this is reporter Han from the TV station." Mu Xian looked at Han Jiai with a cheerful smile. "Miss, we meet again." Han Jiai felt a wave of awkwardness, recalling how she hadn't believed him before. She cleared her throat and stammered, "Mu Xian, I didn't expect." "You didn't expect me to actually take first place?" Mu Xian interjected with a grin. "You know, the higher the level of a Beast Tamer, the stronger the feedback they receive, which enhances their physical and mental capabilities. As a lower-level Beast Tamer, acing the exam is only natural, don't you think?" Han Jiai nodded instinctively before suddenly realizing natural. Not at all. A near-perfect score was unheard of, even for a Lord-level Beast Tamer. The interview seemed to end before it even began. Indeed, when the video of Mu Xian's latest interview was released, Jinhua City's local forums erupted. "What? That guy from yesterday's viral clip actually scored first? And he's a Lord-level Beast Tamer? Did he start training in the womb, or something? He's aiming for Eternal Academy? I could get behind that." If not for the restrictions on intercity internet access, Mu Xian's name might have already spread across the entire Dragon Kingdom. 2 days flew by, and the first round of the college entrance exam, the city-level combat test, was about to begin. At the Jinhua City Central Arena, a venue usually reserved for advanced Beast Tamer battles, 20 platforms had been set up for the exam. The spacious arena was now ready for the citywide competition. At 9 a.m., Mu Xian and the other candidates received their number plates and entered the arena. By noon, Mu Xian's phone buzzed with his battle assignment. "Dear Candidate 9001, Mu Xian, please report to Platform 11 within 10 minutes for your battle. Your opponent is Candidate 1055. Jinhua City had 9 high schools, with the first digit of the number indicating the school. In other words, Mu Xian's opponent was from First High School. First High School in Jinhua City had always been somewhat enigmatic, rumored to be teeming with talented individuals. However, ever since Mu Xian reached Lord level, he rarely paid attention to others. He doubted anyone in Jinhua City could achieve Lord level before graduating high school. "Finally, my turn," Mu Xian said with a smile. After waiting all morning, he was more than ready. At Platform 11, the referee and examiners verified Mu Xian's and Candidate 1055's information. The battle was about to begin. The referee reiterated the rules. Both candidates may summon only one beast. If your beast is defeated, you lose. Additionally, the Beast Tamer code must be followed. Beasts are not allowed to attack the opposing Beast Tamer. Once a beast is incapacitated or a tamer concedes, the opponent must cease all attacks. "Understood?" "Understood," both candidates replied. However, Candidate 1055's tone was noticeably less enthusiastic. By now, most students in Jinhua City's 9 high schools were well aware of Mu Xian's reputation and strength. Meanwhile, reporter Han Jiai, having learned of Mu Xian's battle assignment, hurried over with her cameraman. Mu Xian, the top liberal arts scorer, was her ticket to skyrocketing viewership. But when Han Jiai arrived at Platform 11, she was stunned to see Mu Xian, a Beast Tamer, dart forward and punch his opponent's beast so hard that it flew off the platform and out of sight. Han Jiai was bewildered. "What's going on? Mu Xian, where's your beast?" Mu Xian smiled faintly. "Miss, Do you think I need to summon my beast to handle an elite-level Beast Tamer? Well, maybe not. Han Jai stood there, utterly dumbfounded. In a live broadcast with over 100,000 viewers, the audience was left stunned by Mu Xian's bold and unexpected moves. The comment section exploded like a tidal wave. Wow, what Mu Xian said makes so much sense. I have no counterarguments. Some viewers were curious about the opponent's reaction. I wonder how the opposing Beast Tamer feels knowing their own beast isn't as powerful as Mu Xian himself. Questions quickly followed. Are Lord-level Beast Tamers really this strong? Can a Tamer defeat an elite 8th tier beast on their own? A seasoned viewer explained. Hate to break it to you, but it's true. Lord-level Beast Tamers themselves possess the physical prowess of a commander-level being. Inside the arena at the Golden Flower City examination grounds, TV reporter Han Jai abandoned her interviews with others and chose to follow Mu Xian closely. With curiosity in her eyes, she asked, Mu Xian, we've heard your contracted beast is an incredibly rare ice elemental life form. How did you manage to form a contract with it? This was a question many others were wondering as well. By now, Mu Xian's background had already been dug up. Was an ordinary civilian from a modest family, even less privileged than most. Yet, he had not only contracted the ice crystal spirit, but also outperformed every other candidate from Golden Flower City. The mystery intrigued everyone. Mu Xian smiled faintly and replied nonchalantly, just luck. Really? That newborn ice crystal spirit happened to appear in a cave where I was taking shelter from the rain. I stumbled upon it purely by chance. Han Jai was speechless, thinking to herself, if I actually believed that nonsense, I'd be a complete fool. But the livestream audience was thrilled and sprang into action. Got it. I'm heading to the wilderness now to look for rainproof caves. Understood. I'm already outside the city. Which cave should I go to for an ice crystal spirit? A cave? Huh? I remember there's one in the northern mountains. I'm heading there right away. Han Jai wasn't ready to give up and pressed further. Mu Xian, are you confident about the provincial exams? I've heard that in Hang City, there are already 3 or 4 candidates who've reached the Lord level. Mu Xian smiled and responded bluntly. Though I hate to admit it, I have to say, even among Lord-level Beast Tamers, the difference in strength can be immense. The comment section erupted again. Whoa, this guy is so confident. It'll be hilarious if he gets proven wrong. Haha, screenshot saved. Waiting for the moment he gets humbled. Calling it confidence is generous. Let's be honest, it's arrogance. Let's see how this plays out. Han Jai chuckled and said, Mu Xian, don't underestimate your opponents. It's not that I'm underestimating anyone, it's just the reality. Mu Xian replied with a grin. Standing up, he walked toward Arena 15, where his second-round opponent was waiting. On Arena 15, Mu Xian saw that his opponent was yet another elite-level Beast Tamer. His interest immediately waned. Without hesitation, he charged straight at the opponent's beast and delivered a single punch. Contestant 9001 wins, announced the referee. Below the stage, Han Jai was at a loss for words. She thought to herself, are Lord-level Beast Tamers really this unstoppable? Mu Xian breezed through his next few opponents, all of whom were elite-level Beast Tamers. None even got a chance to see his contracted beast in action. 5 matches, 5 effortless victories. It wasn't until the next day that Mu Xian finally faced a commander-level Beast Tamer contestant, 2013, He, from 3rd High School. He-Busi's contracted beast was a commander-tier 4th level Raging Flamehound, a fire-type canine known for its extraordinary aggression. Against the Raging Flamehound, Mu Xian knew he couldn't guarantee victory with his own strength alone. Without hesitation, he summoned his second contracted beast, the Void Ferret. To be honest, using the Void Ferret to deal with the Raging Flamehound felt a bit overkill, but his third beast, the Sky Mirage Butterfly, had yet to evolve. From below the stage, reporter Han Jai excitedly shouted, Quick, focus the camera on Mu Xian's beast, it's so adorable. The livestream audience was equally captivated. What kind of beast is that? I've never seen one like it before. It looks gorgeous. It's probably another rare species. I've seen a beast that looks kind of similar, but it wasn't nearly as impressive. That one's called a spatial ferret. Whoa, except for the size and fur color, they're identical. Could this be a mutated spatial ferret? A space-type beast? Damn, how does he keep contracting such overpowered beasts? I'm so jealous I could eat 10 lemons right now. This is unfair. His first beast is the Ice Crystal Spirit, and now his second is space-type. On the arena, Mu Xian's Void Ferret made its move. The silver-white creature disappeared in an instant and reappeared behind the Raging Flame Hound's head. Before He could react, the ferret slapped the hound with its paw, sending it flying across the stage. Little hound, He shouted in alarm, rushing to check on his beast. After confirming the hound wasn't seriously injured, he breathed a sigh of relief and ordered, Little hound, use Raging Fireball. Counterattack. Even though He realized the opponent was using a space-type beast, he refused to give up. However, his efforts were futile. The Void Ferret teleported once more, appearing behind the raging Flame Hound and repeating its earlier move. The Hound was sent flying again, this time knocked unconscious. The pride of Third High School, He Busi, had been defeated. Below the stage, Han Jiai's expression grew complicated. She realized that while Mu Xian seemed arrogant, his strength was undeniable. With the Ice Crystal Spirit and now the Void Ferret, who could possibly stand against him? As expected, Mu Xian went on to dominate the entire Golden Flower City examination. Top 100, Top 10, Top 3. Zhang Qingming, Commander Tier 6th level, from 8th High School defeated. Chen Zai, Commander Tier 7th level, from 2nd High School defeated. Zhou Huaguang, Commander Tier 7th level, from 1st High School defeated. Finally, only one match remained, Mu Xian versus the strongest student from 1st High School, Commander Tier 9th level Chu Lingjun. Like Mu Xian, Chu Lingjun had been a standout in the exams, achieving an unbroken streak of victories and advancing to the finals alongside him. Chu Lingjun, a human with a talent for strength amplification, had two contracted beasts, a Commander Tier 9th level steel-clad Swift Dragon Lizard and a Commander Tier 5th level Blackstone Giant. The steel-clad Swift Dragon Lizard, a Commander Tier 9th level beast with Beast King level bloodline, was a formidable creature. It possessed skills like steel-clad armor, Swift Dragon Charge, and Dragon Tail Whip. Native to the depths of the Longmen Mountains, it had been captured and tamed, boasting partial draconic bloodline and excelling in strength-based attacks. Mu Xian, let's see just how powerful your Lord-level Ice Crystal Spirit really is, Chu Lingjun declared solemnly. Dear audience, good morning. I'm your host, Han Jiai. The final round of the Jinhuiqing High School Battle Exam is about to begin, and the two outstanding contestants are already in position. Standing to my left is Chu Lingjun from 1st High School. His bonded beast, the Steel Claw Swift Dragon Lizard, has reached Commander Tier Level 9, just one step away from advancing to Lord Tier. This Dragon-type bonded beast, bearing traces of Dragon Lizard bloodline, exhibits inspiring power. On my right is Mu Xian from 9th High School, whose rise to fame is nothing short of legendary. Just 3 months ago, Mu Xian was an ordinary student, but today, he has become the most extraordinary prodigy Jinhuiqing has ever seen. First, he was fortunate enough to form a contract with a rare ice elemental life form, the Ice Crystal Spirit. Then, he acquired a highly coveted spatial-type bonded beast, the Spatial Ferret. In the written exams, Mu Xian shocked the entire city with a near-perfect score, missing only 1 point. And in the battle exams, he has achieved an unbroken streak of 10 victories, dominating every match. The audience holds their breath in anticipation. Will the strongest genius of 1st High School prevail, or will this rising star defy all expectations and claim victory? Let's give them a thunderous round of applause as they prepare for the ultimate showdown. As Han Jiai's voice faded, the arena erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Smiling, the host stepped off the stage, leaving it to the two contestants and the referee. Mu Xian's gaze fell upon his opponent, focusing on Chu Lingjun's formidable strength-enhancing talent. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he thought to himself, finally, an opponent worthy of a real battle. With a casual wave of his arm, a dazzling blue light burst forth. A massive, elegant blue ice dragon materialized before him. This was none other than Mu Xian's bonded beast, the Frost Crystal Abyssal Dragon. The entire arena fell into stunned silence. The audience stared in disbelief at the majestic and powerful dragon on the stage, and within moments, waves of murmurs rippled through the crowd. Oh my gosh, what kind of bonded beast is that? Wasn't Mu Xian's beast supposed to be the Ice Crystal Spirit? This dragon is stunning. I want one so badly. Could it be that the Ice Crystal Spirit evolved into a dragon? That's unbelievable. Chu Lingjun and his Steel Claw Swift Dragon Lizard were equally shocked. They had expected to face an elemental life form, but instead, they were confronted with a pure-blooded dragon emanating the overwhelming aura of a Lord-tier beast. As a dragon-type bonded beast, the Steel Claw Swift Dragon Lizard instinctively felt the oppressive dominance of a true dragon. It couldn't help but display subtle signs of fear and unease. Han Jiai, unable to contain her astonishment, excitedly addressed the audience. This is truly incredible. Mu Xian has summoned what appears to be a pure-blooded dragon. Judging by its aura, this is likely a genuine pure-blooded dragon. Evolving an elemental life form into a pure-blooded dragon is an unprecedented feat. If this dragon possesses both the powerful spellcasting abilities of the Ice Crystal Spirit and the robust physical strength and vitality of a dragon, it could very well be an unstoppable force. It seems Chu Lingjun may already be in grave danger. The live stream chat exploded with comments. Grave danger? More like no chance at all. A Lord tier versus a Commander tier, and it's a dragon against a dragon type? This is just unfair. Chu Lingjun must be cursing his luck right now. I thought this would be an epic final battle, but it's turning into a one-sided stomp. Mu Xian's bonded beast is even stronger than we imagined. Even if it was still the Ice Crystal Spirit, the Steel Claw Swift Dragon Lizard probably wouldn't stand a chance. A flicker of envy crossed Chu Lingjun's eyes as he couldn't help but ask, "You actually evolved the Ice Crystal Spirit into a dragon? Was that really necessary?" Mu Xian shrugged nonchalantly. The Ice Crystal Spirit had innate limitations, with its potential capped at Beast King tier. Fortunately, I came across a dragon blood fruit in the Longmin Mountains, so evolving it into a dragon-type bonded beast was the natural choice. He paused, then added, "Since we have a live audience and a TV broadcast, let me formally introduce my partner. This is the Frost Crystal Abyssal Dragon, a new breed of dragon-type bonded beast. Xiaoling, say hello to everyone." The Frost Crystal Abyssal Dragon raised its head high and let out an earth-shaking roar. It struck a magnificent pose, instantly reigniting the crowd's fervor. Watching the Ice Crystal Frost Dragon show off with its cool demeanor, Chu Lingjun was left speechless on the spot. He couldn't help but think to himself, "Mu Xian, did you really strike a deal with Lady Luck or something? How do you always manage to encounter such good fortune?" Just then, the referee cleared his throat, interrupting their train of thought. Raising his voice, he announced, "The two of you can catch up later. For now, let the battle begin." Mu Xian shrugged, signaling for Chu Lingjuan's steel-clad Swift Dragon Lizard to make the first move. He knew full well that if he didn't give it this opportunity, the steel-clad Swift Dragon Lizard might not even get a chance to act. Chu Lingjun turned to face his massive steel-clad Swift Dragon Lizard, gently reassuring it, "Don't be afraid. Show them your full strength." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Lingjun activated his innate ability Strength Amplification. In the next moment, the steel-clad Swift Dragon Lizard let out a deafening roar, its overwhelming presence filling the arena. Its aura faintly exceeded the commander-level threshold as its powerful limbs stomped against the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Without hesitation, it charged ferociously toward the Ice Crystal Frost Dragon. Mu Xian remained motionless, standing calmly in place. He trusted that the Ice Crystal Frost Dragon could handle this on its own. To everyone's astonishment, instead of dodging or using any skills, the Ice Crystal Frost Dragon boldly met the steel-clad Swift Dragon Lizard's charge heat-in with its raw physical strength. From the audience, commentator Han Jai exclaimed with excitement, "Oh my gosh, viewers, what a twist!" Mu Xian's contracted beast, the Ice Crystal Frost Dragon, isn't using any skills. It's actually planning to go toe-a-toe with the steel-clad Swift Dragon Lizard in a contest of brute force. How will this play out? Let's wait and see. On the stage, as Han Jiai's commentary echoed through the arena, the two colossal beasts collided with a thunderous crash. The impact reverberated across the entire venue, leaving the audience's ears ringing. Then, a heavy grunt broke through the noise, and all eyes widened in shock. The steel-clad Swift Dragon Lizard had been forced to take a step back. The audience was in disbelief. The steel-clad Swift Dragon Lizard, known for its immense physical strength, had actually lost in a direct clash of power to the Ice Crystal Frost Dragon. The entire crowd was stunned. Han Jiai's voice rang out again, filled with astonishment. "Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. My dear viewers, the steel-clad Swift Dragon Lizard has found itself at a disadvantage in a contest of sheer strength. I must say, this Ice Crystal Frost Dragon has far exceeded my expectations. At the same time, I can't help but feel proud that our Jinhuiqing has produced such an outstanding Beast Tamer. I lost, but I will catch up to you and surpass you." On the stage, Chu Lingjun said calmly, his gaze revealing unwavering determination. The Jin Gang Swift Dragon Lizard's every move appeared powerless in front of the Ice Crystal Frost Dragon, defeated in a single blow. Chu Lingjun silently speculated that the opponent's Ice Crystal Frost Dragon was likely of extraordinary quality, perhaps even reaching legendary level. Mu Xian smiled faintly. "Then you'd better work hard." Below the stage, Han Jai excitedly announced, "The genius battle of Jinhua City has come to a close. Mu Xian from 9th High School has claimed the final victory. Let's cheer for him. And let's also applaud Chu Lingjun for his outstanding performance." Thunderous applause erupted. Lin Susu approached to offer her congratulations. "Mu Xian, congratulations?" Mu Xian nodded humbly. "Thank you, Teacher Lin." He showed no sign of arrogance, fully aware that beyond Jinhua City, countless young talents awaited. Lin Susu said with admiration, "Neither arrogant in victory nor discouraged in defeat. Your mindset is admirable." Mu Xian replied, "You flatter me, Teacher Lin. I'm far from truly victorious." Lin Susu nodded thoughtfully. She couldn't quite see through this student, who had risen to prominence in just 3 short months. "Mu Xian, my grandfather wants to see you," Lin Susu suddenly said. Mu Xian was momentarily surprised but quickly nodded. "All right." Half an hour later, Mu Xian arrived once again at the nursing home, where he met Lin Xuanya, the former principal of 9th High School. Compared to their last meeting, Lin Xuanya looked healthier, though his white hair had noticeably increased. Lin Xuanya smiled and said, "Mu Xian, I heard you ranked first in everything. Congratulations. Mu Xian modestly waved his hand. You overpraise me, principal. These achievements are hardly worth mentioning. Lin Xuanya handed Mu Xian a box and explained, I've organized my collection, most of which I've given to my granddaughter. But these two items are beyond her current reach, and I think they're more suitable for you. Mu Xian opened the box, his expression shifting slightly. Inside were two king-level resources, an ancient azure lawn feather and a fate-infused stone. Lin Xuanya explained the origins and uses of these treasures, and Mu Xian bowed deeply to express his gratitude. After leaving, Mu Xian couldn't hide his joy. The fate-infused stone was the perfect material for the second evolution of his celestial mirage butterfly. The next day, Mu Xian received a notification from the Beastmaster Education Bureau, granting him eligibility to participate in the provincial-level entrance exams. Additionally, he was invited to attend an award ceremony at the City Lord's Mansion. 2 days later, Mu Xian arrived at the City Lord's Mansion at 9 a.m., where dozens of Jinhua City's top 100 students were already gathered. Among them were Chen Yunxi and her stunning friend Ning Ruoxue. Through his information panel, Mu Xian discovered, to his surprise, that Ning Ruoxue's actual strength far exceeded her appearance. She was already a Lord-level Beastmaster. Chu Lingjun quietly warned Mu Xian, be careful during the provincial exams. Someone's targeting you. City Lord Lu Xiaotian and a group of officials entered the scene. After delivering an inspiring speech, he finally announced, let's begin distributing the awards. Bring them forward. As Lu Xiaotian finished speaking, several staff members entered the room, carrying heavy boxes. When the lids were lifted, the contents revealed rows upon rows of high-grade cultivation resources, neatly arranged and radiating various elemental glows. The sight made the students present involuntarily hold their breath, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Lu Xiaotian swept his gaze across the room, his tone carrying a hint of sternness. These resources cover most attributes and are of similar value. Each of you can choose one. Remember, these are meant for your beast cultivation, not for selling. Understood? The group straightened up at his words and responded in unison. Understood. Afterward, Lu Xiaotian's eyes fell on Mu Xian and a few others, his tone softening slightly. Mu Xian, Chu Lingjun, Zhou Huaguang, Chen Zai, Chen Yunqi, Ning Ruoxue, the few of you, come with me? In the inner hall, Lu Xiaotian's demeanor became noticeably more relaxed. Smiling, he said, you are the elite of Jinhua City, and the city's reputation depends on you to improve. Bring them up. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of wooden trays were brought out. Each tray held a single material, emitting an extraordinary aura. Lu Xiaotian turned to Mu Xian. Mu Xian, as the top scorer, you may choose 2 items. Go ahead. Thank you, City Lord. Mu Xian replied with a hint of joy, then began carefully examining the materials on the trays. His gaze quickly scanned over them, soon locking onto the most valuable and suitable materials. Cold nether stone, flame crystal, magma dragon heart, void spirit stone. Among these 15 items, all were decent, but the most precious was undoubtedly the void spirit stone. Mu Xian suspected that Lu Xiaotian had prepared this specifically for him. Without hesitation, Mu Xian selected the void spirit stone first. However, as he prepared to choose his second item, he suddenly froze. He noticed something unusual. One material had 2 descriptive panels, a detail he had previously overlooked. Light amber. Grade. Commander level. Applicable range. All elements. Description. An ancient amber left behind after a cataclysm in ancient times, containing traces of light energy. Shedding of the calamity-avoiding worm. Grade. Lord level. Applicable range. Fate. Prophecy. Insect attributes. Description. The shed skin of the mystical calamity-avoiding worm, an ancient species preserved by being encased in light amber during a cataclysm. Originally of sovereign level, it has degraded over 10 millennia to lord level but remains an exceedingly rare resource. Inside the milky, semi-transparent light amber was the tiny, almost imperceptible remnant of a worm, no larger than a fingernail. Mu Xian's heart stirred. The shedding of the calamity-avoiding worm seemed perfect for evolving his destiny illusion butterfly. Without betraying his thoughts, Mu Xian calmly picked up the light amber. Lu Xiaotian noticed Mu Xian's choice, and a flicker of surprise crossed his face. He had acquired the amber by chance, and after appraisal, it was deemed a common material with light energy. Since he had no light elemental beasts, he had included it as part of the rewards. However, he knew Mu Xian also didn't have a light elemental beast, which made the choice puzzling. Could it be that Mu Xian had secretly bonded with a light elemental beast? Or had he misjudged the amber's true value? Shaking his head, Lu Xiaotian decided not to dwell on it. A gift given was no longer his to question. He turned to Chu Lingjun. Lingjun, your turn. Chu Lingjun, being the descendant of one of Jinhua City's 3 Beast King-level tamers, shared a familiar rapport with Lu Xiaotian. Nodding lightly, Chu quickly selected the magma dragon heart. a material that would greatly benefit his golden-armored swift dragon lizard. It was evident this choice had been carefully arranged for him by Lu Xiaotian. Following this, Zhou Huaguang, Chen Zai, Chen Yunxi, Ning Ruoxue, and the others each picked the resources best suited for their needs. Once the rewards had been distributed, Lu Xiaotian invited Mu Xian and the others to join him for lunch to foster camaraderie. It wasn't until after the meal that Mu Xian returned home. As soon as he stepped through the door, Mu Xian eagerly retrieved the light amber for a closer inspection. Staring at the faintly visible shedding of the calamity-avoiding worm encased inside, a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Another hidden treasure successfully uncovered. He then summoned his 3 contracted beasts and assigned them their training tasks. Special attention was given to his 3rd beast, the Destiny Illusion Butterfly. Gently, he said to the tiny creature, no larger than his fist, little butterfly, work hard on your training. I've prepared the perfect resource for your evolution. The Destiny Illusion Butterfly fluttered its wings excitedly at his words, circling around him in delight to express its joy. Mu Xian instructed the Ice Crystal Frost Dragon to head to the underground ice chamber for cultivation. He watched as the dragon gracefully glided into the ice chamber, its icy blue scales shimmering faintly in the dim light. Meanwhile, the Void Dragon Weasel was granted the freedom to roam and play. It darted joyfully around the manor, occasionally vanishing into thin air and reappearing suddenly. The Celestial Illusion Butterfly was placed in the garden, its multicolored wings gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight. After settling his contracted beasts, Mu Xian turned his focus to cultivating the soul-refining body technique. Sitting cross-legged in his training chamber, his aura flowed steadily, making him seem as though he had merged with the surrounding air. Immersed in his practice, Mu Xian stayed indoors with unwavering dedication, and before he realized it, 7 days had passed. The day of the Provincial Secret Realm examination arrived quietly. For someone like Mu Xian, who had no influential background, this exam was a rare opportunity. Most secret realms were controlled by governments, organizations, or major conglomerates, and gaining access often required either exorbitant fees or equivalent resources, or one had to work for them. Ever since news spread that Mu Xian had contracted the Ice Crystal Spirit, several major companies in Jinhua City had approached him with offers, using access to secret realms as bait to recruit him. However, Mu Xian declined all these invitations. As a result, his opportunities to enter secret realms were extremely limited. Public secret realms had long since become unsuitable for his level. On the day of the exam, Mu Xian arrived outside the city lord's mansion. 3 buses were already lined up and ready to depart, prepared to transport the candidates to the examination site. The announcement that the train would arrive on time brought a glimmer of hope to everyone. In an era overrun by ferocious beasts, a punctual arrival signified a safe journey, a rare piece of good news. Mu Xian silently mocked the situation in his heart, but couldn't deny the reality of it. 20 minutes later, Mu Xian and over 100 others boarded the train without incident. His seatmate was Chu Lingjun. Despite losing to Mu Xian previously, this second-generation Beast Tamer showed no resentment. Instead, he appeared surprisingly composed. Mu Xian, I heard you're planning to apply to Eternal Academy? Chu Lingjun suddenly asked. Mu Xian nodded in acknowledgement. Of course. Only at Eternal Academy can I improve myself in the shortest time possible. Chu Lingjun seemed thoughtful. No wonder your beast taming skills have advanced so quickly. Mu Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he almost blurted out that his rapid progress was due to a cheat-like advantage. Before he could explain, Chu Lingjun spoke earnestly. I'm planning to apply to Eternal Academy as well. Just then, the train jolted violently, startling everyone. Mu Xian's instincts kicked in, and he couldn't help but wonder if his so-called protagonist's aura was acting up again. Before he could dwell on it, the steel panels on both sides of the train car abruptly descended with a rhythmic clanging, signaling that the train had entered combat mode. The guards inside the carriage quickly drew their weapons, and the Beast Tamers summoned their beasts, all ready for action. Qian, the officer dispatched from Jinhua City, soon identified the issue. A beast tide had erupted in Juji City, the area they were about to pass through. This news caused everyone's expressions to darken as they recalled the beast tide that struck Jinhua City just days ago. As Officer Qian tried to calm the passengers, a terrifying roar echoed from the distance. The entire train shook violently, and a chilling wave of unease swept through everyone. A beast king-level creature. The crowd's hearts sank, realizing that this beast tide was likely of an enormous scale. The train came to an emergency stop, and the broadcast repeated instructions for passengers to remain calm. However, with the steel panels fully sealed on both sides of the carriages, no one knew what was happening outside. As anxiety mounted, something unexpected occurred. About an hour later, the beast tide suddenly retreated, and the train resumed its journey toward Heng City. No one could explain the abrupt retreat, but shortly after the train departed, several figures dressed in black appeared in the skies above the valley. They were discussing why they had abandoned their plans to attack Juji City. A tall figure among them explained that he had sensed the presence of a Beast King-level Beast Tamer on the train, forcing them to change their plans. 2 hours later, the train arrived safely at Hang City Station. Mu Xian let out a sigh of relief, grateful that it had only been a false alarm. However, this experience deepened his understanding of the perils in this world. As night fell, the residents of Jinhua City gathered in the hotel restaurant for dinner. Suddenly, a startled cry shattered the calm atmosphere. Whoa! There's a provincial exam ranking circulating online, listing all the top students from every city in Zhejiang province. A student exclaimed excitedly. And our very own Mu Xian from Jinhua City is ranked first. The news hit the restaurant like a bombshell, instantly electrifying the room. All eyes turned to Mu Xian, their gazes filled with disbelief. Mu Xian himself looked momentarily surprised but quickly regained his composure. With a calm smile, he said, "Send me the link. I want to see why they rank me first. My beast mastery isn't that extraordinary yet, is it?" The student nodded enthusiastically and promptly shared the link in the group chat. Everyone eagerly opened it, itching to see the ranking that had caused such a stir. At the top of the webpage was a brief introduction. The first provincial exam under the new college entrance system is fast approaching. So, who will claim the top spot this time? As the self-proclaimed know-it-all of the martial world, I've gathered data on students from all 40 cities in Zhejiang province. After meticulous analysis, I've compiled a list of the top contenders for your reference. Following the introduction was a list of 20 names, with Mu Xian indeed at the very top. Provincial Exam Champion Prediction, Rank 1. Jinhua City, Mu Xian. Main Beast, Frost Crystal Extreme Dragon, Lord Tier, Level 5. Comments. A powerful dragon-type beast evolved from the ice elemental Frost Crystal Spirit. It boasts exceptional ice-based spellcasting abilities inherited from its predecessor, combined with the formidable physical strength and close combat capabilities of dragonkind. With its top-tier dragon bloodline, suspected to be of extraordinary quality, Mu Xian undeniably earns the top spot. Trailing behind were other elite contenders. Rank 2. Hangzhou City, Fang Yuntian. Main Beast, Storm Thunderhawk, Lord Tier, Level 6. Comments. A top-tier flying beast with traces of Wind Thunder Dragonhawk bloodline. Of extraordinary quality, it wields storm, thunder, and dragon attributes, making it a formidable fighter. Notably, it once defeated a Level 9 Lord Tier beast, securing its position as the second-ranked contender. Rank 3. Hangzhou City, Shunning Shuang. Main Beast, Frost Phoenix Eagle, Lord Tier, Level 5. Comments. A top-tier flying beast with a hint of Phoenix bloodline, of extraordinary quality. It's a powerful combatant, once taking down 2 Level 9 Lord Tier beasts at the cost of severe injuries. Rank 4. Hangzhou City, Luo Kaiwei. Main Beast, Melody Ancient Tree, Lord Tier, Level 4. Comments. A highly unique, top-tier musical plant beast. With king-level potential and extraordinary quality, it excels in area attacks and amplifications, boasting remarkable battle capabilities. The list continued with details of contenders ranked 5th to 20th. The astonishing levels and qualities of these beasts left the students in awe. Wow, the top 10 are all at least Level 3 Lord Tier, and all of them have rare or extraordinary quality beasts. Were these people born training beasts, or something? Every beast on the list is rare or unique, especially the one in first place, an actual pure-blooded dragon-type beast. That's top tier even among king-level beasts. I've heard of Fang Yuntian, the second-ranked guy. He's from the prestigious Fang family in Hangzhou. With their resources, it's no surprise he's reached Level 6 Lord Tier. Not just Fang Yuntian, Ning Shuang and Luo Kaiwei, ranked 3rd and 4th, are also from elite beastmaster families. It's no shock they made the list. But Mu Xian, ranked 1st, is from an ordinary family in Jinhua City. That's the real surprise. Online, the comment section was equally abuzz. While most high school graduates from regular families were still stuck at the elite tier, these heirs of top beastmaster clans had already reached the Lord Tier. The one exception was Mu Xian, whose humble background made him the most talked-about name on the list. The atmosphere around Mu Xian grew tense as the others eyed him with a mix of emotions. Chu Lingjun suddenly spoke up. Mu Xian, this is exactly the kind of trouble I was talking about. Ever since the city exams ended, people have been asking me about you. That's when I found out they were planning to make a ranking list and they deliberately put you in first place. Hearing this, Mu Xian remained unfazed and even smiled faintly. Why should I be upset? The list is pretty accurate. It's mostly facts. My Frost Crystal Extreme Dragon might be one level lower than Fang Yunshan's beast, but its combat strength is definitely superior. Chu Lingjun could only shake his head helplessly. All right then. Just then, Chen Yunqi approached Mu Xian and offered some reassurance. Don't worry about the list, Mu Xian. The exam starts tomorrow anyway. Even if you're a target now, it doesn't matter, they don't even know what you look like. Standing beside her, Ning Ruoxuan nodded gently at Mu Xian. Though she said nothing, Her gaze conveyed quiet support and encouragement. Mu Xian let out a hearty laugh, his eyes gleaming with confidence. To be honest, if they didn't come looking for me, I'd go looking for them. His voice brimmed with anticipation. Why? Of course, to snatch their resource packs. He turned to his companions and explained, according to the provincial exam rules, all of us students will be entering a mysterious secret realm. Our main task is to locate the lairs of powerful beasts scattered throughout the realm and collect resource packs from them. Each pack contains rare treasures, and after the exam, they'll become our personal property. Mu Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. In other words, this provincial exam isn't just a selection process, it's a massive reward giveaway. He clenched his fist. I've decided to go big this time. When the time comes, they'll undoubtedly clash with other top contenders. Becoming a target? So be it. Hearing Mu Xian's bold words, admiration and awe filled the eyes of those around him. Incredible, someone murmured. So this is the charisma of the number one in Jinhua City. We're nowhere near his level. Just then, the door to the private room was violently kicked open with a loud bang. A group of young men stormed in, led by one who shouted, "Who here is Mu Xian?" Mu Xian turned to face the intruders, his eyes narrowing slightly as a faint smirk appeared on his lips. Well, look who it is, Fong Yuntia. What's this, Fong? Are you here to cause trouble? Mu Xian quickly scanned the intruders' information panels. These individuals were none other than some of the top contenders on the leaderboard. Fong Yuntian, Zhang Yuxi, and Chen Huashan. Fong Yuntian, Human, Tier 8 Commander. Talent, Thunderpool. Beasts, Storm Thunder Giant Eagle Tier 6 Lord, Thunder Warrior Tier 1 Lord. Auspicious Thundercloud Tier 3 Commander. Zhang Yuxi and Chen Huashan ranked 11th and 19th on the leaderboard respectively, both hailing from prominent families in Hangzhou. Mu Xian's attention focused on Fong Yuntian. This guy not only possessed the Thunderpool talent, but also commanded 3 extraordinary beastu of Lord rank and 1 of Commander rank. No wonder Chu Lingjun had said Mu Xian was deliberately placed in the top position. Based on these stats, Fong Yuntian was clearly the rightful favorite to win. Fong Yuntian and his companions walked up to Mu Xian, sizing him up. Fong sneered coldly, "Not bad looking. Let's hope you don't run into us during the exam." At that moment, Zhang Yuxi, standing behind Fong Yuntian, suddenly spoke up. "So, you're Mu Xian. Half a month ago. It seems you ruined my plans." Hearing this, Mu Xian immediately recalled a certain troublesome woman. He couldn't help but retort, "You think I wanted to meddle in your affairs? You fool. You didn't even realize you were being set up." Zhang Yuxi's face darkened at those words, and he nearly lost his temper. However, he managed to hold back, leaving with a harsh warning instead. The spectators behind Mu Xian were visibly disappointed. They had been hoping for some real drama. The unexpected encounter quickly came to an end. After dinner, Mu Xian and his companions returned to their rooms to rest and recharge, preparing for the upcoming provincial exam. Each of them was filled with a mix of anticipation and nervousness, wondering what challenges awaited in the mysterious secret realm. Lingyuan's secret realm, a vast medium-sized mystical domain, became the stage for the Zhejiang provincial exam. Mu Xian suddenly appeared in one corner of the secret realm. After quickly determining his bearings, he summoned his 2 contracted beasts. Roar! The ice crystal frost dragon let out a low growl. Meow! The void lynx curiously surveyed its surroundings. Both beasts radiated excitement, as if they couldn't wait to explore this uncharted territory. Mu Xian chuckled lightly and said, "Xiaoling, Xiaomao, let's see what's special about this secret realm." The peaceful night they spent after arriving in Hangzhou yesterday seemed like the calm before the storm. This morning, Mu Xian and the other participants were collectively sent into the Lingyuan secret realm by the senior officials of the Zhejiang Beastmaster Bureau. Their mission was to collect resource packs scattered throughout the realm, a test of both skill and opportunity, as the amount of rewards they could gather depended entirely on their individual abilities. As a medium-sized secret realm, Lingyuan was known for its complex environment and diverse array of beasts. Within just a few minutes, Mu Xian encountered his first group of adversaries, a massive swarm of iron-toothed mantises, led by a level 2 lower-tier commander, consisting of over 100 elite and leader-tier mantises. "Xiao Ling, take care of these mantises. Well, move out immediately after." Mu Xian commanded decisively. The ice crystal frost dragon roared, instantly unleashing its frost domain. In mere moments, the terrifying chill froze the entire swarm of iron-toothed mantises into ice sculptures. The level 2 Lordier commander barely managed to break free, only to be struck down by the Void Lynx's devastating Void Blade. "Just low-level threats," Mu Xian muttered, shaking his head. He knew lingering in one spot for too long in such an environment was unwise. Sure enough, the scent of blood soon attracted more beasts, including some at the Lordier level. About half an hour later, Mu Xian arrived at a tranquil pool of water. The sight before him made his eyes light up. At the bottom of the pool lay a cold pool Venom Jiao, guarding a precious dragon bloodstone mineral vein. Even more enticing, nearby was a lower-tier resource pack containing a rare earth frost stone, exactly what the ice crystal frost dragon needed. Mu Xian cautiously surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no one was watching. Then he instructed, Xiao Mao, check the bottom of the pool for anything unusual. The void lynx slipped into the void and dived into the water. It quickly located the 10-meter-long sleeping Jiao and the glowing red resource pack beside it. With stealth and precision, the little creature stored the resource pack into its spatial pocket, glancing smugly at the oblivious Jiao before vanishing without a trace. This entire scene was faithfully captured and transmitted to the Zhujiang Beastmaster Bureau outside the secret realm. In the observation hall, elites and officials from across the province closely monitored the events unfolding within the realm. Mu Xian's performance garnered considerable attention and sparked lively discussions. However, Mu Xian was far from content. He decided to confront the cold pool venom Jiao, a move that left the observers both astonished and concerned. The Jiao was startled awake and shot out of the water in an instant, its massive eyes glaring at Mu Xian and his beasts with fury. It opened its jaws and unleashed a stream of green venom, aiming directly at Mu Zu, and it was clear this lord-ear beast, possessing human-like intelligence, understood that the Beastmaster was the key target. The ice crystal frost dragon stepped in front of Mu Xian just in time, releasing a white beam that froze the venom midair, shattering it into powder. Skill: Ice Crystal Annihilation, Extreme Frost Seal. Ice Crystal Annihilation. The ice crystal frost dragon unleashed a flurry of powerful abilities, instantly encasing the cold pool venom Jiao in ice. The devastating frost not only froze the Jiao's body but also nearly shattered its very soul. Under the terrified gaze of the venomous flood dragon, the ice crystal gradually disintegrated, silently draining all the creature's life force. The massive serpent's body crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud, sending water splashing everywhere. The spectators were dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. The cold pool flood dragon, once deemed a powerful and formidable beast, had been so effortlessly defeated by a mere boy and his summoned beast. Inside the exhibition hall of the provincial Beast Tamer Bureau, discussions erupted like wildfire. That ice crystal frost dragon is ridiculously strong. Was the flood dragon too weak? Or is this dragon just too powerful? Could it be of extraordinary quality? Or perhaps even the legendary mythical quality? At the very least, it must have the potential of a king-tier bloodline. Coupled with extraordinary quality, it's destined to become one of the top-tier king-level beasts in the future. Among the crowd, many elderly individuals couldn't hide their delight. Having long set aside personal glory, they now cared only for the prosperity of their nation and the flourishing of humanity. This young one still has a long way to grow. We should offer him some support. I have some spatial-type resources. I'll prepare a few pieces for him. I happen to have a beast with immense potential. Perhaps it's destined to join him. However, not everyone shared the same sentiment. Some, realizing Mu Xian's terrifying potential, grew wary, their expressions darkening as they began to see him as a significant threat. Unaware of the commotion his actions had caused, Mu Xian refrained from approaching the flood dragon's corpse. Instead, he instructed his void Space Weasel to dive back into the depths of the pool for further investigation. Soon, the void Space Weasel returned with thrilling news. Master, there's a large number of dragon bloodstones down there. Mu Xian was overjoyed. Ha ha ha, I knew it. The cold pool flood dragon must have stayed at the bottom of the pool for a reason. I never expected it to have discovered a dragon bloodstone vein. Without hesitation, he issued orders. Xiao Ling, Xiao Mao, you two head down and start mining the dragon bloodstone vein. This will be your resource supply from now on. The two beasts responded enthusiastically. Roar. Well, mine it all. Meow. Not a single stone will be left behind. Mu Xian watched them dive into the water with a satisfied smile. As dragon-type and spatial-type beasts, a small pool like this posed no challenge to them. Mu Xian himself, however, despite his commander-level physique that rendered him immune to toxins, couldn't hold his breath for long underwater, leaving him to wait anxiously on the shore. Outside the secret realm, the people in the exhibition hall were even more astounded upon hearing this conversation. A dragon bloodstone vein? That's impossible. A single vein could contain at least tens of thousands of dragon bloodstones. The Lingyuan secret realm has such a precious resource? And the Beast Tamer Bureau never noticed? Good thing the students only have 3 days. Otherwise, the entire vein might be emptied. The Beast Tamer Bureau's director, a stern and imposing middle-aged man, glared at his subordinates. A dragon bloodstone vein in the Lingyuan secret realm, and no one discovered it all these years? This is absurd. He fully understood the significance of dragon bloodstones. These are critical materials for advancing ordinary, elite, and commander-level beasts into dragon-type evolutions. If we had discovered this earlier, how many dragon-type beasts could we have nurtured in Zhujiang province? Our nation, the Dragon Kingdom, earned its name precisely because of the large dragon-type resource veins within its borders, which produced countless dragon-type beasts and greatly enhanced our national strength. With a cold snort, he added, "We'll deal with this matter after the provincial exam is over." Meanwhile, Mu Xian, oblivious to the uproar outside the secret realm, patiently awaited the results of his beast's efforts. By the time the afternoon drew to a close, his two beasts finally resurfaced, eagerly reporting their findings to their master. 3,400 dragon bloodstones in total? They're taking up over half of the void space? Mu Xian was nearly overwhelmed with joy. To put it into perspective, the void Space Weasel's dimensional storage, which had expanded to 54 cubic meters after its last evolution, was equivalent to a 5x 2.2 meter room. This meant they had acquired an astonishing quantity of dragon bloodstones. The little creature, upon hearing the words, raised its head proudly and let out a triumphant meow. Mu Xian's eyes lit up instantly as he quickly calculated. 3,400 dragon bloodstones, worth at least 4 billion yuan. The enormous wealth filled him with excitement, and his mind was already racing with plans for the future. With this money, I won't have to worry about my expenses throughout college. Mu Xian beamed with joy. Turning to his companions, he said, "Xiao Ling, little cat, great job." The frost crystal ice dragon let out a jubilant roar, sharing in their excitement. As the sky gradually darkened, the atmosphere within the secret realm grew tense. The howls of demonic beasts echoed one after another, signaling a dangerous night ahead. However, having spent half a month training in the Longmin Mountains, Mu Xian remained exceptionally calm. He knew well that nighttime only slightly enhanced the beast's combat abilities. For a safe night's rest, Mu Xian chose a large tree as a temporary shelter. During the night, a leader-class demon snake attempted a sneak attack but was swiftly dealt with by him. The next morning, Mu Xian resumed his exploration of the secret realm. Today's task was even more urgent, finding resource packs to avoid the risk of elimination. However, the terrain within the secret realm was ever-changing, and before he realized it, he had reached the edge of a vast desert. The scorching wind, mixed with sand, hit his face and carried a dry, arid scent. After a brief moment of thought, Mu Xian decided to venture directly into this unfamiliar desert terrain, seeing it as an opportunity to deepen his understanding of it. To navigate the challenging environment, Mu Xian stood atop the frost crystal ice dragon's head, using its floating ability for low-altitude flight. "Xiao Ling, keep an eye on what's beneath the sand," Mu Xian warned cautiously. Beasts in the desert love to hide beneath the sand and could launch a sudden attack at any moment. The frost crystal ice dragon let out a soft growl in acknowledgement, though it didn't seem overly concerned. This momentary lapse soon led to a Lesona sandworm suddenly burst out from behind, kicking up a massive cloud of sand and striking the frost crystal ice dragon hard, almost throwing Mu Xian off. The ambush completely infuriated the frost crystal ice dragon. It let out a thunderous roar, spinning around to face the audacious leader-class beast. Opening its mouth, it unleashed a frigid dragon breath, instantly freezing the sandworm into a gleaming ice sculpture. "Roar, roar!" The frost crystal dragon cried out triumphantly, only to be scolded by Mu Xian with a hint of exasperation. "I've told you to stay vigilant." This time it was just a commander-level sandworm. What if next time a lord-level giant sandworm ambushes us? In the desert, the most dangerous threats are the beasts lurking beneath the sands. The frost crystal dragon let out a low, ashamed growl. "I understand, master." Mu Xian seized the opportunity to educate the overly confident dragon. However, less than 5 minutes later, danger struck without warning. The sand beneath the frost crystal dragon's feet suddenly collapsed, and it instinctively leapt aside, taking to the skies. In the next moment, an enormous sandworm, stretching 18 meters long, burst out of the ground. Its menacing jaws snapped shut on the spot where the dragon had just been standing. "Arg!" The sandworm let out a furious screech, its small, beady eyes locking onto the frost crystal dragon. Mu Xian's expression darkened as he quickly issued commands. "Xiao Mao, immobilize it immediately. Xiao Ling, freeze it. Be careful, this is a lord here. Level 8 giant sandworm." At the same time, the sandworm's information appeared before Mu Xian's eyes. Giant sandworm. Species, desert insectoid. Tier, Lord, level 8. Bloodline, Beast King class. Quality, exceptional. Abilities, sand manipulation, giant devour, desert burrow. Description, a giant sandworm adept at ambushing from below. A single mistake, and you might end up as its waste. Be cautious, young one. A Lord level 8 tier beast with a Beast King bloodline and exceptional quality, this sandworm was a formidable foe. Fortunately, Mu Xian reacted swiftly. The void space ferret immediately cast a spatial confinement, preventing the sandworm from retreating underground. The frost crystal dragon launched a ferocious assault in quick succession. Icy seal of frost. Crystal meteor shower. Frost dragon's breath. 3 instant cast abilities struck the sandworm in rapid succession, with the devastating crystal meteor shower severely injuring the beast. Yet, during the brief window between the dragon's and the ferret's attacks, the sandworm managed to burrow back into the desert sands, disappearing without a trace despite the frost crystal dragon's enraged roars. Mu Xian took the opportunity to instruct his companions. Xiao Ling, Xiao Mao, this is the challenge of desert combat. If you miss your chance, these desert beasts will retreat into the sands and hide again. Remember this for the next encounter. Always anticipate this move. Understood? Both beasts nodded in acknowledgement, clearly recognizing their earlier mistake of underestimating the enemy. Suddenly, Mu Xian had an idea. Xiao Mao, go underground and see if there are any resource caches nearby. The void space ferret let out a chirp and vanished into thin air. It quickly located the giant sandworm and, sure enough, discovered 2 resource caches nearby. If the ferret hadn't been outmatched in tier, a single void blade could have dealt with the sandworm. Not long after, the void space ferret returned with 2 resource caches, much to Mu Xian's delight. Lord Tier Resource Cache X2. Tier, Lord. Applicable range, none. Description. Resource caches placed by the Zhujiang Beast Tamer Bureau for Lord Tier Tamers. Each cache contains 1 desert crystal stone and 1 nether sand of the underworld. Mu Xian pondered the discovery. Both items were desert-related resources. It seemed the Bureau strategically placed resource caches based on the type of beasts in the area. It looks like we'll need to head to a frigid terrain next to find the resources Xiao Ling needs. Mu Xian mused as he turned his gaze northward. Typically, frigid terrains were more likely to appear at the northern or southern edges of a secret realm. Traveling northward for over an hour, Mu Xian and his beasts easily dealt with any creatures that crossed their path. After the encounter with the giant sandworm, both beasts had clearly matured, much to Mu Xian's satisfaction. Suddenly, Mu Xian sensed something unusual. Although it was only 10:30 in the morning, the sky began to darken. The scorching air carried fine grains of sand that stung his cheeks. A sandstorm. The thought struck Mu Xian immediately. Sure enough, within 10 minutes, the sky above turned a murky gray-black as fierce winds howled across the desert. It really is a sandstorm, and a massive one at that, Mu Xian muttered, his heart sinking. Large-scale sandstorms were incredibly dangerous. If caught in the open desert with no shelter, one might survive by sheer luck or be swept into the air and torn apart. Fortunately, Mu Xian had noticed the storm early and retreated to its edge, where he was temporarily safe. He planned to wait it out, but then he caught sight of a figure within the storm. Is that a girl? She's trapped in there? Mu Xian hesitated. The sandstorm was treacherous, and rushing in to rescue her could get him trapped as well. At that moment, the girl's information panel briefly flashed before his eyes, and he immediately recognized her. It was Chen Yunxi. Chen Yunxi. Species, human. Tier, elite, level 7. Status, minor injuries. Talent, moonlight affinity. Beasts, 3-tailed illusion moon fox commander, level 7. Moonlight spider commander, level 1. Mu Xian's eyes narrowed. He made up his mind to save her. To make matters worse, the sandstorm was actively moving toward Chen Yunxi's location, putting her in even greater peril. Suddenly, Mu Xian remembered the Frost Crystal Dragon's ultimate ability, Absolute Zero Storm. Perhaps its power could counter the sandstorm. Mu Xian's eyes lit up. The idea seemed feasible and had a high chance of success. Most importantly, it wouldn't put him in harm's way. Frost Crystal Dragon, use Absolute Zero Storm to freeze the sandstorm. Be careful not to harm the girl ahead. Mu Xian commanded decisively. The Frost Crystal Dragon let out a low growl and began channeling its energy. Its body glowed with an icy blue light, radiating an intense chill. Absolute Zero Storm, its ultimate move, could create an absolute zero environment in its core area, generating an ice storm that spanned 10 kilometers. However, such a powerful ability required significant time to cast 30 full seconds. Half a minute later, a brilliant blue beam shot skyward and vanished in an instant. The next moment, near the center of the sandstorm, 5 kilometers away, an intense wave of freezing cold began to spread rapidly. If anyone is willing to save me, I'll marry him. Chen Yunxi silently made this desperate vow, adding in her heart, he has to be handsome too. She was filled with regret, recalling how she had noticed the impending sandstorm but failed to take shelter in time. Underestimating its power, she was soon swept into its chaos. If not for her beast companion risking its life to protect her, she would have already been consumed by the storm's core. As the destructive sandstorm's center loomed closer, ready to devour her, Chen Yunxi suddenly noticed something unusual. A streak of ice crystals appeared abruptly in her line of sight, leaving her puzzled. What is this? Has the sandstorm mutated? The naive girl looked utterly confused. In the blink of an eye, a miracle unfolded. The terrifying sandstorm began to weaken as countless ice crystals formed, binding the swirling sand and sapping the storm's energy. Chun Yunqi's terror quickly turned to joy. She could hardly believe she had just escaped certain death. The ice crystals spread rapidly, engulfing much of the sandstorm's core. The two fierce forces intertwined, creating a suffocating tension in the air. At this critical moment, a small figure suddenly emerged. Chun Yunqi squinted and recognized it. It was the Void Ferret, a space element beast she had seen before, belonging to Mu Xian. The little creature glanced at the storm's core in the distance and then extended its tiny paw. A vortex, radiating spatial energy, began to form. The Void Ferret urgently gestured toward the unstable spatial portal and leapt in first. Chun Yunqi froze for a moment before snapping back to reality. It's Mu Xian. It must be Mu Xian who came to save me. Her heart swelled with joy, and without hesitation, she followed the Void Ferret into the portal. Several kilometers away, Chun Yunqi and the Void Ferret reappeared. The moment she saw Mu Xian, she was so overwhelmed with emotion that she could barely speak, managing only a shaky, "Mu Xian, thank you." But Mu Xian waved off her gratitude, urgency in his voice. "Now's not the time for that. We need to get out of here immediately." Chun Yunqi looked at him in confusion, prompting Mu Xian to explain. "I had my Frost Crystal Ice Dragon unleash Absolute Zero Storm on the sandstorm's core. While the two forces are currently neutralizing each other and weakening the storm, my beast's power can't fully match the force of nature." Realization dawned on Chun Yunqi, and she exclaimed. "So you're saying the two storms will eventually merge into an even stronger one?" "Exactly," Mu Xian nodded. "That's why we need to leave right now." "Understood." Chun Yunqi wasted no more time and followed Mu Xian as they quickly retreated. Not long after they escaped, the sandstorm's core exploded with a deafening roar. As expected, the absolute zero storm and the sandstorm merged, forming a colossal super ice sandstorm. This terrifying phenomenon blanketed nearly the entire desert. However, no one could have anticipated that within the core of this superstorm, a faint consciousness was beginning to take shape. Who am I? A vague thought quietly emerged at the heart of the storm. Having safely reached the edge of the desert, Mu Xian and Chun Yunqi finally let out a sigh of relief. The joy of surviving such a life-threatening ordeal, coupled with Chun Yunqi's earlier, somewhat ridiculous vow, left her cheeks flushed red. Mu Xian, on the other hand, remained composed. He instructed Chun Yunqi to tend to her injuries while he replenished the energy of the Frost Crystal Ice Dragon and the Void Ferret. It took over an hour for Chun Yunqi to fully recover. She approached Mu Xian with heartfelt sincerity and said, "Mu Xian, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have." Mu Xian smiled faintly, cutting her off. "We're friends, aren't we? Helping each other out is the least I can do." "Just friends?" For some reason, Chun Yunqi felt a pang of disappointment at his words. She had thought that perhaps Mu Xian had risked his life to save her because he cared for her in a deeper way. After lunch, the two parted ways. Knowing that traveling together would mean fewer resource packs for each of them, they decided it was best to go their separate routes. Leaving the desert behind, they encountered a noticeable increase in the number of beasts. In just 1 hour, Mu Xian faced 3 waves of beasts, all of which were effortlessly dealt with by the Frost Crystal Ice Dragon. He managed to collect 2 resource packs, though they were only of the commander tier. According to the provincial exam rules, elite tier resource packs were worth 100 points, commander packs were worth 200 points, and lorder packs were worth 400 points. The top 30 scorers would qualify for the national exam, while the rest would apply to various beast taming colleges based on their rankings. Mu Xian's goal, of course, was to claim first placer at the very least, secure a spot in the top 3. According to some insider information from Chief Qian, the top 30, top 3, and the first place finisher would receive different rewards. Specifically, the first place winner would be granted 3 Lordier evolution resources tailored to their beast's attributes. This meant that even the rare and precious space element evolution resources Mu Xian had been dreaming of would be provided by the Beast Taming Bureau. "At my current pace, getting first place might be a challenge," Mu Xian muttered to himself. "Looks like he'll need to take a more aggressive approach." He adjusted his information panel to search on the widest range possible, scanning for resource pack locations. After about 10 minutes, Mu Xian finally made a new discovery. Outside a mountain cave, an intense battle was unfolding. A Tier 7 burrowing earth dragon, a lord-level beast, was being besieged by 3 tamed creatures. Its scales were shattered, blood streamed down its body, and it let out agonized roars. Not far away, a young man dressed in luxurious robes watched coldly, a smug smile tugging at the corners of his lips. This was none other than Zhang Yuxi, the eldest son of the Zhang family, who had previously clashed with Mu Xian. A Tier 7 burrowing earth dragon. I wonder what kind of valuable resource pack it might be guarding. Zhang Yuxi murmured to himself, his eyes glinting with greed. With a deafening roar, the burrowing earth dragon finally succumbed and collapsed to the ground. Unable to contain his excitement, Zhang Yuxi rushed toward the cave. But in the next second, his expression darkened drastically. Who dares to steal my resource pack? Zhang Yushi's furious shout echoed through the cave, filled with rage and frustration. Meanwhile, in a forest a kilometer away, Mu Xian was grinning as he accepted the resource pack handed over by his void space ferret. Spatial beasts really are the best, he praised, gently stroking the ferret's soft fur. Mu Xian carefully inspected the spoils in his hands. A lord-level resource pack, applicable to lord-ear beasts, with no specific description provided. This was a resource pack placed by the Zhejiang Province Beast Taming Bureau for lord-level tamers, containing a rare bottle of lord-tier earth essence. The scene shifted to the exhibition hall of the Beast Taming Bureau outside the Lingyuan secret realm. Zhang Yushi's father, a renowned Beast King-level tamer from the prestigious Zhang family in Hangzhou, stood up in a fury. This is outright cheating. Is this how spatial beasts are supposed to be used? His booming voice filled the hall, his face red with anger. I propose that this student's exam results be nullified. We don't need opportunists like this. If every student resorted to such tricks, where would the fairness of the exam go? The middle-aged man's loud accusations drew the attention of everyone in the room. However, someone nearby saw through his true intentions. Heh, a voice chuckled. If I'm not mistaken, aren't you the father of the kid who just got robbed? The moment those words were spoken, the middle-aged man was rendered speechless, his righteous indignation vanishing in an instant. In the corner, Officer Qian couldn't help but smile at the scene. He thought to himself, everything Mu Xian did was well within the rules, and he's already caught the attention of some major players. Trying to revoke his exam qualification? What a joke. Recalling Mu Xian's calm demeanor from the day before, Officer Qian suddenly realized, no wonder he wasn't worried at all yesterday. He must have planned this move well in advance. On the third day, the final day of the provincial exam, the atmosphere in the testing grounds was electric. Candidates were brimming with fighting spirit, and the air was filled with the sounds of intense battles and shouts of challenge. The roars of ferocious beasts intertwined with the commands of beast tamers, making the entire secret realm feel as though it was boiling with energy. This chaotic intensity provided the perfect opportunity for Mu Xian's Void Dragon Weasel to shine. Leveraging the advantage of his information panel, Mu Xian effortlessly pinpointed the top contenders on the leaderboard. Whenever these skilled contestants were locked in fierce combat with wild beasts, the Void Dragon Weasel would silently slip in and deftly pilfer their resource packs without leaving a trace. By noon, Mu Xian had successfully looted 13 resource packs, amassing a considerable haul. A faint, self-satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Meanwhile, outside Thunder Valley, a group of people had gathered to share their experiences from the past 2 days in the secret realm. Zhang Yushi, Chen Huashan, and 5 others were animatedly exchanging stories, the atmosphere lively and spirited. Damn it! Zhang Yushi suddenly cursed. Someone actually stole my resource pack. Chen Huashan's eyes widened in shock. What? Even you, young Master Zhang, got robbed? That's right. Zhang Yushi growled, clenching his fists in frustration. It happened when I was fighting a burrowing earth dragon beast. If I find out who did it, I'm going to skin them alive. He turned to Chen Huashan. Wait, don't tell me you had the same thing happen? Chen Huashan let out a bitter laugh and nodded. Exactly. I spent ages battling a wave-taming mystic turtle, and just when I thought I'd finally gotten the resource pack, it vanished without a trace. The others chimed in as well, voicing their frustrations. Same here. Our resource packs disappeared out of nowhere. Who could be behind this? Someone asked suspiciously. Could it be a space-type beast? But I haven't heard of anyone having such a beast. As the group speculated heatedly, Fang Yuntian emerged from Thunder Valley. He scanned the crowd and gave a slight nod. Glad you're all here. Zhang Yushi looked at him curiously. Boss, what kind of beast are we dealing with that requires all of us to take action together? Fang Yuntian's expression was grave. 2 rampaging thunder bears at Lord Tier Level 9, along with several cubs. These cubs have incredibly strong auras, with at least Beast King level bloodline potential. They're perfect for you to form contracts with. Lord Tier Level 9 rampaging thunder bears? Someone gasped. Rampaging thunder bears were famously powerful thunder element beasts, with bloodline potential rivaling that of Beast King level creatures. It was no wonder Fang Yuntian had summoned everyone to join forces. The others were equally excited. In Hangqing, rampaging thunder bear cubs were incredibly rare and had once been auctioned for a staggering 80 million. Their value was comparable to that of young monarch-level beasts. Under Fang Yuntian's leadership, Zhang Yushi and the others cautiously stepped into the lightning-filled valley. The air crackled with the sound of electricity, and everyone was on high alert. Once the group disappeared into the depths of the valley, a shadow quietly appeared at the entrance. It was none other than Mu Xian. Watching Fang Yuntian and his team head deeper into the valley, a sly smile played on Mu Xian's lips. No wonder I couldn't find this guy anywhere. He's been hiding here. If he values this place so much, there must be something good inside. Perhaps a trove of lower-tier resource packs and materials. How could I possibly miss out on such a golden opportunity? Mu Xian had originally been tailing Chen Huashan, but when he saw Xuan and the others gathering in this secluded valley, he immediately sensed that something was up. Moving with utmost caution, he stepped into Thunder Valley. With the help of his information panel, he quickly located Fang Yuntian and his group and deduced their objective. A pair of Lord Tier Level 9 rampaging Thunder Bears. Mu Xian's eyes lit up. Wait, there are cubs too. Rubbing his hands together in excitement, he began calculating the potential value of these cubs. The information panel promptly displayed the details of the rampaging Thunder Bears. Species: Thunder Element Rampage Element Bear Family. Tier: Lord Tier Level 9. Bloodline: Beast King Level. Quality: Excellent. Skills: Rampage, Explosive Thunderball, Thunder Roar, Bear Pounce. Description: a highly formidable beast, regarded as a powerhouse among Lord-tier beasts. Beware of its combination skills. The detailed information left Mu Xian slightly astonished. These bears were almost on par with some Beast King-level beasts in terms of raw power, lacking only a Beast King or Monarch-level bloodline. A thought crossed Mu Xian's mind. Don't I have the bloodline extraction and fusion talent? Maybe I can merge a stronger bear-beast bloodline into them. He also noted the mention of combination skills in the description. This indicated that the two rampaging Thunder Bears had mastered a synergistic skill set, which could potentially deal devastating damage. Combination skills, formed by blending two abilities, often produced effects far greater than the sum of their parts, making them a prized asset among Beast Tamers. Soon, Fang Yuntian and his group began their operation. They sent two agile, small beasts to sneak into the rampaging Thunder Bear's lair, intending to lure them out. Hidden in the shadows, Mu Xian held his breath, patiently waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Before long, a young thunderstorm bear cub was dragged out of its nest by two tamed beasts, immediately triggering the fury of the two adult thunderstorm bears inside. Their deafening roars echoed through the entire valley, shaking the ground with their rage. At that moment, Mu Xian's eyes lit up. He glanced at the void ferret perched on his shoulder and grinned, saying, "Little cat, go check out the thunderstorm bear's nest and see if there's anything good." The void ferret nodded excitedly before vanishing into thin air. Meanwhile, the battle outside the nest had reached a fever pitch. Fang Yuntian and his group of 8, along with nearly 20 Lord-level tamed beasts, launched a ferocious assault on the two adult thunderstorm bears. The bears roared in fury, struggling to fend off the relentless attacks coming from every direction. Suddenly, the male and female thunderstorm bears exchanged a glance and unleashed a powerful combination skill. In an instant, countless lightning spheres erupted in the air, scattering like a meteor shower toward Fang Yuntian and his allies, as well as their tamed beasts. The spheres radiated an overwhelming sense of dread, hurtling toward their targets at an astonishing speed. "Watch out!" Fang Yuntian shouted, dodging quickly. However, the others were caught off guard. "Arg!" Screams filled the air as chaos erupted. In the blink of an eye, 4 of Fang Yuntian's companions were struck unconscious, collapsing to the ground motionless, their hair standing on end in a pitiful sight. Only Fang Yuntian, Zhang Yuxi, Chen Huashan, and another member were left standing in the aftermath. Aside from Fang Yuntian, the other 3 were also injured. Though their tamed beasts absorbed much of the damage, the searing pain was inescapable. Fang Yunshin's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. "Damn it, I didn't expect these 2 thunderstorm bears to have a combination skill." The 2 lord-level beasts, both at the 9th tier, had clearly exceeded their capabilities. Glancing at the 4 fallen companions sprawled on the ground like corpses, Fang Yunshin's expression turned grim as he prepared to give the order to retreat. Just then, the 2 thunderstorm bears let out an earth-shaking roar, their bodies suddenly swelling in size. They had entered a berserk state. Their bloodshot eyes burned with unquenchable rage as they charged straight toward Fang Yuntian. However, their true target wasn't Fang Yunshin, it was Mu Xian, who was stealthily making off with their cub. Only then did Fang Yuntian notice Mu Xian's presence. His face turned pale as he shouted in disbelief, "Mu Xian, what are you doing here? Damn it, you're setting me up." Mu Xian, however, appeared entirely at ease. With a carefree smile, he said, "Ha ha ha, Fang Yuntian, I just happened to pass by and stumbled upon this little thunderstorm bear cub. Oh, and 4 resource packs too. Anyway, I have some errands to run. They'll leave the 2 thunderstorm bears to you. Good luck." With that, Mu Xian turned to leave, leaving Fang Yuntian to face the 2 enraged thunderstorm bears alone, trapped in an impossible dilemma. "Mu Xian, I will never forgive you." Fang Yuntian roared furiously, his eyes fixated on the 2 raging thunderstorm bears just steps away. Clearly, the ferocious mother and cub had mistaken him for an accomplice in the theft of the cub. Disheveled and battered, Fang Yuntian finally stumbled out of Thunder Valley, accompanied only by his subordinate, Zhang Yushi. The two were in a pitiful state, their clothes in tatters. This hunt in Thunder Valley had been an unmitigated disaster, a complete loss on all fronts. Meanwhile, Mu Xian lowered his gaze to the thunderstorm bear cub at his feet, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. The information panel displayed. Thunderstorm bear cub. Type: Lightning Berserk Bear. Rank: Elite, Tier 4. Bloodline: Beast King. Quality: Exceptional. Skills: Lightning Clone, Thunder Essence. This cub, stolen by Fang Yuntian's men, had unexpectedly awakened rare abilities. The elusive cloning skill and the powerful Thunder Essence. Cloning skills were already rare, becoming even more valuable at higher levels. Just for this reason alone, Mu Xian decided to make it his fourth contracted beast. Even more astonishing was the Thunder Essence skill, a divine ability for lightning-type beasts. It allowed the cub to directly absorb lightning energy from the void and condense it into a rare lightning element treasure known as Thunder Essence. It was practically a walking gold mine. Mu Xian calculated silently. If he formed a contract with this little guy, he could nurture it into a top-tier beast with its two extraordinary abilities. The Thunder Essence it produced would undoubtedly be worth a fortune. Little one, Mu Xian said softly, you have two choices. Become my contracted beast or become my resource. To his surprise, the seemingly innocent and adorable cub seemed to sense Mu Xian's friendly aura. It affectionately wrapped itself around his leg. Mu Xian chuckled. All right, from now on, you'll be my fourth beast. I'll call you Little Bear. In Mu Xian's vision, his team of beasts would include a tanky melee fighter like the Thunderstorm Bear, a long-range caster like the Ice Crystal Frost Dragon, a stealthy scout like the Void Ferret, a healer support like the Celestial Mirage Butterfly, and a flying mount. Among these, a healer support was becoming an urgent necessity. Some might wonder, couldn't the Ice Crystal Frost Dragon serve as a mount? Why the need for a dedicated flying beast? The answer was simple. While the Ice Crystal Frost Dragon could indeed be ridden, its true value lay in its casting and combat abilities. Using it as a mount would be more about showing off than practicality. After securing Little Bear in his contracted beast space, Mu Xian continued on his way. Time was running out, and he needed to explore the icy terrains of the secret realm to see if he could find any valuable resources. After traveling for over half an hour, Mu Xian reached the icy Regiona land blanketed in snow and dominated by towering ice peaks. As he pressed forward, his information panel worked at full capacity, quickly identifying the beasts lurking in the area. Most were elite or commander level, with only a few reaching the lord level. Finding no resource nodes, Mu Xian decided it wasn't worth his effort to hunt them. And so, Mu Xian continued his search through the frozen landscape until dusk approached and the provincial exam neared its conclusion. Just then, he made a significant discovery. Inside an underground ice cave, a particularly striking notification appeared on the information panel. Extreme Ice Spirit Marrow. Rank: Beast King. Applicable types: Ice, Frost. Description: a top-tier rare material nurtured over tens of thousands of years in the icy terrain of the Spirit Origin Secret Realm, containing incomparably pure extreme cold energy. Mu Xian's eyes lit up. This material was practically tailor-made for his Ice Crystal Frost Dragon. Most importantly, it was Beast King level, meaning it could help the dragon break through its bottleneck. Advancing from the Lord level to the Beast King level was an incredibly challenging feat for beasts with Lord-level bloodline potential. It was nearly impossible. However, for those with Beast King level or higher bloodline potential, the process was somewhat easier, requiring only Beast King level resources to forcibly break through, making them quasi-Beast King level beasts. The term quasi-Beast King referred to beasts that had yet to gain recognition from other Beast King level creatures. To become a true Beast King level beast, they needed to participate in the legendary Beast King Challenge trial, where a quasi-Beast King had to defeat 3 Beast King level creatures in direct combat, earning their acknowledgement. Only then could it condense the Beast King mark and officially ascend to Beast King level, paving the way to Emperor level. Without hesitation, Mu Xian issued a command. Little spirit, little cat, quickly, dig out this extreme ice spirit marrow. However, the extreme ice spirit marrow was buried deep within the ice cave, encased in layers upon layers of frozen barriers. Extracting it would be no easy task. The Ice Crystal Frost Dragon and the Void Dragon Weasel unleashed astonishing power, their skills sweeping through like a storm. Layers of ice crystals shattered continuously under their fierce assault. Finally, the precious Frost Essence core was revealed. Mu Xian carefully retrieved it. The Ice Crystal Frost Dragon let out an excited roar, its eyes gleaming with desire. Mu Xian gently stroked its scales and smiled as he promised, "Don't worry. Once we leave the secret realm, I'll let you absorb it." By the time Mu Xian returned to the surface, night had already fallen. In the sky above, a massive spatial vortex slowly rotated, signaling that it was time to leave the secret realm. Taking a deep breath, Mu Xian climbed onto the ice crystal frost dragon and resolutely stepped into the mysterious portal. The scene before him twisted in an instant. When Mu Xian regained his senses, he found himself standing in the massive Beast Master arena. All around him were students who had just finished their trials, their faces reflecting a mix of emotions, some overjoyed, others dejected, and a few with expressions too complex to decipher. The proctors began gathering students according to their ranks. As a lower tier student, Mu Xian was guided to a special assessment area. He barely had time to glance around when an angry shout erupted from behind him. Mu Xian, how dare you show your face here? Turning around, Mu Xian saw Fang Yuntian, Zhang Yuxi, Chen Huashan, and their group glaring at him with fury. In stark contrast to Mu Xian's composed demeanor, they looked utterly miserable, especially the lackeys among them, who were so badly burned they resembled charred human-shaped logs. Feeling slightly awkward, Mu Xian rubbed his nose, though he couldn't suppress the urge to laugh. Why wouldn't I show up? I don't owe any of you anything. You Fang Yuntian was livid. You stole our resource pack. And the Thunderstorm Bear Cub. If it weren't for your interference, how could we have been injured so badly by the Thunderstorm Bear? Remaining calm, Mu Xian countered evenly. Did the resource pack have your names on it? Was that Thunderstorm Bear Cub bonded to you? If not, then how could it be considered yours? Getting injured by the Thunderstorm Bear only proves that your strength is lacking. Young man, you need to recognize your own limits. Just because you rely on family resources to become a lower-tier beast master doesn't mean you can do as you please. The real secret realms won't go easy on you. Fang Yuntian and Zhang Yuxi fell silent, Mu Xian's words cutting deep. They had indeed been overly arrogant, daring to challenge two lower-tier level 9 beasts. They hadn't even gathered detailed intelligence or arranged for sentries, recklessly attacking the Thunderstorm Bear. Surviving it all was already a stroke of luck. Seeing their reaction, Mu Xian added fuel to the fire. In fact, I was helping you, letting you experience the harshness of the secret realm in advance. It's disappointing that you failed to understand my good intentions. Truly, I'm heartbroken. Mu Xian's tone was so sincere. It almost seemed like he genuinely cared for their well-being. For a moment, Fang Yuntian and the others were moved by his honesty, repeatedly vowing not to make the same mistakes again. Mu Xian nodded in satisfaction, as if he saw potential in them. It was only much later that Fang Yuntian snapped out of it, his face turning beet red with anger. Damn it, weren't we here to teach that guy a lesson? At this moment, one of the proctors spoke calmly. Begin presenting the resource packs you've collected in order of your numbers, and we'll tally the points. Number 1021, Zhang Linggong. Standing amidst the crowd, Mu Xian kept his eyes fixed on the leaderboard, which was updating in real time. As each participant showcased their results, his smile grew wider. He thought to himself, with a hint of smugness, looking at their scores, no one here can even come close to my 25 resource packs. Among the 20-something examinees who had presented so far, the highest score was a mere 7 resource packs, equivalent to 2,800 points. Mu Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. However, he quickly adjusted his expression as his number was finally called. The proctor turned to Mu Xian, his tone still indifferent. How many resource packs do you have? Bring them all out. Don't worry, they won't be taken away from you. Mu Xian smiled faintly and began retrieving resource packs from his storage space. One after another, the resource packs piled up on the table. Gasps and exclamations erupted from the surrounding participants. What the heck? 7, 8, 9, 10? 10 resource packs. How many Lord-level beasts did he hunt down? Is this the same Mu Xian who's been topping the leaderboard? I heard people say his position was rigged. Whoa, that's 16 already, and he's still going. 19. How did he manage to hunt so many beasts in just 3 days? 20 now. When Mu Xian finally stopped, there were 25 resource packs neatly stacked on the table, 23 from Lord-level beasts and 2 from Commander-level beasts. The entire examination hall erupted into chaos. Someone quickly did the math. At an average of 3 Lord-level beasts per resource pack, he must have hunted down 69 Lord-level beasts. Even the proctor, who had maintained a calm demeanor up until now, was visibly stunned. He asked in disbelief, with this many resource packs, did you wipe out all the Lord-level beasts in the secret realm? Mu Xian responded with a cheeky grin. Oh no, I just got lucky and picked them up. His remark was met with a round of eye rolls. Some participants, including Zhang Yuxi, were seething with anger, barely restraining themselves from shouting. They knew all too well that many of those resource packs had been snatched from them by Mu Xian. The proctor could only shake his head in exasperation. He'd never encountered someone so shameless. Nonetheless, he had to record Mu Xian's score and rank him in first place. Soon, everyone's scores were finalized. Mu Xian's staggering score, which broke the 10,000 point mark, left everyone in shock. Aside from Mu Xian's record-breaking first place, the biggest surprise was Fang Yuntian. Once ranked second on the leaderboard, He didn't even make it into the top 3. When Fang Yuntian realized he had lost the chance for a special reward, he was furious. Glaring at Mu Xian, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Mu Xian, I challenge you to a duel." However, Mu Xian paid him no mind and didn't even glance his way. At that moment, a staff member from the Beastmaster Training Bureau approached and announced, "Mu Xian, Shenning Shuang, and He Jiutian, please come with me." Mu Xian's eyes lit up. The Beastmaster resources he had been eagerly anticipating were finally within reach. The 3 of them followed the staff member to the Bureau's headquarters, where a stern-looking middle-aged man awaited them. It was none other than Xin Lingtian, the Bureau chief. Xin Lingtian glanced over the 3 of them and nodded approvingly. "You all performed well in this provincial exam, demonstrating the level of skill expected." His sentence trailed off as his gaze landed on Mu Xian. For some reason, his tone grew slightly awkward. Mu Xian, sensing the shift, felt a bit uneasy. He realized that his actions in the secret realm might have already been exposed. Chief Shen cleared his throat and continued, "All right, enough small talk. Follow me to the treasury and choose the resources you need." Excitement surged through Mu Xian as he followed Shen Lingtian through several heavily guarded gates, eventually arriving at a massive underground vault. The vault was divided into dozens of rooms, each housing a different type of resource. "This is the largest resource repository in Zhejiang province," Shen Lingtian explained. "It contains a collection of resources accumulated over the years. If a resource exists, chances are it's here." He turned to Mu Xian. "As the first place winner, you get to choose first. Remember, you can only pick 3 items, and they must be resources that are actually usable for your contracted beast." This rule was clearly designed to prevent the winners from selecting high-grade resources for resale. Mu Xian nodded and began carefully examining the rooms, hoping to find materials that could help his Sky Mirage butterfly evolve. Mu Xian nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the various categories marked above the doorway. Suddenly, his eyes were drawn to a label in the corner that read Mystic Class. His eyes lit up. There it was. Exactly what he was looking for. The Mystic Class is one of the attribute classifications of human civilization for beasts, mystical creatures, and resources. It includes broad categories such as time, space, mysticism, and elements. Among them, the Mystic Class is more abstract, encompassing subcategories like fate, spirit, mind, foresight, misfortune, and curses, essentially dealing with intangible and enigmatic attributes. Director Xuan stood in front of the Mystic Class resource room and said calmly, "You want Mystic Class resources? You'll need to show me a beast that aligns with this category first." Mu Xian nodded and immediately summoned the Celestial Illusion Butterfly. This transparent butterfly, no larger than the palm of a hand, appeared in a flash, leaving even Director Sheena Beast King level Beastmaster Momentary stunned. It was clear he had never seen such a beautiful creature before. Director Shin took out a device resembling a smartphone and scanned the Celestial Illusion Butterfly. He let out a soft and smiled. "So it's the Celestial Illusion Butterfly, a beast of the Prophecy subclass. Mu Xian, it seems your luck is quite remarkable." With that, Director Shun retrieved a card and lightly swiped it against the door of the Mystic Class resource room. The door creaked open, revealing a narrow gap, and an indescribable aura immediately wafted out, mysterious, ethereal, and elusive. "This door hasn't been opened in 5 years, Director Shun remarked with a faint smile. "Go on in." Filled with anticipation, Mu Xian stepped into the room. The Mystic Class resource room wasn't particularly large, with several wooden shelves neatly arranged, each holding rare and precious resources. Mu Xian's attention was instantly drawn to the largest wooden shelf in the center. On that shelf, one item stood out, a slot labeled Doom Curse Doll. Rank: Monarch level. Applicable categories: Fate subclass, Prophecy subclass, Misfortune subclass, Curse subclass. Description: a highly peculiar Mystic Class resource formed from the remains of a wicked witch upon her demise. It possesses terrifying powers of misfortune and curses and can be used to help certain Beast King level beasts evolve or ascend in rank. Note: currently sealed. Mu Xian was awestruck. This was a Monarch level misfortune resource. The wicked witch who left behind such a resource must have been unimaginably powerful. However, he quickly shook his head. As valuable as it was, the Doom Curse Doll wasn't suitable for his Celestial Illusion Butterfly. It didn't align in terms of abilities or rank. Mu Xian was more inclined to see his Celestial Illusion Butterfly develop in areas like prophecy, fate, spirit, mind, and dreams. As he pondered, his eyes were suddenly drawn to another item on a nearby wooden shelf. It seemed to be a material perfectly suited for the Celestial Illusion Butterfly. The lucky puppet lay quietly on the display stand, emitting a faint golden glow. Mu Xian's gaze was drawn to it as he carefully read the description card. A commander-level resource, suitable for destiny, precognition, luck, misfortune, and curse types. The original form of the luck-type beast, the Lucky Doll, it brings good fortune and is an incredibly rare and valuable resource. capable of serving as a primary material for certain beast evolutions. Mu Xian's eyes lit up, and an idea flashed through his mind. Isn't this the perfect resource for the evolution of the celestial illusion butterfly? He mused to himself. If combined with the molted shell of the calamity substitute worm, I can surely design the ideal evolution path. Director Shen noticed the focused expression on Mu Xian's face and nodded slightly, clearly understanding his intentions. Afterward, Mu Xian proceeded to the spatial resources room. Various spatial resources of different tiers were displayed here, including the familiar void spirit stones. However, his attention was soon captured by a Lord-level resource. The description card for the Void Annihilation Stone read, a Lord-level resource suitable for spatial types. This unique spirit stone is born in areas of spatial collapse, possessing the ability to destroy space. It allows spatial-type beasts to master higher-level spatial skills and is extremely valuable. Mu Xian felt a surge of joy. This is exactly what the little guy needs for its evolution, he calculated internally. Though the Void Dragon Weasel already had the potential of a monarch-level bloodline, evolving once more while its tier remained low would be highly beneficial. Next, Mu Xian moved to the ice resources room. The room was well stocked with resources, but his goal this time wasn't for cultivation resources. His gaze locked onto a tube containing a Beast King-level resource, the water of the extreme cold pool. The description card read, a Beast King-level resource suitable for ice, water, and snow types. This rare liquid, extracted from the extreme cold pool in a special ruin, contains the ultimate power of extreme cold. It is a dream resource for ice-type beasts, enabling them to wield even more powerful ice abilities. Director Xuan observed Mu Xian's choice and shook his head with a smile. You're quite the strategist, aren't you? Mu Xian returned the smile. My Frost Ice Dragon has already reached Lord Tier 5, and it will take no more than a year and a half to reach Tier 9. Naturally, I must plan for its future. Director Xuan remained silent, tacitly approving of Mu Xian's decision. With that, Mu Xian finalized his selection of 3 resources, the Lucky Puppet, the Void Annihilation Stone, and the water of the extreme cold pool. This trip had been a resounding success. Next, it was Shun Ningxuang's turn. True to her name, she exuded an aura as cold as frost, her expression taut and icy. If not for her aloof personality, her beauty could rival that of Chen Yunxi. Shen Ningxuang's beast-taming prowess was formidable, with a Tier 5 Lord-level Frost Phoenix Eagle, a Tier 2 Lord-level Flame Dragon Sparrow, and a Tier 1 Lord-level Moonlit Dance Butterfly, indicating her preference for flying-type beasts. Meanwhile, He Jiutian, a proud and arrogant youth, cast disdainful glances at Mu Xian, making it clear that the two had no intention of interacting. Half an hour later, Shen Ningxuang and He Jiutian finally completed their selections. Director Shen then gathered all the Lord-level Beast Tamer students and announced, Students, while the provincial exam has concluded, the national exam is just around the corner. You will soon face formidable opponents from across the country. This is both an opportunity and a challenge, so I hope you seize it. The national exam is scheduled for 1 month from now. During this time, we will draw instructors from Zhejiang Province's Beast Taming Academy to conduct special training for you on campus. He paused before adding, participation is entirely voluntary. Special training? Mu Xian's eyes lit up. His knowledge of beast taming was still somewhat lacking, and this would be the perfect opportunity to absorb more knowledge at the Zhejiang Province Beast Taming Academy. The others were equally surprised. None of them had expected the national exam to be just a month away. This time frame was sufficient for many to significantly enhance their strength. The Provincial Beast Taming Education Bureau acted with lightning speed. After confirming that no one opted out of the special training, they immediately contacted the Zhejiang Provincial Beast Taming Academy. By nightfall on the same day, Mu Xian and the others had settled into a private courtyard at the academy. This courtyard was typically reserved for the top students of the academy, offering a stark contrast to the dormitory buildings where regular students resided. While the dormitories were spacious, they couldn't compare to the comfort and privacy provided by the standalone courtyard. Just as Mu Xian had finished unpacking his belongings, a rapid knock on the door interrupted him. Standing outside was Ling Fangfei, dressed elegantly in a white dress, her bright eyes and radiant smile making her look stunning. Mu Xian couldn't help but glance at her a second time. Standing beside her was the slightly reserved Yuman man. Hey little brother, I heard you got first place in the provincial exam this time? Ling Fangfei asked excitedly, her eyes sparkling with delight. Mu Xian smiled and nodded, a hint of pride in his tone. With Xiao Mao by my side, it was practically impossible not to take first place. Ling Fangfei sighed softly, her tone carrying a trace of helplessness. True, spatial-type beast tamers have such an advantage under the provincial exam rules. My mentor mentioned that the difficulty will be increased for the next provincial exam to prevent spatial tamers from cheating. Hearing this, Mu Xian rolled his eyes in exasperation, silently grumbling to himself. How is this cheating? It's clearly the result of my hard work. At this moment, The usually quiet Man mustered her courage and spoke, her voice trembling slightly. Mu Xian, I heard that you acquired a large amount of dragon bloodstones this time? Is that true? Mu Xian was momentarily stunned before realizing what she was referring to. It dawned on him that his excavation of dragon bloodstones in the secret realm had been observed by the Beast Taming Education Bureau, so it wasn't surprising that the news had spread. That's right, Mu Xian replied with a cheerful smile. Why? Is Uncle Yu interested in these dragon bloodstones? Man nodded earnestly, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Yes, my dad heard about it and wanted to buy this batch of dragon bloodstones from you. The price is negotiable. Ling Fangfei, puzzled, chimed in. A large amount of dragon bloodstones? What's that about? Man turned to Ling Fangfei, her tone carrying a trace of excitement. Fangfei, you don't know? The whole Hangzhou city is buzzing with the news Mu Xian discovered a dragon bloodstone vein in the Lingyuan secret realm. It's said that all the beast taming resource merchants in Hangzhou are going crazy now, trying to secure the mining rights to that dragon bloodstone vein in the secret realm. Ling Fangfei's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement, and a sly smile played on her lips. She leaned toward Mu Xian, half joking yet somewhat serious, and said, Hey, little brother. We're so close, how about sponsoring your big sis with a few dragon bloodstones? That's not asking too much, right? Hearing this, Mu Xian couldn't help but roll his eyes. Dragon bloodstones were incredibly rare and valuable, with just one worth millions. And here she was, casually asking for a few. It was nothing short of daylight robbery. Still, despite his internal complaints, Mu Xian unhesitatingly took out 10 dragon bloodstones and handed them over, splitting them between Ling Fangfei and Man. To him, 10 dragon bloodstones were no longer a big deal. Man tried to politely decline, but Ling Fangfei had already snatched them up with quick hands. Grinning mischievously, she said, Man, this guy's loaded now. Taking a little from him is no big deal. Worst case, you could marry him to make up for it. This bold remark left both Mu Xian and Man at a loss for words, rendering the atmosphere awkward for a moment. Thankfully, after some playful banter, the mood lightened again. Turning to Man, Mu Xian said, By the way, I still have over 3,000 dragon bloodstones. Why don't you ask Uncle Yu how many he'd like to buy? Man's eyes lit up with excitement. That's fantastic. They'll have my dad come over right away. Mu Xian nodded lightly. To him, as long as the price was right, it didn't matter who he sold to. Out of the 3,400 dragon bloodstones in his possession, he planned to sell only 1,000. The rest would be used to trade for other resources. In this era, cash had limited purchasing power, and many high-ranking beast tamers preferred bartering, especially at elite gatherings. It wasn't long before Man's father, Yu Sihai, arrived at the Beast Taming Academy in a hurry. The moment he stepped through the door, he exclaimed enthusiastically, Mu Xian, congratulations! That dragon blood stone mine has been there for over 100 years, and yet you managed to discover and extract thousands of stones so effortlessly. You are making us old-timers green with envy. Mu Xian responded with a humble smile. Thank you for the kind words, Uncle Yu. I heard you're interested in purchasing some dragon bloodstones? How many would you like? Yu Sihai waved his hand with a hearty laugh. As many as you're willing to sell. We'll take them all at market price. How does that sound? Mu Xian raised an eyebrow in surprise. Uncle Yu, if you're buying at market price, how will you make a profit? After all, with the mine about to be exploited, the supply will increase, and prices are bound to drop. Yu Sihai burst into laughter. Mu Xian, leave the money-making part to me. You don't need to worry about that. Mu Xian nodded thoughtfully. If Yu Sihai was willing to pay market price, he must have his reasons. Ultimately, the two reached an agreement. 1,000 dragon bloodstones would be sold at 1 million yuan each, for a total transaction of 1 billion yuan. Yu Sihai looked pleased. Smart move, Mu Xian. Dragon bloodstones are effectively a universal currency for trading dragon-type resources. Keeping some is far more valuable than cash. By the way, there's an exclusive gathering for Lord-level Beast Tamers in a couple of days. How about I take you along? Mu Xian's eyes lit up. That sounds great, but are you sure I won't be causing you any trouble? Not at all. I happen to have a spare invitation. It's settled then. Yu Sihai said with a hearty laugh, leaving with the 1,000 dragon bloodstones in tow. Ling Fangfei and Man stayed for a little while longer before bidding farewell, leaving Mu Xian alone. He began sorting through the spoils from the secret realm exploration during the provincial exam. 2,390 dragon bloodstones worth 2.4 billion yuan. 23 Lord-level resource packs and 2 Commander-level resource packs, collectively worth about 100 million yuan, and 3 rare treasures from the Education Bureau's vault. Mu Xian carefully selected the resources he could use. The remaining 18 Lord-level resources, which didn't suit his beasts, he planned to trade for more useful items at the upcoming gathering with Yu Sihai. The next morning, at 5 a.m., before the sun had risen, Mu Xian was woken up and summoned to the training field. A young man with a stern expression stood waiting. He addressed the group. Good morning, everyone. I'm Zhang Yufang, your instructor for physical training. Starting today, I'll be in charge of your fitness regiment. Good morning, teacher. A weak and unenthusiastic greeting echoed across the playground, drawing a disapproving glance from teacher Zhang Yufang. He scanned the group of young beast masters in training before him, his tone tinged with sternness. So young, yet already so lethargic? Are you all drained of energy already? Clapping his hands together, Zhang Yufang issued a command. Everyone, 10 laps around the track. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a defiant voice rose from the crowd. Zhang Yushi stepped forward, his face full of disdain. Teacher, I object. We're already Lord-level Beastmasters. Why should we still bother with physical training? A faint, meaningful smile appeared on Zhang Yufang's face as he swept his gaze across the group. That's an excellent question. Does anyone else share his opinion? Sensing their teacher's seemingly easygoing demeanor, several students from privileged backgrounds quickly chimed in. Me too, teacher. I agree. Voices of support rang out one after another. Standing silently among the crowd, Mu Xian remained quiet. He was all too familiar with situations like this. Internally, he thought, this Zhang Yufang, he's clearly not someone to mess with. This has to be a trap. Sure enough, Zhang Yufang's next words confirmed Mu Xian's suspicions. With a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, Zhang Yufang said, very well. Whether physical training is useful or not, we'll find out through a test. His gaze swept the group before finally landing on Zhang Yushi. Hey, race the deal. Without using your beasts, I will stand still and only defend without counterattacking. If you can make me move even a single step, you'll concede, and there'll be no physical training. Since you were the first to speak up, you'll go first. Zhang Yushi's face lit up with confidence as he loudly responded. All right, let's do it. Watching the scene unfold, Mu Xian shook his head silently. Inwardly, he muttered, what an idiot. This teacher is a Beastmaster at Beast King level 5, with physical attributes equivalent to Lord level 9. Thinking you can budge him? Pure delusion. But Zhang Yushi was brimming with self-assurance. He couldn't believe that this unremarkable-looking man before him could be any kind of expert. In his mind, simply making the teacher move his feet was a trivial task, well within his capabilities as a commander-level Beastmaster. Ready? Zhang Yufang asked with a calm smile, his composed demeanor unsettling many of the students. What followed left everyone dumbfounded. Zhang Yushi threw everything he had into the challenge, exhausting every ounce of his strength. Yet, no matter what he did, Zhang Yufang remained rooted in place, completely unmoved. Finally, utterly spent, Zhang Yushi collapsed to his knees, his face a mixture of despair and disbelief. How? How is this possible? As soon as Mr. Zhang Yufang finished speaking, the playground erupted with gasps of astonishment. The students who had just responded to his call exchanged uneasy glances, regretting their impulsiveness. Only now did they realize that the seemingly kind teacher in front of them was far more formidable than they had imagined. A faint smile tugged at Zhang Yufang's lips as his gaze swept across the group. Since no one dares to step forward, you'll all face the punishment together 20 laps. Groans filled the air as the students lamented their fate. Someone muttered under their breath, this teacher is insane. If I'd known, I wouldn't have responded. 20 laps? My legs are going to fall off. Another student said with a pained expression. Standing off to the side, Mu Xian silently observed the scene, a slight smile playing on his lips. He thought to himself, this is a classic case of reaping what you sow. After this harsh lesson, everyone fell in line and began running laps around the track. The 2-hour-long physical training that morning felt like torture, pushing everyone to their limits. The most unfortunate were Zhang Yushi and his group, who collapsed onto the ground, too exhausted to move. Following breakfast, the students moved on to their beast battle practice class. To their surprise, the instructor turned out to be a young woman. She introduced herself simply as Ms. Yang. Though strikingly beautiful, her demeanor was commanding and intense. Summon your beasts and attack mine, Ms. Yang said coldly. I need to evaluate the strengths and weaknesses of your beasts. Hurry up, don't waste everyone's time. Before her words had even faded, a massive creature appeared before the group. A towering, 2.5-meter tall King Kong Barbie. Its muscular, imposing frame was in stark contrast to its innocent, doll-like face, creating a jarring visual impact. Mu Xian couldn't help but take a second look, marveling inwardly, this creature is practically born for battle. Every skill it possesses is flawless. Who here is Mu Xian? Ms. Yang's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Since you ranked first in the special training class, you'll go first. All eyes immediately turned to Mu Xian, their gazes brimming with schadenfreude. Unfazed, Mu Xian calmly summoned his ice crystal frost dragon. Though visibly uneasy in the presence of a Beast King level opponent, the dragon assumed a battle-ready stance. Have your beast attack King Kong Barbie with all its might until it's completely exhausted. Ms. Yang instructed indifferently. Understood? Mu Xian nodded. Understood, Ms. Yang. With his command, Xiao Ling, go. The Ice Crystal Frost Dragon let out a low growl and launched a combo of its Extreme Frost Seal and Ice Crystal Annihilation skills. However, what were devastating attacks against other opponents barely seemed to faze King Kong Barbie. Frustrated, the dragon unleashed its ultimate move, Frost Domain. The chilling cold enveloped the entire playground, forcing the observing students to retreat over 200 meters to avoid the icy onslaught. Your beast skills aren't bad, Ms. Yang commented with a stoic expression. Mu Xian watched closely and noticed a faint golden glow enveloping King Kong Barbie, shielding it entirely from the Frost Domain's effects. This sight seemed to enrage the Ice Crystal Frost Dragon further. Abandoning ranged spells, it charged forward, swiping its claws furiously at its opponent. With a resounding crash, King Kong Barbie remained unmoved, while the Ice Crystal Frost Dragon was sent recoiling from the impact. What incredible strength! Mu Xian thought, his heart racing. The sheer power of King Kong Barbie far exceeded his expectations. Still, he didn't give up. Instead, he studied his opponent even more intently, searching for any weaknesses. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Mu Xian shouted, Xiao Ling, use Frost Crystal Dragon Breath. The Ice Crystal Frost Dragon growled, regaining its composure, and began unleashing a continuous stream of Frost Crystal Dragon Breath. This ultra-low temperature attack could freeze even the soul. Sure enough, under the relentless assault, King Kong Barbie's movements began to stiffen. Now, Xiao Ling. Extreme Frost Seal followed by Ice Crystal Annihilation. Mu Xian seized the fleeting opportunity and gave the command. King Kong Barbie was first encased in ice, then shattered apart in a powerful explosion. Mu Xian noticed that the golden glow around King Kong Barbie dissipated at that moment, and its massive body was flung back, clearly injured. Just as Mu Xian prepared to order another attack, Ms. Yang's voice rang out. Mu Xian, that's enough. Mu Xian paused, then nodded with a smile. Understood, Ms. Yang. As Mu Xian stepped back, a round of applause erupted from the sidelines. For a 5th-tier Lord-level beast to injure a Beast King-level opponent was an impressive feat, of course. It was largely because King Kong Barbie had been on the defensive and hadn't unleashed its ultimate move, Invincibility Mode. Otherwise, even 10 Ice Crystal Frost Dragons wouldn't have stood a chance. For the first time, Ms. Yang's expression softened into a faint smile. Not bad, Mu Xian. Your Ice Crystal Frost Dragon is versatile in its attacks, and your timing was excellent. Most importantly, as a Beast Master, you didn't just sit back and wait. You actively identified King Kong Barbie's weakness. Next up, Xuan Ningxuang. Compared to Mu Xian's stellar performance, Xuan Ningxuang's attempt fell short. Despite her Frost Phoenix Falcon's aerial advantage, its attacks couldn't penetrate King Kong Barbie's diamond battle body defense, rendering them ineffective. More critically, Xuan Ningxuang failed to identify any weaknesses in her opponent, ultimately watching helplessly as her beast succumbed to exhaustion. Throughout the morning, every student took their turn battling King Kong Barbie, but none emerged victorious. Only Mu Xian managed a narrow victory, further highlighting his remarkable skill. In the afternoon, the students received a rare treat. Led by Mr. Zhao, they ventured into a secret realm managed by the Beast Academy. Using the unique terrain of the realm, Mr. Zhao provided practical demonstrations of various wilderness combat scenarios, seamlessly integrating theory with practice. That evening, the students finally had some free time. Without hesitation, Mu Xian headed straight to the Beast Academy's library, eager to delve into the latest knowledge and news. He knew that Golden Flower City was merely a small, 5th-tier town where information was often outdated. Only in provincial capitals like Hang City could one access the most current and comprehensive insights from across the nation. Immersed in the library, Mu Xian devoured knowledge with an insatiable hunger, methodically addressing his own weaknesses. Through his reading, he gained a clearer and more precise understanding of the world, the era, and the state of the nation he lived in. In the days that followed, Mu Xian devoted himself entirely to his studies at the Beast Taming Academy. Every morning, he engaged in intense physical training, his sweat soaking through his workout clothes. In the late mornings, he participated in rigorous combat training against various beasts under the guidance of his instructors, sharpening his battle techniques. In the afternoons, he accompanied his mentor into the Academy's secret realms, learning to adapt to different terrains and environments in real-world applications. Even as night fell, he refused to rest, heading to the library alone to immerse himself in books and absorb knowledge. 5 busy and fulfilling days passed like this until one evening, Yu Man's father, Yu Sihai, the owner of the Sihai Pavilion, finally called. He informed Mu Xian of an upcoming offline gathering for Lord-level Beast Tamers and asked if he was interested in attending. Mu Xian, having long awaited such an opportunity, readily agreed without hesitation. The event was held on the top floor of a 5-star hotel, with commander-level Beast Tamers guarding the entrancia testament to its exclusivity. Thanks to Yu Sihai's strong connections, he easily brought Mu Xian into the venue. As soon as they stepped into the hall, someone warmly greeted Yu Sihai. Old Yu, long time no see. I heard you made a fortune on your recent trip to Modu. The man then glanced at Mu Xian and added, Huh, is this your son? Yu Sihai burst into laughter. This is my younger generation nephew. Made a fortune? Hardly, just doubled my earnings. A double? And you don't call that making a fortune? You sly businessman. The man teased. Standing to the side, Mu Xian's heart stirred. Making a fortune in Modu? Could it be related to the overseas trade fair held there a few days ago? He quickly grasped the brilliance of Yu Sihai's maneuvers. The overseas trade fair in Modu was a large-scale business exchange event that had taken place recently. Merchants from other countries brought their unique beasts, resources, and specialties to trade with domestic counterparts, benefiting both sides. Participation, however, required an extensive network of connections. Yu Sihai's involvement spoke volumes about his influence. Yu Sihai's wide network was evident as he continuously exchanged greetings with others. After more than half an hour, the gathering officially began. Over 100 attendees were present, divided into 10 tables. The event followed a Dynambid format, where each table sent a representative to showcase their resources and state their desired items. If anyone was interested, they could bid to purchase. Leaning in, Yu Sihai quietly advised, this is the most popular trading method right now. Remember, if you're not genuinely interested in an item, don't raise your hand lightly. While speaking up doesn't obligate you to buy, doing so and then backing out could leave a bad impression with the organizers, and you might end up blacklisted. Mu Xian nodded slightly to show he understood. Soon, a woman in her early 20s took the stage. She introduced herself. Hello, everyone. I'm Lu Xian, a senior manager from Chinyu Group. They'll be starting the first transaction tonight. What I'm offering is Chinyu Group's latest product, Universal Beast Nourishing Serum. It's crafted from a concentrated blend of Lord-level materials, with each vial containing the energy of a Lord-level beast. The energy is gentle, suitable for absorption and cultivation by most beast species. However, as it's still in the experimental phase, its efficacy is not fully guaranteed. The price is set at 1 million per vial, payable in equivalent Lord-level resources. As she spoke, Lu Xian displayed 10 glass vials filled with amber-colored liquid that faintly radiated energy waves. Mu Xian's interest was piqued. His Void Dragon Weasel required spatial resources, and if this serum could serve as a substitute, it would save him a significant amount of money. However, he wasn't sure how effective it would be for his beast. No sooner had Lu Xian finished speaking than someone loudly questioned her. Oh, so Chinyu Group wants to use us as guinea pigs, huh? The remark sparked a chain reaction, with many others chiming in with sharp criticisms. Who knows if this serum has side effects? I wouldn't dare use it. How bold of Chinyu Group to sell an untested product. Who gave you the confidence, Celine Dion? Exactly. What if it causes problems? Who's going to compensate us? I heard Chinyu Group is on the verge of bankruptcy. If something goes wrong, who'll take responsibility? On stage, Lu Xian's face flushed with frustration and embarrassment. It was clear to her that these criticisms were coming from a coordinated group. Yet she couldn't afford to retaliate. Offending these people would be minor compared to the potential disaster of further tarnishing Chinyu Group's reputation. In truth, Chinyu Group was indeed teetering on the brink of collapse. Just last year, their chairman, a king-level powerhouse, had perished, triggering a bitter inheritance battle within the family. The resulting chaos led to the dismantling and sale of the company's assets, downgrading it from a top-tier corporation in Zhejiang province to a third-rate entity. This universal serum was the new chairman's last-ditch effort to save the company. However, as the criticisms continued to pile on, more than a minute passed without a single bid. Just as Lu Xian was about to lose hope, Mu Xian suddenly stood up and asked, "They'll take 100 vials. What's the best price you can offer?" His words sent shockwaves through the room. 100 vials, equivalent to 100 million on an untested experimental product. Could he be a plant hired by Chinyu Group? Lu Xian was equally stunned, but quickly felt a surge of ecstatic relief. 100 vials, nearly their entire inventory. Selling these could give Chinyu Group a fighting chance at survival. She hurriedly responded, "For 100 vials, we can offer you a 20 discount, no, 30 off. Deal." Mu Xian agreed with a nod, producing 70 dragon bloodstones from his Void Dragon Weasel. Lu Xian stepped off the stage in a daze. She had gone up fearing she wouldn't sell a single vial, only to leave having nearly cleared out their stock. Meanwhile, many in the room turned their attention to Mu Xian, scrutinizing the young man. 70 dragon bloodstones worth 70 million was an astronomical sum, but spending that much on an unproven product was undeniably bold. Yu Sihai leaned in and whispered, "Mu Xian, do you really think this serum is worth it?" Mu Xian smiled and nodded. "I have a feeling this serum will work just fine." Yu Sihai nodded thoughtfully. He was well aware of Mu Xian's remarkable achievements as a Beast Tamer. The dragon bloodstone vein in the Lingyuan secret realm had remained undiscovered for years, Yet Mu Xian found it in just one day. This spoke volumes about his extraordinary intuition or perhaps an innate talent. Maybe this kid really does have some kind of special gift. Yu Sihai mused silently. After Qinyu Group's presentation, several more people took the stage, but the materials they showcased were unremarkable, leaving Mu Xian rather disappointed. He had hoped to stumble upon some hidden treasures here, but so far, it seemed unlikely. That was until the 20-something presenter took the stage, bringing forth a rare and remarkable resource that stirred the crowd. Beast King level resource. A single drop of Emerald Magic Dragon's Beast King Tier 1 blood. A rugged-looking middle-aged man announced loudly, instantly igniting the crowd's enthusiasm. Beast King level Emerald Magic Dragon blood? Is this for real? We must have it, no matter the cost. Just one drop of this blood must be worth at least 100 million. 100 million? That's just the baseline price. Everyone here is a Lord-level Beast Tamer with deep pockets. Do you think 100 million is enough to hold them back? The crowd buzzed with excitement as several figures quickly ascended the stage to inspect the authenticity of the Emerald Magic Dragon blood. Once its genuineness was confirmed, expressions of joy and eagerness lit up their faces. The rugged man nodded in satisfaction, cleared his throat, and declared, "This single drop of Emerald Magic Dragon blood will go to the highest bidder. Priority will be given to Lord level and above resources." As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately made an offer. 300 pieces of Fengqi wood. Fengqi wood, being one of the most valuable resources for Phoenix-type Lord-level beasts, contained the power of the Phoenix. Each piece was worth approximately 1.5 million. This bid was equivalent to 450 million, leaving many stunned. After all, the market price for a single drop of Beast King-level dragon blood usually hovered around 100 million. However, the bidding quickly escalated into a fierce competition. 500 dragon blood stones, 600 golden flame crystals, 705 element essences. Seated at a nearby table, Yu Sihai curiously glanced at Mu Xian. "Brother Mu, why aren't you interested?" Mu Xian shook his head. "Emerald magic dragon blood? I have no use for it." In truth, what he had his eye on was the wooden box holding the blood. Wooden box information. Dragon Abyss Ancient Tree Box. Grade. Beast King level. Applicable types. Dragon type, Subdragon type, Serpent type. Description. Crafted from the branches of the Dragon Abyss Ancient Tree, which supports the Dragon Abyss Cemetery, this box contains pure dragon type and spatial energy. Mu Xian had read about the Dragon Abyss Cemetery in ancient texts. It was a dragon beast graveyard located in the Dragon Kingdom, supported by a towering Dragon Abyss Ancient Tree. This tree was said to be the reason the cemetery remained stable, preventing any calamities. Legend had it that the Dragon Abyss Ancient Tree had reached monarch-level strength, a mythical plant-type beast with dragon and spatial attributes. Although the wooden box was only Beast King level, it was undoubtedly the perfect resource for Mu Xian's Void Dragon Weasel. Compared to the box, the drop of Emerald Magic Dragon blood seemed far less appealing given time. Mu Xian could even extract an entire vial of it himself. Seeing that Mu Xian showed no interest in bidding, Yu Sihai decided to sit back and watch as well. Ultimately, the single drop of Emerald Magic Dragon blood was sold for an astronomical price of nearly 700 million. Mu Xian noticed that neither the rugged man nor the buyer paid any attention to the wooden box holding the blood. They casually tossed it aside into a nearby trash bin, as if the box was nothing more than worthless packaging. Following this, Mu Xian found no other resources that piqued his interest until it was his turn to take the stage. "My name is Mu Xian," he said calmly. "I'm offering this dragon blood fruit in exchange for Lord-level spatial evolution resources." With that, he took out a radiant golden fruit, the dragon blood fruit he had previously obtained. "What? A dragon blood fruit? Isn't that the fruit that has a chance to transform a beast into a dragon-type beast? I can't believe someone's actually putting a dragon blood fruit up for trade. That's just too extravagant." The crowd erupted in astonishment. Dragon blood fruits were rare treasures in high demand. Any beast tamer lucky enough to acquire one would usually have their beast consume it immediately, rather than offering it for trade or auction. Those who had been dozing off earlier were now wide awake, their eyes fixed on the dragon blood fruit. After the Qinyu Group's appraisers and other beast tamers confirmed its authenticity, the atmosphere became even more electric. Spatial evolution resources at the Lord level? I don't have any, but who does? I can trade dragon blood stones for them. If someone has spatial resources, they trade with him directly. Why would they bother trading with you for dragon blood stones? Amid the heated discussions, someone finally made an offer. "I have a piece of Void Leap Stone. Would that interest you, young man?" Mu Xian's eyes lit up. The Void Leap Stone was a rare spatial attribute gemstone containing the power of spatial leaps, making it highly compatible with his Void Dragon Weasel. However, he didn't make an immediate decision and waited to see if anyone else would present a better offer. Though a few others came forward with spatial materials, none could match the quality of the Void Leap Stone. In the end, Mu Xian chose to exchange the dragon blood fruit for the void leap stone. As the gathering drew to a close, the beast tamers began to leave one after another. Only Mu Xian remained seated, intently savoring the leftover food. Yu Sihai noticed this and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Brother Mu, what are you? Yu Sihai asked curiously, recalling that Mu Xian had already eaten quite a bit earlier. Mu Xian looked up, a faint, mysterious smile playing on his lips, and replied softly, I still feel a bit hungry. What Yu Sihai failed to notice was that, as they spoke, Mu Xian's void dragon weasel had silently slipped into a nearby trash bin. The creature moved nimbly through the discarded items, searching for the abandoned wooden box made from Long Yuan ancient tree. A few minutes later, the void dragon weasel reappeared at Mu Xian's feet, clutching the wooden box tightly in its arms, its expression full of reluctance. Seeing this, Mu Xian couldn't help but chuckle softly. Little one, you're not happy about this? Mu Xian bent down and spoke to his beast. This is the main material you need for your evolution. Upon hearing this, the void dragon weasel's attitude shifted instantly. It quickly stashed the wooden box into its personal dimensional space with such speed that it was almost imperceptible. At that moment, Yu Sihai's gaze landed on the void dragon weasel, and he finally realized what had happened. Brother Mu, that wooden box just now? Mu Xian smiled faintly and explained. My beast told me that the box seemed unusual, so I had it bring it back. Yu Sihai's eye twitched slightly as he silently grumbled to himself. I may be getting older, but you don't have to make up such an excuse to fool me. He knew full well that it was Mu Xian himself who had recognized the box's extraordinary nature. This kid. He casually attends a gathering and manages to stumble upon a hidden treasure. Yu Sihai thought to himself, his impression of Mu Xian growing even deeper. He secretly resolved to bring this remarkable young man into his family as a son-in-law. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Sihai suddenly spoke up, Brother Mu, I have some rare resources stashed away. Take a look and see if anything interests you. Yu Sihai figured. You can't catch a big fish without some bait. He had already discerned that this young man was no ordinary talent and decided to take a bold step. He went ahead and presented several of the most valuable treasures from the Sihai Pavilion. In his mind, these resources were better used to win over Mu Xian than left to gather dust. After all, missing this opportunity might mean never finding such an ideal candidate for a son-in-law again. In front of Mu Xian lay 3 precious Beast King level resources: Dragon Essence Blood, Phoenix Divine Feather, and God's Light. These treasures, originally belonging to the Monarch level, had degraded over time to Beast King level, yet they still contained immense power. The Dragon Essence Blood originated from the ancient divine beast, the Heavenly Dragon, and carried the overwhelming force of the dragon. As one of the supreme beings of the dragon race, the Heavenly Dragon stood alongside the Divine Dragon, the Sacred Dragon, and the Demonic Dragon as the 4 great ancient dragons, with power rivaling that of deities. The Phoenix Divine Feather came from the ancient divine beast, the Phoenix, which possessed the ability of nirvana and rebirth and commanded the primal fire element of the world. As for God's Light, it was a unique radiance born from the sacred light realm, formed by the convergence of light elements. It was said to contain an earth-shattering secret. Even among Beast King-level resources, these 3 were exceptionally rare treasures. As Mu Xian gazed at the items before him, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Yu Sihai had placed them in front of him without hesitation, his enthusiasm so excessive that it raised Mu Xian's guard. Uncle Yu, what's the meaning of this? Mu Xian asked in confusion, silently wondering if Yu Sihai had ulterior motives. Yu Sihai smiled faintly and said, Brother Mu, we hit it off the moment we met. Which of these 3 catches your eye? Why not take them all? Honestly, my daughter probably won't have any use for them in her lifetime. Mu Xian waved his hands quickly. Cough, cough Uncle Yu. This doesn't seem appropriate. But Yu Sihai dismissed his concern. What's inappropriate about it? I've already decided to marry my daughter off to you. You're my son-in-law now, so it's perfectly fitting. Mu Xian immediately clarified, Uncle Yu, I'll accept these resources for now, but I never agreed to be your son-in-law. Yu Sihai pressed on relentlessly. What's the matter? My daughter's not good enough for you? That face, that slim waist, those long legs, what more could you want? In the end, Mu Xian accepted the 3 resources. He thought to himself that Yu Sihai's generosity was too much to refuse without seeming insincere. Besides, he had a vague feeling that Yu Sihai might have his own untold story. Seeing that Mu Xian didn't refuse, Yu Sihai broke into a wide grin. Brother Mu, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Mu Xian responded earnestly, Uncle Yu, we'll take these materials for now. If you ever find yourself in trouble, don't hesitate to come to me. Yu Sihai laughed heartily. It's a deal then. That's all I wanted to hear. And in the future, they'll just marry my daughter to you, and see how you try to refuse. With a satisfied smile, Yu Sihai left in high spirits. Back at his residence in the Beast Tamer Academy, Mu Xian reviewed the night's gains. 100 bottles of universal beast taming nutrient solution, a leap stone, a box made from the ancient Dragon Abyss tree, and the 3 Beast King level resources gifted by UC High. Tonight's haul was truly extraordinary. Mu Xian immediately summoned his 4 contracted beasts to test the effects of the universal nutrient solution. The results left him stunned. A single vial of the solution elevated his Frost Crystal Ice Dragon by an entire rank. The effect on the Void Dragon Weasel was slightly less pronounced, equivalent to half a piece of an empty spirit stone. Considering its price, it was still an exceptionally cost-effective choice. Through repeated testing, Mu Xian discovered that a 3-fold dilution of the nutrient solution worked best for his Celestial Illusion Butterfly and Young Thunderstorm Bear, with each vial being equivalent to a commander-level resource. Mu Xian couldn't help but think that this universal nutrient solution would inevitably dominate the market in the future. Suddenly, Mu Xian recalled a casual conversation from the gathering. Was Qinyu Group on the brink of bankruptcy? He quickly searched online and found millions of related results. The hottest topic was none other than this: founder's sudden demise, 3 heirs fighting over inheritance, once prestigious company on the verge of collapse. It turned out that Qinyu Group's predicament stemmed from the unexpected death of its founder. Mu Xian's eyes lit up. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to buy low? According to the latest valuation, Qinyu Group's market value had plummeted to just 1 billion yuan, a staggering 99 drop from its peak. The so-called corporation had long since become a mere shadow of its former self. Inside the laboratory of Qinyu Corporation, the silence was broken only by the faint hum of operating instruments. A pale-faced girl, Lu Yunyan, was intently focused on the test tube in front of her. Suddenly, she turned excitedly to Lu Xian beside her. Sister Lu Xian, did we really sell 100 bottles of our universal nutrient solution? Yes, Yunyan. Lu Xian replied with a smile of relief. This means Qinyu Corporation can hold on a little longer. That's amazing. Lu Yunyan's eyes sparkled as she gripped the test tube tightly. Grandfather, don't worry. They'll make sure Qinyu Corporation survives. Yunyan, you don't have to face this alone. They'll always be by your side, Lu Xian promised solemnly. In truth, Lu Xian wasn't Lu Yunyan's biological sister. She had been specially chosen by Lu Yunyan's grandfather, Lu Qingqianga King-level Beast Tamer, to act as her advisor. This decision stemmed from Yunyan's extraordinary talent in the field of beast-taming potions. As an orphan who had lost both her parents, Yunyan shared a deep bond with her grandfather. She was also his designated heir to Qinyu Corporation, but fate had other plans. Lu Qingqiang tragically perished in an unknown secret realm. His children, seizing the opportunity, divided up the vast family fortune, splintering Qinyu Corporation into several smaller companies and driving it to the brink of bankruptcy. In the end, the hollow shell of the corporation was left in the hands of Lu Yunyan, who had just started college. At that moment, Yunyan's phone suddenly rang. Hello, is this Chairwoman Lu Yunyan of Qinyu Corporation? Yunyan exchanged a wary glance with Lu Xian before responding cautiously. Who's this? What do you want? A warm, gentle laugh came from the other end of the line. Chairwoman Lu, this is Mu Xian. I was wondering if Qinyu Corporation might be open to selling. I'm interested in acquiring it. Sorry, but Qinyu Corporation is not for sale. Yunyan replied firmly, without hesitation. Mu Xian, seemingly unfazed, quickly offered a second proposal. In that case, would you consider an investment partnership? This unexpected suggestion left Lu Yunyan and Lu Xian staring at each other in disbelief. How could anyone possibly be interested in investing in a corporation that had fallen so far? After a heated discussion, Lu Yunyan ultimately agreed to Mu Xian's investment proposal. An injection of 800 million yuan into Qinyu Group secured Mu Xian 33 of the company's shares, a seat on the board of directors, and the right to station financial personnel. While Mu Xian had hoped for a larger stake, Lu Yunyan stood firm on the 33 threshold, leaving him with no choice but to compromise. The agreement was mutually beneficial, but considering the remarkable effects of the universal nutrient solution, Mu Xian was undoubtedly the biggest winner. Lu Xuanjia, do you think I made the right decision? Lu Yunyan asked softly, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Lu Xian paused for a moment before responding thoughtfully. Yunyan, for Qinyu Group to rise again, sacrifices are inevitable. Trading 33 of our shares for 800 million yuan isn't a loss for us. More importantly, we now have the funds to conduct clinical trials for the universal nutrient solution. Lu Yunyan nodded silently, her eyes igniting with hope. That's right. Once the trials are complete, we can bring the product to market. With the formula left behind by the former chairman, I'm confident our universal beast nutrient solution can carve out a significant place in the vast market. The next day at noon, under bright, sunny skies, Lu Yunyan and Lu Xian waited quietly for the investor's arrival at a milk tea shop outside the Beast Academy. Suddenly, Lu Xian gasped. How can it be him? Following Lu Xian's gaze, Lu Yunyan saw a young man walking toward them. Lu Xuanjia, do you know him? She asked curiously. Lowering her voice, Lu Xian explained. That's the guy who bought 100 bottles of universal nutrient solution at last night's gathering. He's likely a Lord-level Beastmaster. So young and already a Lord-level Beastmaster? Lu Yunyan exclaimed in disbelief. Lu Xian, deep in thought, remarked, "This Mu Xian guy bought 100 bottles of our universal nutrient solution just yesterday, and now he's eager to invest in Qinyu Group. Yunyan, what do you think?" Lu Yunyan shook her head with a wry smile. Lu Xuanjia, even if we know the universal nutrient solution is outstanding, do we really have the luxury to be picky in our current situation? Lu Xian fell silent. She was all too aware of Qinyu Group's dire circumstances, disheartened employees, and talented individuals leaving one after another. If not for the lingering influence of the late chairman, rival companies might have already moved in for the kill. When Mu Xian reached them, he greeted Lu Xian first before turning to Lu Yunyan, offering her generous praise. "You must be Director Lu Yunyan. You are truly young and beautiful." He understood well that few could resist such compliments. Lu Xian got straight to the point. "Mr. Mu Xian, what's driving your eagerness to invest in Qinyu Group?" Mu Xian smiled calmly. "Naturally, it's your company's universal beast nutrient solution that caught my eye. I believe this product has immense potential. Coincidentally, I have some spare funds and was looking to invest in promising companies." Before he could finish, Lu Yunyan decisively produced the contract. "Mr. Mu Xian, erase the agreement. Please review it. If there are no issues, we can sign it right away." Half an hour later, the investment agreement was officially signed. Mu Xian immediately transferred 1/3 of the funds into Qinyu Group's account, with the remaining balance to be paid in full upon completion of the share registration process. After finalizing his investment in Qinyu Group, Mu Xian returned to his rigorous training routine. It wasn't until the end of the month-long special training that he finally allowed himself to relax. "You too, little ones, the special training is almost over, and you've finally reached peak rank," Mu Xian said with a tone of satisfaction as he looked at Void Dragon Weasel and Celestial Illusion Butterfly. Thanks to ample training resources and the Universal Nutrient Solution, all 4 of Mu Xian's beasts had made significant progress. Void Dragon Weasel reached Commander Rank 9, Celestial Illusion Butterfly advanced to Elite Rank 9, and the young Thunderstorm Bear climbed to Elite Rank 8. Only the Ice Crystal Frost Dragon had slower development, advancing just 1 rank to barely reach Lord Rank 7. Reflecting on the slower progress of the Ice Crystal Frost Dragon, Mu Xian couldn't help but sigh. Cultivating a Lord-level beast was truly a bottomless pit. It required an average daily expenditure of 1 million yuan, amounting to 30 million a month. Such costs were far beyond the reach of ordinary people. "Xiaoling, you're up first." Mu Xian eagerly prepared to initiate the evolution of the Void Dragon Weasel. He carefully arranged the resources he had gathered. The main material, a wooden box made from the ancient Longyuan tree, along with auxiliary materials like Leapstone, Voidstone, and Dragonblood Stone. As for the Heavenly Dragon Essence Blood, he planned to reserve it for the Ice Crystal Frost Dragon. Soon, Mu Xian opened the Void Dragon Weasel's information panel to review the evolution path he had designed. When he saw the results, he couldn't help but be astonished. Mu Xian opened the attribute panel of the Void Dragon Weasel and carefully examined the data. A space-type Dragon Weasel, with a 9th-tier bloodline, king-level quality, and extraordinary skills. His gaze lingered on the evolution plan. By using the Dragon Abyss Ancient Tree Box, Leapstone, Voidstone, and Dragonblood Stone, there was a 90 chance of evolving it into a Dragon Abyss Void Dragon Weasel. With anticipation, Mu Xian clicked on the detailed information of the Dragon Abyss Void Dragon Weasel. However, when he saw that its bloodline potential remained at the king level, his excitement instantly cooled. Although it gained a new skill, Space Collapse, the overall improvement fell far short of his expectations. Frowning, Mu Xian lightly tapped his fingers on the table, re-evaluating his evolution plan. Suddenly, his attention was caught by a small line in the Void Dragon Weasel's description. It mentioned that this little creature had already awakened a trace of the sky-piercing Dragon Weasel bloodline within it. More importantly, after this evolution, that precious trace of bloodline remained completely unchanged. So that's it, Mu Xian suddenly realized. This evolution process did nothing to stimulate the sky-piercing Dragon Weasel bloodline. And the sky-piercing Dragon Weasel is the most powerful bloodline among the Dragon Weasel species. My evolution strategy should be designed around it. This discovery gave Mu Xian a deeper understanding of evolution planning. He realized that simply using stronger resources as the main materials wouldn't necessarily result in a more powerful beast. The key lies in the synergy and interaction of the materials. Mu Xian shook his head with a wry smile. It seems he'll have to use the Sky Dragon Essence Blood after all. Originally, he had planned to save this precious resource for the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon, believing that the Dragon Abyss Ancient Tree Box would be sufficient for the little creature's evolution. Reality, however, had dealt him a harsh lesson. After adjusting his thinking, Mu Xian began devising a new plan. He decided to utilize the dual attributes of the Dragon Abyss Ancient Tree Box Dragon type and Space type as a neutralizing material. By combining it with the Sky Dragon Essence Blood, He aimed to awaken the dormant sky-piercing Dragon Weasel bloodline within the Void Dragon Weasel and allow it to absorb more dragon power. Before long, a brand new plan materialized on paper, making Mu Xian's eyes light up with excitement. Void Dragon Weasel Leapstone Dragon Abyss Ancient Tree Box Void Stone Sky Dragon Essence Blood. Evolution Result: Sky Leaping Dragon Weasel. Success Rate: 88. Mu Xian carefully reviewed the attributes of the Sky Leaping Dragon Weasel and was thrilled to discover that it possessed sub-ancestral bloodline potential. Its bloodline, quality, and skills were all beyond his expectations, leaving him utterly satisfied. Overflowing with excitement, Mu Xian looked at the Void Dragon Weasel and said, "Little one, follow the sequence I just mentioned and start absorbing these resource materials to evolve." His voice brimmed with anticipation, and his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Mu Xian carefully contemplated his choice of resources. He understood that the highest grade materials were not always the optimal choice. Through experimentation, he discovered that using Celestial Dragon Essence Blood as the primary material would cause the Void Dragon Weasel to evolve into a member of the dragon species. Since Mu Xian already had a dragon-type contracted beast, he naturally wanted to preserve the Void Dragon Weasel's uniqueness and avoid wasting resources. At that moment, the Ice Crystal Frost Dragon let out a low growl, as if reminding Mu Xian that it too had the potential to evolve further. Gently stroking the dragon's icy-cold head, Mu Xian apologized. "Xiaoling, your turn for resources will have to wait a little longer." Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy erupted from the Void Dragon Weasel, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Faint silver-white patterns emerged on its body, and the energy it emitted quickly filled the entire villa. As the energy fluctuations grew more intense, cracks began to appear on the villa's walls. Realizing the danger, Mu Xian quickly evacuated with his 3 contracted beasts. Behind him, the villa collapsed with a thunderous crash. Alarms blared as the commotion startled everyone in the vicinity, and even distant figures of Beast Academy instructors could be seen approaching. "Mu Xian, are you demolishing houses now?" someone exclaimed in shock. "With such a commotion, you've probably alarmed the entire school." Before the words had fully settled, special training instructor Yang had already arrived at the scene. Her expression was stern as she demanded, "Mu Xian, what happened? What's causing such intense spatial energy fluctuations?" Feeling slightly awkward, Mu Xian explained, "My contracted beast is evolving. I didn't expect the energy surge to be so massive it even brought down the villa." Hearing this, a hint of excitement flashed in Instructor Yang's eyes. "Your spatial-type contracted beast is evolving? Excellent. A spatial-type beast at the Lord level, Mu Xian. I'm becoming more impressed with you by the day. If it weren't against school rules, I'd tie you up and make you my student on the spot." Mu Xian couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Soon after, more instructors and school security personnel arrived at the scene. Upon learning that it was Mu Xian's contracted beast undergoing evolution, everyone couldn't hide their astonishment and delight. A spatial-type beast in the middle of evolving? I've never seen that before. Who would have thought the evolution of a spatial-type beast could be so spectacular? Truly an eye-opener. Once it advances to the Lord level, won't this spatial beast be unbeatable in the national exams? As they spoke, the spatial energy fluctuations intensified, eventually forming a spatial storm. Centered on Mu Xian's villa, everything within a 100-meter radius vanished in an instant. Everyone was left in awe, eagerly anticipating the Void Dragon Weasel's evolved form. An hour later, the Void Dragon Weasel finally completed its evolution, transforming into a contracted beast with sub-ancestral bloodline potential, the Sky-Leaping Void Dragon Weasel. Sky-Leaping Void Dragon Weasel. Species: Spatial Dragon Weasel Tribe. Rank: Lord Level 1. Bloodline: Sub-ancestral. Quality: Extraordinary. Skills: Dimensional Pocket, Spatial Imprisonment, Void Blade, Spatial Leap, Spatial Collapse. Description: Originally a common weasel from the outskirts of the Southern Mountain Secret Realm, it gained void attributes after absorbing a trace of Celestial Catastrophe Dragon Essence Blood. During its evolution into the Void Dragon Weasel, it unexpectedly activated a trace of Sky-Piercing Dragon Weasel bloodline, becoming a top-tier dual attribute contracted beast of the spatial and dragon types. Through the use of rare resources such as the Void Leap Stone, the Dragon Abyss Ancient Tree, and the Oblivion Stone, the Void Sky Dragon Weasel achieved a flawless evolution. Not only did it gain mastery over spatial abilities, allowing it to traverse the void, but it also comprehended the destructive power of space. At this moment, its Heavenly Dragon Weasel bloodline had awakened to 10. Meow! The Void Sky Dragon Weasel let out a cry, and in a flash of silver light, a small cat seemingly unchanged in appearance suddenly appeared on Mu Xian's shoulder. Its voice was filled with joy, as if proudly showing off its newfound abilities. Mu Xian was momentarily stunned before realization dawned on him. This must be the upgraded version of the Void Sky Dragon Weasel's Spatial Channel skill Spatial Jump. The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment, as they witnessed the Void Sky Weasel materialize out of thin air. Is that teleportation? Teleportation? Isn't that a skill only sovereign-level spatial beasts can master? Someone quickly corrected, no, it can't be teleportation. It must be spatial jump. Spatial jump? Huh? This skill is practically a toned-down version of teleportation. If used well, it could completely turn the tide of a battle. This Muxian kid, he's something else. Teacher Yang's gaze fell on the Void Sky Weasel perched on Muxian's shoulder. With a slight nod, he remarked, this little one of yours is impressive. Even I feel tempted. Muxian responded with a modest smile. It's all just good luck. Teacher Yang gave a knowing smile. Is it really just luck? Not long after, the Beast Taming Academy's teachers and security personnel dispersed. As Muxian worried about where he would stay for the night, Ling Fengfei and Yu Man came rushing over, their faces full of concern. Little brother, are you okay? We heard something happened here. Muxian reassured them with a calm smile and shook his head. No need to worry. It's just that my beast caused a bit of a commotion during its evolution. Yu Man glanced around at the Nauruan villa and muttered, a bit of a commotion? Really? The next day, during the special training class, Muxian was immediately surrounded by a crowd. Everyone was eager to catch a glimpse of the Lord-level spatial beast, especially Muxian's Void Sky Weasel. Seeing their enthusiasm, Muxian decided to test his pet's new skills and agreed to their request. In a secret realm within the Beast Taming Academy, Muxian smiled at the Void Sky Weasel and instructed, little one, aim at that hill and use spatial collapse. Meow. The small creature cast a glance at the group behind Muxian, a hint of disdain flashing in its eyes, before turning its attention to the distant hill. In the next moment, a terrifying surge of energy radiated from the hill. Suddenly, a dark light burst forth, and the entire hill disappeared in an instant, as though it had sunk beneath the surface of water. For a moment, everyone behind Muxian was utterly silent. Fang Yuntian, Chen Huashan, Zhang Yuxi, and others couldn't help but gulp, their scalps tingling with fear. The surrounding crowd instinctively distanced themselves from Fang Yuntian and his group, their gazes filled with sympathy. Boss, what do we do? He's so strong. Should we make a run for it? Zhang Yuxi's voice was filled with panic, and his eyes flickered with unease. Fang Yuntian let out a cold laugh, a trace of disdain flashing in his gaze. Run? What about your plans for the national exams? What are you afraid of? Here at the Beastmaster Academy, even Muxian wouldn't dare make a move against us. He paused, lowering his voice. Besides, worst-case scenario, we just admit defeat to him in private. Zhang Yuxi and Chen Huashan exchanged confused looks, their eyes clouded with uncertainty. Seeing this, Fang Yuntian couldn't help but curse. You two idiots. Have all those novels you read been for nothing? For rich kids like us, the key to staying alive is to surrender quickly when needed. Got it. Chen Huashan's eyes lit up as if he'd had an epiphany. Boss, I get it now. I'll go find out what kind of resources Muxian might need. With that, he hurried off. Zhang Yuxi watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but fall into deep self-doubt. Is it me who's abnormal, or are these two the crazy ones? Later that evening, after the day's special training had ended, Muxian was preparing to return to the second villa the school had assigned him. Suddenly, Fang Yuntian, Zhang Yuxi, and Chen Huashan appeared before him. Just as Muxian thought they were about to cause trouble, something completely unexpected happened. Fang Yuntian held out an exquisite wooden box with both hands, presenting it to Muxian with great respect. Muxian, we've been blind to your greatness and caused you trouble before. We're here to offer our sincere apologies. The three of them spoke in unison. We're sorry, Muxian. Muxian glanced at the trio, then at the contents of the wooden box, a gleaming resource infused with the power of a dragon at the Lord level. His expression turned strange. So they've surrendered already? He had been planning to mess with these guys more in the national exam's secret realm, but now that they'd given up so easily, it felt oddly dull. Taking the resource from Fang Yuntian, Muxian smiled faintly and waved his hand. All right, since you've apologized, let's leave it at that. Watching the three of them happily bounce away, Muxian couldn't help but fall into thought. How was he supposed to show off and put people in their place after this? Opening the wooden box, he found a dual attribute resource of ice and dragon elements of Frost Dragon Horn. Frost Dragon Horn. Level: Lord. Applicable types: Ice, Dragon, Subdragon, Serpent. Description: the horn of a Lord-level Frost Dragon, containing a significant amount of the dragon's original power. Xiaoling, this is for you. With this, you should be able to reach the peak of the Lord level. Muxian said with a smile as he tossed the Frost Dragon horn to his Ice Crystal Frost Dragon. The Ice Crystal Frost Dragon let out a joyful roar before retreating back into the beast space. As night fell, Muxian headed to the forest behind the Beastmaster Academy. The dense trees provided perfect cover. He was there to design an evolution route for his celestial illusion butterfly. Due to an incident the previous night, Mu Xian had developed a psychological aversion to letting his beasts evolve at his residence. The primary materials for the celestial illusion butterfly's evolution had long been prepared: the molted husk of the cataclysmic substitute bug and the lucky puppet. Secondary materials were relatively easy to obtain since it was only evolving from elite to commander level, and the required items weren't particularly rare. After repeated testing, Mu Xian finalized the evolution route for the celestial illusion butterfly. Celestial illusion butterfly. Type: Illusion Forewarning Butterfly. Level: Elite 9. Bloodline: Beast King. Quality: Excellent. Skills: Shapeshift, Danger Sense. Evolution materials: Molted husk of the cataclysmic substitute bug. Lucky puppet. Prophecy tome. Spirit wood. Evolves into Destiny butterfly. Success rate: 71. This was the evolution route with the lowest success rate, but also the most powerful among all possibilities for the celestial illusion butterfly. The Destiny butterfly would embody the attributes of fate, luck, and prophecy, and possess an extraordinary skill: cataclysm substitution. Of course, there was a trade-off. Once the celestial illusion butterfly evolved into the Destiny butterfly, it would lose all its illusion-based abilities, becoming a purely supportive beast. With the evolution route confirmed, Mu Xian addressed the celestial illusion butterfly. Alright, little one. Let's begin. Follow the order I give you and consume these resources. You'll evolve soon. The celestial illusion butterfly fluttered excitedly around Mu Xian, chirping happily, before starting to consume the materials. First was the molted husk of the cataclysmic substitute bug, a gift from Lin Xuanya, the old principal of Golden Flower City's 7th high school. It had the power to avert catastrophes and substitute fate. Next was the lucky puppet, sourced from the Provincial Beastmaster Bureau's treasury, capable of bestowing good fortune. Then came the prophecy tome, purchased from Hangzhou's Beastmaster Resource Mall. Despite its impressive name, it was essentially an encyclopedia imbued with prophetic energy. Such low-tier prophecy resources were relatively common, and Mu Xian had acquired it for just a few thousand yuan. Lastly was the spirit wood, a piece of timber infused with soul energy, primarily used to strengthen the celestial illusion butterfly's spiritual power. As a prophecy-type beast, spiritual strength was its core attribute. As the celestial illusion butterfly consumed each material one by one, an indescribable aura began to emerge. Mu Xian watched as its form grew blurry, as if it was about to vanish from existence. A wave of anxiety washed over Mu Xian. A 71 success rate was far from reassuring. It was the lowest among all the evolutions he had attempted. If it failed, the loss would be immense. After all, resources like the molted husk of the cataclysmic substitute bug, passed down from ancient times, were incredibly rare. Perhaps the lucky puppet worked its magic. Before long, the celestial illusion butterfly's form stabilized. Its body began to grow larger, its aura intensifying as it broke through to the commander level. Half an hour later, a translucent butterfly adorned with intricate patterns appeared before Mu Xian. It landed gently on his shoulder, fluttering its wings in excitement. As Mu Xian comforted the little creature, he checked its updated information. Destiny butterfly. Type: Fate Luck Prophecy Butterfly. Level: Commander 1. Bloodline: Monarch. Quality: Extraordinary. Skills: Cataclysm Substitution Passive, Foresight, Aura of Fortune. Description: Rare mutated butterfly that had awakened the bloodline of the three-life butterfly. After a perfect evolution, it gained the ability to substitute fate and became a precious support beast. Beastmasters contracted to the Destiny butterfly also gain a second life. Note: activating Cataclysm Substitution will permanently erase this ability. Reading the description, Mu Xian was both shocked and thrilled. The Destiny butterfly had exceeded his expectations. Using the molted husk of the cataclysmic substitute bug as the main material had granted it the power to substitute fate, effectively giving him a second life. A second life. His survival capability had skyrocketed. Moreover, the Destiny butterfly's foresight and aura of fortune were clearly formidable abilities. While not directly combat-related, they were undeniably powerful. Mu Xian made up his mind. Tomorrow, he would definitely test out these new skills. The next day marked the penultimate day of the special training at the Beast Taming Academy. Mu Xian and the other trainees stepped into the fourth secret realm. This newly discovered realm was a maze of complex terrain, teeming with countless beasts, brimming with the unknown and challenges. Quietly, Mu Xian reached into his pocket and summoned his Jiming butterfly, whispering, "Shao Dai, cast the aura of fortune over me." He didn't want anyone else to discover this trump card of his. The Jiming butterfly let out a soft chirp in response, and an invisible wave of energy enveloped Mu Xian. In an instant, Mu Xian felt as though the world had subtly shifted, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly how. His gaze was drawn to a jagged mountain peak in the distance, and an inexplicable feeling stirred within him. Taking advantage of the other's distraction, Mu Xian quietly slipped away from the group and headed toward the peculiar mountain. After a series of stops and starts, Mu Xian finally reached the summit. As he surveyed the area, he caught sight of a small, inconspicuous cave at the base of the cliff. No way. Is this the effect of Xiao Dai's fortune aura? This is insane. Mu Xian was astonished. Wasting no time, he summoned his sky-leaping dragon weasel. Xiao Mao, take me and Xiao Dai to that cave with a spatial jump. The sky-leaping dragon weasel let out an excited meow, and with a flash of light, Mu Xian found himself inside the pitch-black cave. As his eyes adjusted to the darkness, Mu Xian realized the cave led to a long tunnel descending deep underground. Following the path, he eventually arrived at the heart of the mountain's interior, where a pool of shimmering, otherworldly liquid lay before him. Staring in disbelief, Mu Xian exclaimed, "There's no way this is ordinary stalactite water." At that moment, a system notification appeared. 10,000 year stone essence. Grade: Lord level. Applicable to humans, beasts, and beast tamers. Description: a rare and unparalleled essence naturally formed within the stone dragon's secret realm. It contains the essence of heaven and earth, enhancing affinity with spiritual energy, nourishing the body, boosting potential, and accelerating cultivation. Note: effective only for Lord level and below beast tamers and their beasts. Mu Xian was overjoyed. This small pool of stone essence contained at least 100 drops. He calculated excitedly, selling this at 2 million per drop wouldn't be unreasonable, right? Recalling how a single sacred radiance fruit had cost over 4 million, and how much more versatile this essence was, Mu Xian felt his pricing was entirely justified. Carefully, he collected every drop of the stone essence into porcelain vials he carried with him, planning to transfer it to specialized jade bottles for preservation after leaving the secret realm. After thoroughly inspecting the cave to ensure nothing was left behind, Mu Xian instructed the sky-leaping dragon weasel to use spatial jump, silently rejoining the group. The moment he returned, Fang Yuntian rushed over, curiosity brimming. "Big bro, where did you go? You disappeared and then popped back out of nowhere." Mu Xian gave a cryptic smile. "Just found something interesting in the secret realm." Inwardly, he was already considering trading some of the stone essence for rare resources from Fang Yunshan's family, but decided to first confirm its true market value. Fang Yunshan's eyes lit up. "Big bro, what did you find? If it's something I can use, we'll trade resources for it. I promise you won't lose out." Mu Xian remained composed. "Let me determine its value first. But you can start preparing the resources you'll need. Beast King level resources for ice and dragon types, and if you have evolution materials, all the better. Also, Lord level evolution resources for the lightning type." Fang Yuntian nodded seriously, already scheming to use his family's wealth to acquire the precious resource and surpass Mu Xian. He felt smug, thinking he was using financial power to outsmart his rival, unaware that Mu Xian had dual cheat-like abilities and wasn't the least bit concerned about Fang Yuntian catching up. Later that evening, Mu Xian paid a visit to Yu Sihai's Four Seas Pavilion. Coincidentally, Yu Man happened to be there as well. Mu Xian pushed open the door of the Sihai Pavilion and was unexpectedly greeted by the sight of Yu Man. She looked up in surprise, her face tinged with a shy blush. "Little brother, what brings you here?" Yu Man's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Could it be that you knew today is my birthday and came specially to see me?" Mu Xian inwardly groaned, almost blurting out, "No, I didn't. Stop making things up." But remembering the recent help he'd received from Yu Sihai, he swallowed his words and instead forced a smile. "Manji, happy birthday. As for a gift, what could be better than the essence of the Millennium Stone Milk? By the way, is Uncle Yu around?" Yu Man's smile faltered slightly. "Dad's upstairs entertaining an important client. We were just about to head home for my birthday celebration." She hesitated for a moment before adding, "Mu Xian, little brother, if you're free tonight, would you like to join us for my birthday party?" Bracing himself, Mu Xian agreed, silently vowing that his acceptance had absolutely nothing to do with Yu Man's youthful face and her overwhelming presence. As they were chatting, Yu Sihai came downstairs, accompanying a middle-aged man to the door. After seeing the client off, he returned to the shop and immediately brightened upon seeing Mu Xian. "Ah, brother Mu, you're here at just the right time. It's Man's birthday today, come celebrate with us." Yu Man chimed in cheerfully, "Dad, Mu Xian has already agreed to join my birthday party." Yu Sihai let out a hearty laugh. That's great. Mu Xian cleared his throat. "Uncle Yu, actually, I came to Sihai Pavilion to show you a resource. I wanted to get your opinion on its current market value." Yu Sihai's eyes lit up even more, as if he just stumbled upon a hidden treasure. "Brother Mu, what are we waiting for? Let's head upstairs right away. I want to see it too." Yu Man exclaimed, eagerly following them. Mu Xian didn't object, knowing he'd be gifting her a drop of it as her birthday present later anyway. Once they were seated, Mu Xian retrieved a delicate porcelain bottle from his mustard seed spatial storage. Inside was a single drop of the Millennium Stone Milk Essence. The moment he removed the cap, a distinct and refreshing fragrance filled the air. Yu Hai abruptly stood up, his eyes wide in disbelief. This can't be. Is this really? Essence of the eternal stone milk, exclaimed Yu Man, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She turned to her father and eagerly asked, Dad, is this the legendary treasure that can enhance a person's affinity with spiritual energy? Yu Hai carefully examined the crystal-clear droplet on the table, his brows furrowed in thought. After a moment, he nodded solemnly. Yes, this is indeed the essence of the eternal stone milk. Then, his gaze shifted to Mu Xian, a glint of delight in his eyes. Brother Mu, you're truly fortunate to have come across such a rare treasure. Mu Xian smiled modestly and replied, it was merely a stroke of luck. Uncle Yu, how much do you think the essence of the eternal stone milk is worth? Yu Hai took a deep breath, his tone filled with awe. The essence of the eternal stone milk is one of the few treasures that can aid human cultivation. In recent years, its production has fallen far behind its consumption, and its price has skyrocketed. Nowadays, it's valued at an astounding 20 million per drop. 20 million per drop? Mu Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. He had initially thought that 8 or 9 million was already exorbitant, but Yu Hai's estimate was far beyond his expectations. At that moment, he finally understood why Beast Tamers often preferred bartering over monetary transactions. Such prices were simply outrageous. A wave of joy surged in Mu Xian's heart as he realized that his journey to the secret realm had yielded rewards worth several life-changing goals. Smiling, he handed the droplet of essence of the eternal stone milk to Yu Man and said warmly, Man, happy birthday. The Yu father and daughter pair were stunned. Yu Man quickly waved her hands, stammering, Mu Xian? This is for me? Yu Hai instinctively wanted to refuse. Brother Mu, this gift is far too valuable. Mu Xian chuckled and interrupted. Uncle Yu, didn't I accept the precious gift you gave me last time? This is no different. In the end, Yu Hai reluctantly signaled his daughter to accept the extravagant gift, though inwardly, he was overjoyed. He couldn't help but marvel silently. This is the brilliance of a prodigy investments paying off so quickly. Yu Man's cheeks flushed, and her eyes glistened with grateful tears. Mu Xian, thank you so much. Later that evening, Yu Hai closed up his shop and took Yu Man and Mu Xian home for a birthday celebration. To Mu Xian's surprise, it turned out to be an intimate family gathering. Besides him, everyone else present was a member of the Yu family, leaving him feeling a little awkward. Yu Man pulled Mu Xian over to meet an elegant woman and introduced her excitedly. Mu Xian, this is my mom. Mu Xian's heart skipped a beat as he thought to himself, does this count as meeting the parents? However, when he glanced at the woman's personal information, he was utterly shocked. Ruan Qingqing. Species, human. Rank, Lord, Tier 4. Talent, Beast Communication. Beasts, Twilight Ice Rock Tier 3, Super Electromagnetic Dragon Lord, Tier 9. Healing Sprite Lord, Tier 1. Spirit of the Armor Lord, Tier 1. It all made sense to Mu Xian now. No wonder Yu Hai could participate in the Overseas Trade Summit, had the support of such a powerful Beast King level tamer. Ruan Qingqing gave Mu Xian a once-over and nodded approvingly. Not bad. You're qualified to be my daughter's boyfriend. Mu Xian was momentarily speechless and was about to explain when Ruan Qingqing added with a teasing smile. Young man, I have high hopes for you. Keep it up. Yu Man's face turned crimson as she hastily tried to clarify. Mu Xian, my mom, she's just joking. Yeah, she likes to joke around. Mu Xian shook his head helplessly and decided not to dwell on the topic. The Yu family wasn't large, consisting only of Yu Hai, Ruan Qingqing, Yu Man, and Yu Man's grandmother. However, the elderly woman was in poor health and had difficulty speaking, so Mu Xian didn't disturb her much. The dinner was somewhat awkward for Mu Xian, but thankfully, it didn't devolve into any cliché dramas with antagonists showing up for him to humiliate. In the end, he made it back to his temporary residence safe and sound. The next day, Mu Xian encountered Fang Yuntian again. Fang Yuntian got straight to the point. Mu Xian, I've already arranged for the items you need. Now, let's talk about what resources you have to offer. Mu Xian replied calmly. Have you heard of the essence of the eternal stone milk? Fang Yuntian froze for a moment before his expression turned ecstatic. You have the essence of the eternal stone milk? Mu Xian raised an eyebrow. What do you think? Fang Yuntian took a deep breath and made a solemn promise. Rest assured, we'll do whatever it takes to find the resources you need. Mu Xian smiled faintly, marveling at the allure of resources. Just a few drops of the essence of the eternal stone milk were enough to mobilize the power of a top-tier family. To Mu Xian's surprise, that very evening, Fang Yuntian appeared at his door, announcing that all the resources had been gathered. This gave Mu Xian a newfound appreciation for the capabilities of elite beast-taming families. In the end, Mu Xian traded 3 drops of the essence of the eternal stone milk for 2 rare resources essential for his ice crystal frost dragon: the heart of the frost giant dragon and the extreme cold skyfire flame. The heart of the frost dragon, a rare beast king level resource, emanates a chilling aura that sends shivers down the spine. It is ideal for water, ice, snow, and dragon-type beasts, containing the immense icy power of the frost dragon. Accompanying it is the extreme frostfire, another beast king level material, suitable for ice and fire-type beasts. This terrifying flame, born in the frozen lands of extreme cold, possesses the devastating ability to freeze everything in its path. Mu Xian carefully examined these 2 precious materials, his mind already formulating a plan. They were perfectly compatible with his frost crystal dragon, and once his beast reached the 9th tier of the Lord rank, he intended to design an evolutionary path that could break through the limitations of the monarch rank. However, Mu Xian was fully aware that this would be no easy feat. The frost crystal dragon already had the potential of monarch-level bloodline, and pushing it further would demand resources so exorbitant that even beast king level materials might not suffice. After carefully storing the materials, Mu Xian was about to check on the condition of his 4 beasts and begin his training when his phone suddenly rang. It was Lu Yunyan calling. "Mr. Mu Xian, great news?" Lu Yunyan's voice was brimming with excitement. "The share transfer registration is complete. From now on, you're officially the 2nd largest shareholder of Qinyu Group." Mu Xian could sense the delight in her tone. This financial injection had clearly stabilized Qinyu Group's precarious situation. He chuckled lightly and replied, "That's good to hear. I'll visit your company tomorrow." Earlier today, Mu Xian and his team had completed their intensive training. They were granted a day off to recover and prepare for the upcoming national-level exam in the imperial capital. However, the specifics of the exam had remained undisclosed by the authorities. The next day, Mu Xian arrived as promised at the Qinyu Group headquarters. When he saw Lu Yunyan and Lu Xian again, he noticed that both women looked noticeably better than they had a few days ago, with a renewed sense of hope gleaming in their eyes. Mu Xian first transferred the remaining 2/3 of the payment to Lu Yunyan, finalizing the share transfer and officially becoming the 2nd largest shareholder of Qinyu Group. He then engaged in an in-depth discussion with Lu Yunyan about the practical applications of the Universal Beast Nutrient Solution. As they listened to Mu Xian's analysis, the 2 women grew increasingly amazed, their eyes lighting up with excitement. Mr. Mu Xian's advice was an eye-opener for Lu Yunyan. She had initially planned to directly launch the Lord-level Universal Nutrient Solution, but Mu Xian pointed out that this might provoke suppression from major corporations. Realizing the potential risk, Lu Yunyan expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Mu Xian." Lu Xian, standing nearby, chimed in, "Mr. Mu, we really owe you for this. I overlooked such an important detail." Mu Xian smiled and replied, "I was just sharing my thoughts. By the way, if you ever encounter a problem you can't solve, feel free to reach out to me." After bidding farewell, Mu Xian returned to the Royal Beast Academy, where he met with Ling Fangfei. Suddenly, Ling Fangfei adopted a serious tone and said, "Listen, little brother, be extra cautious during your trip to the imperial capital. Your national exams might involve danger, so make sure to protect yourself." "Don't ask me how I know this, I can't tell you." To Mu Xian's surprise, Ling Fangfei's information panel had changed. In just a few days, not only had she awakened a special talent, but her contracted beast had also evolved from a water elemental lord to a water elemental queen. Even more astonishing, she had acquired an additional Biasta Golden Flame Divine Sparrow. Mu Xian couldn't help but speculate that Ling Fangfei might have joined some kind of secretive organization. He replied cautiously, "Got it, Sister Fangfei. I'll be careful." At that moment, Yu Man, a stunning woman with youthful features and a curvaceous figure, suddenly barged in. She caught sight of Mu Xian preparing to see Ling Fangfei off, creating an awkward atmosphere. Ling Fangfei immediately questioned her, "You Man, I really didn't expect this from you. Tell me honestly what's going on between the 2 of you." Without waiting for a response, she grabbed the blushing Yu Man and left. Mu Xian could only shake his head with a wry smile before turning his attention to his 4 contracted beasts. To his delight, he discovered that the Ice Crystal Frost Dragon had finally reached Lord Level 9. The ecstatic dragon roared in excitement. "Roar, roar." Mu Xian chuckled as he gently patted the dragon's head. All right, I get it. I'll help you evolve right away." He began designing an evolutionary path for the Ice Crystal Frost Dragon, but soon realized that his current resources were insufficient to break through the king-level barrier. Deciding to wait until the national exams to find the necessary resources, Mu Xian's decision left the dragon a bit dissatisfied. It sulked, throwing a minor tantrum. The next morning, 30 students who were participating in the national exams gathered early on the academy's training grounds, waiting quietly for their supervising teacher to arrive. Mu Xian and his companions waited patiently when Fang Yuntian quietly approached them, speaking in a hushed, mysterious tone. I heard we're taking a flying beast directly to the imperial capital this time. Mu Xian was startled upon hearing this. His eyes widened as he asked, a flying beast? How big is it? Fang Yuntian rolled his eyes at the question and replied irritably, do you think you're the only one in the entire Zhejiang province with a space-type beast? Just as the words left his mouth, a massive silver figure descended from the sky, landing steadily before them. It was an enormous silver eagle, towering as high as 3 people. Its entire body shimmered with a metallic glow, exuding an aura of majesty and power that left everyone present holding their breath. Mu Xian's gaze was riveted on the giant eagle, but what shocked him even more was the information it displayed. Silverwing Shuttle Eagle. Species: Flying Space Metal Eagle Clan. Rank: Beast King, Tier 6 Bloodline. Quality: Monarch Level. Elite Skills: Silverwing Storm, Void Shuttle, Spatial Confinement, Internal Space, Void/Spatial Banishment. Description: a rare dual-attribute space and metal beast meticulously cultivated, regarded as the pinnacle among Beast King-level creatures. Mu Xian was inwardly astonished. A beast like this, possessing 3 attributes and 6 powerful skills, was more than enough to suppress an entire fortress. At that moment, a young man leaped down from the back of the Silverwing Shuttle Eagle, his demeanor calm and composed. He approached Mu Xian and the others, speaking in an unhurried tone, I am Chu Wuhan, and this is my companion, the Silverwing Shuttle Eagle. He'll be escorting you all to the imperial capital this time. Mu Xian's attention immediately shifted to Chu Wuhan. The system displayed the following. Chu Wuhan. Species: Human. Rank: Lord, Tier 9. Talent: Void Mastery. Beasts: Silverwing Shuttle Eagle Beast King, Tier 6, Dream Phantom Beast King, Tier 1, Tianya Divine Sword Lord, Tier 9, Titan Puppet Lord, Tier 8. Mu Xian was secretly alarmed. Chu Yuan's strength was terrifying. Just having 2 Beast King-level companions was already beyond extraordinary. Noticing Mu Xian's stunned expression, Fang Yuntian leaned closer and whispered, that's Chu Wuhan, the strongest of our generation in Zhejiang Province, Colonel Chu. He graduated from the Magic Capital Academy 3 years ago, and is now one of the top figures in our province's Beast Police Bureau. My goal is to surpass him. Mu Xian glanced at Fang Yuntian, the corners of his lips curving upward into a teasing smirk. In your dreams? Fang Yuntian was instantly fuming, muttering to himself, you really think so little of me? So infuriating. Come on in. Chu Wuhan waved his hand, and a massive spatial passage suddenly appeared before everyone. Fang Yuntian instinctively glanced at Mu Xian, a flicker of envy flashing in his eyes. The unique spatial carrying and teleportation abilities of space-type beasts were the dream of every beastmaster. Over 30 people filed in, stepping into the belly of the Silverwing Shuttle Eagle. To everyone's astonishment, it was like a miniature secret realm inside. Lush green mountains, clear waters, warm sunlight, fresh air, and even a charming little villa. It was like a paradise away from the world. Chu Wuhan smiled faintly. This is where I usually rest. It's 4,000 kilometers from the imperial capital, and we'll get there in about an hour. Remember, you cannot summon your own beasts here, or else. His voice trailed off as his figure vanished. The moment Chu Wuhan left, the group burst into excited chatter, filled with admiration and longing for him. I want to contract a space-type beast too, someone exclaimed enthusiastically. Don't even think about it. Even if you come across one, you wouldn't be able to catch it, a more rational voice advised. You'd be better off contracting a flying-type beast. Imagine how cool it'd be to ride one. Fang Yunshan's lackeys, Chen Huashan and Zhang Yuxi, sidled up to him. Boss, let's get ourselves a space-type beast too, they suggested eagerly. Fang Yuntian shot them a glare. If it were that easy, would I need you to tell me? He paused for a moment before continuing. Space-type beasts are incredibly rare, especially fully grown ones. Even if you encounter one, you won't be able to capture it. As he spoke, his gaze suddenly shifted to Mu Xian, who stood not far away. With a fawning smile, he asked, Hey master, how did you manage to contract a space-type beast? Care to share? Mu Xian chuckled. It's simple. I was grilling fish when the little cat showed up. It ate its fill and decided to follow me. Fang Yuntian froze for a moment. Do I look like someone that gullible? However, Chen Huashan and Zhang Yuxi were thrilled. That easy? Let's go try it too, they said excitedly. An hour later, the group arrived at the legendary imperial capital. Stepping out of the spatial passage, they were greeted by a bustling metropolis. Towering skyscrapers stretched endlessly into the sky, gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight. Mu Xian marveled at the sight. This imperial capital was even more magnificent than the one in his previous life. In the vibrant blue sky above, flying-type beasts and aerial vehicles moved in harmony, contrasting with the bustling crowds below. Fang Yuntian sighed in admiration. The imperial capital is truly spectacular. Even Modu can't compare. A few years ago, there weren't nearly as many flying cars here. Chu Wuhan spoke calmly. Follow me. The hotel is already arranged. They found themselves standing atop a 600-meter-tall skyscraper. After checking into their rooms, Mu Xian couldn't wait to rush out of the Tomorrow's Star Hotel, eager to explore the beast resource shops in the imperial capital. This was also the top choice for all candidates, as transportation in this era was far from convenient, and any mishap on the way could be life-threatening. However, Mu Xian quickly realized that even in the imperial capital, the high-tier resources he sought were few and far between. Most were either not for sale or were showcased as the store's prized treasures, leaving him rather frustrated. Sir, if you're looking for high-tier resources, I recommend attending the auction hosted by our Hualien Trading Company, the customer service representative said with a cheerful smile. You only need to spend a minimum of 1 billion to qualify. Hearing this, Mu Xian rolled his eyes dramatically. At that moment, a sultry yet familiar voice suddenly rang out behind Mu Xian, piercing his eardrums like a sharp blade. Handsome, we meet again. Mu Xian spun around abruptly, his pupils contracting. Standing before him was none other than the person who made his blood run cold, the transgender sorceress, Zhuo Donglai. A cold sweat instantly soaked his back. How are you in the imperial capital? Mu Xian's voice trembled slightly with panic. Zhuo Donglai raised an elegant eyebrow, her radiant smile almost blinding. Mu Xian, my dear, my home is here. Is it so strange for me to appear in the capital? She tilted her head, her eyes gleaming with mischief. By the way, Mu Xian, did you eat the holy radiance fruit I gave you last time? Mu Xian immediately realized this was a test. Feigning a helpless expression, he quickly fabricated a response. Eat it? No way. By the time I remembered it, my beast companion had already devoured it. Now it looks at me with the weirdest expressions. Zhuo Donglai narrowed her eyes, a flicker of suspicion crossing her face. How could anyone resist the allure of the holy radiance fruit? This boy was definitely hiding something. However, she quickly masked her doubt. After all, her plan was nearing its conclusion. Once they reached the sacred light realm, she would force Mu Xian to consume the witch's blood, and then all his secrets would be laid bare. After a brief and tense encounter, Mu Xian hurriedly parted ways with Zhuo Donglai and returned directly to the Tomorrow Star Hotel. His mind was caught in a storm of internal conflict. Should he report this to Chu Wuhan or the Imperial Police Bureau? After all, the presence of a sorceress in the imperial capital was no trivial matter. Yet, another more troubling question surfaced in his thoughts. How do I explain that I recognized her as a sorceress? Mu Xian muttered to himself. If I get tangled up in this, my national exams might be over before they even begin. What worried him even more was who could guarantee there weren't undercover agents from the witch cult within the Imperial Police Bureau itself. These sorceresses were masters of disguise, capable of perfectly blending in as ordinary women. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Mu Xian's mind. He quickly grabbed a sheet of paper and, using his left hand to disguise his handwriting, awkwardly jotted down a brief account of Zhuo Donglai. Then, summoning his beast companion, a small calf, prepared to deliver the message. Meanwhile, on the 116th floor of the Tomorrow Star Hotel, within a luxurious suite, Chu Wuhan was deep in thought. Suddenly, a thin piece of paper appeared silently outside his door, instantly putting him on alert. Cautiously, Chu Wuhan opened the door and glanced down at the paper with messy handwriting. As his eyes scanned the contents, his expression grew sharp and intense. The witch cult, so? You couldn't resist making your move after all. Chu Wuhan murmured to himself, his voice filled with vigilance and resolve. Chu Wuhan believed the news without a doubt. Based on the modus operandi of those sinister organizations, there was a 99% chance they would interfere with this national examination. These shape-shifting individuals thrived on orchestrating grand conspiracies. Without delay, he relayed the information to the higher-ups in the imperial capital. That night, the Imperial Police Bureau resembled a disturbed anthill, with officers rushing through streets and alleys. Shadows of other mysterious departments began to emerge, and the entire imperial capital was teeming with tension, ready to erupt at any moment. The following morning, 7 or 8 staff members from the Royal Beast Training Bureau arrived and guided all the examinees into the legendary top-tier secret realm, the Radiant Light Realm, which only opened once every 10 years. With stern expressions, the staff announced 3 examination tasks. First, gain the recognition of a light element royal beast, using any method. Second, collect as many holy radiance fruits as possible. The more collected, the higher the score. Third, locate the ruins of the God of Light. Whoever finds it will immediately secure first place. The staff also specifically emphasized that any additional gains within the secret realm belonged solely to the examinees. But they strongly advised against hunting wild beasts, as it could reduce the likelihood of gaining a light element beast's recognition. After 72 hours, rankings and rewards would be determined based on task completion. Mu Xian pondered over the rules and muttered to himself, finding the ruins of the God of Light guarantees first place? It seems like the officials don't actually expect us to complete the third task. And the advice against hunting wild beasts? Looks like they want us to focus on exploring and gathering resources in this secret realm. Quickly adjusting his strategy, he mounted his Frost Crystal Ice Dragon, with the Void Sky Dragon Weasel perched on his shoulder. Speaking to the butterfly nestled in his pocket, he said, "Little die, cast luck aura for me." Obediently, the Destiny Butterfly activated its skill before retreating safely into Mu Xian's pocket. With almost no combat ability of its own, it was safest to stay hidden. Once luck aura took effect, Mu Xian felt as though he was being subtly guided, sensing the south as the most promising direction. He laughed heartily. "Xiao Ling, fly south. Let's gather some holy radiance fruits." The Frost Crystal Ice Dragon let out a cheerful growl and soared southward. Meanwhile, in an unremarkable corner of the secret realm, a pale-faced, cold-eyed examinee suddenly appeared. Displeasure was evident in his tone as he muttered, "So this is the Radiant Light Realm? How nauseating." Before his words fully faded, countless grotesque insect eggs emerged from his body. A horrifying scene unfolded as the eggs began ravenously devouring his flesh. Yet the man remained expressionless, as if entirely unaffected. Within moments, the young examinee collapsed, his body stripped of all flesh. The insect eggs, however, underwent a startling transformation, swelling to the size of a grown adult. With a loud crack, one egg split open, and a figure cloaked in black robes emerged. As if triggered by this event, the other eggs also began to rupture, releasing a horde of black-robed figures eventually numbering over 100. What was even more terrifying was the aura emanating from each of these figures. They were all at the Lord-tier level, unmistakably Lord-tier Royal Beast Masters. At this moment, a man clad in a dark red blood robe appeared. A cruel smile spread across his face as he issued a chilling command to the black-robed figures behind him. "Split into groups of 3 and kill everyone in the secret realm. Leave no one alive." "Yes, Your Eminence." The black-robed figures responded in unison before dispersing in trios to hunt down their targets. Elsewhere, in a secluded valley dozens of miles away, a spatial rift suddenly materialized. From it emerged another group of over 100 black-clad individuals, all of them also Lord-tier Royal Beast Masters, a sight that sent shivers down the spine. Following the black-clad figures came dozens of stunningly beautiful women, each with flawless skin, enchanting figures, and breathtaking appearances. Strangely, the black-clad individuals kept their distance from these women, not daring to even sneak a glance, an odd dynamic that only deepened the mystery. In a group of stunning women, one exceptionally youthful and breathtaking lady suddenly let out a melodious laugh, her voice crisp like the chime of silver bells. The Dark Alliance's methods are truly impressive, not like those disgusting lunatics from the Beast God cult with their revolting demon egg parasitism. It almost made us sick. As soon as her words fell, a tall man dressed in black responded coolly, his voice deep and composed. "We're only capable of so much. Zhang Wanga, let's part ways here." Before the words had fully left his mouth, the towering man in black swiftly led his companions away in another direction, their movements as fluid and rapid as flowing water. Left behind, the stunning Zhang Wanga pouted slightly, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Why are you running off so fast? Do you think I'm going to eat you, or something?" Quickly adjusting her mood, she turned to her companions, excitement gleaming in her eyes. "Never mind, those Dark Alliance jerks are also clueless about romance. Ladies, let's go find those adorable high school boys instead." Zhang Wanga's suggestion immediately sparked cheers. Dozens of women responded in unison, their enthusiasm overflowing. "Yes, finally, we can enjoy those little cuties again." At the back of the group, one particular woman stood out, looking somewhat disheveled. She was none other than Zhua Donglai's sister, and at this moment, her teeth were clenched in rage, fury blazing in her eyes. "Mu Xian, you damned scoundrel. This time I'll make you taste the full power of my energy-draining spell." Meanwhile, on the other side of the Holy Light's secret realm, Mu Xian, who was searching for the sacred radiance fruit, suddenly sneezed twice in quick succession, leaving him puzzled. Little did he know, danger was silently closing in. About 20 minutes later, Mu Xian's eyes lit up. On a seemingly unremarkable hill, he spotted his long-sought target, the sacred radiance fruit tree. The system promptly provided detailed information. Sacred radiance fruit tree. Type: Plant Holy Recovery. Rank: Lord, level 9. Bloodline: Beast King grade. Quality: Exceptional. Skills: Holy Light Strike, Radiant Shield, Holy Light Blessing, Divine Restoration. Description: a unique plant-type mystical beast found only in the Holy Light secret realm. It is friendly towards humans, dislikes violence, and is willing to coexist peacefully with them. Every 10 years, the Sacred Radiance fruit tree produces a single Sacred Radiance fruit, capable of rapidly healing most injuries. It is one of the top-tier healing materials. However, obtaining the fruit, which contains the tree's vital energy essence, is no easy task. Upon seeing this information, Mu Xian suddenly understood why the Sacred Radiance fruit had been set as the mission target. This fruit was an unparalleled healing material, and acquiring it from the Sacred Radiance fruit tree was far more challenging than he'd imagined. However, as Mu Xian's gaze inadvertently shifted to the sky-leaping space ferret at his side, a faint smile tugged at his lips. He murmured softly, "Too bad for them space-type beasts are their nemesis." Mu Xian leaned in and whispered to his beast companion beside him, "Little cat, in a moment, I'll have Xiaoling distracted. You seize the chance to snatch the Sacred Radiance fruit." His gaze was locked onto the distant Sacred Radiance fruit tree, its golden, radiant fruits captivating all his attention. The sky-leaping draconic weasel chirped excitedly, "Meow meow. Master, I think I can handle it on my own." It was clearly eager, its tail swaying gently in anticipation. Not to be outdone, the ice crystal frost dragon let out a low growl, "Roar. Master, I can take down that tree myself." Seeing his two beasts vying to prove themselves, Mu Xian couldn't help but smile and shake his head. With patience, he explained, "We can't rely on brute force. Isn't it better to use the simplest method to get the Sacred Radiance fruit? Both of you are powerful Lord-level beasts, but true strength is displayed through cooperation. Do you understand?" After their master's guidance, the two beasts finally began to act. The ice crystal frost dragon made the first move, drawing the Sacred Radiance fruit tree's attention. Meanwhile, the sky-leaping draconic weasel silently vanished into the void, reappearing above the tree, ready to strike. Extreme Frost Seal. Crystal Destruction. The ice crystal frost dragon launched a fierce attack, successfully enraging the Sacred Radiance fruit tree. From its trunk emerged an ancient face, which roared in fury, "Humans, trying to steal my fruits again? Never." Before the words had even faded, a burst of pure white light exploded forth, striking directly at the ice crystal frost dragon. The two Lord-level beasts, both at the 9th rank, were instantly locked in a fierce battle. The ice crystal frost dragon even unleashed its frost domain, but the Sacred Radiance fruit tree's strength far exceeded Mu Xian's expectations. It remained completely unscathed, boasting not only formidable offense and defense, but also the ability to enhance itself and heal its injuries, a truly flawless adversary. Amazed, Mu Xian couldn't help but wonder, should I try to form a contract with this Sacred Radiance fruit tree? But he quickly realized that his spiritual energy was insufficient to bind such a powerful being. Perhaps I could consider contracting a sapling instead, he mused to himself. As the battle raged on, the sky-leaping draconic weasel seized a fleeting opportunity. In an instant, it broke through the Sacred Radiance fruit tree's defenses and successfully plucked the golden, radiant fruit. "Huh, finally got it," Mu Xian exclaimed in excitement. The sky-leaping draconic weasel flashed back onto his shoulder, holding the precious fruit tightly in its claws. Mu Xian carefully examined the fruit's details. Sacred Radiance fruit. Grade. Lord level. Applicable to any life form except those of dark, abyssal, or demonic attributes. Description: a rare fruit nurtured by the Sacred Radiance fruit tree over a decade, brimming with immense radiance and divine essence. It possesses extraordinary healing properties capable of treating most injuries, and serves as a primary ingredient in crafting Beast King-level healing potions. Incredible! Mu Xian's eyes lit up. I have to get a few more of these while I still can. The Sacred Light's secret realm only opens once every 10 years. The ice crystal frost dragon took the opportunity to retreat from the battlefield, quickly returning to Mu Xian's side. Behind them, the Sacred Radiance fruit tree remained, roaring in helpless fury. Knowing the Sacred Light's secret realm was only open for 3 days, Mu Xian wasted no time. Activating his information panel, he searched tirelessly. After over an hour, he located another Sacred Radiance fruit tree. Using the same tactics, he successfully acquired a second Sacred Radiance fruit. Just as he prepared to search for a third tree, distant screams and eerie laughter reached his ears. Alert, Mu Xian approached cautiously. He soon discovered 3 black-robed figures tormenting a female examinee. The sight of the robes made Mu Xian's eyes narrow. Instantly recognized them as members of the Beast God cult, one of the 4 major evil organizations. Seeing the girl on the brink of death, Mu Xian made a swift decision. Little cat, spatially confine the female examinee. Everyone else attack. The sky-leaping draconic weasel moved with lightning speed, appearing above the black-robed figures. A transparent barrier instantly enveloped the girl, keeping her safe. In the next moment, 3 nearly invisible blades sliced through the air, striking the black-robed figures with precision. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed as the black-robed figures fell lifelessly. They stared in disbelief at the sky-leaping draconic weasel hovering above them, unable to utter another word before succumbing to their fate. Mu Xian sneered inwardly. If such a beast god really exists in this world. The girl, protected within the spatial barrier, finally regained her senses. Weakly, she murmured, "Thank you, thank you." Mu Xian quickly approached, retrieving a healing potion from his dimensional storage and administering it to her. After half an hour, the girl was stable enough to speak. Through tears, she pleaded, "Big brother, please help me. I don't want to continue the exam. I just want to go home." Mu Xian sighed. He could sense that the girl's spirit was on the verge of collapse, making her unfit to continue. To his astonishment, he discovered that this national exam lacked any mechanism for withdrawal. Did the authorities really believe there would be no danger in the secret realm? Mu Xian wondered, puzzled. In the end, he found a tree hollow nearby to serve as a temporary shelter for the girl, leaving her with some healing supplies before departing. The beast god cult appearing in the sacred light secret realm, Mu Xian's heart grew heavy. Isn't this realm supposed to be under the Beast Taming Bureau's protection? If the beast god cult can infiltrate, what about the Dark Alliance or the Witch Sect? I need to stay on high alert. His caution proved warranted. In just 2 hours, Mu Xian stumbled upon the bodies of several examinees, discarded carelessly in the wilderness. Some were unrecognizable, their deaths gruesome and tragic. Elsewhere in the dense forest, Fang Yuntian was fleeing for his life, covered in blood. His beast, the Thunder Warrior, was clearing a path ahead, while his Storm Thunderhawk had already sustained serious injuries. What the hell is going on? Fang Yuntian cursed as he ran. He had never imagined that participating in the national exam and entering the legendary Sacred Light secret realm would result in an ambush by 3 black-clad figures controlling beasts. His Storm Thunderhawk had been gravely wounded in the attack. Damn it! Once this exam is over, I'm filing a formal complaint with the Beast Taming Bureau. Fang Yuntian growled in frustration. Before he could finish his sentence, a playful, feminine voice echoed from above. Hee, little brother. You're hurt. Need me to heal you? Fang Yuntian suddenly looked up, only to see a mesmerizing woman seated atop a flying beast. She was draped in a veil of light silk, her gown as delicate as cicada wings, revealing glimpses of her alluring figure. The breathtaking sight quickened Fang Yuntian's heartbeat, sending a rush of heat coursing through his body. A rumor he had once heard suddenly surfaced in his mind. There were tales of women as beautiful as celestial beings, with skin like snow, unmatched charm, and fiery passion. They sought neither wealth nor lives, but something far more precious. These women were said to be the most wicked beings in existence. Fang Yuntian gasped in alarm. Are you one of the legendary enchantresses? The coquettish girl's expression briefly darkened before she broke into a captivating smile. Oh my, little brother. You're quite clever. Since you've figured it out, I can't possibly let you go now. Before her words had fully landed, a thread of spider silk shot out and ensnared the unsuspecting Fang Yuntian tightly. The girl chuckled mischievously. Come along, little brother. Let's have some fun together. As dusk fell, Fang Yuntian was dragged away, her playful laughter lingering in the air. Elsewhere in the sacred light realm, Mu Xian listened thoughtfully as other candidates recounted their encounters. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "It seems it's not just the beast god cult. Even the Dark Alliance, the Enchantress sect, and the Shadow Organization have shown up." Mu Xian was well versed in the workings of these 4 notorious evil factions. He explained, the beast god cult members favor black robes to conceal the physical mutations caused by their bloodline transplantations. The Dark Alliance's dark beast tamers may appear normal, but their extremist ideology drives them to despise governments and ordinary people. The Enchantress sect is an all-female group, even capable of transforming their beasts into women, which makes them popular among depraved old men. The Shadow Organization, however, is the deadliest. A covert network of assassins and spies, they specialize in eliminating talented beast tamers and are said to wield the enigmatic power of shadows like shadow manipulation, fire shadows, and water shadows, making them the hardest to deal with. Mu Xian analyzed further. The Sacred Light Realm only allows individuals under 20 years old to enter. So even if members of these evil factions are here, their strength is mostly at the Lord level, with perhaps 1 or 2 beasts surpassing the Beast King level. In such a vast secret realm, the chances of encountering a Beast King level enemy are slim. Just then, Chen Huashan approached Mu Xian in a hurry and asked anxiously, "Brother Mu Xian, have you seen our leader?" Mu Xian shook his head. Fang Yuntian? No, I haven't come across him. Chen Huashan's face fell, a mix of disappointment and worry clouding his expression. He feared that years of effort might have gone to waste. The next day, Mu Xian left the temporary gathering point to continue exploring the secret realm. Brimming with confidence, he commanded, "Xiao Dai, activate luck aura." The Destiny Butterfly responded instantly, casting its shimmering skill to envelop the area. Standing atop the head of his Ice Crystal Frost Dragon, Mu Xian grinned. Alright, let's move out, everyone. As Mu Xian's figure disappeared into the distance, the other candidates looked on with admiration. Chun Huashan sighed in awe. This is what a true prodigy looks like, completely unfazed by those evil factions. I've decided, from now on, Brother Mu Xian is my idol. Over the next 2 hours, Mu Xian made significant progress. He not only obtained a sacred radiance fruit, but also discovered various light element resources like Dawn Dew of the commander level and radiant glowstones of the lord level. As the morning drew to a close, Mu Xian stumbled upon a hidden valley filled with clusters of mutated halo grass. These plants were sturdier than ordinary halo grass, with larger halos, making them ideal for crafting lord-level healing potions. While individual plants weren't particularly valuable, an entire patch of mutated halo grass was worth a fortune. As Mu Xian was busily harvesting, a sudden burst of blinding light erupted from the grass, leaving him momentarily stunned. It was a holy light spirit, a dual-element creature of light and blessing. Having absorbed a trace of the sacred light realm's essence, it possessed lord-level bloodline potential, far surpassing the typical commander-level light spirits. Mu Xian's heart raced with excitement. This was the light element beast he had been dreaming of. When the holy light spirit attempted to flee, Mu Xian acted swiftly, commanding his Void Sky Dragon Weasel to use spatial confinement to trap it. The newborn creature, unaccustomed to such overwhelming power, surrendered almost immediately. With a few persuasive words, Mu Xian managed to coax the holy light spirit into signing a contract, making it his 5th beast. He affectionately named it Xiaoguang. Mu Xian smiled at Xiaoguang. Start absorbing these resources. Let's aim for Elite Tier 9 as soon as possible. Xiaoguang chirped happily in agreement before retreating into Mu Xian's beast space, where it joined the young Thunderstorm Bear Cub. Inside the beast space, the Thunderstorm Bear Cub grumbled discontentedly, Master, when will it be my turn to shine? I've been waiting so long. I feel like I'm wilting here. As the saying goes, joy often turns to sorrow. Mu Xian had barely begun to savor the excitement of acquiring a light element contract beast when 2 figures swooped down from above like hawks. They abruptly changed direction, flanking Mu Xian from the front and back. When Mu Xian focused on them, his heart sank. Standing before him were 2 pseudo-beast king-level beastmasters from the Dark Alliance. Although pseudo-beast king-level beastmasters are not officially recognized by other beast kings, their contract beasts have surpassed the beast king level, making them far stronger than lord-level beasts. Now, with one such formidable enemy ahead and another behind, Mu Xian found himself in grave danger. The beastmaster in front introduced himself as Zhao Qiming. Although he lacked any innate talent, he possessed 2 incredibly powerful contract beasts. One of them was the Dark Demon Wing Tiger, a hybrid of the dark, flying, and tiger types. It had pseudo-beast king-level bloodlines and beast king-level qualities. Originally an ordinary winged tiger, it had been transformed by dark powers, greatly enhancing its strength and granting it elite skills such as Dark Demon Orb and Winged Slash. Zhao Qiming's second beast was the Black Gold Bloodthirsty Ant, which was equally formidable and had reached Lord Level 7. Behind Mu Xian stood the other beastmaster, Lu Dafeng, who also lacked innate talent but commanded beasts that were no less terrifying. His pseudo-beast king-level Black Magic Bat was once an ordinary magic bat, but after being reshaped by dark forces, it became even more sinister. It specialized in skills such as magic missile and heat-seeking, with a particularly deadly locking ability. Lu Dafeng's second beast was the frenzied Wild Boar King, which had reached Lord Level 8. Faced with such a lineup, Mu Xian's expression turned grim. 2 pseudo-beast king-level beasts, combined with 2 high-ranking lord-level beasts, were enough to push him to the brink of death. He quickly issued orders to his own contract beasts. Xiaomao, prepare for spatial jump, be ready to retreat at any moment. Xiaoling, get ready to fight. Let's see how we measure up against pseudo-beast kings. The Ice Crystal Frost Dragon and the Sky-Leaping Dragon Weasel responded in unison. Without hesitation, the Ice Crystal Frost Dragon charged forward, aiming directly at the Dark Demon Winged Tiger. Zhao Qiming sneered. Hobbled of you, kid, but unfortunately, you've met me. Before he even finished speaking, his Dark Demon Winged Tiger had already made its move. The Dark Demon Orb streaked through the air, outpacing the Ice Crystal Frost Dragon with astonishing speed. The battle erupted in an instant, and the Ice Crystal Frost Dragon quickly found itself at a disadvantage. It was outmatched in both speed and strength, and the Dark Demon Winged Tiger's fierce attacks almost broke through its defenses to strike Mu Xian directly. Only the Ice Crystal Frost Dragon's desperate efforts managed to hold the line. However, the Ice Crystal Frost Dragon was not entirely without countermeasures. Its frost domain created significant obstacles for the Dark Demon Winged Tiger, nearly freezing it in place. From this, Mu Xian deduced that while the Ice Crystal Frost Dragon was indeed weaker than the Pseudo-Beast King, The gap was not insurmountable, it still had a fighting chance. After weighing his options, Mu Xian gave a low command. Xiaoling, unleash absolute zero storm. We're retreating. Xiaomao, prepare for defense. The ice crystal frost dragon began quietly gathering power. Sensing the threat, the dark demon winged tiger tried to interfere, but the sky-leaping dragon weasel intercepted and restrained it just in time. 30 seconds later, an extraordinary scene unfolded. The temperature around the dark demon winged tiger plummeted sharply, creating a stark contrast with its surroundings. The devastating absolute zero storm erupted with full force. Zhao Qiming roared in anger. Damn it, Lu Dafeng, do something? That kid has some tricks up his sleeve. Lu Dafeng had already begun moving, but it was too late. Just as his black magic bat unleashed a supersonic shockwave, a silver flash streaked through the air. Space distorted, and in the blink of an eye, Mu Xian and his two contract beasts vanished without a trace. Blasted! He used spatial jump to escape. Zhao Qiming cursed. After him. My black magic bat has him locked, it won't get far. Lu Dafeng growled. Meanwhile, outside the Sacred Light's secret realm, the original entrance was now shrouded in a faint glow. An elderly man with a kind face stood there, watching the entrance with a cheerful expression. He muttered to himself, the Sacred Light's secret realm is finally about to be destroyed. At last, I can return to headquarters and live the life I've always wanted. At the old man's feet lay several unconscious figures. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be the proctors who had sent Mu Xian and the others into the Sacred Light's secret realm. 20 years. It had been 2 whole decades at the entrance of this desolate secret realm. The old man stood amidst a field of corpses, his eyes glinting with a manic light. His voice trembled with anger as he roared. Do you have any idea what I've been through these past 20 years? He swept his gaze across the surroundings, his expression twisted and feral. Don't blame me. It's your fault for standing in the way of my plans. Suddenly, a commanding voice came from behind him. So, you betrayed the Dragon Nation and joined the Dark Alliance because of that? The old man spun around abruptly to see Chu Wuhan standing there. Behind him stood a squad of armed enforcers and their fierce, battle-ready beasts. Chu Yuan's gaze was icy as he stared down the old man. Jiang Huairan, you've committed crimes against humanity and endangered national security. Surrender now. Jiang Huairan's face twisted in rage, deep wrinkles contorting his features. If I hadn't been exiled to guard the entrance of this Sacred Light's secret realm for 20 years, do you think I'd have joined the Dark Alliance? All I wanted was a better leaf. Eyes that's so wrong. Chu Wuhan didn't respond. He simply waved his hand lightly. A blinding streak of light struck Jiang Huairan instantly. The old man's body froze for a moment before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The scene shifted to the highest peak of the Sacred Light secret realm, Sacred Light Peak. For figures stood at the summit, positioned at precise intervals, neither too close nor too far from one another. A tall man dressed in black spoke impatiently. What's going on? The 4 of us joined forces, and after an entire day, we've only managed to kill about 50 people. The man in the blood-red robe replied in a deep, icy tone. We underestimated these students. They've discovered our presence, and they've even banded together to counterattack us. The stunningly beautiful sorceress Jiang Wang pouted, a hint of disappointment in her voice. What a pity. I've only managed to capture 7 of those little students on my side. Luckily, they've all joined us now. The tall man in black couldn't hold back his anger. Zhang the Witch, do I need to remind you again of our goal? We're here to destroy this Sacred Light's secret realm, not to play games with these students. The sorceress blushed, her voice sweet and coy. I know, but how could I resist when they were trembling with fear like that? It's not my fault. The tall man in black and the blood-robed man fell silent, clearly exasperated. After a moment, the man in black let out a long sigh. You twisted witches are hopeless. He turned his attention to the 4th direction. Kongying, how's it going on your end? Have you located all the spatial nodes yet? A faint shadow materialized in the air. We've confirmed the locations of 2 spatial nodes so far. But to completely destroy the Sacred Light's secret realm, we'll need at least 7 more. The tall man in black finally looked relieved. At least the shadow organization is reliable. Please speed up. I'm worried the authorities have already caught on to us. The shadow replied in an indifferent tone. No need to worry. The authorities are already aware and are currently trying to break through the spatial barriers we've set up. They'll need about 10 more. 10 more minutes? The man in black exclaimed, his face etched with disbelief. His voice echoed across the mountain peak, filled with urgency. However, the shadow's voice responded again, cold and precise. No, what I meant was, there are only 10 seconds left. Now, it's down to 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. As the final word fell, a deafening hum suddenly erupted, shaking the entire Sacred Light secret realm violently. A massive crack tore open the sky, and countless uniformed enforcers swarmed into the realm like a plague of locusts. The towering man in black roared in fury, Kong, how could you not warn us about something this big? Damn it. In stark contrast to his panic, the man in the blood-red robe and the sorceress Jiang Wanga reacted with lightning speed, vanishing from the mountain peak in an instant. The mysterious shadow had already disappeared the moment it finished counting. The man in black stood frozen in shock until the enforcers, riding their flying beasts, surrounded him completely. Only then did he snap out of his stupor, frantically attempting to mount his own flying beast to escape, but it was far too late. Meanwhile, in a dark and damp underground space, Mu Xian looked around in confusion. Before him lay a field of ruins, with enormous, collapsed structures towering over 30 meters high. Compared to these massive remnants, Mu Xian seemed as insignificant as an ant. Have I stumbled into the land of giants? He murmured to himself, staring incredulously at his surroundings. He could hardly believe that after having his Void Sky Dragon Weasel perform a spatial jump, he had ended up in this mysterious underground space. Fortunately, the faint glow of bioluminescent plants provided enough light to see. This peculiar place piqued Mu Xian's curiosity. He began to traverse the ruins, following the pathways between the debris. The underground space seemed vast beyond imagination. At first, he encountered only towering broken walls and shattered pillars. But as he ventured deeper, he noticed stones with white patterns on either side of the path, faintly glowing with a soft light. Soon, a collapsed angel statue appeared before him. A sudden thought crossed his mind. Could this be the ruins of the god of light mentioned in the third mission? The idea left him both astonished and thrilled, filling him with a sense of anticipation. After roughly 10 minutes of trekking, Mu Xian ascended a massive staircase. The surroundings abruptly changed, becoming grand and opulent. Golden light emanated from the distance, exuding an aura of sanctity. Another 10 minutes of walking brought him to a world bathed in radiant gold. At the heart of this space stood the deepest part of a cathedral. A colossal white cross stretched up to the ceiling, emanating a divine and dazzling light. Beneath the cross, a throne seemingly forged from pure gold sat silently. On it rested an elderly man clad in white robes. Mu Xian cautiously approached, his footsteps echoing loudly in the vast, empty cathedral. Suddenly, a deep, aged voice rang out from the golden throne. So, you've finally arrived. Startled, Mu Xian instinctively tensed and asked warily, who are you? I am the last pope of the Church of Light, James, the voice replied, heavy with a sense of history. The revelation left Mu Xian stunned. The Church of Light had never been mentioned on Blue Star, though fragments of its existence had been recorded in the historical texts of certain secret realms. According to legend, the Church of Light was the most powerful religious order in some distant world, with the God of Light being a creator deity. But for reasons unknown, the God of Light had disappeared, and the Church of Light had quickly fallen into obscurity. Could the Sacred Light's secret realm be the final refuge of the Church of Light? Feigning ignorance, Mu Xian replied nonchalantly, the Church of Light? Never heard of it. James's voice continued, ah, young one, it's no surprise you haven't. Our Church of Light has been in decline for 200 millennia long ago. Our God battled the abyssal sovereign in the void. Both were gravely wounded and fell into slumber. From that point on, our Church of Light began its rapid descent into obscurity. But I have sensed the awakening of our God. The God of Light shall soon rise again, and our Church of Light will return to the world. Young one, do you wish to inherit the will of our God and rebuild the Church of Light? Mu Xian couldn't help but roll his eyes. Me? A cult leader? No way. Without hesitation, he replied bluntly, sorry, but am not interested. To his surprise, Jameis' voice responded with a chuckle. Excellent. I am pleased with your decision. You shall become the 10,086th Pope of the Church of Light. Panic surged through Mu Xian as he hurried to clarify. Wait. I said I'm not interested. But his words were met with silence. It was then that Mu Xian realized these responses had all been pre-recorded. As expected, James continued speaking, his voice solemn and filled with anticipation. Very well, it seems you are ready. Then, accept the legacy of my light. Before James's words had fully faded, Mu Xian suddenly noticed a golden beam of light pouring down from above, landing right in front of him. The light coalesced and transformed into a shimmering, golden book that hovered in midair. The Book of Light, James explained, contains all the rituals, techniques, and combat skills of my faith. It embodies the centuries of experience, history, and wisdom of the Church of Light. Almost immediately after, another golden pillar of light descended from the heavens, materializing into a magnificent golden crown before Mu Xian. The crown radiated a divine brilliance. This is the crown of light, the symbol of the Church of Light's Pope. James spoke with a hint of pride in his voice. The crown of light not only represents the Church of Light, but also grants the power of immortality. From now on, the Church of Light is yours to lead. Mu Xian stared at the Book of Light and the Crown of Light before him, momentarily stunned. Could it be that he had truly stumbled upon the incredible fortune of inheriting the Church of Light's legacy? However, as he examined the details of these two items, a cold sweat broke out on his back. The information on the Book of Light read, Book of Light and Abyss. Rank, Sovereign level. Applicable to Holy and Abyssal alignments. Description. Contains all the rituals, techniques, and combat skills of the Church of Light, encapsulating centuries of experience, history, and wisdom. Unfortunately, a slumbering fragment of the Abyssal Lord's consciousness is hidden within. Accepting this book will lead to corruption by the Abyssal Lord. The information on the Crown of Light read, Crown of Light. Rank, Sovereign level. Applicable to Holy alignment. Description. A miraculous crown forged entirely from divine power, possessing cataclysmic strength. It is the symbol of the Pope of the Church of Light and grants the wearer the power of immortality. However, beware, for a dormant fragment of the God of Light's consciousness resides within. Wearing this crown will result in possession by the God of Light. Damn it, neither of these things is any good. Mu Xian cursed internally, instinctively taking a step back, distancing himself from these seemingly powerful yet perilous treasures. In that moment, cold sweat dripped down Mu Xian's back, and his heart raced. He couldn't help but imagine what might have happened if he hadn't had access to the information panel. He probably would have eagerly accepted these items, only to be unknowingly corrupted by the abyssal power or possessed by the God of Light. Thank goodness for the information panel, Mu Xian thought with relief, exhaling deeply as a wary glint flickered in his eyes. So, this must be the so-called ruins of the God of Light, Mu Xian muttered as he surveyed his surroundings. A faint trace of disappointment flickered in his eyes. According to the information panel, this holy light secret realm was supposed to be the last stronghold of the Church of Light, a place where bait was set to lure anyone who ventured in. Shaking his head, he couldn't help but feel like this trip might have been in vain. However, a sudden thought struck him. Could it be possible that there was nothing of value hidden within these ruins of the God of Light? Determined to find out, Mu Xian began searching the ruins, focusing especially on the area around the so-called last pope, James. He found it hard to believe that someone of James' stature would leave nothing of significance behind. Sure enough, as Mu Xian approached James' corpse, a notification appeared before him, sending a surge of excitement through his heart. Staff of Light. Rank, Monarch level. Applicable attribute, Holy. Description. A powerful staff forged entirely from sacred light meteorite gold, containing devastating power capable of destroying everything in its path. It was the final and most potent weapon of the Church of Light's Pope. When fully unleashed, it is equivalent to an attack from a monarch-level being. This staff also serves as the core controller of the Holy Light's secret realm. Mu Xian almost burst out laughing. He had thought this journey would yield nothing, but now it seemed as though fortune had smiled upon him. The greatest treasure was hidden right beneath the last Pope James' remains. Without hesitation, Mu Xian commanded his frost crystal ice dragon to move James' body aside. In the next moment, a golden staff, half buried in the ground, came into view. It was none other than the Staff of Light. To his astonishment, the staff was completely unguarded, no traps, no defensive mechanisms. Without a second thought, Mu Xian strode forward and grabbed the golden staff. The moment he grasped it, the staff radiated a brilliant golden light that surged into his body like a flood of energy. In that instant, Mu Xian realized that he could sense the entire Holy Light's secret realm. He saw countless uniformed guards pursuing members of a sinister organization dressed in black robes and cloaks. Above him, thousands of meters in the air, two pseudo-beast king-level beast tamers were lying in wait. He even discovered a hidden cave where dozens of beautiful women were cautiously hiding, one of whom seemed oddly familiar. The Holy Light's secret realm is mine now, Mu Xian thought to himself, his heart brimming with joy. He almost shouted it out loud, but managed to restrain himself, knowing that revealing such a fact with his current strength would only invite endless trouble. After storing the Staff of Light within his body, Mu Xian continued searching the ruins of the God of Light. His efforts were rewarded with several other treasures. 1. Fragmented Crystal of Light. Rank, Lord level. Applicable attribute, Holy. Description. Once a high-level artifact of the Church of Light, it has been worn down over time, reducing it to a Beast King-level fragmented Crystal of Light. It still contains immense holy power. 2. Broken Statue of Light. Rank, Lord level. Applicable attribute, Holy. Description. Once a sacred statue worshipped day and night by the followers of the Church of Light, it was shattered during the apocalyptic disaster that led to the world's collapse. It has since degraded into a Lord-level artifact, containing a fragment of the faith in the God of Light. 3. Divine Light Jade. Rank, Beast King level. Applicable attribute: Holy. Description: originally a Lord-level divine light jade, it absorbed holy light energy over countless millennia within the ruins of the God of Light. This process transformed it into a Beast King-level resource, brimming with pure light energy. While the divine light jade was a relatively common resource of the light attribute, its evolution into a Beast King-level item over untold millennia was truly remarkable. Even so, in Mu Xian's eyes, its value paled in comparison to the fragmented crystal of light and the broken statue of light. The holy power and faith energy contained within those two artifacts were exceedingly rare and could serve as vital materials for the evolution of a light spirit. After thoroughly scavenging the ruins of the God of Light, Mu Xian commanded his sky-leaping dragon weasel to use spatial jumps to return to the surface. By this time, the two pseudo-beast king-level beast tamers from the Dark Alliance who had been tracking him were nowhere to be seen. Through the Staff of Light, Mu Xian instantly sensed that most members of the four major evil organizations within the Holy Light secret realm had already been captured or killed. Only a handful remained, hiding in remote corners of the realm. Among them were the two pseudo-beast king-level beast tamers from the Dark Alliance. Seeing this, a cold smile appeared on Mu Xian's lips, with a slight movement of the Staff of Light within his body. At the same time, deep within an underground chamber of the Holy Light secret realm, Zhao Qiming and Lu Dafeng, the two pseudo-beast king-level beast tamers, were sighing in despair. They had not expected their side, the Dark Alliance, to suffer such a swift and catastrophic defeat. The fall had been so abrupt that they hadn't even had time to retreat before the realm's space was completely sealed. Zhao Qiming let out a heavy sigh. The Archbishop, he's fallen. Lu Dafeng nodded and said, I've heard the news too, but there's no need to worry. We've completely blocked any heat signatures and traces of our presence. No one knows we're still hiding here. Once those enforcers leave, we'll have plenty of chances to escape. Zhao Qiming nodded fiercely, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. As a Beastmaster of pseudo-beast king level, they were at least mid to high-ranking members of the Dark Alliance. The organization certainly wouldn't abandon them. However, just as Zhao Qiming finished speaking, the underground cavern they were hiding in suddenly began to tremble. With a deafening roar, the cavern collapsed, rubble flying everywhere. Their presence was unmistakably exposed to the enforcers' detection. In the distance, Mu Xian's face turned pale, but a flicker of satisfaction crossed his eyes. With the light scepter, he had caused just a small tremor underground, yet it was enough to destroy the duo's hiding spot. Mu Xian silently rejoiced. Death was the only thing awaiting the two of them. Name? Mu Xian. Age? 18. Mu Xian sat in a small room at the temporary gathering point of the Sacred Light Secret Realm, facing the joint investigation team composed of government departments, the Beastmaster Police Bureau, the Beastmaster Education Bureau, and the Supervision Office. This was his second round of questioning regarding all his experiences in the Sacred Light Secret Realm. Tell us everything that happened during your time in the Sacred Light Secret Realm, one of the investigators said. Mu Xian took a deep breath and began recounting his story. When I first entered the Sacred Light Secret Realm, He described his experiences in detail, including the dangers he encountered, the opportunities he seized, and the ultimate outcomes. To support his claims, he presented the sacred radiance fruit he had obtained and introduced the light elemental beast he had contracted, the Holy Spirit of Light. The investigators listened attentively, nodding occasionally. Among them, Chu Wuhan, representing the Beastmaster Police Bureau, softly remarked to the others, "This aligns with what I previously learned. Mu Xian seems to be clean." The other investigators agreed. Yes, his account is logical and leaves almost no room for doubt. However, none of them noticed the subtle, meaningful smile on the face of the only female investigator, a representative from the Beastmaster Education Bureau. As she watched Mu Xian leave, she thought to herself, so this is the Mu Xian that Zhuo Donglai mentioned. He certainly has a striking presence. 3 days later, the Sacred Light Secret Realm tragedy was officially concluded. The investigation revealed that the incident was caused by a Beastmaster Guardian who had been stationed at the realm for 20 years. Dissatisfied with his circumstances, he was lured by a dark Beastmaster and eventually betrayed his duties, colluding with 4 major evil organizations to orchestrate the tragedy. The incident resulted in the deaths of 63 candidates and the disappearance of 11 others, sparking nationwide attention. The head of the Beastmaster Education Bureau resigned in disgrace, leading to a major reshuffle among the leadership. For Mu Xian and the others, these developments no longer held much significance. The day after the case was closed, they left the Sacred Light Secret Realm. The national examination results were announced, and as expected, Mu Xian ranked first. However, this achievement brought him little joy. In just a few short months, he had lost several people he was close to. His desk mate Qin Kong, the old headmaster Lin Xuanya, and now Fang Yintian. Let me be the one to end this cursed era, Mu Xian muttered to himself, a determined glint in his eyes. As the top scorer of the national exam, Mu Xian was entitled to request 3 resources directly from the Beastmaster Education Bureau, provided their levels were no more than one tier higher than his contracted beasts. Initially, he had wanted a dual ice and dragon attribute king-level material, but his request was denied. In the end, Mu Xian chose a rare Beast King-level Starry Dragon Heart and 2 Beast King-level spatial resources to maximize his gains. At the Tomorrow's Star Hotel, the once bustling atmosphere had quieted significantly. Most candidates were staying in their rooms, recovering their energy and contemplating their choices for schools. Mu Xian had already submitted his application to the Eternal Academy and received swift approval, leaving him to wait for the reporting date in 2 weeks. It was during this time that a staff member from the Beastmaster Education Bureau knocked on Mu Xian's door. Mu Xian, the materials you requested have arrived, the staff member stated. Understood, Mu Xian replied with a slight nod, though inwardly he wasn't too concerned about the resources. Without king-level materials, his Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon was unlikely to achieve perfect evolution, a comprehensive upgrade in bloodline, rank, skills, and quality. Such an evolution was a rare and almost unattainable feat for any Beastmaster. The staff member opened the alloy case they were holding, revealing its contents. The first item was a heart that was faintly pulsating. Exuding both starlight and a draconic orate was none other than the rare Beast King level Starry Dragon Heart. Starry Dragon Heart, level, Beast King. Suitable for Star Element and Dragon Attribute, the staff member explained. This is the heart of a rare starry dragon, containing abundant starry power and a trace of the exceptionally rare ancient star dragon bloodline. Mu Xian's eyes widened in surprise. Ancient star dragon bloodline? He nearly laughed aloud. What had initially been a simple request for a dragon heart to experiment with evolution routes had turned into an unexpected windfall. To stumble upon such a precious bloodline was nothing short of miraculous. Next, Mu Xian turned his attention to the other 2 spatial resources. A satisfied expression crossed his face as he examined them. A pitch-black bamboo segment and a silver, glimmering stone. These were the Lunar Sky Void Bamboo Node and the Silver Void Stellar Stone, respectively. Both materials would provide immense support for his future cultivation endeavors. The Lunar Void Bamboo segment and the Silver Sky Mystic Stone, 2 rare spatial resources, were now placed before Mu Xian. The staff member meticulously explained their properties. The Lunar Void Bamboo segment contained pure inattribute spatial energy, while the Silver Sky Mystic Stone leaned towards barrier-related applications. These resources, seldom seen in Zhejiang Province, were items Mu Xian had encountered a few times in the imperial capital. Now, they were finally in his possession. However, what truly made Mu Xian's heart race was the trace of Star Ancient Dragon bloodline. As a primordial class beast, the Star Ancient Dragon had only ever appeared once in history, and its bloodline was of immeasurable value. Are you satisfied, Mu Xian? The staff member asked. Very satisfied. Mu Xian replied with a smile, signing the receipt form. Yet, inwardly, he could hardly contain his excitement. Once the staff member left, Mu Xian quickly drew the curtains and carefully ensured that no one was watching. Without hesitation, he extracted a single drop of the Star Ancient Dragon bloodline essence from the heart of the Starlight Dragon. This drop of essence shimmered with a star-like brilliance, and upon closer inspection, it seemed as though an entire galaxy's shadow resided within. It not only contained fragments of the Star Ancient Dragon's inherited knowledge, but also held a trace of its bloodline power. Compared to the God-devouring Raven's bloodline essence he had previously obtained, the Star Ancient Dragon bloodline essence was incomparably more precious. Suddenly, Mu Xian's eyes lit up, and a surge of excitement overwhelmed him. Wasn't this exactly what he had been searching for, a resource that could perfectly facilitate the evolution of his Frost Crystal Extreme Dragon? Mu Xian's heart raced with excitement. The essence of the Starry Primordial Dragon's bloodline, as an evolution resource for the Ice Crystal Frost Dragon, was a thought that set his blood boiling. Unable to contain himself, he called out eagerly, "Little cat, spatial jump, take me to a secluded place outside the city." In an instant, the sky-leaping dragon weasel let out a soft meow, and the surroundings twisted and shifted. In the blink of an eye, Mu Xian found himself standing in a desolate wilderness outside the imperial capital. Glancing back at the distant outline of the city, he gripped the radiant staff tightly and began searching for the nearest spatial node. Mu Xian's goal was clear: the sanctum of holy light. With the power of the radiant staff, he didn't need to rely on fixed spatial channels. All he needed to do was locate a spatial node near the sanctum and open a temporary passage. Although his current strength was limited, and he couldn't manipulate or freely traverse the sanctum like a seasoned master, it was sufficient for his plan. After half an hour of arduous searching, Mu Xian finally discovered a hidden spatial node in a remote mountain range north of the capital. Without hesitation, he raised the radiant staff. In an instant, golden light burst forth, and a temporary spatial passage unfolded before him. Meanwhile, outside the sanctum of holy light, the 3 newly appointed guardians suddenly sensed something unusual. They turned toward the sanctum with heightened vigilance, only to see the anomaly vanish as quickly as it appeared, leaving them wondering if it had been a mere illusion. One of them muttered under his breath, "Ever since that incident, this sanctum has only grown stranger." Another chimed in, "Don't overthink it. Whatever's going on, it's not our problem. We can't even enter the sanctum." The third nodded in agreement, "Exactly. Let it be." Inside the sanctum, Mu Xian selected a concealed underground cave as the site for the Ice Crystal Frost Dragon's evolution. Carefully arranging the various resources for the process, he began mapping out the evolution pathway. To his delight, the essence of the starry primordial dragon's bloodline as the core material indeed had the potential to elevate the Ice Crystal Frost Dragon to a sub-ancestral level. Mu Xian meticulously reviewed the attributes of the Ice Crystal Frost Dragon. Elemental type, Ice affinity, member of the Ice Crystal Dragon lineage, ancient divine beast species, bloodline at Lordier Stage 1, and king grade quality. It possessed legendary skills such as Crystal Annihilation, Absolute Freeze, Frost Crystal Breath, Frost Domain, and Absolute Zero Storm. The materials required for its evolution were listed one by one. The essence of the starry primordial dragon's bloodline, extreme frost ice spirit marrow, polar frost celestial flame, water from the Aeon Frost Pool, the heart of an ice giant dragon, and the essence of a 10,000-year-old stalactite. These rare resources, when combined, would enable the Ice Crystal Frost Dragon to evolve into the Frostfire Star Dragon, with a success rate of 87. The Frostfire Star Dragon, a formidable frost dragon species with sub-ancestral bloodline potential, would not only wield the power of extreme frost flames capable of reducing everything to ashes, but also inherit part of the starry primordial dragon's strength, awakening stellar-type abilities. It would represent the perfect fusion of the ancient divine beast Emberfrost Dragon and the starry primordial dragon's bloodline. What Mu Xian valued most was that this evolution would significantly enhance the Ice Crystal Frost Dragon's long-range capabilities, diversifying its skill set. Most importantly, it promised to be a flawless evolution. "This is the path," Mu Xian confirmed excitedly. He immediately instructed the Ice Crystal Frost Dragon to consume the resources in the designated order. As the essence of the starry primordial dragon's bloodline and other precious materials were devoured, an astonishing chill erupted from the dragon's body, sweeping across a radius of 1,000 meters. Fortunately, the sky-leaping dragon weasel had been on high alert. Sensing the sudden change, it swiftly carried Mu Xian a kilometer away. In a matter of moments, layers of ice crystals had formed in the area behind him, and the extreme cold seemed to freeze the very fabric of space. What followed, however, was even more extraordinary. The ice crystals suddenly ignited with ghostly blue flames, distorting the surrounding space and seemingly burning through time itself. Mu Xian stared in awe, exclaiming, "Is this the legendary extreme frost flame?" The evolution of the Ice Crystal Frost Dragon had far exceeded his expectations, revealing a power that was nothing short of breathtaking. This evolution lasted a full 3 hours. Suddenly, a resounding dragon's roar shattered the silence. In an instant, an enormous dragon, 18 meters in length, soared into the sky. Its entire body was covered in shimmering ice-blue scales that radiated dazzling, multicolored brilliance under the sunlight, resembling a masterpiece of unparalleled artistry. Mu Xian stood in awe, utterly speechless at the sight of the Ice Crystal Frost Dragon's newly evolved form. Overwhelmed by its magnificence, he couldn't help but ask himself, "Do I really deserve such an extraordinary beast?" But in the next moment, he regained his confidence and answered firmly, "Of course I do. I'm just as extraordinary." At that moment, Mu Xian felt a surge of pure, potent energy flooding into his body. It was the beast's reciprocation, and this time, it was especially intense. He could distinctly sense spiritual energy gathering rapidly within him, coalescing into a ring-like structure, the embryonic form of a beast barrier, also referred to as the Life Guardian Ring. This was the ultimate life-saving skill for Beast Tamers, capable of nullifying any damage directed towards the tamer, equivalent to the defense of their strongest beast. More importantly, it signified the status of a Beast King-level tamer. Although Mu Xian's beast had just ascended to the pseudo-Beast King level, and he wasn't yet a true Beast King-level tamer, he could clearly feel that his physique and strength had improved dramatically. The successfully evolved dragon, now officially known as the Frost Star Ice Ash Dragon, let out a jubilant roar, performing countless joyful somersaults in the sky before finally landing gracefully in front of Mu Xian. It was only then that Mu Xian had the chance to examine the Frost Star Ice Ash Dragon's details closely. Species: Ice Element, Celestial Element, Ice Crystal Dragon Clan, Ancient Divine Beast. Rank: Pseudo-Beast King level. Bloodline: Sub-Ancestral level. Quality: Legendary. Talents: Frost Ash Flame, Absolute Star Chill. Skills: Ice Crystal Obliteration, Extreme Frost Seal, Frost Ash Dragon Breath, Ice Ash Domain, Absolute Zero Storm, Starfall Ice Explosion. Description: This is a rare ice elemental life form born deep within the earth, initially hindered by an innate lack of ice energy. It later underwent a perfect evolution into an ice crystal frost dragon with peak monarch-level potential, under the influence of resources such as the essence of a primordial celestial dragon's bloodline. It ultimately achieved a flawless evolution into the Frost Star Ice Ash Dragon. It possesses the combined bloodlines of the Frost Ash Dragon and the primordial celestial dragon, making it a legendary dragon species that embodies the characteristics of the ice element, celestial element, and ice crystal dragon clan. Note: current Frost Ash Dragon bloodline awakening 30. Primordial celestial dragon bloodline awakening 10. Xuan was thrilled to discover that not only had his Frostfire Star Dragon undergone a flawless evolution, but it had also awakened 2 innate abilities. This was incredibly rare for a contracted beast, making his Frostfire Star Dragon powerful enough to defeat mid-tier Beast King opponents, despite still being only at the pseudo-Beast King level. After the initial excitement, Xuan calmed himself and began testing his Frostfire Star Dragon's new abilities within his private domain. He commanded, "Xiaoling, use your innate skill, Frostfire Blaze." The Frostfire Star Dragon let out a roar filled with draconic majesty, spewing an icy blue flame from its mouth. Wherever the flame passed, the space distorted, and upon touching the ground, it scattered like snowflakes, instantly melting everything within a 100-meter radius. Xuan gasped in astonishment, thinking to himself that this was practically a super-cooled missile. Next, Xuan instructed the Frostfire Star Dragon to unleash its second innate skill, Absolute Frost Starfall. A ghostly blue pillar of light descended from the sky, seemingly connecting heaven and earth, blasting a crater 100 meters deep into the ground. Xuan could sense that the power of this skill had already reached the high-tier Beast King level. After using both innate skills, the Frostfire Star Dragon appeared noticeably fatigued. However, Xuan pressed on, having it test its 6 other abilities to evaluate its combat endurance. The results were astonishing. All the skills had been significantly enhanced. The most powerful move, Starfall Ice Explosion, could now summon a 100-meter-wide icy meteor, nearly causing an earthquake within the domain. The final data showed that the Frostfire Star Dragon could sustain combat for 39 minutes. Its ultimate move, Starfall Ice Explosion, possessed high-tier Beast King level power but required 20 seconds to charge. The 2 innate skills only needed 5 seconds to cast but consumed energy equivalent to 2 uses of Starfall Ice Explosion. Xuan gave the Frostfire Star Dragon a big hug and then summoned all his contracted beasts to spend the entire evening playing with them. The next morning, Xuan returned to his hotel room. On the surface, everything seemed normal, but his strength had transformed dramatically. His next objective was to find 3 Beast King level Dragon-type beasts to prepare for the Beast King battle. Searching online, Xuan found that information about Beast King level Dragon-type beasts near the Imperial capital was outdated and their prices were exorbitant. However, there were mentions of monarch-level Dragon-type beasts, such as the Taishian Demon Dragon in the Taihang Mountains and the 9 Bone Dragon in the Yin Mountains. Considering the situation, Xuan decided to head to Shidu, where the Eternal Academy was located, ahead of schedule. The area outside Shidu was rich in beast resources, with no shortage of Beast King-level Dragon-type beasts, perfectly aligning with his plans. The next day, Xuan checked out of the hotel and set off for Shidu. Known historically as Xuan, Shidu is located beyond the 10,000 mountains and stands as a massive fortress, firmly guarding the route that beasts could use to attack the central plains. The journey to Shidu was anything but easy. Xuan first needed to take a large flying beast from the imperial capital to Wuhan, then travel upstream along the river to Yuzhou, and finally cross the Tianfu Plain to reach his destination. This route exemplified the transportation challenges of the beast taming era. Outside the imperial capital, large flying beasts were still viable, but entering the Shu region was a near impossible feat. The treacherous mountain roads were overrun by feral beasts, enough to deter even the bravest. However, the Tianfu Plain in the Shu region, as the largest plain in Longhua, was invaluable for its agricultural and resource significance. Flying over the area? That was nothing short of a pipe dream. The Wushan and Daba mountain ranges were home to over a dozen king-level beasts and an army of hundreds of thousands of wild creatures. Attempting to cross the region by air was tantamount to courting death. According to legend, the Longhua government had once paid a heavy price to open the Yangtze River waterway, sacrificing 5 king-level beasts and 3 king-level Beast Tamers in the process. With no safer options, Xuan had no choice but to take the water route into Shu. Fortunately, securing a ride on a large flying beast from the imperial capital was not too difficult. Spending a fortune, he chartered a Beast King-level flying creature and traveled south to Wuhan. Despite some nerve-wracking moments, he arrived safely. After a brief stop in Wuhan, Xuan quickly boarded a passenger vessel bound for Yazoo, a massive Lord-level iron-armored giant turtle. This aquatic beast carried passengers through cities like Yeyang, Jingzhou, and Yichang before finally approaching the fearsome Wushan mountain range. As the ship prepared to enter the Wushan Gorge, the voice of the iron-armored giant turtle's captain rang out across the deck, heavy with gravity. Dear passengers, we are about to enter Wushan Gorge. Please remain vigilant and have your main battle beasts ready at all times to respond to any emergencies. On the armored giant turtle ship, Mu Xian stood in a narrow compartment, cautiously watching the Wushan Gorge through the window. This was the most perilous section of the Yangtze River, where 13 large-scale monster attacks had occurred, claiming over 2,000 lives. Although the Yangtze River escort fleet, established by Longhua, had carried out extensive purges of the monsters, their astonishing reproductive ability meant the threat remained ever-present. Beneath Mu Xian's feet, his leaping sky dragon weasel was ready to spring into action, while the beautiful destiny butterfly rested in his arms. The ship's captain, smiling cheerfully, tried to reassure the passengers, only to be interrupted by a girl rolling her eyes and snapping, "Don't jinx it." At that moment, the armored giant turtle let out a pained roar, and the ship shook violently. Among the nearly 100 passengers, a few were thrown overboard, while the rest were left in a state of panic. Mu Xian quickly noticed dozens of monsters appearing beneath the giant turtle. He swiftly assessed the monsters' information: dragon-patterned water monkeys, Yangtze swordfish, dragon-beard water demons, ice-clawed lobsters, but the most striking was the dragon-patterned water monkey, a level 8 lower-tier beast king. Mu Xian's heart stirred. This was a rare prey. Without hesitation, Mu Xian summoned his Frost Star Ice Dragon. Xiaoling, freeze the water surface. Xiao Mao, wait for an opportunity to capture the dragon-patterned water monkey. In an instant, a majestic dragon appeared in the sky, unleashing a wave of extreme cold that froze the surrounding waters within hundreds of meters. To everyone's astonishment, ghostly blue flames ignited beneath the icy surface. Mu Xian nodded in satisfaction, but was soon drawn to another scene. The girl who had scolded the captain was now commanding 2 wind-element beasts, unleashing a relentless barrage of wind blades to slay the monsters. Mu Xian was quietly impressed by her strength. Qin's a human, level 9 commander-tier beastmaster. Her wind-chasing snow falcon was also a level 9 lower-tier beast king. Mu Xian speculated that she might also be a new student at the Eternal Academy. At this moment, the leaping sky dragon weasel emerged from the void, dragging the captured dragon-patterned water monkey behind it. After praising the little creature, Mu Xian stored the dragon-patterned water monkey in a temporary beast ring. Just as the passengers began to think the danger had passed, the Frost Star Ice Dragon in midair suddenly let out a warning roar. In the next moment, a massive, ferocious monster burst out of the water, issuing a menacing challenge to the Frost Star Ice Dragon. Mu Xian's heart sank. This was a Beast King-tier subdragon. The Azure Water Gold Beast, level 6 Beast King, with a water manipulation ability. It had been slumbering in the Yangtze River, but was awakened by the presence of a pure-blooded dragon beast passing nearby. Its greed and feral instincts ignited. Panic swept across the ship. Beast King marks. 6 Beast King marks, someone exclaimed in horror. Even Qin Zai's face showed concern, unsure if this handsome young man could handle such a formidable foe. A Beast King of the 6th tier? Mu Xian murmured, his expression grave. As a Beast Tamer, he had never faced such a formidable opponent before. Yet, that did not mean he was without the strength to fight. Xiaoling, get ready for battle. Watch its eyes. Mu Xian ordered decisively. Then, turning to the void-skipping sky ferret perched on his shoulder, he added, "Little cat, you help out as well." The Frost Star Ice Dragon let out a deafening roar, the pride of the dragon race radiating from its every fiber. Roar, a pure-blooded dragon fears no lesser kin. The void-skipping sky ferret gave a soft chirp before vanishing into the void in an instant. After a brief moment of thought, Mu Xian summoned another ally, the Light Spirit. Xiaoguang, bless Xiaoling with holy light. The fluffy, cotton-like orb of light immediately sprang into action. Golden radiance descended from the heavens, enveloping the Frost Star Ice Dragon and adorning it with an aura of divine brilliance. The battle erupted in an instant. The Frost Star Ice Dragon struck first, unleashing a pale blue fireball, nearly white in its intensity, directly at the Azure Water Goldeneye beast. Just as the beast attempted to evade, an invisible force rooted it in place. Though the restraint lasted only a second, it was enough for the frost fire blaze to hit its mark. Roar, the Azure Water Goldeneye beast's enraged cry was cut short as the devastating frost fire engulfed its form. This was the seamless cooperation between the Frost Star Ice Dragon and the void-skipping Sky Ferret. The two beasts pressed their advantage, each executing their powerful abilities in tandem. Seconds later, a dazzling beam of icy light descended from above, striking the Azure Water Goldeneye beast with pinpoint accuracy. This light, imbued with an unrelenting chill, pierced through the beast and extended downward into the Yangtze River, freezing the waters into a glittering sheet of starlit ice. This was the Frost Star Ice Dragon's second innate skill, Absolute Frost Starfall. At the same time, the void-skipping Sky Ferret launched its lethal attack. Gray energy began to manifest around the Azure Water Goldeneye beast, distorting the very fabric of space. The immense tearing force threatened to rip the beast apart. With a low hum, a pitch-black void of terrifying energy appeared, as if intent on swallowing the beast whole. In this critical moment, the azure water golden-eyed beast finally revealed the true might of a sixth-tier Beast King. 6 radiant Beast King marks flared to life, forming the shape of an ethereal blue water dragon. With a commanding roar, all incoming attacks were neutralized. The frost fire extinguished, the icy beam shattered, and the space vortex dissolved. Even so, it was evident to any observer that the azure water golden-eyed beast had sustained heavy injuries. In the next instant, ice encased the beast, and a nearly invisible spatial blade sliced toward its eye. The ambush struck true, piercing its left eye and eliciting an anguished howl that echoed across the Yangtze River. As the beast attempted to counterattack, its body glowing with a blue-green light, another spatial restraint immobilized it. 30 seconds later, a massive meteor of ice, burning with blue-white flames and exuding a bone-chilling aura, descended from the sky. With an earth-shattering crash, the meteor collided with the azure water golden-eyed beast, driving it into the riverbed. The terrifying cold erupted outward, and the waves it had stirred froze midair into crystalline shards. Snowflakes began to drift gently from the sky, blanketing the battlefield in an eerie, frozen silence. Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon's ultimate move, Starfall Ice Blast. At Mu Xian's command, countless icy blue specks of light suddenly appeared in the sky, resembling falling stars. These lights rapidly converged, forming a massive ice sphere in midair that radiated a bone-chilling cold. The sphere hurtled toward the azure water golden-eyed beast at an incredible speed, shattering upon impact and unleashing a devastating surge of frosty energy. Well done, Xiaoling, Xiao Mao. Great job. Mu Xian shouted excitedly, his eyes gleaming with the light of victory. With this earth-shattering strike, the information panel of the azure water golden-eyed beast vanished instantly. This terrifyingly powerful Beast King, a sixth-tier subdragon-type creature, had fallen under the combined assault of the two contracted beasts. The people aboard the iron-armored turtle ship stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief as they watched the scene unfold. Could this seemingly young Beast Tamer really have defeated such a formidable monster? Not far away, a young girl named Qin, she was equally dumbfounded, rendered speechless by the incredible display of strength. Her gaze shifted back and forth between the majestic dragon-type, contracted beast and the mysterious spatial-type beast, and she couldn't help but think to herself, compared to him, how can I even call myself a genius? Mu Xian chuckled softly as he recalled Xiao Mao and instructed it to dive underwater to retrieve the azure water golden-eyed beast's corpse. As a Beast King-level creature, every part of its body was an invaluable resource, and Mu Xian had no intention of letting it go to waste. He then brought out some food to reward his two heroic, contracted beasts for their efforts. Over the next 2 days of the journey, perhaps deterred by Mu Xian's overwhelming display of power, no other beasts dared to approach the ship. Eventually, their vessel reached its destination, Yuzhou. Upon entering Yuzhou, Mu Xian quickly made his way to a large flying beast transportation hub, preparing to head to the Western Fortress. There, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure, Qin Shi. Excuse me, Senior. Qin Shi began hesitantly, her tone tinged with shyness. You must be a senior from the Eternal Academy, right? Thank you so much for what you did a few days ago. Mu Xian froze for a moment before realizing what she meant. It turned out that Qin Shi was also a new student at Eternal Academy, but she had mistaken him for an upperclassman. I'm no senior, Mu Xian replied with a shake of his head and a smile. I'm also a new student this year. Are you a freshman too? A freshman this year? Qin Shi's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Mu Xian as though he were an alien. Her mind raced with incredulity. You can take down a 6th-tier subdragon Beast King, and you're telling me you're just a freshman? Seeing Qin Shi's stunned expression, Mu Xian chuckled and added, You don't believe me? You must have heard of me. My name is Mu Xian. Qin Shi froze for a moment before her eyes lit up with realization. The one who ranked first in the national examination? That Mu Xian? So it's you. Mu Xian chuckled and said, Looks like we're in the same class. Qin Shi's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed for mistaking a fellow freshman for an upperclassman. Just then, the rider of the massive flying beast announced loudly that the transport was full and ready to depart for the Western Fortress. The journey from Yuzhou to the Western Fortress across the Sichuan Basin was smooth, with only a minor disturbance from a group of flying beasts. They arrived at their destination without much trouble. As the flying beast approached the towering walls of the Western Fortress, Mu Xian gazed into the distance, marveling at the imposing structure that nearly sealed off the entire mountain pass. Unlike the bustling imperial capital, the Western Fortress was characterized by its low buildings, sparse lights, and a rugged, untamed aura. The rider of the flying beast remarked with pride, This is our Western Fortress. It has stood guard against the beasts from the 10,000 mountains for over 100 years. Since its completion, no beast has ever breached its defenses. Mu Xian nodded slightly, recalling the history of the Western Fortress. Over a century ago, the Sichuan Basin was frequently ravaged by beast tides. Determined to put an end to the chaos, the Dragon Nation's government rallied its entire strength to build the Western Fortress, successfully keeping the beast tides at bay. The fortress even became a strategic base for launching offensives, with regular expeditions sent into the 10,000 mountains to eliminate the beasts. Today, the Western Fortress is home to 9 universities, including the prestigious Eternal Academy, one of the 5 great academies. Each year, these institutions train over 100,000 Beast Tamers, with the total number of graduates exceeding 1 million. 50 years ago, humanity even constructed a second fortress within the 10,000 mountains, known as Chengdu. However, 10 years later, Chengdu fell to a beast tide orchestrated by the Dark Alliance and the Beast God cult. Since then, humanity has retreated from the 10,000 mountains for the past 40 years. As Mu Xian and Qin Shi stepped into the Western Fortress, they were immediately struck by the city's bold and unyielding atmosphere. In the days that followed, they busied themselves with enrollment, qualification assessments, and registration procedures. Eventually, each of them was assigned a single-person dormitory, a 2-bedroom apartment, far better than the university dorms Mu Xian remembered from his previous life. According to the enthusiastic senior, Li Lu, the academy also offered single villas, but these were reserved for those who demonstrated exceptional strength and earned them through regional rankings. Eternal Academy is divided into 9 zones, corresponding to 9 departments based on the types of beasts tamed. Mu Xian was placed in Zone A, the department specializing in dragon-type beasts. Students in this zone either possess dragon-type or even true dragon beasts, making it the most competitive area. However, Mu Xian was confident that no other freshman in Zone A could surpass him. After a busy day, Mu Xian finally completed the enrollment process. Instead of heading out to hunt beasts beyond the Western Fortress the next day, he decided to first explore Eternal Academy's resource library. When he accessed the Academy's internal network and saw the vast array of resources available, he was genuinely astonished. Even without special permissions to view restricted resources, the sheer variety of common resources alone was enough for him to infer that the Academy's exclusive resources far exceeded his expectations. Coming to Eternal Academy was definitely the right choice. If you're serious about this path, this is the place to be, Mu Xian said with a satisfied smile. Meanwhile, Qin Shi was also browsing the resource library in her dormitory. A faint smile appeared on her lips as she thought, with this many resources, there must be phoenix blood. Eternal Academy. This was the right decision. The next day, eager to begin his journey, Mu Xian left his dormitory and headed out to hunt beasts beyond the fortress. On his way, he passed by a tall tower in Zone A, where a crowd of over 100 people had gathered. A large screen displayed what appeared to be a list of information. Curiosity piqued, Mu Xian approached to inquire and learned that this was the virtual hunting tower that Senior Li Lu had mentioned. It was said that Beast Tamers could project their spiritual forms into the tower, where they could simulate 98 of their real-world strength. To pass each level, challengers had to defeat all the beasts within a set time limit. The virtual hunting tower had 12 levels, and each level cleared awarded some academic credits. These credits were crucial for exchanging resources. 1 credit could be exchanged for an elite-level resource, 10 credits for a commander-level resource, 100 credits for a lord-level resource, and 1,000 credits for a basic Beast King-level resource. Mu Xian noticed that whenever someone cleared a level, the corresponding level on the screen would flash, sparking discussions among the crowd. When someone made it onto the leaderboard, the excitement grew even louder. He couldn't help but think to himself, this virtual hunting tower is definitely a great way to show off and impress others. A handsome young man stepped out of the virtual hunting tower with a confident air, immediately causing a stir among the crowd. Mu Xian heard exclamations erupting around him. It's Lu Zihao. This time, he made it to the 9th floor and ranked 99th. If he can maintain that rank for a month, he'll earn 100 academic credits. The 9th floor is full of high-tier lord-level beasts, and his black and white Dominator Hound is already this powerful? Listening to the chatter, Mu Xian couldn't help but shake his head silently. Height-tier lord-level beasts were impressive. If he unleashed his pseudo-beast king-level Frost Star Ice Dragon, it would probably soar straight to the top. He hadn't expected the standards of Eternal Academy to be so overrated. A senior student standing nearby noticed Mu Xian's reaction and chuckled, asking, Junior, it seems like you don't think much of Lu Zihao's abilities, do you? Mu Xian replied bluntly, that's right. Is this really the level of Eternal Academy? He gestured toward Lu Zihao. The senior student laughed at his straightforwardness and explained, Junior, the virtual hunting tower is specifically designed for students below Beast King level to train. For Lu Zihao to reach Lord level Tier 7, that's already quite remarkable. Mu Xian suddenly realized Beast King level Beast Tamers had long outgrown such basic training grounds. Curious, he asked, Senior, how many academic credits can you earn by clearing this hunting tower? The base reward is 666 credits, and if your performance is exceptional or your completion time is short, you can earn additional bonuses, she explained in detail. Why? Thinking of giving it a try? Mu Xian's eyes lit up. 666 credits were enough to exchange for half a Beast King level resource. Without hesitation, he dashed into the hunting tower. At that moment, two other strikingly handsome young men also entered the virtual hunting tower one after another. The onlookers immediately buzzed with excitement. Oh my god! It's Ren Xiaojun, rank 9th, and Ku Xiaotian, rank 12th. Ren Xiaojun's Ironblood Blade Mantis should already be at Pseudo-Beast King level, right? Is he planning to clear the tower completely? Ku Xiaotian's White Jade War Elephant is probably at a similar level. I've heard they're both pursuing Zhu Minganair. Are they planning to settle it here? Could this be the wager they mentioned earlier? This is going to be exciting to watch. In the virtual hunting tower, Mu Xian followed the prompts and summoned his main battle beast, the Frost Star Ice Ember Dragon. A streak of light swept over both him and the dragon, and Mu Xian immediately felt his consciousness detach from his body. When he came to his senses, he found himself standing in an octagonal hall, facing 100 elite tier 3 Gale Wolves. Hunt begins. A booming voice echoed as the Gale Wolves instantly formed their formation and charged from all directions. Mu Xian glanced at the Frost Star Ice Ember Dragon beside him. With a low growl, the dragon unleashed a burst of chilling frost. In an instant, all the Gale Wolves collapsed to the ground, motionless. First floor, cleared. The scene shifted abruptly, and the hall shrank slightly. This time, 100 elite tier 6 Black Widow spiders appeared before Mu Xian. The Frost Star Ice Ember Dragon attacked once more, easily defeating the opposition. On the third floor, 100 elite tier 9 Bone Warlocks were frozen in place. On the fourth floor, even commander-level beasts couldn't withstand the dragon's overwhelming might. Mu Xian quickly grasped the mechanics of the hunting tower. With each level cleared, the beast's strength increased by 3 minor tiers. By this logic, the opponents on the 12th floor would likely reach high-tier Beast King levels. With such difficulty, who could possibly clear it? Surely the final 3 levels won't be this insane, Mu Xian thought to himself. It turned out he was right. After effortlessly defeating 100 elite tier 9 bloodthirsty demon vines on the 9th floor, Mu Xian stepped into the 10th floor, where his opponents were 100 pseudo-beast king level sky overlord tigers. Meanwhile, the outside world was in an uproar. Holy crap, did I see that right? He went from the 1st floor to the 10th floor in just a few minutes? I saw it too. Thought I was hallucinating. Who is that guy? He's ridiculously strong. Could it be Ren Xiaojun? Maybe it's Ku Xiaotian. He cleared the 10th floor in 3 minutes. Is he about to break the record? What's the current record for our virtual hunting tower? 1 hour and 56 minutes. That was set by a senior from the first 3 cohorts of our Eternal Academy. He's now hailed as an eternal prodigy. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their eyes glued to the entrance of the virtual hunting tower, eager to catch a glimpse of this top-tier talent. Suddenly, a familiar figure emerged from the crowd's line of sight. It was none other than their highly anticipated Ren Xiaojun. What's going on? Why is Ren Xiaojun coming out? Wait, the light for the 12th floor is still on. Does that mean the person clearing the tower wasn't Ren Xiaojun? Ren Xiaojun noticed the questioning looks from the crowd and felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had intended to clear the tower in one go but had fallen short on the 10th floor. Thankfully, most people's attention was still fixated on the glowing 12th floor. Even Ren Xiaojun couldn't help but look up at the hunting tower. Seeing the 12th floor's light still shining, he was stunned. Could it be that guy, Ku Xiaotian? As Ku Xiaotian seemed poised to reach the summit, Ren Xiaojun felt a pang of bitterness. Meng Han, I did my best. But then, an even more shocking moment occurred. Ku Xiaotian also walked out, his face full of disappointment. Yet, the light on the 12th floor remained illuminated. Wait, could there be another pseudo-beast king-level student attempting the tower? Ren Xiaojun murmured in disbelief. This astonishing idea quickly took root in everyone's minds, refusing to fade away. At that moment, the crowd beneath the hunting tower erupted into a frenzy. All eyes were fixed on the virtual leaderboard, staring in disbelief at the newly updated Mu Xian, a freshman, with a record-breaking time of 58 minutes and 29 seconds, securing the top spot. In the corner, a senior student stood silently, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. She thought back to the young man who had struck up a conversation earlier and wondered to herself, could it really be him? The 12 levels of the virtual hunting tower lit up one by one, their dazzling radiance seemingly celebrating the record-breaking challenger. Gasps and exclamations rippled through the crowd. My God, he cleared it in just under an hour? No, it was 58 minutes and 29 seconds. He broke the record. Wait, a freshman? They haven't even officially started classes yet. How is that possible? What does this say about us upperclassmen? Amid the buzz of astonishment, the gates of the virtual hunting tower slowly opened. A handsome young man emerged, meeting the incredulous stares around him with only a faint smile before turning and walking away. From that moment, the legend of Mu Xian began to spread throughout the Eternal Academy. As Mu Xian left the hunting tower, a subtle smile played on his lips. This challenge had not only earned him 1,332 academic credits, but also rewarded him with a rare Beast King level resource, the Celestial Ice Dragon Starstone. Celestial Ice Dragon Starstone, a low-tier Beast King level resource, suitable for Dragon type, Sub-Dragon type, Serpent type, and Ice Element creatures. This meteorite from another realm is imbued with immense Ice Elemental stellar energy and has absorbed the draconic power of dragon-blooded or veins, combining the attributes of ice, stars, and dragons into one rare and precious resource. For Mu Xian's Frost Star Ice Dragon, this was undoubtedly the ideal material for cultivation. Despite the unexpected acquisition of the Celestial Ice Dragon Starstone, Mu Xian stuck to his original plan and headed to the outskirts of Shidu to hunt beasts. Along the way, he stopped at several beast-taming resource shops, where he sold the dragon-patterned water monkey he had previously captured in the Yangtze River for 2 billion yuan. With the proceeds, he acquired a substantial stock of lightning and holy light resources. Mu Xian calculated his next steps carefully. The Frost Star Ice Dragon and the Sky-Leaping Thunder Weasel were already impressively strong, making further breakthroughs unlikely in the short term. He decided it was time to focus his efforts on the development of the Rampaging Thunder Bear and the Light Spirit of Sanctity. Once the Frost Star Ice Dragon advanced to a true Beast King level companion, he planned to start gathering evolution resources for the other two. What Mu Xian didn't realize, however, was that the moment he left the academy, news of his achievements had already taken over the campus forums. Countless posts hailed him as the Eternal Academy's next unparalleled prodigy, sparking a massive wave of discussion and awe. Next up, it's the Beast King battle of the Frostfire Star Dragon. Mu Xian stood still, his brows furrowed slightly. He opened his terminal interface and quickly skimmed through the Beastmaster Intelligence section. Looks like I'll need to purchase some low-tier Beast King intel. The Beastmaster Intelligence section on the Eternal Academy's intranet was renowned for its credibility, with every piece of information transparently priced. Without hesitation, Mu Xian spent 1,000 points to acquire 3 pieces of Beast King level intel. One on the Flame Demon Dragon, another on the Mountain Rock Azure Dragon, and a lead on the possible whereabouts of a Purple Thunder Dragon. The 10,000 Mountainsa region, historically known as the Hengduan Mountain Range, was a vast domain composed of 7 colossal mountain ranges, serving as a true haven for mystical beasts. According to legend, this land was home to 7 beings that surpassed the king-level beasts, revered as the 7 ancestral beasts. It was their overwhelming presence that repeatedly thwarted the Dragon Nation's attempts to conquer the 10,000 mountains. 50 years ago, the Dragon Nation seized an opportunity during a civil conflict among the 7 ancestral beasts, resulting in the fall of one of them. This allowed the establishment of the Chengdu Fortress. However, with the intervention of the Dark Alliance and the Beast God cult, the remaining 6 ancestral beasts reconciled their differences. In the ensuing waves of beast attacks, the Chengdu Fortress eventually fell. This exposed the true intentions of the Dark Alliance and the Beast God culto annihilate human civilization. To this day, the 10,000 mountains remained under the dominion of the 7 ancestral beasts. Fortunately, these beasts also feared the strength of the Dragon Nation, refraining from launching direct invasions into the heartlands. The skirmishes near the Shidu Fortress served both as a means of military training and a way to control the population of mystical beasts within the mountains. Mu Xian carefully studied the map, his gaze finally settling on the 3rd Hengduan mountain range. It was the longest of the 7 ranges, and was ruled by the ancestral beast known as the Calamity Thunder Dragon. Rumors suggested it was a haven for dragon-type mystical beasts, including several Beast King-level pureblood dragon species. As Mu Xian ventured toward the 3rd Hengduan mountain range, he failed to notice 2 faintly discernible figures trailing behind him, quietly discussing in hushed tones. Within just half a day, Mu Xian truly understood the meaning of a sea of mystical beasts. Even with the Frostfire Star Dragon's pureblood aura intimidating lesser creatures, he was still ambushed by mystical beasts every few miles. This land of beasts lived up to its fearsome reputation. By evening, as Mu Xian was roasting meat over a campfire, a young man approached him at a leisurely pace. "Who are you?" Mu Xian immediately became alert, recalling the first lesson taught at Beastmaster High School. The most dangerous threat in the wilderness isn't the mystical beasts, it's other humans. "I'm shouting. I just wanted to get to know you, brother," the young man said with a smile. Mu Xian silently scanned the man's information. Xiaoting, human, Lordier level 2 talent, Beastmaster of the Time Chamber. What shocked him even more was Xiaoting's beast lineup. A level 2 Beast King Dark Spirit Warlord, a level 1 Beast King 3-headed Hellhound, a level 9 Lordier Bloodflame Demon Crystal Dragon, and a level 8 Lordier Dark Fairy. The Time Chamber? A legendary time affinity talent? Is this guy one of those so-called protagonists of destiny? Mu Xian's thoughts churned, though his expression remained calm. Judging by Xiaoting's beasts, which were predominantly dark and demonic in nature, it was highly likely he was a key figure within the Dark Alliance. Mu Xian discreetly signaled his sky-leaping void ferret to prepare for a spatial jump, just in case things went south. Facing two Beast King-level beasts, he wasn't confident in securing a victory, especially in the treacherous Hongduan Mountains, where a battle could easily attract even more powerful mystical beasts. Why are you interested in me? Am I that famous? Mu Xian replied with a faint smile, probing for information. The young man across from him, Xiao Ning, also known as Xiao Tinga, member of the Dark Alliance, suddenly burst into laughter. His voice was brimming with excitement and pride. Brother Mu Xian, your reputation at the Eternal Academy is nothing short of legendary. Mu Xian nodded slightly, his expression calm. His sharp gaze locked onto Xiao Ning as he abruptly asked, "So, what exactly brings a member of the Dark Alliance to me? What's your purpose?" Xiao Ning's smile froze instantly, and a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. Unconsciously, he took a half-step back and exclaimed, "How did you figure that out?" But he quickly regained his composure, his grin returning to his face. "You're right, I am part of the Dark Alliance. But I'm not like the others, I'm a good guy." Leaning in closer, Xiao Ning lowered his voice and said, "This time, I've come to invite you, Brother Mu Xian, to join my team. Together, we could reform the Dark Alliance. With your talent and my strength, in 7 or 8 years, wouldn't the entire Dark Alliance be at our mercy?" Mu Xian studied Xiao Ning carefully, his thoughts crystal clear. These words sounded noble, but in truth, Xiao Ning was just trying to recruit him as a subordinate. With a faint smile, Mu Xian rejected him outright. "Heh, I think being a normal Beast Tamer suits me just fine. As for your Dark Alliance, I'm not interested." Xiao Ning's expression darkened immediately, and a trace of malice flickered in his eyes. "That's not up to you," he shouted sharply. Before his words had fully faded, streaks of black light shot out from behind him, hurtling straight toward Mu Xian. But Mu Xian's reaction was even faster. Just as the black light was about to reach him, a swirling spatial vortex suddenly appeared beneath his feet. Under Xiao Ning's stunned gaze, Mu Xian's figure vanished in an instant. "You've got to be kidding me," Xiao Ning trembled with rage, barely holding back the urge to curse out loud. He had painstakingly identified a promising talent, only to have him slip through his fingers so easily. What infuriated him even more was that Mu Xian had seemingly seen through his identity all along. As the third prospective saint son of the Dark Alliance, Xiao Ning had never suffered such humiliation. The indignation burned within him. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away, in an unknown location, Mu Xian was busy calming his void-jumping sky ferret while grumbling to himself. Since when did Dark Alliance members become this brazen? Someday, they'll wipe them out completely, root and branch. However, Mu Xian soon realized an awkward problem seemed to be lost. Surveying his surroundings, he saw only unfamiliar rolling mountains, with no recognizable landmarks to guide him. Thankfully, he was certain he was still within the territory of the third transverse mountain range. After a day of trekking, guided by the Sky Ferret's excellent sense of direction, Mu Xian finally arrived at his intended destination, the Fire Demon Ridge, located in the outer reaches of the third transverse mountain range. This area was home to a large population of fire demon dragon beasts, and Mu Xian's target was none other than their leader, a Beast King-level flame demon dragon. Mu Xian instructed the void-jumping Sky Ferret to slip into the void and carefully scout the area. Once he confirmed that the ridge was occupied by only one Beast King-level creature, he shouted excitedly, "Xiao Ling, it's time to begin your Beast King battle. Go defeat that flame demon dragon." As his words echoed, the Frost Star Ice Dragon let out a thunderous roar, shaking the heavens. It soared through the air, its piercing gaze fixed on the Fire Demon Ridge. It seemed eager, almost impatient, to face off against the flame demon dragon in a climactic showdown. Roar! A domineering dragon's roar tore through the sky, followed by the emergence of a menacing giant dragon wreathed in black flames, soaring into the air from the Fire Demon Ridge. Its eyes glowed a blood-red hue, and two ominous black markings on its body flickered with an unsettling light, a testament to its Beast King Tier 2 strength. This was a flame demon dragon, belonging to the fire element and the demon dragon lineage, boasting Beast King-level bloodline and quality. It wielded an array of formidable skills, including Demon Flame Burst, Demon Dragon Claw, Toxic Flame, and Earth-shaking Demon Dragon Strike. Mu Xian glanced at the information panel that detailed this flame demon dragon, which resided in the third cross-mountain range of the 10,000 mountains, known as Fire Demon Ridge. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. If this arrogant dragon discovered it had been described as mediocre and unremarkable, it would likely erupt in fury. At that moment, another figure leaped into the air, engaging the flame demon dragon in a fierce confrontation. It was a dragon with an icy blue body. Despite not yet possessing the Beast King markings, Its aura faintly overshadowed the flame demon dragons. This was none other than Mu Xian's contracted beast Frost Star Ice Ember Dragon. The two dragons clashed fiercely in midair, their battle accompanied by deafening roars and explosions. Black demon flames intertwined with blue icy flames, casting the entire fire demon ridge in an otherworldly light and shadow. Mu Xian couldn't help but marvel at the sheer might of the dragon species. Whether in terms of physical strength or spellcasting prowess, they were leagues ahead of other beast species. In the distance, a pair of siblings hid behind a large tree, watching the dragon battle unfold. They had come to Fire Demon Ridge brimming with confidence, intending to capture a dragon as their contracted beast, only to discover someone else had beaten them to it. "Sis, what do we do now?" the younger brother asked anxiously. The girl, addressed as sister, remained composed and replied, "Don't worry. That flame demon dragon isn't so easily defeated. It's a tier 2 Beast King level creature, while that other one doesn't even have Beast King markings. It's hardly a threat." However, the battle quickly defied their expectations. The Frost Star Ice Ember Dragon suddenly unleashed a beam of starry brilliance, imbued with an intensely cold and sinister energy, straight at the flame demon dragon. The devastating force of the Frost Star's absolute chill nearly extinguished all signs of life from the flame demon dragon, freezing the entire fire demon ridge in the process. The flame demon dragon struggled against the ice that encased it, but it was clearly at its limit. With a low growl, it lowered its once proud head, conceding defeat in this clash of Beast Kings. Moments later, part of its Beast King markings detached from its body and drifted toward the victorious Frost Star Ice Ember Dragon. The siblings fell into silence as they witnessed this scene. After a long pause, the younger brother finally broke the quiet. "Sis, could that be a master from the Eternal Academy? That's just insane. A pseudo-Beast King just defeated a Tier 2 Beast King Flame Demon Dragon." The sister sighed and replied, "Probably. At the very least, no one at our Western Capital Beast Taming Academy could pull off something like that. This is on another level." The Western Capital Beast Taming Academy ranked 29th among all beast taming universities in the nation, a far cry from the prowess displayed by the tamer before them. This unexpected encounter left the siblings with a profound understanding of the gap between themselves and the top-tier beast tamers. "That blue ice dragon, it's extraordinary." Sister's exclamation broke the silence, her eyes brimming with both caution and astonishment. "It must possess a top-tier bloodline, or perhaps even legendary qualities." The younger brother asked cautiously, "Sis, should we still pursue that fire demon dragon?" Sister fell into deep thought, her brows furrowed. In that moment, she realized that even she wasn't entirely confident. Meanwhile, atop the fiery ridge, Mu Xian's lips curved into a satisfied smile. With his first battle won, his confidence surged. However, the sky-leaping dragon weasel perched on his shoulder seemed envious. The little creature turned its head and mumbled, "Humph, that stupid dragon stole the spotlight, clearly. It too longed for a chance to prove itself in a Beast King duel." Mu Xian chuckled softly, gently stroking the little one's head. To his delight, he noticed that the fur of this lord-level sky-leaping dragon weasel had become even softer, its silky touch almost addictive. Before long, the ritual of the Beast King duel came to an end. The fire demon dragon let out a series of low roars, as if urging the Frost Star Ice Dragon to leave quickly. It evidently had no desire to look at its opponent any longer. Seeing this, Mu Xian couldn't help but laugh faintly. He harbored no further intentions and instead mounted the Frost Star Ice Dragon, leaving leisurely with the sky-leaping dragon weasel. Before departing, he noticed two streams of information rising beneath his feet, but chose not to pay them much attention. As they watched Mu Xian disappear into the distance, the siblings finally heaved a sigh of relief. The younger brother suddenly straightened up and said resolutely, "Sis, I've made up my mind. I'm going to train hard and aim to get into Eternal Academy next year. I want to become a strong warrior like him." A warm smile spread across the sister's face. To her delight, she realized that her little brother seemed to have truly matured overnight. Mu Xian quickly determined his next destination and set off toward the lair of another dragon beast, the Mountain Rock Azure Dragon. The target was located at the far end of the main ridge of the Third Cross Mountain Range, in a place called Azure Rock Ridge, 104 kilometers away. However, the 100 kilometers within the Cross Mountain Range proved far more treacherous than anticipated. Not long after setting out, Mu Xian encountered a swarm of giant horned ants blocking his path. These ants, each the size of a rat, were ferocious beyond belief, leaving nothing but barren land in their wake. They devoured every living thing along their path, creating a truly horrifying scene. It was said that the giant horned ants were one of the dominant forces within the Cross Mountain Range, possessing immense strength and an insatiable appetite. Witnessing them firsthand, Mu Xian couldn't help but acknowledge the truth of the rumors. He thought to himself that even a king-level beast would likely retreat in the face of tens of thousands of these ants. Just then, Mu Xian's gaze was drawn to the leader of the swarm. To his astonishment, the information displayed about this particular giant horned ant was unlike any of the others. The rampage giant horned ant is a peculiar creature from the ant species specializing in strength. It possesses a Beast King Tier 3 bloodline and a Beast King level quality. Its uniqueness lies not only in its exceptional abilities Super Acid, Horn Smash, Sky-Tearing Power, and Berserk Mode, but also in its extraordinary journey. This giant horned ant was originally quite ordinary, but a stroke of fortune triggered an atavistic phenomenon under the influence of a mysterious force. The ancient divine ant bloodline dormant within it was awakened, significantly enhancing its potential and elevating it to a leader among its kind. When Mu Xian learned of this, he furrowed his brows and muttered to himself, an ordinary giant horned ant experiencing atavism and awakening the ancient divine ant bloodline. He keenly sensed the unusual nature of the situation, and a bold hypothesis began to form in his mind. What kind of power could induce such a remarkable transformation? If applied to other, more powerful beasts, could even more astonishing effects arise? Driven by intense curiosity, Mu Xian resolved to closely monitor this rampage giant horned ant. His objective was not only the ant itself, but also the source of the mysterious power behind it. Thus, Mu Xian embarked on a secretive tracking mission. For 8 consecutive days, Mu Xian shadowed the rampage giant horned ant, observing its every move. The ant seemed completely unaware, continuing its duties diligently, leading its subordinates to patrol its territory, hunt for food, and gather resources. Just as Mu Xian was about to abandon his efforts, a sudden turn of events on the 8th day brought him new hope. The weather shifted dramatically, dark clouds gathered, thunder roared, and lightning streaked across the sky, as if heralding a monumental event. True to form, the rampage giant horned ant broke its routine, sneaking out of its nest. Holding his breath, Mu Xian followed the ant through winding paths until they arrived at a barren mountaintop more than 20 kilometers away. What he saw there left him stunned. The rampage giant horned ant stood at the summit, hoisting a massive purple boulder, motionless, as though awaiting something. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the purple boulder, sending an electric current surging through the ant's body. Astonishingly, the ant did not budge, steadfastly holding the stone aloft. Mu Xian and his companion, the Frostfire Star Dragon, watched in shock. Over the next 2 hours, the rampage giant horned ant endured a total of 17 lightning strikes, standing firm throughout. Only at the very end did it collapse from exhaustion, causing the purple boulder to crash to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Xian approached to investigate and finally uncovered the true nature of the mysterious stonite was the Golden Thunder Eternal Stone. This was a monarch-level treasure, imbued with rare energies of the gold, thunder, and strength elements. Mu Xian suddenly understood. It was the power of this stone that had catalyzed the rampage giant horned ant's incredible transformation. As Mu Xian reveled in his discovery, the rampage giant horned ant struggled back to its feet. It glared at Mu Xian with fury, letting out a sharp cry, clearly regarding the Golden Thunder Eternal Stone as its own. Mu Xian chuckled lightly and proposed a challenge. Little ant, if you can defeat me, the stone is yours. But if you lose, you must agree to become my contracted beast. The ant responded with another piercing cry. Its massive forelimbs began to glow with a purple light as it charged straight at Mu Xian. At the critical moment, the Frostfire Star Dragon stepped forward with a thunderous roar, engaging the rampage giant horned ant in a fierce battle. The battle had reached a fever pitch, but the rampaging giant horned ant was beginning to show signs of exhaustion. The aftereffects of its Thunderforge body technique were taking their toll, causing its movements to slow and its strength to wane. Barely 3 minutes later, the once mighty ant collapsed to the ground again, letting out a faint, sorrowful cry. A victorious smirk appeared on Mu Xian's lips. Little ant, you've lost. Now, as agreed, you'll become my contracted beast. The rampaging giant horned ant let out an angry, high-pitched chirp in a futile attempt to resist. Unfazed, Mu Xian swiftly completed the contract, adding the powerful ant beast to his collection. From today onward, you're my 6th contracted beast. I'll call you Skyhorn Ant, Mu Xian said as he gently stroked his newly tamed companion. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. I hope you can live up to the legend of the Skyhorn Ant, becoming the strongest of your kind, dominating the heavens and earth, unrivaled across all realms. The rampaging giant horned ant's antennae drooped, its eyes filled with doubt. It had never heard of such a peerless member of its species, and couldn't help but suspect that Mu Xian was making things up. Turning to the leaping sky dragon weasel perched on his shoulder, Mu Xian chuckled. Little cat, quickly store this massive boulder. It's the most valuable find of our journey. The leaping sky dragon weasel let out an excited meow, its eyes gleaming with greed. In a flash, it stashed the enormous Golden Thunder Eternal Stone into its storage space. Mu Xian laughed heartily, satisfied that the days of hard work had finally paid off. However, he soon noticed a swelling sensation in his spiritual energy, a clear indication that 6 contracted beasts were his current limit. His next course of action became clear. Focus all his efforts on nurturing the Destiny Butterfly, the Rampaging Thunder Bear, and the Light Spirit. Although the Golden Thunder Eternal Stone was a king-tier resource, the Rampaging Thunder Bear couldn't fully absorb it yet. But then, an idea struck Mushin. Perhaps the bear could emulate the Rampaging Giant Horned Ant and attempt the Thunderforge body technique? As Mushin silently celebrated his brilliant plan, the Rampaging Thunder Bear, still asleep in the beast space, shuddered violently, as if sensing the dreadful ordeal that awaited. 2 days later, the Rampaging Giant Horned Ant had fully recovered its strength and reluctantly accepted its new role as Mushin's most powerful contracted beast. With this knowledgeable guide leading the way, the journey to Green Rock Ridge became significantly easier, with hardly any encounters with formidable monsters. Before long, the group arrived at the base of Green Rock Ridge. Mushin recalled the intelligence he had purchased earlier. The ridge was home to a dragon-type beast known as the Mountain Rock Azure Dragon. This creature possessed formidable earth element defensive capabilities and wood element regenerative abilities, making it a challenging opponent. However, just how tough it would be remained to be seen. Mushin turned to the leaping Sky Dragon Weasel and gave a low command. Little cat, scout the area. This was the wisest approach when dealing with monsters in the wild. After all, high-level monsters possessed considerable intelligence, especially those of the Beast King class. Their cunning was akin to that of a 12 to 15-year-old human, making them perfectly capable of setting traps. Mushin was reminded of the tragic stories he'd heard. Students from prestigious beast taming academies falling victim to ambushes during field training, some even suffering gruesome fates at the hands of crafty monsters. These cautionary tales served as a constant reminder that in the perilous wilderness, vigilance was the key to survival. Soon, the sky-leaping dragon weasel returned with news, and to Mushin's slight surprise, the report was unexpected. Nestled within Qingyin Ridge were 4 Mountain Rock Azure Dragons, 2 large adults, 1 male and 1 female, and 2 recently hatched dragonlings. Mushin shook his head, silently lamenting the unreliability of intelligence. Fortunately, having an extra Mountain Rock Azure Dragon doesn't pose much of a problem, Mushin murmured to himself, shifting his focus to the 2 hatchlings. With the Froststar Ice Dragon by his side, he had little interest in these younglings. Xiaoling, it's your turn, Mushin commanded decisively. Ignore the other Mountain Rock Azure Dragon. I'll have the Skyhorn Ant keep it occupied. The Froststar Ice Dragon let out a roar filled with battle spirit, swiftly soaring into the skies above Qingyin Ridge and unleashing a deafening bellow. Moments later, a low growl echoed from within the mountain. 2 azure yellow Mountain Rock Azure Dragons emerged from the rocky terrain, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure as they charged straight toward the intruder. Watching from afar, Mushin couldn't help but shake his head. These Mountain Rock Azure Dragons were truly hideous. If the Froststar Ice Dragon represented the handsome and majestic side of dragonkind, the Mountain Rock Azure Dragons were undoubtedly the epitome of clumsy and awkward. Despite their bulk being slightly larger than the Froststar Ice Dragon, Mushin remained unfazed. He had already identified the Mountain Rock Azure Dragon's greatest weakness: they couldn't fly. Meanwhile, the Froststar Ice Dragon soared effortlessly at altitudes of 1,000 meters, giving it a decisive advantage. As expected, the ensuing battle unfolded just as Mushin had anticipated. The Froststar Ice Dragon employed Hitandran tactics, leaving the Mountain Rock Azure Dragons helpless and roaring in frustration. Just as it seemed the second Beast King battle was about to conclude, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The other Mountain Rock Azure Dragon, which had been observing the fight, suddenly joined the fray upon seeing its mate on the verge of defeat. To Mushin's astonishment, the 2 dragons unleashed a legendary combined skill. A gray beam shot out from their bodies, striking the Froststar Ice Dragon directly. Horrified, Mushin watched as a layer of grayish-white ash began spreading across the Froststar Ice Dragon's body. Moments later, the dragon plummeted toward the ground. This is bad. Xiao Mao, assist immediately, Mushin shouted in panic, ordering the sky-leaping dragon weasel to intervene. Just as disaster seemed imminent, the Froststar Ice Dragon surprised him. As the dragon neared the ground, a burst of starlight erupted from its body, forcing the gray energy outward. With a swift turn, it regained its position midair. A furious roar reverberated through the skies as the Froststar Ice Dragon unleashed its wrath upon the 2 Mountain Rock Azure Dragons. In an instant, 2 blinding beams of light descended from above, signaling the Froststar Ice Dragon's full might. From a distance, Mushin let out a sigh of relief. This close call only deepened his resolve to cultivate the Light Saint spirit. Just then, 2 agonized cries echoed through the air. The Froststar Ice Dragon's explosive power had severely injured the 2 Mountain Rock Azure Dragons, showcasing its unrivaled dominance within its tier. Half an hour later, accompanied by reluctant roars, the 2 Mountain Rock Azure Dragons finally conceded defeat. The Beast King marks on their bodies dimmed and transferred to the Frost Star Ice Dragon, completing its Beast King mark. The now fully formed dark blue pattern enhanced the dragon's imposing aura. At that moment, Mu Xian felt a surge of immense power flowing into his body. His beast ring had reached full completion, manifesting externally. Overflowing with joy, Mu Xian realized the Frost Star Ice Dragon had truly ascended to the rank of a Beast King. Suddenly, a youthful, lively voice echoed in his mind. Master, Master, I've become a Beast King. Can you hear me? Startled, Mu Xian looked toward the Frost Star Ice Dragon. Xiaoling, how are you? Hehe, Master, did you forget? Once I reach the Beast King level, we can communicate telepathically. The Frost Star Ice Dragon responded with a cheerful, adorable tone. Mu Xian was struck with realization. Reaching Beast King rank not only granted the protective barrier of the Beast Ring, but also enabled telepathic communication with his beasts. The Beast Tamer's contract was truly remarkable. After a long while, the feedback process concluded. Mu Xian could feel that his own strength alone had reached the level of a lower-tier combatant. Finally, Beast Tamers are no longer a liability. Mu Xian chuckled quietly, feeling a surge of excitement. However, true ascension for Beast Tamers would come at the Monarch level. According to Mu Xian's research, when a beast ascended to the Monarch level, it could grant its skills to its tamer. Only then would Beast Tamers truly gain the power to rival their beasts. Until that point, they remained relatively weak in offense, relying more on their beasts for protection. After the Light Saint Spirit performed a round of holy light healing on the Frost Star Ice Dragon, Mu Xian gathered his beasts and left Qingyan Ridge. As per the Beast King battle agreement, the Frost Star Ice Dragon could no longer attack the two Mountain Rock Azure Dragons. Though the Skyhorn Ant was powerful, it was still no match for even a single Mountain Rock Azure Dragon. Thus, Mu Xian decided to let them go and continued his journey northward, venturing deeper into the Hongduan Mountains. 2 days later, Mu Xian hid in the shadow of a mountain, observing a massive swarm of Dragon King wasps below. He sighed. As expected, the deeper regions of the Hongduan Mountains are no place for humans. The sheer number of beasts here is overwhelming. Even Beast King-level monsters are becoming commonplace. Over the past 2 days, Mu Xian had slain several Beast King-level pseudo-dragon beasts, reaping significant rewards. However, he also realized that venturing any further into the Hongduan Mountains might mean no return. Forget it. There's no point in going deeper. Next, I'll focus on finding resources for lightning and holy light attributes. Mu Xian muttered to himself, planning to retreat once the swarm of Dragon King wasps moved past. Just then, the Destiny Butterfly, which had been sleeping in Mu Xian's arms, suddenly opened its eyes and let out a sharp cry. Squeak, squeak, squeak. What? Xiao Dai. You saw me being chased by hundreds of beasts? Which direction? North. The foresight ability of the Destiny Butterfly left Mu Xian with no doubts. Upon learning of an impending danger, he immediately began strategizing a retreat route. Reflecting on the past couple of days' journey, he realized that Qingyan Ridge, just 30 kilometers away, was the safest option. Little cat, use spatial leap now. We're heading back to Qingyan Ridge. Mu Xian urgently commanded the Void Sky Dragon Weasel. Responding swiftly, the Void Sky Dragon Weasel created a massive spatial vortex beneath them. The intense energy fluctuations instantly caught the attention of the Dragon King wasps below. In a flash, over 100 Lord-level Dragon King wasps, led by a Beast King level 1, surged toward Mu Xian with alarming speed. The Dragon King wasps were truly the overlords among Dragon-type beasts. A single one could reach the Lord level, and their hives were rumored to house the legendary Queen-level wasp. Not only did they produce a rare honey for the Destruction Thunder Dragons, but they also served as their companions. In the third Hongduan Mountains, no one dared provoke the Dragon King wasps. As the swarm of Dragon King wasps closed in, even Mu Xian felt a wave of panic. Fortunately, the spatial vortex beneath him activated just in time, swallowing him and his companions whole. The wasps struck empty air and let out piercing cries of frustration. When the spatial flash subsided, Mu Xian and his party found themselves safely outside Qingyan Ridge. To ensure their safety, he mounted his Frost Star Ice Dragon and continued his retreat from the third Hongduan Mountains. Half a day after leaving Qingyan Ridge, having traveled dozens of kilometers, a deafening roar erupted from the depths of the Hongduan Mountains, followed by violent tremors shaking the ground. An earthquake? Mu Xian exclaimed in shock. Earthquakes on Blue Star were far from ordinary. They often triggered underground spiritual energy eruptions, leading to spiritual energy tides. Most ordinary beasts would explode from the energy surge, and the survivors, driven by survival instincts, would flee chaotically, resulting in devastating beast tides. Every earthquake brought massive destruction to nearby cities. This earthquake in the Hongduan Mountains was highly likely to affect the Shidu Fortress. Mu Xian suddenly realized that this might be the crisis foreseen by the Destiny Butterfly. He was about to order the Void Sky Dragon Weasel to use Spatial Leap again when he abruptly recalled that the spiritual energy tides following an earthquake could destabilize spatial integrity, making a leap potentially catastrophic. Little cat, don't use Spatial Leap. We'll fly back to Shidu at low altitude. Xiaoling, speed up. Mu Xian decided resolutely. As they traveled, Mu Xian noticed that the surrounding beasts were unusually restless and aggressive. A clear sign they also sensed the looming danger. When he reached the outskirts of the Fire Demon Ridge, part of the third Hengduan Mountains foothills, distant roars and cries of beasts reached his ears, heightening his vigilance. Approaching the ridge, he spotted several black-clad individuals hunting the local Kinga Beast King level Tier 3 Flame Demon Dragon. A mere Flame Demon Dragon, and it dares resist the Beast God's fragrance? Looks like you've got something special in your bloodline. One of the black-robed men sneered. Perfect. We'll take you back and have them examine you thoroughly. Mu Xian's eyes narrowed as he thought to himself. The Beast God Cult. He quickly counted 3 Beast God cultists, with the strongest at Beast King level Tier 5, and the other 2 at Tier 2. Although they were all Beast King level, Mu Xian felt no fear. He knew the Beast God cultists relied more on schemes than direct confrontation. Their specialty was manipulating high-level beasts through bloodline control to create chaos. Their actual combat strength was inconsistent, often requiring 2 cultists to match 1 Beast Tamer of the same tier. On Mu Xian's side, however, he had the Frost Star Ice Dragon and the Mighty Horned Ant, both Beast King level fighters, along with the spatially adept Void Sky Dragon Weasel. He was confident in his ability to win. Little cat, take out the weakest one on the right with Void Blade, then bind the leader in the center. Xiaoling and Horned Ant, you two handle the one on the left. Understood? After receiving confirmation from his beasts, Mu Xian issued the command. Go! The Void Sky Dragon Weasel vanished into the void and reappeared beside the rightmost cultist. Meanwhile, the Frost Star Ice Dragon and Mighty Horned Ant charged toward the leftmost one. The Void Sky Dragon Weasel struck first. A nearly invisible blade silently sliced through the right cultist's neck, his head falling to the ground. Su Sandog, the leader roared in shock and fury. We're under attack. Before he could react further, an invisible spatial bind immobilized him. Helpless, he watched as 2 Beast King-level creatures swiftly eliminated his other companion. As the 3 beasts turned their attention to him, the leader's composure crumbled. Mu Xian emerged and demanded coldly, what is the Beast God cult doing in the Hengduan Mountains? The leader burst into maniacal laughter. The Beast God cult is here to aid the beasts. This time, the Shidu fortress will fall. Seeing the cultist's fanatical expression, Mu Xian sighed and shook his head. There was no saving someone so thoroughly brainwashed. He decisively ended the man's life, then turned his attention to the wounded flame demon dragon in the distance. With a quiet sigh, he led his 3 beasts away. The flame demon dragon let out a mournful roar as it gazed upon the injured beasts of the Fire Demon Ridge. However, Mu Xian soon realized he had been overly optimistic. The road back to Shidu Fortress was blocked. The beasts from the first and second Hengduan Mountains had mobilized faster than he anticipated, forming a small-scale beast tide heading straight for Shidu Fortress. By comparison, the beasts of the third Hengduan Mountains were still relatively calm. Could this be why that cultist was so confident? Have they already stirred up the beasts in the first 2 mountain ranges? Mu Xian cursed under his breath. These lunatics. Mu Xian was well aware of the dangers posed by the beast god cultists. They often used transplanted bloodlines of demonic beasts to disguise themselves as actual beasts, luring them to attack humans. The threat this organization posed to Longhua was so severe that the government had designated it as a top priority for eradication. However, the allure of extraordinary power proved irresistible to ordinary people, leading to a continuous influx of new cultists, making the organization nearly impossible to stamp out. As the start of the school term approached, Mu Xian found himself deep in thought. The recent incidents in the first and second Hengduan mountain ranges had disrupted his plans. Waiting for the Shidu fortress to repel the beast tide was clearly not the best option. Missing the start of school was one thing, but missing the mentor selection process would be far more problematic. Beast Taming University operated on a mentorship system, where each mentor would take on several students. The stronger and more prestigious the mentor, the more sought after they were. Missing the selection would mean either being assigned to an average mentor or becoming an independent student. While Mu Xian cared little for the superficial benefits of having a mentor, he greatly valued their experience, philosophies, and access to unique intelligence resources he lacked but desperately needed. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Mu Xian's mind. Since the demonic beast had launched a beast tide, wouldn't the first and second Hengduan mountain ranges now be left unguarded? This could be a rare opportunity to gain some benefits from these high-tier beasts. With this thought in mind, Mu Xian quickly opened his map. After carefully studying it, he identified a relatively safe route. The second Hengduan mountain range stretched over 300 kilometers, and was primarily inhabited by serpent-type demonic beasts. The apex predator of this region was the sky-devouring nine-headed serpent, a creature wielding the power of 9 elemental forces, making it one of the most formidable ancestral beasts. Fortunately, due to internal conflicts among the 7 major beast clans, the sky-devouring nine-headed serpent had been in a prolonged state of slumber and rarely appeared. Mu Xian's plan was to bypass the second Hengduan mountain range, follow the Zumu River through provinces A and B, and then pass through Juzhegu to return to Sichuan province. While this route was longer, it was comparatively safer. At dawn the next day, before the sun even rose, Mu Xian set off after a night's rest. He planned to cross the most perilous section of the Dadu River, while most of the demonic beasts were still dormant. The Dadu River had long been infamous for its treacherous terrain, and with the infusion of spiritual energy, it had become even more perilous. The river teemed with dragons and serpents, along with countless bizarre and fearsome demonic beasts. Navigating cautiously along the riverbank, Mu Xian witnessed many spine-chilling and grotesque creatures. Fortunately, with the deterrence of his Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon and the guidance of his information panel, he adopted a strategy of traveling by night and resting by day. This allowed him to successfully traverse the most dangerous areas, a journey that took him a full 2 days and nights. It was then that Mu Xian spotted a figure clad in black standing on the riverbank, a telltale sign of the Dark Alliance. Using his information panel, Mu Xian learned that the man was named Zhang Yixing, a talented beast tamer whose phantom dreamshade beast rivaled the abilities of prodigies like Feng Yuntian. Mu Xian observed Zhang Yixing carefully and noticed that he seemed to be searching for something, sparking his curiosity. The presence of the Dark Alliance in such a location was undoubtedly tied to some unspeakable secret. Mu Xian stealthily approached and overheard Zhang Yixing muttering to himself. It turned out that Zhang Yixing had been forcibly recruited into the Dark Alliance nearly a year ago and was internally tormented. He had been abducted by a Beast King-level Dark Beast Tamer and compelled to join the organization. Even more horrifying was the Alliance's relentless brainwashing of new members, many of whom transformed from initial resistance to fervent loyalty. Fortunately, Zhang Yixing's innate psychic abilities had allowed him to maintain his sense of self. Despite his efforts to blend in, Zhang Yixing occasionally betrayed his true feelings. He feared that once this mission ended, he would be fully brainwashed. Escape was out of the question, as every member of the Dark Alliance was implanted with a psychic beacon, likely linked to the aura of a Beast King-level creature. Zhang Yixing had also stumbled upon a shocking plan. The Dark Alliance intended to join forces with the Beast God Cult to annihilate Shidu Fortress. This information had been gleaned through his Phantom Dreamshade Beast's dream-probing abilities. However, even with such critical intelligence, Zhang Yixing had no way to relay the message to anyone outside. At that moment, Zhang Yixing froze as a majestic Beast King-level creature suddenly appeared before him. Following it was a strikingly handsome young man. Though youthful in appearance, his cold, piercing gaze made it clear he was scrutinizing Zhang Yixing. Realizing this might be the opportunity he had been desperately waiting for, Zhang Yixing spoke first. "You're so young and already a Beast King-level tamer. Could it be that you're a student of Eternal Academy?" Mu Xian raised an eyebrow, sharply noticing the unusual expression on the Dark Alliance Beast Tamer before him. He recalled the chilling tales of the Dark Baptism that Dark Alliance tamers underwent a horrifying process of being transformed by dark forces, resulting in drastic changes in personality and brainwashing. However, this person seemed different. There was no trace of hatred or apathy in his demeanor. Instead, he took the initiative to engage in conversation. This unusual behavior immediately put Mu Xian on alert. Mu Xian nodded slightly, his voice calm as he said, "That's correct. I am from the Eternal Academy. Who are you?" Hearing this response, Zhang Yixing visibly let out a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that students of the Eternal Academy were the pride of Longhua and would almost certainly never join the Dark Alliance. Asking for his help was definitely the right choice. Lowering his voice, Zhang Yixing said urgently, "My name is Zhang Yixing. I was forced to join the Dark Alliance. I beg you to help me escape. I have critical information." Mu Xian scrutinized Zhang Yixing closely and found that he indeed seemed different from other Dark Alliance tamers, almost like a normal beast tamer. A bold thought flashed through Mu Xian's mind. Could it be that Zhang Yixing had successfully resisted the Dark Baptism? Considering this possibility, Mu Xian decided to remain cautious for the moment. He responded evenly, "What information? If what you provide turns out to be true, I might consider helping you escape." Zhang Yixing glanced at the Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon standing beside Mu Xian, took a deep breath, and said, "I can't reveal the full details right now, but I can tell you this. A top-tier genius from the Dark Alliance's Shidu branch recently arrived in the Hengduan Mountains. This person is at the Beast King level. From what I know, they're here searching for a ruin. If you're strong enough, you might be able to defeat them and claim the ruin for yourself." "A ruin?" A glimmer of excitement flashed in Mu Xian's eyes. He understood the significance of ruins' mysterious structures left behind by ancient extraordinary powers. Over the ages, some had become perilous, while others held unimaginable opportunities. Just like the Sacred Light's secret realm he had explored before, which was a ruin of the Church of Light. For most Beast Tamers, ruins and secret realms were dream destinations. Suddenly, Mu Xian focused on a key detail in Zhang Yixing's description. A top-tier genius from the Dark Alliance's Shidu branch at the Beast King level. A name immediately surfaced in his mind. The person you're talking about, is their name Xiaoning? Mu Xian asked, his tone carrying a trace of coldness. He recalled the last time he encountered someone named Xiao Ting, who had the audacity to try recruiting him as a subordinate. If this was an opportunity to eliminate him, all the better. Zhang Yixing nodded in surprise. Yes, that's the name Xiaoning. I've heard they're a big shot from the headquarters. Mu Xian let out a cold chuckle. Your information is valuable. Regardless, I will help you leave the Dark Alliance. But for now, I need you to take me to Xiaoning. Of course, Zhang Yixing said with relief, then lowered his voice and added, that Xiaoning is a total cryptoescent, even like women. He has a thing for delicate-looking men. His gaze is downright disgusting. Following this, Mu Xian instructed Zhang Yixing to use his sky-leaping sky dragon weasel to locate Xiaoning, while he himself stayed hidden, waiting for the right moment. Zhang Yixing, though surprised that Mu Xian possessed a space-type beast, was mostly thrilled. It increased their chances of dealing with Xiaoning. About 10 minutes later, Mu Xian's figure reappeared approximately 2 kilometers from Xiaoning's location. Mr. Mu, Zhang Yixing said cautiously, pointing to a small hill in the distance. Xiaoning is at the summit of that hill. He's very vigilant, so you must be careful. Mu Xian gazed into the distance, his eyes locking onto the familiar information panel. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Meanwhile, Xiaoning, who was deep in cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes as a sense of foreboding swept over him. He felt a faint trace of danger in the air. The moment this thought crossed his mind, a dazzling beam of light descended from the heavens, targeting the unprepared Xiaoning directly. In a split second, a circular barrier surged UPA Beast King level ability known as the Beast Ring Barrier. However, the defense shattered in less than half a second. Even so, the brief delay was enough for Xiaoning to react. 4 streaks of light appeared instantly around Xiaoning. One of them, a towering shadow, stood in front of him, blocking the oncoming light beam. In that instant, the shadow surface was covered in layers of icy blue crystals, speckled with starlight. This was the Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon's innate skill, Frost Star Annihilation. At the same time, the space around Xiaoning rippled slightly, and 2 figures suddenly materialized behind him, a silvery gray cat and a massive ant. Xiaoning's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth and growled, "Damn it, there's another Beast King level beast. Demon Hound, block it." With an earth-shaking howl, a massive 3-headed, 6-eyed, jet-black demon hound leapt out, intercepting the charging Skyhorn ant. Xiaoning was just about to command his other 2 battle beasts when a deafening roar erupted from behind him, followed by a heart-wrenching wail. He spun around sharply, only to see his main battle beast, the great dark divine spirit warrior, being flung backward amidst a burst of icy blue flames, crashing heavily into the ground. "Damn it, spirit warrior." Xiaoning cursed under his breath, instantly realizing the gravity of the situation. Sure enough, in the next moment, a nearly invisible blade sliced through the air, aiming directly for his vital point. In the nick of time, a black glowing sprite materialized before him, unleashing multiple beams of dark light that barely managed to deflect the deadly void blade. The great dark divine spirit warrior struggled to its feet, engaging once again in a fierce clash with the Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon. However, even with its king-level bloodline and enhanced power from the dark baptism, it was clearly outmatched, losing ground with every exchange. Meanwhile, the skybound void dragon weasel darted around like a phantom, flickering in and out of existence, sending out razor-sharp void blades that relentlessly targeted Xiaoning's weak points. He was forced into a desperate defense, barely keeping up and unable to counterattack. "Mu Xian, you damned scoundrel!" Xiaoning roared through clenched teeth, fury burning in his eyes. It was only then that he realized the identity of his opponent. It was none other than the Eternal Academy freshman he had tried to recruit just days ago. Standing halfway up the mountainside, Mu Xian burst into laughter at Xiaoning's outburst. "The day you tried to recruit me, you should have known this day would come. If I have one redeeming quality, it's that I hold grudges." Xiaoning had no time to respond to Mu Xian's taunts. In the blink of an eye, his main battle beast, the great dark divine spirit warrior, was overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of the Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon. Unable to hold on any longer, it dissolved into a streak of light and returned to Xiaoning's body. At that moment, the shadow of death loomed over Xiaoning. A wave of fear surged through him, and a flicker of panic crossed his face. As long as there's life, there's hope. I have to escape, he thought to himself, his expression a mix of reluctance and desperation. But in the end, the instinct to survive overpowered everything else. Without hesitation, Xiaoning pulled a stone from his pocket and crushed it in his hand. In an instant, his figure, along with the black glowing sprite closest to him, vanished into thin air, as if they had never been there. Left behind, Xiaoning's other two battle beasts stood frozen in shock, utterly at a loss as to what to do after their master's sudden disappearance. Mu Xian witnessed a shocking scene. Xiaoning abandoned his own beasts at a critical moment and fled without hesitation. The two forsaken beasts, a three-headed hell-prisoned demon hound of Beast King, level 1, and a blood-flame demon crystal dragon of Lord level 9, shivered in fear as they faced the ice ash frost star dragon, the rampaging giant horned ant, and the sky-leaping dragon weasel. Mu Xian arrived at the scene swiftly, a trace of regret flashing through his eyes, especially for the three-headed hell-prisoned demon hound, which possessed the bloodline of Cerberus and extraordinary potential comparable to king-level beasts. Among Mu Xian's 6 beasts, it could easily rank in the top 3. However, as long as a Beast Tamer remained alive, their beasts could not be taken by others. Xiaoling, Xiaomao, Skyhorn Ant, finish them off, Mu Xian ordered without hesitation. The two beasts let out unwilling roars and desperate cries, but it was futile. Within a minute, their voices faded away. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, Xiaoning coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face pale as he nearly fainted. Losing his carefully nurtured beasts was not only heartbreaking but also carried severe consequences that would be difficult to recover from in the short term. For the next year, he would suffer from mental exhaustion and declining spiritual power. Without a top-tier spiritual recovery potion, his future would be bleak. Clenching his fists in rage, Xiaoning growled, "Mu Xian, I will tear you apart." However, his fury was soon replaced by a hint of panic as he realized the dire consequences if other prospective holy sons learned of his predicament. At that moment, Mu Xian successfully extracted the bloodline of the Hell Prison Demon Hound. A dark, ominous drop of blood, exuding an intense aura of malevolence, appeared in his hand. It was the precious bloodline hidden within the three-headed Hell Prison Demon Hound. A fragment of the Cerberus bloodline? Not bad. Mu Xian nodded in satisfaction. This ambush on Xiaoning had certainly been worth it. Just then, commotion arose from the foot of the mountain. A group of Beast Tamers from the Dark Alliance was approaching, including several Beast King-level experts. Seeing this, Mu Xian decisively chose to retreat, mounting the ice ash frost star dragon and swiftly leaving the area. A few kilometers away, Mu Xian reunited with Zhang Yixing. "Mr. Mu, you're incredible," Zhang Yixing exclaimed in admiration. "I just received word that the Dark Alliance has located what seems to be a relic. They're preparing to report it to the Master of the Western Capital Division. If you're interested in that relic, you'd better act quickly." Mu Xian's heart tightened. "Where is the relic?" "I don't know the exact location." Zhang Yixing shook his head. "But I heard they've already cordoned off the area and sent someone to notify the Master." Mu Xian's eyes lit up. A cordoned-off area? That would be the most obvious clue. "All right, we'll go check it out." "Stay here and don't move," Mu Xian instructed. After confirming with Zhang Yixing, Mu Xian mounted the ice ash frost star dragon and began a low-altitude search. As a newly advanced Beast King-level tamer, his information panel now had a detection range of 5 kilometers, boosting his confidence significantly. Over an hour later, Mu Xian finally spotted a group of figures gathered in the center of a dense forest. It was likely the Dark Alliance Beast Tamers. Quietly approaching, he caught sight of the supposed relic, a majestic, weathered, European-style gate. Using his information panel, Mu Xian identified it as an artifact. Gate of Orbis. Type: spatial. Description: a precious relic left by the spatial traveler Orbis, imbued with the miraculous power to traverse time and space. This discovery left Mu Xian astonished. Although the power of the spatial traveler Orbis was unclear, a gate capable of time and space travel was undoubtedly extraordinary. However, the real challenge was figuring out how to seize this towering, 10-meter-high gate right under the noses of over a dozen Dark Alliance tamers. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Turning to the sky-leaping dragon weasel perched on his shoulder, Mu Xian said, "Xiaomao, take me to the gate and immediately cast spatial lockdown." "Meow." The sky-leaping dragon weasel responded and sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, Mu Xian and the sky-leaping dragon weasel vanished. Outside the gate of Orbis, more than a dozen black-clad figures stood on high alert, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. They were preparing to report their findings to the Master of the Western Capital Division, the formidable Beast King-level tamer known as Black Mountain Lord. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed, and a figure appeared out of nowhere. The Dark Alliance tamers were caught off guard. By the time they realized what was happening, a nearly invisible barrier of light had formed around the gate. The sight enraged the group. "Kill him. How dare he covet our relic? He must pay the price for offending the Dark Alliance." Attack with everything you've got. Instantly, 20 or 30 beasts unleashed their skills, launching a ferocious assault on the translucent barrier. However, what happened next left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Right before everyone's eyes, the boy who had suddenly appeared outside the ruins gate vanished into thin air. The astonishing sight left everyone questioning their own vision. Search! Search everywhere! An enraged voice bellowed, echoing across the ruins. Meanwhile, Mu Xian found himself in an unfamiliar space, looking utterly bewildered. Just seconds ago, he and the soaring sky dragon Weasel had arrived at the Gate of Orbis. As he attempted to utter the words Gate of Orbis, something unexpected, a Karita mysterious force pulled him through the gate, transporting him into a grand and ancient labyrinth. The scene before him was one of desolation and antiquity. The walls were weathered and entwined with vines, while moss blanketed the ground. Suddenly, golden text appeared in the air. Complete the Orbis Temple trial within the allotted time. This temple allows only forward movement, no retreating, no being struck by obstacles, and no being caught by the pursuing beasts. Failure to comply will result in the trial's termination. Hint: beware, additional beasts may appear ahead. Hint: successful completion will grant you a reward. What the heck? This is basically Temple Run. Mu Xian blurted out. The trial ignored his outburst. As the golden text faded, a crimson countdown materialized before him. The Orbis trial is about to begin. Prepare yourself. 3, 2, 1, start. Cursing under his breath, Mu Xian dashed forward. A deafening beastly roar echoed behind him, and when he glanced back, his heart nearly stopped. A terrifying king-tier winged dragon king was hurtling toward him from just 10 meters away. A king-tier beast? Are you kidding me? He exclaimed. Before he could gather his thoughts, a sense of imminent danger washed over him. Instinctively, he ducked as a massive fireball crashed onto the ground ahead of him. In that moment, Mu Xian realized his grave oversight. This was a world of Beast Tamers, and even a trial like this required the assistance of his beasts. Wasting no time, he summoned his Frost Star Ice Dragon. Xiaoling, use Absolute Freeze to stall the beast behind us. Through their mental link, the Frost Star Ice Dragon unleashed its Absolute Freeze ability, immobilizing the Winged Dragon King for a mere 0.5 seconds. Then, the soaring Sky Dragon Weasel entered the fray, successfully applying Spatial Lock to hold the monstrous creature for an additional second. Mu Xian mounted the Frost Star Ice Dragon and charged forward, issuing his next command, Little Weasel, stay behind me. If that Winged Dragon King gets close, lock it down again. As he rounded a sharp corner, a blood-prisoned Dragon Rata Beast King-tier creature suddenly blocked his path. A system notification instantly displayed its details. Blood-prisoned Dragon Rat. Species: Blood Prison Type Rodent Family. Tier: Beast King, Level 1. Bloodline: King Tier. Quality: Exceptional. Skills: Blood Prison Cell, Myopic Vision, Flight. Bloodburn, Dragon Combat Technique. Description: a rare and ancient beast thought to be extinct since antiquity, capable of battling dragon-type beasts. An extinct beast alive here? Mu Xian exclaimed in shock. Without hesitation, he commanded, Xiaoling, ram it. The Frost Star Ice Dragon charged without delay, slamming into the blood-prison dragon rat and sending it hurtling away, injured. To Mu Xian's delight, the system revealed that this rare beast could be temporarily captured using a beast taming ring. Huh, an extinct beast like this? I could sell it for a fortune, he laughed gleefully. But he quickly regained his composure and thought, if I've already gained this much from just one trial, the final reward must be incredible. I have to complete this. As Mu Xian pressed on, more traps and beasts emerged to obstruct his path, but he deftly overcame each challenge. About 30 minutes later, the Winged Dragon King behind him suddenly accelerated, closing the distance alarmingly fast. The sight almost made Mu Xian's heart stop. This was a creature capable of crushing them with a single swipe. To make matters worse, the soaring Sky Dragon Weasel had somehow fallen victim to the Winged Dragon King's attack and was now fast asleep. Mu Xian immediately summoned the Light Spirit Elf for healing. Within moments, the soaring Sky Dragon Weasel regained consciousness and let out an enraged cry, eager to avenge its earlier humiliation. Mu Xian was thrilled to discover that the Light Spirit Elf had reached Elite Level 9 and was ready to evolve. Just then, the Winged Dragon King let out a piercing screech that sent shockwaves through the air, causing both Mu Xian and the Frost Star Ice Dragon to wince in discomfort. Fortunately, the Frost Star Ice Dragon did not falter. Instead, it surged forward with increased speed, gradually widening the gap between them and the pursuing beast. Finally, a red line came into view ahead. It was the finish line. As he approached the finish line, Mu Xian's vigilance only heightened. Given the nature of this trial, the endpoint was bound to harbor traps. Sure enough, just as he was about to reach it, a cluster of black dots suddenly appeared in the sky, hurtling toward him at incredible speed. Squinting, Mu Xian's eyes flickered with surprise. It was a creature he recognized all too well, the Icarus wings. These beasts had once appeared in the movie Skull Island that he had seen in his past life. The system immediately displayed their information panel. Species: Dark Element Beast Clan. Tier: Lord, Level 9. Bloodline: Lord Class. Abilities: Dark Sonic Wave, Black Death Toxin, Dark Rift Beam. Origin: a failed creation of Spatial Mage Orbis, possessing immense combat power and aggression. Seeing 9 identical information panels for the Icarus wings, Mu Xian was certain of one thing. This Orbis not only excelled in spatial magic, but was also a master of beast modification and had undoubtedly visited the world of Skull Island. Xiao Ling, aim for their wings with the Frost Ember Ice Flame. Mu Xian commanded decisively, then turned to his sky-leaping Void Weasel. Xiao Mao, use Void Blade. Understood, Master. Meow. In an instant, 2 of the low-flying Icarus wings were struck by the Frost Ember Ice Flame, silently losing their ability to fly. Yet the remaining beasts pressed on fearlessly, diving toward him. The transparent Void Blade struck precisely, slicing 2 more neatly apart. The Frost Star Ice Dragon was now within 100 meters of the finish line. The remaining Icarus wings grew increasingly frenzied, unleashing hundreds of black energy spheres that rained down like a storm. Fortunately, the sky-leaping Void Weasel promptly cast a spatial barrier, intercepting the attack. But the true threat came next: a devastating sonic assault. The piercing sound waves exploded in Mu Xian's mind, the pain akin to torture. Just as he was on the verge of collapse, the voices of his companions rang in his ears. Master, hold on. At the critical moment, Mu Xian broke free from the sonic agony. He realized his body was ice cold, his back drenched in sweat. If not for the timely aid of the light spirit, he might have fallen off the dragon's back. Xiaoling, thank you. Master, it's my duty. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a furious roar echoed from behind the winged Dragon King's unwilling cry. They had crossed the finish line. Golden text shimmered into view. Congratulations on passing the first trial layer. Rewards: 1. Qualification to continue the trial. 2. A chance to draw Beastmaster resources. 3. A Beastmaster occlusive cultivation technique. A sharp pain flared in Mu Xian's left hand. A door-shaped mark had inexplicably been branded onto his trial's sigil. He quickly learned how to activate it. Upon touching it with his mental energy, a light screen appeared. Mu Xian ID: OS 10086. Species: Human Clan. Tier: Lord, Level 1. Talent: Bloodline Extraction and Fusion. Beasts: Frost Star Ice Dragon Beast King, Level 1. Giant Force Ant Beast King, Level 3. Sky Leaping Void Weasel Lord, Level 2. Destiny Butterfly Commander, Level 2. Light Spirit Elite, Level 9. Thunder Bear Cub Elite, Level 8. The system interface also included tabs for Lottery, Techniques, and Items, instantly reminding Mu Xian of the main god space. Without hesitation, he clicked on the Lottery tab. A segmented wheel appeared, with sections ranging from elite to primordial levels. The higher the tier, the smaller the corresponding segment. The wheel spun, the pointer passing over Commander, Lord, and Beast King tiers, before pausing at the border between Beast King and Monarch tiers. Then, with a slight twitch, it inched into the Monarch tier. Congratulations! You have obtained Monarch Level Resource Reincarnation Jade. A peculiar gray-white jade stone, exuding a mysterious aura, appeared in his hand. The information displayed that it was a treasure imbued with the essence of reincarnation, capable of enabling rebirth or serving as a material for beast evolution. To Mu Xian's delight, it was the perfect evolution material for the Destiny Butterfly. Though the Destiny Butterfly was still far from its evolution phase, Mu Xian carefully placed the reincarnation jade into a wooden box and entrusted it to Xiao Mao to store in its dimensional space, sternly instructing it not to touch the item. Finally, he opened the Techniques tab, only to find a single lonely technique accompanied by a notification. The Techniques database is disconnected from the network. Only local data is accessible. After stepping through the gate of Orbis, Mu Xian was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. The structure bore a striking resemblance to the mythical Divine Space, leading him to speculate on the true purpose of Orbis. His attention was quickly drawn to a lone manual, the Primal Force Breathing Technique. Curious, Mu Xian tapped to download it and opened the manual. To his astonishment, it described a unique technique for directly absorbing the primal stellar energy of the cosmos. According to the introduction, mastering this technique could elevate one to a planetary level, granting the ability to traverse space with just the physical body. Such a realm was far beyond the body refinement and mental tempering technique he had practiced previously. Is Orbis really this generous? Mu Xian muttered in disbelief. A technique of such profound depth, offered for free, seemed too good to be true. Despite his skepticism, he carefully read through the entire manual. Every page was filled with profound insights, far from mere fabrications. However, the final warning gave Mu Xian pause. This technique was exceedingly domineering and required a highly energy-rich environment for cultivation, otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, trial participants below the monarch level could only practice it for 3 minutes a day. As a cautious traveler in this new world, Mu Xian decided to curb his curiosity for now. Setting aside the primal force breathing technique, Mu Xian continued exploring the other features of the trial imprint. In an inconspicuous corner, he discovered a detailed explanation of the Gate of Orbis. It turned out that the gate housed 7 levels of trials, and passing all of them would grant one mastery over the gate itself, along with the ability to traverse time and space and explore the universe. 7 levels of trials, that's a long way off, Mu Xian sighed, shaking his head. For now, he had only cleared the first level, granting him basic access to the Gate of Orbis. However, as a trial participant, he could enter the gate at will within a 10-kilometer radius outside it. Mu Xian keenly sensed that many features within the Gate of Orbis remained locked, inaccessible due to his current level of authority. What surprised him even more was the fact that this mysterious gate, which had existed for centuries, had managed to avoid any leaks or exposure, a truly extraordinary feat. There are indeed many secrets hidden on Blue Star, Mu Xian mused thoughtfully. With that, he chose to exit the Gate of Orbis. In a flash of light, he found himself back in the dense forest of the real world. From the southeast, he sensed a familiar presence and immediately recognized it as the Beast Tamers of the Dark Alliance. A faint smile crossed his lips. The Gate of Orbis really is considerate, he remarked. After a quick calculation, he confirmed that the 2 hours he spent within the gate matched the flow of time in the real world. With this realization, Mu Xian quickly located Zhang Yixing, who had been hiding nearby. Upon seeing Mu Xian safe and sound, Zhang Yixing was overjoyed. Mr. Mu, you're finally back. I thought you might. Mu Xian nodded lightly. I was delayed a bit. Let's leave now. Understood. Zhang Yixing responded enthusiastically, his excitement evident. He had been waiting for this moment for an entire year. The two immediately set off northward, traveling along the Dajin River into AB Prefecture. Mu Xian noticed that AB Prefecture was already on high alert, preparing to defend against an invasion of beasts from the 10,000 mountains. Passing through AB Prefecture, they crossed Juzhegu and finally returned to Sichuan Province 3 days later. The news they gathered in Mianyang dampened their spirits. Outside the Shidu fortress, nearly 1 million beasts had gathered, including over a dozen monarch-level entities. It was the most formidable beast tide in 20 years. In response to the crisis, all Beast Tamers in Sichuan Province were mobilizing toward Shidu. Mr. Mu, something's not right about this, Zhang Yixing said gravely. Mu Xian raised an eyebrow and asked in a serious tone, what exactly is the critical information you possess? Hesitating for a moment, Zhang Yixing glanced around cautiously, concerned about being overheard. Sensing his apprehension, Mu Xian swiftly instructed the little cat to create a spatial barrier, isolating them from the outside world. In this secure environment, Zhang Yixing finally spoke. The information I obtained indicates that the true goal of the Beast God Cult and the Dark Alliance is to sabotage the Yangtze River shipping route. What? Sabotage the Yangtze River shipping route? Mu Xian exclaimed in shock. It was well known that among the 3 main routes into Sichuan Province, the Yangtze River accounted for nearly half of all logistics. If the Yangtze River route were crippled for even a few months, the impact would be devastating not just for Sichuan Province but for the entire Dragon Nation. After all, Sichuan was the nation's largest producer of grain and spiritual materials, holding an irreplaceable strategic position. Mu Xian's brows were tightly furrowed, his expression grave. A horrifying vision flashed through his mind. Wushan Canyon collapsing in a massive explosion, unleashing a catastrophic flood that would submerge the entire Sichuan province. The mere thought of it sent shivers down his spine. The Dark Alliance's ambitions go far beyond the Shidu fortress, Mu Xian murmured to Zhang Yixing. They might be planning to blow up Wushan Canyon and sever the Yangtze River's water source. If they succeed, Sichuan province will face utter devastation. Zhang Yixing gasped sharply, his face turning ashen. Mu Xian continued his analysis. The worst part is that everyone's attention is fixated on the Shidu fortress. The defenses along the Yangtze River must be lax. If there's collusion from within and without, he trailed off, but both men understood the catastrophic implications. We must return to Shidu immediately, Mu Xian commanded decisively. Without delay, they hired a massive flying beast. The majestic creature spread its wings and soared through the skies at an astonishing speed, leaving behind a faint blur. When they arrived outside Shidu's eastern gates, the sight before them was shocking. The entire city was under lockdown, with long queues stretching from the gates. Everyone entering or leaving was subjected to thorough inspections. Fortunately, as a student of the Eternal Academy, Mu Xian passed through the checkpoint with minimal scrutiny. Next, I'll take you to meet the senior leadership of the Eternal Academy, Mu Xian told Zhang Yixing. Only through them can your intelligence truly make an impact. On their way, Zhang Yixing explained in detail how he had uncovered such startling information. It was a tale full of intrigue. His beast companion, while wandering in a dreamscape, had inadvertently stumbled into the dream of Xiao Ning's lover. This chance encounter allowed Zhang Yixing to pick up on subtle clues. Through meticulous reasoning and investigation, he finally pieced together the Dark Alliance's true intentions. Meanwhile, in the office of the first vice principal of the Eternal Academy, Hua Linxian gazed out of the window toward the Shidu fortress. The mountains teemed with demonic beasts, an oppressive sight, yet something about it felt amiss. Is this truly the most terrifying beast tide we've seen in 20 years? Hua Linxian muttered to himself. Though a dozen king-level beasts have appeared, not a single demon ancestor has shown up. It's far too unusual. Are we overlooking something? Just then, his secretary knocked urgently on the door. Vice Principal, a student claims to have urgent intelligence to report. It's of great importance. Hua Linxian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Let him in. Mu Xian was encountering a monarch-level expert up close for the first time, and he couldn't help but hold his breath, his focus unwavering. His eyes fell on the information panel of Hua Linxian, the first vice principal of the Eternal Academy. Hua Linxian, human race, monarch level 9 talent, extraordinary memory beastmaster. Below his profile were listed 4 contracted beasts: Sage of Knowledge, monarch level 9, Gate of the Void, monarch level 6, Illusory Moon Labyrinth, monarch level 2, and Titan Great Ape, monarch level 2. Mu Xian drew in a sharp breath, utterly shaken. Each of these beasts was awe-inspiring, but the Sage of Knowledge stood out the most. He had read about this legendary creature in ancient texts, which claimed its power grew in proportion to the knowledge it acquired, rendering it invincible if it amassed enough wisdom. The one before him had clearly reached its pinnacle. Greetings, Vice Principal. Mu Xian hurriedly greeted him and then introduced, Vice Principal, this is Zhang Yixing, a dark beast master I rescued in the 10,000 Mountains. He claims to have critical information to report. Hua Linxian studied Mu Xian with interest, as though he had noticed something unusual. Then, his gaze shifted to Zhang Yixing, his tone icy. Speak your information. If it doesn't satisfy me, you won't leave this office alive. Before he finished speaking, the room's temperature plummeted. Zhang Yixing shivered uncontrollably, stammering after a long pause. It's like this. As Zhang Yixing began to recount his story, Hua Linxian initially appeared indifferent. However, when he heard that the Dark Alliance's true target was the Yangtze River trade route, his expression changed dramatically. Their target is the Yangtze River trade route? Impossible. Hua Linxian waved his hand, summoning a map of the southwestern region, his gaze sharp as it locked onto the Wushan section. So that's it. I suspected those beasts outside Shidu were just a distraction, loud but hollow. Their real aim is the Yangtze River trade route. He let out a cold snort before issuing orders. Zhang Yixing, you're not going anywhere for the next few days. Stay within the academy. Mu Xian, you've done well. I'm assigning you a task. Keep an eye on him. Understood, Vice Principal. Mu Xian replied promptly. After leaving the office, both of them exhaled deeply, relieved. Zhang Yixing, still shaken, muttered, Mu Xian, I was almost scared to death back there. Mu Xian thought to himself. If you knew that was a Monarch level 9 powerhouse, you'd probably have fainted on the spot. As they exited the administrative building, they noticed the entire Eternal Academy had suddenly become a hive of activity. Streams of light shot into the sky, dispersing in all directions. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the Wushan Gorge, a portal suddenly tore open in the void. Hua Linxian stepped through, traversing the distance in an instant. He surveyed the surroundings carefully, beams of analytical light flickering across the gorge. After a moment, Hua Linxian sneered. As expected, Lingshu concealment formation, 9 celestial array, and that disgusting void parasite technique. It's you 3 factions up to no good again. In that case, I might as well take this opportunity to eliminate a few of your old cronies for some fun. Over the next few days, Mu Xian remained on campus, tending to his beasts while waiting for updates. Though he longed to be involved, as an unenrolled student, it was clear he wouldn't be entrusted with any missions. 3 days later, at dusk, a massive tremor rippled from the distance, and the clouds on the horizon took on an eerie hue. Mu Xian realized that this was likely the clash of top-tier experts. Indeed, his hunch was correct. At that moment, high above the distant Wushan Gorge, 13 beams of light clashed violently. 5 of them exuded a nauseating aura and were clearly at a disadvantage. Hua Linxian, you bastard. Bullying a weak woman with numbers on your side. In the distance, a figure emerged from a beam of black light, a stunningly beautiful woman with an enchanting silhouette. Her voice was filled with grievance, and anyone who heard her couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Hua Linxian stood shrouded in swirling characters, each glowing like vibrant streams of light dancing around him. He was in perfect unison with his knowledge spirit, a beast of wisdom, fully merged to confront the situation before him. A faint, confident smile played at the corners of his lips. Qin Yufei, Hua Linxian's voice was calm yet commanding. I warned you long ago I won't personally involve myself in your petty schemes. But now that you've dared to target the Yangtze River trade route, don't blame me for being ruthless. Before his words fully settled, Hua Linxian raised his hands, and countless chains formed of glowing characters shot forth like arrows loosed from a bow. These chains moved with uncanny precision, entwining themselves tightly around Qin Yufei. In an instant, the clinking of chains mingled with her piercing screams. She struggled furiously, only to find the bindings tightening ever more, leaving no room for escape. And so, on a certain day in a certain year, one of the top-tier powerhouses of the witch sect, Qin Yufei King-tier level 8, which was captured alive in the Wushan Gorge. The battle raged on. Moments later, a blood-curdling scream tore through the sky as a king-tier powerhouse from the Beast God sect was slain on the spot. Not long after, another figure plummeted from the heavens. The remaining enemy elites managed to flee, but not without paying a steep price. Thus, the Battle of Wushan Gorge concluded with a resounding victory for the government forces. When Mu Xian opened the internal forum, the entire page was brimming with jubilant excitement. A bold red banner was pinned prominently at the top, with large, striking letters proclaiming, "Warm congratulations to Principal Hua and his allies for crushing the sinister plot of the evil organizations." Mu Xian froze for a moment, then a look of delight spread across his face. Hua Linxian and the others succeeded, he murmured to himself. Sure enough, it wasn't long before more details emerged on the forum. Vice Principal Hua Linxian had joined forces with several King-tier powerhouses and even enlisted the presence of an ancient-tier figure to oversee the operation. Together, they had laid an ambush in Wushan Gorge, successfully dismantling the Beast God sect, the Dark Alliance, and the Witch sect conspiracy. Not only had they captured a King-tier witch alive, but they had also slain 2 other King-tier powerhouses, securing an overwhelming victory. That's amazing! Mu Xian exclaimed with joy. These inhumane organizations have been dealt a heavy blow. Things should be a little more peaceful for a while. Just then, Mu Xian's phone rang abruptly. The caller ID displayed none other than the name of the first vice principal, Hua Linxian. Shortly after, Mu Xian and Zhang Yixing found themselves once again in the office of the first vice principal at the administrative building. Hua Linxian maintained his usual composed and serene demeanor, but this time, as he looked at the two of them, a rare smile appeared on his face. This time, we owe it all to the intelligence you two provided, Hua Linxian said directly. Mu Xian waved his hands modestly. We were just doing our duty. Hua Linxian chuckled lightly. No need for modesty. My way has always been to reward merit and punish wrongdoing. Your reward has already been prepared. Hua Linxian's gaze shifted to Zhang Yixing. He gave a slight nod, his voice carrying a tone of approval. Zhang Yixing, despite being trapped in the Dark Alliance, you stayed true to your principles and risked your life to deliver critical intelligence. This is a great achievement. As recognition, we have decided to reward you with the following. A light baptism to dispel the influence of dark forces, 1 billion yuan in cash or equivalent beast taming resources, and a special admission spot in one of the 5 great academies. Are you satisfied with these rewards? Hearing this, Zhang Yixing froze on the spot, his face filled with disbelief. Stammering, he replied, satisfied. Of course I'm satisfied. His excitement was palpable, his cheeks flushed with exhilaration. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he asked, Principal, I would like to choose the beast taming resources and hope to enroll in Eternal Academy. Is that possible? Hua Linxian smiled gently and replied warmly. Of course, Zhang Yixing. Then, Hua Linxian turned his attention to Mu Xuan, his face still carrying a faint smile. Mu Xuan, your rewards are similar to Zhang Yixing's. You will also receive a light baptism, 1 billion yuan in cash or equivalent beast taming resources, and in addition, the freedom to choose your academy mentor. Seeing the confusion on Mu Xuan's face, Hua Linxian elaborated. The light baptism is not only for the Beast Tamer but also for their beasts. It cleanses the spirit, purifies the mind, and enhances innate potential. This is one of the highest honors offered by the 5 great academies. Upon hearing this, Mu Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He quickly said, Principal, I accept all these rewards. I will also choose the 1 billion yuan in beast taming resources. As for a mentor, may I choose you as my mentor? Hua Linxian's expression turned subtly amused as he smiled. You sly one. Fine. I haven't taken on a student in over a decade, but I'll make an exception for you today. He paused briefly before adding. But let me warn you in advance, my teaching methods are very strict. Mu Xuan immediately made a solemn promise, mentor. I will not let you down. Good. Hua Linxian nodded. From today onward, you are officially my student. However, you are not to flaunt this indiscriminately. If you ever dare to misuse my name for personal gain or wrongdoing, I will lock you in the Demon Suppression Tower to keep your senior company. Xuan was startled by this warning and hesitantly asked, My senior? Hua Linxian snorted softly. The one I brought back yesterday. Xuan was momentarily stunned. He recalled that the person his mentor had apprehended yesterday was a witch. This revelation left him struggling to process the information. As Xuan left Hua Linxian's office, he was still reeling in shock. Internally, he muttered, My senior, or former senior, is a witch? Why does it feel like I'm getting increasingly entangled with witches? Over the next few days, Xuan stayed on campus, waiting for the new semester to begin. He noticed the dormitory building and campus becoming livelier as the start of the term approached, with many new faces appearing. Meanwhile, outside the western capital fortress, the beast tide had gradually receded following the decisive battle at Wushan Gorge. The fortress's military forces seized the opportunity to launch a counteroffensive, reportedly capturing a significant number of beasts. This prompted some to joke, thanks to the 7 demon ancestors of the Hengduan Mountains for delivering this windfall of beast resources. During this time, Xuan spent the billion yuan in beast taming resources on the internal network. Unfortunately, he didn't come across any particularly exceptional resources, so he ended up purchasing daily training supplies for several of his beasts. Before long, the opening day at Eternal Academy arrived. The day began with the customary opening ceremony, where several school leaders gave speeches. After going through the formalities, the event everyone had been anticipating finally began the selection of academic disciplines. As a top-tier academy, Eternal Academy offered 10 specialized fields of study, each represented by a corresponding college: general studies, combat, breeding, bloodline genetics, alchemy, crafting, potionology, exploration, military science, and civilian technology. These disciplines varied in popularity, with their difficulty levels increasing accordingly. Notably, the General Studies College concentrated the academy's most abundant resources but accepted the fewest students. In some years, it was rumored to have admitted as few as 9 students, a statistic that seemed almost unbelievable. On the stage, Hua Linxian, the first vice principal and host of the event, smiled faintly as he announced, Next, we will proceed with the selection of academic disciplines. This year, the General Studies College will admit 16 students. This announcement caused quite a stir. With a total of 1,200 new students enrolled at Eternal Academy this year, the fact that only 16 spots were available in the General Studies College, just over 1% of the total, underscored its exclusivity and prestige. The college entrance exam had concluded. Hua Linxian stood on the stage, his piercing gaze sweeping across the new students before him. In a deep voice, he declared, The exam was merely a test of your foundational abilities in the past, but that is now behind you. From this moment forward, you will step into the illusory Moon Mazia battleground of strength and willpower, the ultimate stage to showcase your talents. He paused briefly, then continued, The sooner you emerge from the illusory Moon Maze, the more choices you will have. Understood? Understood. The students responded in unison, their voices loud and brimming with confidence. Hua Linxian nodded slightly, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. Good. Your voices are strong, reflecting your confidence. I hope you can maintain this momentum later. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he asked, By the way, are there any students here who have reached the Beast King level? As soon as he finished speaking, a voice rose from the crowd, Principal, does Pseudo-Beast King level count? Hua Linxian chuckled and shook his head. Of course not. At that moment, Mu Xian stood up without hesitation, his voice firm and clear. Principal, I have reached the Beast King level. Hua Linxian nodded in acknowledgement, a trace of approval flashing in his eyes. Mu Xian, I know who you are. What path do you wish to pursue? As soon as those words left his mouth, a murmur of whispers rippled through the crowd. Many students looked at Hua Linxian in surprise, then turned their gazes toward Mu Xian. After all, Hua Linxian was the first vice principal, a figure of great authority. The fact that he recognized Mu Xian without requiring him to summon his beast to prove his claim was enough to spark speculation. Yet, the new students seemed unaware of the deeper implications, their eyes filled with awe as they stared at Mu Xian. A student who had already reached the Beast King level before even graduating was truly someone to be revered. Mu Xian straightened his back, his voice resolute. I choose the All-Rounder Academy. Having prepared well and equipped with 2 unique advantages, he naturally aimed to join the All-Rounder Academy and become a versatile Beast Tamer. Although Hua Linxian inwardly harbored some reservations about the choice, he respected the student's decision. He nodded and scanned the crowd again. Anyone else? At that moment, a crisp voice rang out from the back. Count me in. All eyes immediately turned toward the source of the voice. From the last row, a graceful figure emerged. She had long, jet-black hair, a delicate and pure face, fair skin, a tall and slender build, and a well-proportioned figure. Without a doubt, she was stunning in par with a campus beauty. However, when Mu Xian turned to look, His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. On the information panel above the girl, a name appeared, one he knew all too well. The arrival of Fong Yuntian was like a bolt of lightning, stunning everyone present. Mu Xian's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the pure and stunning girl before him. If not for the information panel he saw with his own eyes, he would never have believed that this was the same Fong Yuntian, the classmate who had once disappeared in the Sacred Light's secret realm. Fong Yuntian, race, human, rank, Lord Tier 1, talent, Thunderpool Beastmaster. Mu Xian silently read the panel's information, his mind reeling with shock. He noticed that Fong Yuntian not only possessed the versatile celestial dragon Beast King but also commanding beasts like the Storm Thunder Giant Eagle Banshee and the Lightning Warrior, all of which were immensely powerful. Amid the awe-filled gazes of the crowd, Fong Yuntian spoke with a hint of shyness. "Hello, Principal. My name is Fong Yuntian, and these are my contracted beasts." As her words fell, a slender and elegant little dragon appeared by her side. Its body adorned with black and purple patterns clearly marked with the Beast King insignia. Mu Xian couldn't help but marvel internally. "Fong Yuntian, you truly are audacious, daring to stand openly as a suspected witch before a peak-level king-tier powerhouse." He felt an urge to expose her true identity but hesitated for the moment. However, Hua Linxian, the principal, nodded approvingly. "Not bad. What direction have you decided to pursue?" "Omni Academy." Fong Yuntian's crisp voice rang out. Hua Linxian nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing that no other Beast King-level Beast Masters appeared, he summoned the illusory moon labyrinth. This enormous beast, as vast as a football field, featured intricately decorated interiors and elaborate architecture, resembling an actual city. The sight of the illusory moon labyrinth left everyone astonished, especially Mu Xian. He marveled at the power of a king-tier beast and silently resolved to reach the king-tier himself before graduating. Under the guidance of the staff, everyone except Mu Xian and Fong Yuntian was led into the illusory moon labyrinth to undergo trials. Mu Xian began to ponder Fong Yuntian's motives, deciding not to report her just yet, but to observe her actions closely. Fong Yuntian, meanwhile, was far from calm. She hadn't expected to encounter Mu Xian here. Torn between wanting to keep her distance from this enigmatic figure and fearing exposure, she even contemplated eliminating him. 20 minutes later, a group of prodigies emerged from the illusory moon labyrinth. Mu Xian quietly took note of their names: Yi Fan, Bai Xiaobai, Ning Qingxing, Chu Wuji, Zhao Hao, and Lin Xiaoxiao. Among the 10 academies, the Omni Academy had the fewest spots, and its 16 slots were quickly filled. Yi Fan, Ning Qingxing, Chu Wuji, and Zhao Hao all chose the Omni Academy, while Bai Xiaobai opted for the Cultivation Academy, and Lin Xiaoxiao entered the Bloodline Genetics Academy. Special recruit Zhang Yixing ultimately chose the Cultivation track. With the selection of specializations completed, Hua Linxian announced, "Now comes the most critical step, choosing mentors. Of course, the mentors will also be selecting you." On the field of the Eternal Academy, the school leaders had just announced an important task. Over 500 mentors were spread across 10 colleges, and the new students were required to select and gain approval from a mentor within 3 days. The principal's voice echoed across the field. "If you fail to select a mentor by the deadline, you will become a free student. While free students have access to all school resources, they will not receive direct guidance from a mentor. Choose wisely, everyone." As the opening ceremony concluded and the school leaders left the field, the atmosphere became lively. Students gathered in small groups, enthusiastically discussing their potential mentor choices. Just then, Fong Yuntian hurriedly caught up with Mu Xian, who was about to leave, grabbing his sleeve and asking, "Mu Xian, do you have a mentor in mind?" Mu Xian took a deliberate step back, creating some distance between them. He calmly replied, "Sorry, I arrived late and don't know much about the mentors. You can check the school's online system for information." With that, he quickly walked away, thinking to himself, "Where there's a witch, there's mischief. Best to keep my distance." Fong Yuntian watched Mu Xian's retreating figure, stamped her foot angrily, and muttered under her breath, "Damn jerk." She then stormed off in another direction. High above, a faintly visible figure observed the scene below. The person murmured, "Strange. That little girl seems a bit off. But my true sight hasn't triggered any alarms. Could it be I'm mistaken?" Back in his dormitory, Mu Xian had just finished his lunch when his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID displayed the name of a mentor, Lin Xiaodong. Introducing himself, Lin Xiaodong said, "Mu Xian, I'm a Tier 3 King mentor specializing in comprehensive training for Beast Tamers. Would you like to become my student?" Mu Xian was surprised by how proactive the mentors were recruiting students right after the opening ceremony. He politely declined, saying, "I'm very sorry, Mentor Lin. I already have a preferred mentor in mind." On the other end of the line, Lin Xiaodong instantly became furious. "Who's the bastard that moved so fast? Tell me, I'm going to have a word with them." Mu Xian was momentarily speechless, thinking, "If I tell him, He's going to regret it. Seeing Mu Xian's hesitation, Lin Xiaodong pressed further. What's wrong? Feeling awkward? Don't worry, there's no one in this school Lin Xiaodong, am afraid of. Left with no choice, Mu Xian finally revealed. My mentor is Principal Hua. Which Principal Hua? Wait, what? Principal Hua. Lin Xiaodong's tone instantly shifted from aggressive to trembling with fear. Ahem, Mu Xian. I must be a bit out of it. My mind's foggy. I need to take a nap. Goodbye. Staring at his phone after the abrupt end of the call, Mu Xian sighed and muttered to himself, I told you not to ask. The entire afternoon, Mu Xian's phone kept ringing incessantly. He received 9 consecutive calls, all from professors eager to recruit him as their student. However, as soon as Mu Xian mentioned Hua Linxian's name, these professors fell silent, as if confronted by an insurmountable obstacle. Finally, after the last call ended, Mu Xian's ears were granted some peace. 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. While other students had already chosen their mentors, Mu Xian was summoned to Hua Linxian's office. Professor, you wanted to see me? Mu Xian asked respectfully as he pushed the door open. Hua Linxian nodded slightly. You're here. I imagine quite a few people have reached out to you these past few days? Mu Xian smiled and replied. I started receiving offers on the day of the opening ceremony, but as soon as I mentioned your name, they all backed off. Hua Linxian laughed heartily. As expected, they wouldn't dare act recklessly. As he spoke, he pulled a document out of his drawer and handed it to Mu Xian. This is the teaching plan I've prepared over the past few days. It outlines the knowledge and skills you need to master this year, along with your goals. Take it home, review it, and let me know if you have any questions. Mu Xian accepted the document and, upon opening the first page, froze in shock. The densely packed text listed over 100 references, covering a wide range of fields, from beast taming and cultivation to alchemy. These topics encompassed nearly all the knowledge areas of the other 9 specialized disciplines. So this is what Omni Academy really means, Mu Xian thought to himself, inwardly questioning the wisdom of his choice. Sensing Mu Xian's hesitation, Hua Linxian spoke with a serious tone. The Omni Academy is designed to train humanity's true top-tier talents, who will face the most formidable beasts, the craziest evil organizations, and the most complex situations. You still have the chance to reconsider your decision. Mu Xian was startled for a moment, but quickly responded with determination. Professor, since I've chosen this path, they'll see it through to the end. Hua Linxian's expression softened with approval. Good. Remember what you've said. Go now, and feel free to come to me with any questions. Yes, Professor. Mu Xian nodded solemnly. Back in his dormitory, Mu Xian carefully reviewed the teaching plan. Beyond the extensive list of required readings, it detailed precise training steps and task objectives. Among the most notable requirements, he needed to write a 20,000-word thesis for each specialized discipline, elevate his beast taming skills to at least Beast King level 4, and defeat a Beast King level 7 or higher creature. Despite the rigorous demands, the Omni Academy offered equally generous benefits. Monthly rewards of 1,000 academic credits, access to a private laboratory, the ability to form research teams, and the authority to recruit assistants all made Mu Xian feel like he was being groomed as a future mentor rather than just a student. What excited Mu Xian the most was the privilege of issuing tasks, which meant he could mobilize the Academy's vast resources for his own projects. Omni Academy may be a tough challenge, but its perks are top-notch. I made the right choice. Mu Xian thought with a sense of relief. Suddenly, Mu Xian remembered something important. Oh, right, I still have a light baptism to undergo. Perfect timing, I can use it to evolve my Holy Spirit beast. This was a reward he had received for providing valuable intelligence, said to purify the soul and enhance one's aptitude. Not long after, Mu Xian received a notification. The light baptism was scheduled for 3 days later. With 3 days to spare, Mu Xian decided to visit the library and borrow the books Hua Linxian had listed. However, as soon as he arrived, he ran into Fang Yuntian, giving him an unsettling sense of déjà vu. Mu Xian, you're here to borrow books too? Fang Yuntian asked curiously. Does that mean your mentor is also making you study on your own? Mu Xian chuckled. We're already at Beast King level. With our enhanced physical and mental capabilities, do we really need our mentors to spoon-feed us like before? Fang Yuntian nodded in realization. That's true. By the way, Mu Xian, who's your mentor? I don't think I've seen you around the Omni Academy's base. Earlier that morning, all Omni Academy students had been taken on a tour of the base, yet Mu Xian had been conspicuously absent. Stranger still, none of the professors seemed to care. This only deepened Fang Yunxian's curiosity about Mu Xian, as if he were shrouded in some profound mystery. Mu Xian replied calmly, my mentor is confidential for now. By the way, is there anything else? If not, they'll take my leave. Fang Yuntian's face darkened as she began to secretly doubt her own charm. She couldn't help but wonder, how could someone like Mu Xian remain completely unaffected by my looks? Is it my problem? Or his? Suddenly, a realization struck her. Wait, I was originally a man, only forced into this form as a witch. Why am I even thinking like this? She became aware that the influence of the witch's power had seeped deeper into her than she had anticipated, and the thought left her quietly alarmed. Mu Xian quickly left the library, inwardly grumbling to himself. Every time I run into Feng Yuntian, there's this inexplicable feeling. I'm always worried I'll somehow get dragged into her bizarre situation one day. Over the next few days, Mu Xian locked himself in his dorm, immersing himself in studying other fields of expertise. He chose to focus first on the field of beast cultivation. Thanks to the experience he had gained from designing evolutionary pathways in the past, Mu Xian already had a solid foundation in this area, though it lacked comprehensiveness. With systematic learning now, he gained an entirely new perspective on designing beast evolutions. Murmuring to himself thoughtfully, Mu Xian said, "The evolution path of the Holy Light Spirit, maybe it can be expanded in that direction." 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. Following the school's notice, Mu Xian arrived at the Eternal Training Tower located at the very heart of the Eternal Academy. This tower was the Academy's most critical training facility, capable of accelerating the cultivation process for both beasts and beast tamers. However, the exorbitant cost in academic credits deterred most students. Just one day of training required 1,000 credits, equivalent to the value of a beast king-grade resource. Mu Xian's light baptism was scheduled on the first basement level of the Eternal Training Tower. After swiping his ID card, the elevator doors slowly opened, revealing a massive pool before him. The pool was filled with a milky white liquid radiating a divine light energy, exuding an aura of pure sanctity. Mu Xian stepped into the Eternal Training Tower, and the scene before him left him astonished. A pool of milky white liquid lay quietly before him, emitting a faint glow. As he carefully examined the information about the pool, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. The pool, known as the Radiant Baptism Pool, was designed for Beast King-level beings and tailored specifically for creatures of flesh and blood. This liquid was meticulously crafted from rare resources such as radiant essence, divine crystals, sacred feathers, and the light of the divine. What was even more shocking was that it also contained the essence of flesh energy extracted through the profound yin-yang microcosmic array. Mu Xian's heart tightened as a terrifying thought crossed his mind. Could this tower be the fabled demon-suppressing tower that his mentor had mentioned? If so, the Eternal Academy's methods were both ruthless and ingenious. Utilizing the remains of those deranged evil cultists in such a way seemed like an efficient and reasonable form of disposal. Under the guidance of the staff, Mu Xian quickly learned how to operate the Radiant Baptism. Without hesitation, he summoned all his contracted beasts and leaped into the pool. In an instant, a searing energy surged over him like a tidal wave, nearly forcing a cry from his lips. Mu Xian immediately activated his primal energy breathing technique, greedily absorbing the energy around him. He felt his entire body relax as his internal organs, meridians, and acupoints absorbed the scorching energy. It was as if he had returned to the safety of a womb, his consciousness drifting in a hazy state. Meanwhile, his 6 contracted beasts eagerly gulped down the milky white liquid, seemingly recognizing it as a rare treasure capable of awakening their latent bloodline powers. Time passed, second by second, hour by hour. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. A full day and night went by. Only when Mu Xian felt that there was no more energy left to absorb from the pool did he reluctantly step out. As he exited the Eternal Training Tower, his spirits were high. Not only had his own rank advanced significantly, but all 6 of his beasts had gained tremendous benefits as well. Mu Xian quickly checked the status of himself and his beasts. Human, Lord Tier, Level 3. Contracted beasts. Frostfire Star Dragon, Beast King, Level 2. Titan Horn Ant, Beast King, Level 4. Sky Leaping Dragon Weasel, Lord Tier, Level 4. Fate Weaver Butterfly, Commander Tier, Level 6. Radiant Spirit of Light, Elite Tier, Level 9. Thunderbear Cub, Elite Tier, Level 9. In just one night, Mu Xian had ascended to Lord Tier, Level 3. His contracted beasts had also made remarkable progress. The Frostfire Star Dragon and Titan Horn Ant each advanced by 1 level, the Sky Leaping Dragon Weasel by 2 levels, and the Fate Weaver Butterfly by an impressive 4 levels. Even the weakest Thunderbear Cub had improved by 1 level. Overall, his strength had increased by at least 20. Over the next 2 days, Mu Xian dedicated himself to intense training in the Academy's practice room, refining and consolidating his newfound power into practical combat ability. Once he felt fully prepared, he began planning his next steps. Gently cradling the soft, cotton-like radiant spirit of light in his hands, Mu Xian spoke tenderly, "Radiant Spirit, it's your turn to evolve now. Have you been waiting impatiently these past few days?" He understood well that contracted beasts were sentient beings with emotions and needed to be nurtured with care. Under his soothing words, the previously sullen radiant spirit of light became lively and let out joyful chirps, filling Mu Xian with a sense of accomplishment. He was grateful that his experience in caring for human children in his previous life had proven useful. Next, Mu Xian began designing an evolution path for the radiant spirit of light. Over time, he had accumulated a wealth of light element resources, including radiant amber, the light of the divine, fragments of radiant divine crystals, shattered radiant statues, divine white jade, and two newly acquired rare materials from the Eternal Academy sacred gemstones and blessing gemstones. Sacred gemstone, suitable for Lord-tier beings, especially those of the holy, light, or healing types. This precious gemstone, extracted from mines imbued with divine energy, contained traces of sacred power and was an ideal resource for evolving light element creatures. Blessing gemstone, similarly suitable for Lord-tier beings of the holy, light, healing, or blessing types. It also originated from Divinergirich mines and contained traces of blessing power, making it perfect for evolving blessing-type creatures. The radiant spirit of light, a rare elemental spirit naturally born in the sanctified light realm, possessed extraordinary potential due to its absorption of a fragment of the realm's origin essence at birth. For this reason, Mu Xian had refrained from rushing its evolution until now. With the abundant resources provided by the Eternal Academy, he had finally gathered all the necessary materials for its evolution. Mu Xian was determined to elevate the bloodline potential of the Holy Spirit directly to the monarch level, laying a powerful foundation for its future. He gazed at the pile of glowing resources before him, his mind racing. Drawing on the knowledge he had recently acquired, Mu Xian finally devised a meticulous plan. He selected the Light of God as the primary material for the Holy Spirit's evolution, supplemented by blessing gems, radiant amber, and sacred gems, finishing with a fragment of the luminous divine crystal. Mu Xian's eyes lingered on the Light of God, a rare and precious resource gifted by Hai, filling his heart with quiet excitement. The description of the Light of God on the information panel caught his attention. Light of God. Grade. Beast King level. Applicable range. Light element, dark element. Description. A unique radiance born within the sacred light realm, a pure condensation of light elements, regarded as an unparalleled treasure of the light element. It is said to harbor a mysterious secret of unimaginable magnitude. Faced with such a rare resource of Beast King grade, Mu Xian had no doubts about its effectiveness. His only concern was whether the Holy Spirit could withstand the immense power contained within it. With swift precision, Mu Xian arranged the resources needed for the evolution. He then turned his attention to the Holy Spirit's information panel. Holy Spirit of Light. Type. Light element blessing element spirit race. Grade, Elite, Tier 9. Bloodline, Lord level. Quality, excellent. Skills, Holy Light healing, Holy Light blessing. Evolution formula. Light of God blessing gems radiant amber, sacred gems fragment of luminous divine crystal. Evolution result, Divine Spirit envoy. Success rate, 77. Mu Xian's hand swept through the air, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. This evolution plan was not only feasible, but also had a promising success rate. He immediately opened the preview page for the Divine Spirit Envoy and discovered that this new form perfectly inherited most of the attributes of the Holy Spirit of Light while achieving significant enhancements. What delighted Mu Xian the most was that the bloodline potential of the Divine Spirit Envoy had reached the monarch level, fully realizing his goal. In terms of skills, the Divine Spirit Envoy possessed 4 powerful abilities, none of which were redundant. Its quality had also ascended to an extraordinary level. A smile unconsciously formed on Mu Xian's lips. This was undoubtedly a perfect evolution. However, Mu Xian was still not satisfied with the 77 success rate. He knew that this number wasn't reliable enough, so he continued to refine his methods. After numerous trials, he discovered that by adding the essence of the universal stone milk, the success rate remarkably increased to 85. This success rate is definitely good enough. Mu Xian thought with delight. Without wasting any time, he began to focus on assisting the Holy Spirit in absorbing and evolving its resources bit by bit. More than half an hour passed. Under Mu Xian's expectant gaze and the envious stares of other Beast Tamers, a dazzling golden light suddenly erupted before him. The radiance exuded an indescribable aura of divinity, purity, brilliance, and grandeur. Holding his breath, Mu Xian watched as the light Holy Spirit began transforming into an angel. Within the golden glow, Mu Xian faintly saw a towering figure emerge behind the Holy Spirit. This mysterious vision lasted for quite some time. When the light finally subsided, a small angel, about the size of a papaya and radiating light, appeared before Mu Xian. This was his beast companion, the sacred spirit envoy. The little angel's gender was indiscernible, and its near-perfect face bore a solemn expression. It was dressed in a pure white robe, with a pair of pristine wings on its back. Its petite and delicate hands and feet complemented its overall appearance. What surprised Mu Xian even more was that the little angel held a scepter in its hand, which bore a striking resemblance to the light scepter within him. Ya, the little angel, let out a soft cry and immediately leapt into Mu Xian's arms, chirping as if trying to describe the miraculous changes it had undergone. Mu Xian couldn't help but chuckle at its behavior. Mu Xian carefully examined the sacred spirit envoy's attributes. Type: Holy Blessing Guardian Spirit. Rank: Commander Tier 2. Bloodline: Sovereign Grade. Quality: Extraordinary. Skills: Holy Healing, Holy Blessing, Holy Protection, Holy Baptism. The description revealed that this was a rare elemental spirit naturally nurtured within the sacred light secret realm. At its birth, it absorbed a trace of the realm's essence, granting it immense potential. During its evolution, it also absorbed the unique light of God and fragments of the light god crystal, significantly enhancing its bloodline potential. It had now become the legendary sacred spirit envoy, an exceptionally rare holy type beast companion. It worked! Mu Xian exclaimed with excitement. He realized that once the sacred spirit envoy reached the Lord tier, his overall strength would experience a monumental leap. This was the power of a support-type beast companion capable of comprehensively enhancing all the beast companions under a tamer's command. The sacred spirit envoy possessed 4 major support skills. The first 2 were inherited from the light Holy Spirit and had clearly been significantly upgraded during this evolution. Holy Protection was likely a powerful defensive skill. As for the final skill, Holy Baptism, its exact effects were unknown, but as the ultimate ability, it was bound to be extraordinary. Spirit Envoy, let's test out your skills. Mu Xian said excitedly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Ya, the sacred spirit envoy nestled in Mu Xian's arms, responded with soft chirps, making him laugh and shake his head. This little one, could it be feeling a bit playful? Mu Xian headed to a quiet testing ground and smiled at the sacred spirit envoy in his arms. All right, little one, how about you try using holy baptism on me? Ya, the little angel, let out a gentle cry and waved its tiny scepter. In an instant, a celestial angelic figure appeared above Mu Xian, bathing him in holy light. The radiance enveloped him entirely, washing away all his fatigue and pain in mere moments. Mu Xian quickly grasped the effects of holy baptism. It was an incredibly rare skill capable of removing all negative states and conditions from its target. Little one, you're simply incredible! Mu Xian exclaimed in excitement. A support-type beast companion with healing, blessing, protection, and debuff cleansing abilities all in one, it's practically a god-tier beast companion. If I can nurture you to the Beast King tier, or even the Sovereign tier, you might truly become a national-level strategic beast companion. Looking around, Mu Xian felt a pang of regret that no one was present to witness this moment. Shaking his head, he decided to return to his dormitory to continue studying. However, what Mu Xian did not know was that shortly after he left, Fang Yuntian appeared at the testing ground. She closed her eyes, sensing the lingering energy fluctuations in the air, and murmured to herself, "Such pure and holy power! It seems his light-type beast companion has advanced to pure-blooded dragon, a space-type beast companion. And now this evolved light-type beast companion, this guy is becoming harder and harder to deal with. I need to eliminate him soon, or my identity will inevitably be exposed." Fang Yuntian frowned, deep in thought. Those old geezers sent me to the Eternal Academy, but what exactly is their objective? It's been so many days, and there hasn't been a single word from the... Mu Xian was immersed in the vast sea of knowledge, completely unaware that Fang Yuntian had been secretly observing him all along. He was fully focused on enhancing the strength of his contracted beasts while greedily absorbing the knowledge of this world. Time flew by, and before he knew it, the last day of the first month of the semester had arrived. Suddenly, 2 notification tones interrupted Mu Xian's thoughts. Ding! Dear student Mu Xian, 1,000 academic credits have been deposited into your account. Please check your balance. Hearing the same notification twice in a row made Mu Xian pause for a moment. Upon closer inspection, he realized it wasn't a system glitch, had indeed received 2 separate 1,000 credit rewards. One was the basic student allowance from the Universal Academy, and the other was a reward for ranking first on the virtual hunting tower leaderboard. The 2,000 credits came at just the right time. Mu Xian immediately thought of using them to help his rampaging Thunder Bear cub evolve. This little creature, which had done nothing but eat and sleep since becoming his contracted beast, had almost been forgotten in a corner. Mu Xian had chosen it initially because of its rare abilities, the cloning skill and the thunder essence. He had high hopes for this little one, believing that once it matured, its cloning ability alone could dominate the battlefield, making it a formidable offensive beast. Without delay, Mu Xian accessed the Eternal Academy's resource repository and carefully selected suitable resources. Although 2,000 credits were enough to exchange for 2 Beast King level resources, considering the rampaging Thunder Bear cub was only at Elite Tier 9, he decided to opt for more appropriate Lord level and Commander level resources. After thorough deliberation, Mu Xian ultimately chose 2 Lord level Thunder type resources, the Lightning Hawk Feather and the Heaven Thunderstrike Wood, along with 3 Commander level Thunder type resources, the Lightning Rod, Thunder Gathering Elixir, and Thunder Beast Fong. Combined with the Golden Thunder Immortal Stone he had previously obtained in the Broken Mountain Range, these resources would be sufficient to support the rampaging Thunder Bear Cub's evolution. To Mu Xian's surprise, acquiring these 5 resources only consumed slightly over 1,000 credits. Just as Mu Xian was about to exit the Academy's intranet, a post caught his attention. It mentioned that a peculiar black lightning had been frequently appearing in a certain area of Thunderclap Mountain within the first Broken Mountain Range. This lightning seemed to target and destroy any living flesh-based organisms. Mu Xian frowned slightly, a thought flashing through his mind as he murmured to himself. This sounds a lot like the Destruction Thunder. It might just be the perfect evolution resource for the rampaging Thunder Bear Cub. Thunderclap Mountain, the name echoed in Mu Xian's mind. After researching the region, he discovered it was home to numerous Lord-level beasts. This revelation solidified his decision. At dawn the next day, Mu Xian left the Western Fortress and headed straight for Thunderclap Mountain. However, just as he set off, the Destiny Butterfly nestled in his arms suddenly issued a warning, signaling potential danger ahead. Mu Xian came to an abrupt halt, a frown creasing his brow. Thunderclap Mountain? That post? He murmured, his mind racing. A fleeting image of his young Thunder Bear flashed through his thoughts, and a cold smile tugged at his lips. What a coincidence. I was just planning to evolve my Thunder Bear, and now I stumble upon the perfect resources for its evolution. This must be a trap set by Fong Yuntian. He stood there momentarily, caught in hesitation. To go or not to go? After a brief pause, he made up his mind. Fortune favors the bold, he muttered to himself. Let's see what tricks they've got up their sleeves. With newfound resolve, Mu Xian pressed forward. Half a day later, he arrived at a crossroads near the edge of the first transverse mountain range. It was there he spotted 3 figures and their details. Xuan, Lord Tier 5 Beast Master. Mimicry Man-Eating Vine Spirit, Beast King Tier 5. Tyrant Carnivorous Flower Spirit, Beast King Tier 1. Thousand-Winged Gale Beast Spirit, Lord Tier 9. Mu Xian nodded slightly, silently assessing the situation. 2 Beast King Tier beasts. Not bad, but still not a real threat. As he approached the crossroads, a seductive figure suddenly emerged. If not for the name hovering above her head, Mu Xian might not have recognized her as Xuan. Xuan stood boldly in the middle of the path, her eyes fixed on Mu Xian. She licked her lips unconsciously. Well, aren't you a handsome one? She said with a playful smile. Lucky you, today's your lucky day. Seated atop his Frostfire Star Dragon, Mu Xian looked down at Xuan with a calm gaze. A witch? He asked indifferently. Xuan's expression shifted briefly before she broke into a coquettish laugh. Little brother, I didn't think you'd figure it out. Yes, I am a witch. Someone hired me to kill you, but seeing your charming face, I'm almost reluctant to do it. Mu Xian rolled his eyes and quickly moved to the side. Gesturing to his Frostfire Star Dragon, he coldly commanded, Xiao Ling, get rid of this disgusting old hag. The Frostfire Star Dragon, already eager for action, let out a thunderous roar and unleashed a stream of frostfire breath. You insolent brat! Xuan screeched, her beautiful face twisting in rage. How dare he? How dare he treat a stunning woman like me this way? In an instant, 2 plant-type beasts emerged from the sides of the road, spraying clouds of colorful pollen. Yet, even against the combined assault of 2 Beast King-tier beasts, Mu Xian remained unfazed, and neither did his Frostfire Star Dragon disappoint. Crystal Annihilation, Absolute Freeze, Frostfire Breath, Star Shatter Frost. A barrage of skills rained down like a relentless storm. The Tyrant Carnivorous Flower Spirit, a mere Beast King Tier 1, was the first to fall. With a final wail, it was completely frozen by the Star Shatter Frost and turned into a stream of light, retreating back into Xuan's body. Following closely, the Mimicry Man-Eating Vine Spirit met the same fate. Xuan's expression finally changed. She realized she had underestimated this young man's strength and overestimated her own. As the Frostfire Star Dragon advanced step by step, she hesitated, then suddenly tore open her top, revealing her alluring figure beneath. Please, spare me, she pleaded pitifully, her voice trembling. We'll do anything you want. Her seductive body, flawless skin, and pitiful demeanor, coupled with the natural allure of a witch, created a temptation strong enough to sway even the coldest hearts. Mu Xian felt a sudden heat rise within him, and an intrusive thought echoed in his mind. Take her? Take your sister. Mu Xian snapped, shaking his head violently to dispel the thought. He shouted sharply, Enough? Xiaoling, finish her off. Understood, master. The Frostfire Star Dragon, immune to human aesthetics, loyally carried out Mu Xian's command. Without hesitation, it unleashed a lethal frostfire breath at the kneeling Xuan. You bastard! I'll fight you to the death. Xuan roared, summoning her final beast, the thousand-winged Gale Beast Spirit, which charged straight at Mu Xian. But just as the situation reached a critical point, a transparent blade sliced through the air, severing Qi Jushan's neck in an instant. Qi Jushan, eliminated. Mu Xian climbed back onto the Frostfire Star Dragon, gazing at Qi Jushan's lifeless body. He muttered to himself, "Witches are truly troublesome. Next time, I won't give them a chance to speak." He couldn't help but recall the brief moment of temptation earlier, feeling a lingering sense of unease. If even he had almost fallen for it, how could ordinary beast masters possibly resist? 2 days later, Mu Xian finally arrived at the Black Thunder Gorge of Thunderclap Mountain. This was the very location mentioned in the post, where black lightning was said to appear. Standing at the entrance to the gorge, Mu Xian took a deep breath, ready to face the challenges ahead. To Mu Xian's surprise, there were already other Beast Tamers outside the Black Thunder Canyon. A team of 3 young women and their 6 beasts was cautiously observing the canyon. It was clear they also intended to collect the destructive thunder, aligning their goal with Mu Xian's. Mu Xian scrutinized the group carefully and, after seeing their names and beast information, he let out a breath of relief. The recent rumors of witches appearing had heightened his vigilance, making him overly suspicious of any females he encountered. His gaze swept over the 3, Situ Jing, Su Xiaoyan, and Zhang Chuan. Suddenly, Mu Xian froze. Situ Jing? Why did that name sound so familiar? After a moment of thought, it dawned on him. Situ Jing was his classmate, the one who had ranked 10th when leaving the illusory moon maze. As Mu Xian was lost in his memories, Situ Jing and her companions noticed his presence. Jing, he's a Beast King level expert, Su Xiaoyan whispered. We can't afford to provoke him. How about we let him go first? Situ Jing nodded in agreement, leading her friends to step aside and make way for Mu Xian. Seeing this, Mu Xian smiled faintly and, without hesitation, signaled his Frost Star Dragon to proceed into the Black Thunder Canyon. He chose not to reveal his identity to the 3, maintaining an air of mystery. The majestic and imposing Frost Star Dragon strode confidently into the canyon, drawing looks of envy and awe from Situ Jing and her companions. Su Xiaoyan couldn't help but exclaim, "When will we ever be as strong as him?" Situ Jing replied earnestly, "We're students of the Eternal Academy. Give it half a year, and we'll be just like him." Xiaoyan, don't lose hope. Jing is right, Zhang Chen chimed in. We're only one step away from reaching the Beast King level. At that moment, Zhang Chen suddenly lowered her voice and said, Jing, Xiaoyan, don't you think the figure on that dragon's back looks familiar? Familiar? Situ Jing and Su Xiaoyan were taken aback. Zhang Chen explained seriously, he really reminds me of someone from our class Mu Xian. Mu Xian? Situ Jing studied the figure carefully and nodded slightly. It really is him. I didn't expect Mu Xian's beast to be this powerful. Just its aura is enough to make my Thundercloud Phoenix Hawk tremble. The 3 exchanged glances, their expressions filled with shock. Su Xiaoyan murmured, so this is the strength of the top genius in our academy? As Mu Xian ventured into the Black Thunder Canyon, Fang Yuntian sat restlessly in the Eternal Academy, her gaze fixed anxiously on her phone screen. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the message. Impossible. How could he defeat Qi Jushan, a Beast King at Tier 5? Fang Yuntian clenched her teeth in frustration. It was clear that the ambush by Qi Jushan had been orchestrated by her. Yet Mu Xian not only survived but managed to counterattack and kill Qi Jushan, a result that far exceeded her expectations. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she muttered under her breath, I completely underestimated you. To think you could even take down a Tier 5 Beast King. As expected, you're hiding a secret. Narrowing her eyes, she let out a cold snort. Humph, I'll let you go for now. Meanwhile, deep within Black Thunder Canyon, Mu Xian surveyed his surroundings with heightened vigilance. Suddenly, a streak of black lightning descended from the sky. It was the very destructive lightning he had been searching for. His eyes lit up with excitement, and he burst into laughter. As they say, no risk, no reward. Without wasting any time, he directed his sky-leaping Thunder Weasel to set up a lightning capture net on the ground. This specialized device, designed by the Eternal Academy's forging department, was both expensive and single-use. Mu Xian had spent 300 Academy credits to purchase 3 of them. However, an entire day passed, and the destructive lightning seemed almost sentient, evading the nets with uncanny precision. Frustration began to creep in. By the next day, an idea suddenly struck him, and he slapped his forehead in realization. How could I forget? I have the Destiny Butterfly with me. Little butterfly, give me a dose of luck aura. The Destiny Butterfly emerged from Mu Xian's pocket and quickly enveloped him in a shimmering luck aura. Instantly, Mu Xian felt a surge of confidence. His hunch proved correct. Just over an hour later, 2 streaks of destructive lightning appeared simultaneously, intertwining midair before colliding with one of the capture nets. With a deafening roar, the net successfully trapped the 2 entwined bolts of lightning. Examining the captured destructive lightning closely, Mu Xian murmured to himself, "So, these lightning bolts possess a high level of sentience. No wonder even the professors struggle to catch them." He gazed thoughtfully at the ominous skies above Black Thunder Canyon, silently noting the peculiarities of this place. Just as Mu Xian was preparing to leave, the sky suddenly erupted with a surge of black lightning, as if sensing a threat. His pupils contracted in alarm, and he instinctively shouted, "Kitty, let's go." In an instant, a vortex materialized beneath Mu Xian's feet. The moment countless bolts of destructive lightning rained down, his figure vanished. In the final fleeting moment before disappearing, he caught sight of a shocking information panel displaying detailed data about the spirit of destruction. Moments later, Mu Xian reappeared outside Black Thunder Canyon, his face still reflecting the awe he felt toward the spirit of destruction. "I never imagined there would be a fully formed lightning elemental life form here," he muttered, his eyes glinting with a mix of excitement and caution. This creature, which had already reached Beast King Tier 8, possessed power rivaling his meticulously raised Frostfire Ice Dragon. A surge of ambition stirred within Mu Xian, but his rationality quickly prevailed. With a wry smile, he shook his head. "Unfortunately, I'm no match for it right now." Glancing back at the turbulent storm of destructive lightning above the canyon, he shrugged and decisively turned to leave. On his way back, Mu Xian encountered Situ Jing and her two companions once again. The three young women appeared to have been waiting for something. Standing atop his Frostfire Ice Dragon, Mu Xian hesitated briefly before offering a warning. "The destructive lightning in Black Thunder Canyon is extremely dangerous. You should be careful." Situ Jing froze for a moment before nodding earnestly. "Thank you for the warning, Mu Xian. We'll be cautious." Mu Xian nodded with a smile and gracefully drifted away. Situ Jing and the other two watched his elegant departure, unable to hide their admiration. In Su Xiaoyan's eyes, there was even a spark of radiance, like blossoming peach flowers, as she secretly marveled to herself. Mu Xian isn't just exceptionally handsome and powerful. He's also so helpful and approachable. He's practically the perfect partner. Situ Jing, noticing her expression, rolled her eyes and couldn't help but tease, "Xiaoyan, stop daydreaming. If you like him, go after him. If you can't win him over, then resort to unconventional methods. If you're not even bold enough to try, do you really have the right to say you like him?" Zhang Chen frowned upon hearing this and interjected, "You too? What kind of nonsense is this? Am I the only normal one among us Eternal Sisters?" After returning to the Eternal Academy, Mu Xian immediately began working on the evolution of the young thunderstorm bear. To avoid any potential destruction, he specifically rented a beast nurturing chamber. Carefully, he prepared the materials: 1 gram of golden thunder eternal stone powder as the primary ingredient, complemented by destructive thunder, heavenly thunderstrike wood, lightning rod, thunder condensing elixir, thunder beast fong, and lightning falcon feathers, among others. Looking at his meticulously crafted evolution plan, Mu Xian felt satisfied, thinking that the materials were of sufficiently high grade. Now, it was just a matter of seeing how effective the results would be. The Golden Thunder Eternal Stone was an ancient, extraordinary mineral of king-level grade. Mu Xian cautiously used only 1 gram of its powder as the main ingredient, worried that using too much might overwhelm the young bear. However, when the evolution plan's results were revealed, Mu Xian frowned. Although the Thunderstorm Bear achieved king-level bloodline potential, its attributes were mediocre and far from his expectations. No matter how he adjusted the sequence, the results varied little, with some plans even capping at Beastlord level bloodline potential. How could this be? Mu Xian muttered to himself. Could it be that the Thunderstorm Bear's bloodline is limiting its potential? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait, it might also be that the main ingredient isn't sufficient. Little guy, it seems I underestimated you. Without hesitation, Mu Xian decided to increase the amount of Golden Thunder Eternal Stone Powder, going from 1 gram all the way to 9 grams. When he tried using 10 grams as the main ingredient, he was thrilled to see a qualitative transformation in the young bear's evolution plan. "Ha ha ha, this is an indestructible Thunder Spirit Bear," Mu Xian exclaimed excitedly, his eyes gleaming with the joy of success. The evolution process of the indestructible Thunder Spirit Bear was in full swing. This fortunate young Thunder Bear, who had awakened a rare skill, devoured the precious king-tier resource, the Golden Thunder Eternal Stone. This allowed it to partially awaken the bloodline of the Golden Thunder Giant Spirit Bear, significantly enhancing its potential. Following the meticulously crafted evolution plan designed by Mu Xian, the bear consumed a variety of evolutionary resources in sequence, entering a critical transformation phase. Half an hour later, accompanied by a thunderous roar that shook the heavens and earth, the young Thunder Bear completed the first evolution of its life, ascending to become the indestructible Thunder Spirit Bear with king-tier potential. Mu Xian carefully examined the detailed information panel, a proud smile unconsciously appearing at the corner of his lips. The results of this evolution not only met his expectations but even surpassed them. The bear's bloodline potential reached the king tier level, its quality was elevated to extraordinary, and it gained 4 powerful new skills. Most importantly, it inherited the prestigious Golden Thunder Giant Spirit Bear bloodline. Thunder Spirit Bear. Activate the indestructible body. Mu Xian eagerly commanded, keen to test its new abilities. The Thunder Bear let out an excited roar, as if showing off its newfound strength. In an instant, its body transformed into a dazzling golden hue, resembling a celestial being descending to Earth, with arcs of lightning occasionally flashing around it. Mu Xian immediately activated the battle-testing robotic dummies in the beast cultivation chamber, launching a fierce attack on the bear. Yet, the Thunder Bear remained completely unscathed, as though it had merely been tickled. Mu Xian nodded repeatedly, satisfied that the indestructible body lived up to its reputation. He thought to himself that the bear could serve as the perfect vanguard in future battles. However, the Thunder Bear suddenly displayed a puzzled expression, as if sensing something amiss. After a series of tests, Mu Xian concluded that while the indestructible body indeed elevated the bear's defense by an entire tier, its effect lasted for only a minute. Chuckling, he muttered to himself, "Well, at least it's not as short-lived as a 7-second berserker." Next, Mu Xian ordered the bear to perform the giant spirit transformation. With a deafening roar, the Thunder Bear's body swelled several times its original size, growing from 1.8 meters to nearly 3.8 meters tall, almost crashing through the ceiling. In its transformed state, the bear not only gained an imposing stature and overwhelming presence, but also acquired formidable lightning-based magical abilities. Sparks of electricity crackled in its palms, and with a casual swing, it unleashed a violent surge of lightning. "Well done. I'll reward you with a drumstick later," Mu Xian praised. The Thunder Bear, however, raised 2 fingers in protest. Amused, Mu Xian laughed. All right, 2 drumsticks it is." The successful evolution of the Thunder Bear marked a significant boost in Mu Xian's overall strength. Especially with the bear's bloodline potential now elevated to the king tier, its future growth was bound to accelerate. Over the next month, Mu Xian refrained from venturing out for adventures, dedicating himself to studying various texts. After all, he had to complete 920,000-word research papers within the academic year, and without sufficient knowledge, this would be an insurmountable task. A month later, having finally finished his first paper, he began to entertain the idea of going out. He decided to explore the Hengduan mountain range, where he could also complete his second task hunting a level 7 Beast King. Just as Mu Xian stepped out of his dormitory, he noticed a large crowd heading in the same direction. Their conversations were filled with mentions of the top fighter in Zone I and a challenge, which immediately piqued his interest. He casually stopped a passing young woman to inquire about the situation and quickly learned the details. It turned out that someone was challenging the owner of a standalone villa in Zone A. According to the rules of the Eternal Academy, each of the 10 residential zones had numerous standard dormitories along with 10 standalone villas. These villas not only symbolized status, but also provided access to superior resources. This time, the top fighter of Zone A, Liao Yuhan, was preparing to challenge the current occupant of Villa A10, He Burua. What level is this Liao Yuhan at now? Mu Xian asked curiously. He had nearly forgotten about the villa challenge system, but now that his memory was jogged, he couldn't help but feel intrigued. The young woman, clearly flustered by Mu Xian's handsome appearance, eagerly explained, "Senior Liao is incredibly strong. His main beast companion is a sky-soaring dragon sparrow with the bloodline of a sky-soaring Kuanpeng, a very rare space-type beast. It has already officially advanced to the Beast King level." Thanks to her detailed introduction, Mu Xian gained a better understanding of Liao Yuhan. It turned out that Liao was also a campus celebrity at the Eternal Academy. Leveraging the unique abilities of his space-type beast companion, he frequently recorded videos in dangerous zones and thrilling battles, occasionally live-streaming his exploits. This had earned him immense popularity, especially among female students. Mu Xian nodded thoughtfully and followed the young woman toward Villa A10. Along the way, he began to contemplate whether he should seize this opportunity to issue a challenge himself. Senior Li, who is the owner of Villa 1, how strong are they? Mu Xian asked out of curiosity. He had just learned that the young woman's name was Li Shurong, a second-year student whose own beast companion had recently reached the Beast King level. Li Shurong glanced at Mu Xian in surprise. Noticing his curious expression, she began to explain, "Villa number 1 is no ordinary place. It belongs to Han Yuan, ranked 4th on our Eternal Academy's top 10 geniuses list. Junior, you're not planning to mess with him, are you?" Mu Xian nodded slightly, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. "Ranked 4th on the top 10 geniuses list?" He murmured, then added, "This list was probably created by the students themselves, right? All of them must be talented, capable, well-connected, and come from influential families." Li Shurong was astonished by Mu Xian's insight and quickly nodded in agreement. Exactly. Take Han Yuan, for instance. It said he's from the Han family of the Western Fortress. Mu Xian silently contemplated. He had heard of this so-called ranking before but found it rather exaggerated. Take Han Yuan as an example, just a sophomore with a Beast King level 5 Haoyang Dragon Turtle and the backing of the Han family from the Western Fortress, yet he was ranked 4th. Mu Xian felt confident. If his own Ice Frost Star Dragon were to make a move, defeating that Haoyang Dragon Turtle shouldn't be an issue. As the two continued chatting, they soon arrived outside Villa number 10. The scene before them was astonishing. A large crowd had gathered, forming several layers of onlookers that completely surrounded the villa. At the center of the commotion, two figures stood facing each other, their summoned beasts already out, exuding fierce auras. The frail-looking Hiburua stood opposite the handsome Liao Yuhan, speaking in a calm tone. Liao Yuhan, you'd better cherish this challenge opportunity. Your sky-soaring dragon sparrow is no match for mine. Liao Yuhan responded with a confident smile, his eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. Senior He, whether it's a match or not isn't decided by words, it's decided in battle. Hiburua snorted coldly, his gaze sharp. In that case, let's see the truth beneath our beasts. From afar, Mu Xian had already examined the information of both their beasts and was quietly evaluating the situation. He was surprised by Liao Yuhan's confidence, as his beast was indeed extraordinary. Three-headed bat dragon. Species: Elemental Sonic Draconic. Level: Beast King level 3. Bloodline: Beast King grade. Quality: exceptional. Skills: Triple Focus, Supersonic Attack, Frostfire Dragon Flame, Bladestorm, Frostfire Dragon Tornado. Description: a rare mutated bat dragon with wind, ice, and fire elemental attributes. It possesses immense potential. Mu Xian calculated silently. Although Hiburuo's beast was not weak, against Liao Yuhan's exceptional sky-soaring dragon sparrow, he was likely to lose. Fixing his gaze on the scene, Mu Xian prepared himself to witness the thrilling battle about to unfold. Mu Xian's gaze was fixed on the information panel of the Yu Tianlongke. Every stat left him in awe. This rare beast boasted dual attributes of the spatial element and the dragon sparrow lineage, and, even more impressively, it had partially awakened the bloodline of the Yu Tian Kuanping, unlocking powerful abilities like Void Shift. Mu Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of caution. This beast's strength was already on par with his own Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon. As the battle between the two beasts commenced, the Yu Tianlongke displayed breathtaking combat prowess. Although the three-headed bat dragon held a higher rank, the Yu Tianlongke leveraged its bloodline and skill advantages to bridge the gap effortlessly. The bat dragon was repeatedly hindered by the spatial stasis ability, causing it to crash clumsily to the ground. While it hadn't sustained any significant injuries, it was clear that it had fallen into a disadvantageous position. Seeing this, Hiburua gritted his teeth and commanded, "Bat Dragon, unleash the Ice Fire Tornado." In an instant, wind, fire, and ice converged in the air, forming a massive and terrifying tornado. The Yu Tianlongke panicked, caught in the storm, struggling desperately to evade the countless razor-sharp shards of ice and wind. Among the spectators, some had already begun to predict Hiburua's victory. However, Mu Xian shook his head and sighed softly. Hiburua is going to lose. He had keenly noticed that the Yu Tianlongke was preparing to use its phase shift ability. Once activated, the bat dragon would be consumed by the very storm it had summoned. Sure enough, just as the Yu Tianlongke was swept into the tornado, a dazzling streak of light appeared beneath the two beasts. In the next moment, space distorted, and their positions were instantly swapped. The three-headed bat dragon let out a harrowing scream as it was engulfed by the storm. It was only then that the crowd realized the tide of the battle had turned. As the three-headed bat dragon dissolved into a stream of light and returned to Hiburua's body, Liao Yuhan emerged victorious in this challenge. The crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers, with the girls especially expressing their admiration for Liao Yuhan. Just as Mu Xian was about to leave, Liao Yuhan approached him and struck up a conversation. "Junior, I heard you also have a spatial element beast?" Mu Xian smiled and summoned his sky-leaping dragon weasel. The two quickly bonded over their shared interest, exchanging contact information and agreeing to team up in the future to hunt down wild beasts. After parting ways with Liao Yuhan, Mu Xian arrived at the entrance of Villa number 1. His gaze pierced through the walls, clearly identifying the individual inside Han Yuan, a formidable rank 6 lord with the Sword Chi Beast Master talent. His main beast, the Radiant Sun Dragon Tortoise, had even reached rank 5 Beast King level. Taking a deep breath, Mu Xian resolved to challenge this powerful opponent. Stepping forward, he knocked on the door and called out boldly, "Is Han Yuan here? I am Mu Xian, here to challenge you." For a moment, silence reigned inside. Then, a towering figure slowly emerged. Han Yuan's sharp eyes gleamed, and his voice boomed, "Finally, someone brave enough to challenge me. Very well, Han Yuan, accept your challenge." As his words fell, a massive golden dragon tortoise appeared, exuding an overwhelming aura. It loomed over Mu Xian, radiating dominance. In that moment, Mu Xian knew that an intense battle was about to unfold. Mu Xian curiously observed the Hao Yang dragon turtle, his mind filled with questions. This beast's temperament seemed quite unusual, completely different from the Hao Yang dragon turtles he had learned about. Without hesitation, Mu Xian summoned his trusted companion, the Frost Star Ice Ember Dragon. Xiaoling, this is a formidable opponent. Be careful. Mu Xian conveyed the details of the Hao Yang dragon turtle to the Frost Star Ice Ember Dragon through his thoughts, emphasizing its innate abilities. The Frost Star Ice Ember Dragon responded with unwavering confidence. Master, leave it to me. In the next moment, the two beasts squared off, tension crackling in the air. The Frost Star Ice Ember Dragon made the first move, unleashing its ultimate power, the Ice Ember Domain. Instantly, an intense chill engulfed the entire perimeter of Villa Number 1. The Hao Yang dragon turtle's eyes flashed as golden flames erupted around it, activating its solar flame domain to counter the attack. Ice and fire, cold and heat, two opposing forces clashed violently, exploding in a dazzling burst of energy at their meeting point. Boom! Amid the deafening roar, Han Yuan raised an eyebrow and smirked. Not bad. No wonder you dared to challenge me. He then turned to the Hao Yang dragon turtle and gave a quiet command. Old turtle, end this quickly. With a low growl, the Hao Yang dragon turtle's body was enveloped in golden armor. Chanting softly, it summoned a surge of energy that rippled through the air. Sensing the impending attack, the Frost Star Ice Ember Dragon acted swiftly, summoning the terrifying Absolute Frost Starlight, an icy force that descended from above and struck directly at the Hao Yang dragon turtle. Crack! Amid the sound of shattering, the golden armor of the Hao Yang dragon turtle broke apart, and the Absolute Frost Starlight landed its mark. Furious at the interruption of its technique, the dragon turtle began to lose its composure, its primal instincts taking over. Suddenly, golden flames ignited around the Frost Star Ice Ember Dragon, scorching the very space they occupied. It was the solar golden flame. Xiaoling, be careful. That's the solar golden flame. Mu Xian warned anxiously. Understood, master. The Frost Star Ice Ember Dragon exhaled a blast of icy crystals, quenching the blazing, yang-infused flames. The collision of these two opposing forces caused them to dissolve silently. But in the aftermath, a terrifying chain reaction occurred. The space outside Villa Number 1 began to collapse. The mutual annihilation of energies triggered spatial disintegration, resulting in a devastating spatial storm. At the storm's heart, the Frost Star Ice Ember Dragon narrowly avoided being sucked in, emerging slightly battered. Mu Xian watched with lingering fear, almost ready to concede. After the exchange, both beasts recognized the other's immense power. Their fighting spirit reignited. The Frost Star Ice Ember Dragon launched another assault, simultaneously unleashing the Absolute Frost Starlight and rapidly forming ice crystals on the Hao Yang dragon turtle, preparing for the devastating ice crystal annihilation. This risky double attack made Mu Xian hold his breath in worry. Meanwhile, the Hao Yang dragon turtle, sensing the danger, focused entirely on defense, activating its Hao Yang armor. It failed to notice the ice crystals gradually forming on its back. Both skills were executed flawlessly. As the Hao Yang dragon turtle concentrated on countering the Absolute Frost Starlight, the annihilating force of the ice crystals struck from behind, delivering excruciating pain that nearly made it roar in agony. Distracted and overwhelmed, the turtle was struck again by the Absolute Frost Starlight, this time suffering even greater damage. The Frost Star Ice Ember Dragon seized the opportunity to press its advantage, denying its opponent any chance to recover. It charged directly at the wounded Hao Yang dragon turtle, relying purely on brute strength in a dragon charge, not a skill, but sheer physical power. Boom! The impact sent the Hao Yang dragon turtle flying. If not for its protective shell, the blow would have been devastating. Roar! The Frost Star Ice Ember Dragon let out an exhilarated cry, instantly casting another ice crystal annihilation. The Hao Yang dragon turtle roared in defiance, enduring the pain as it reactivated its Hao Yang armor to buy itself a brief respite. At that moment, the Hao Yang dragon turtle gathered a golden-red compressed flame sphere in its mouth, aiming directly at the Frost Star Ice Dragon. However, the Frost Star Ice Dragon, already prepared, soared into the air and unleashed a long-awaited ultimate move, Starfall Ice Blast. A massive ice meteor, weighing tens of thousands of tons, descended from the sky, hurtling straight toward the Hao Yang dragon turtle. With a deafening crash, a small mushroom cloud slowly rose into the air. As the dust settled, Han Yuan's face revealed a mix of disbelief and unwillingness. Mu Xian approached him with a smile. "Senior, you lost?" Han Yuan froze for a moment before finally nodding in acknowledgement. "You're right, I lost. Your mastery of dragon beast control is so impressive that my dragon turtle's defeat is justified," Mu Xian explained, The Frost Star Ice Dragon has a wide range of skills. The Instant Ice Crystal Annihilation, the Trapping Extreme Frost Seal, a near-instant innate skill, and finally, the powerful ultimate move, Starfall Ice Blast. In comparison, the Haoyang Dragon Turtle's skills, while decent, are often easy to interrupt, leaving it vulnerable to counterattacks. Senior, do you want to continue? Mu Xian asked. After your main beast's defeat, you can still summon other beasts to fight until you either concede or forfeit your right to live in the standalone villa. Han Yuan shook his head. If even the Dragon Turtle can't win, the others are no match either. Give me 30 minutes to pack my things. Mu Xian agreed and then retrieved a large amount of food from his spatial storage to reward the Frost Star Ice Dragon. Shortly after, Han Yuan left Villa Number 1. To everyone's surprise, he headed straight to Villa Number 2 and shouted loudly, Du Yunfeng, I challenge you. This scene left Mu Xian and the other villa residents stunned. Although Du Yunfeng clearly wanted to decline, he had no choice but to accept under Han Yuan's relentless provocation. He summoned his main Beasta Star Moon Wolf Dragon. After the battle ended, an unwilling Du Yunfeng left Villa Number 2 and soon appeared outside Villa Number 3. And so, one challenge after another ensued, throwing the entire villa district into chaos. Over 2 hours later, Liao Yuhan, who was enthusiastically live-streaming from Villa Number 10, suddenly heard a voice shouting from outside, Liao Yuhan, come out. I, Chen Shifei, challenge you. Moments later, a grumbling and irritated Liao Yuhan stepped out of the villa. Standing outside Villa Number 1, Mu Xian watched the unexpected villa reshuffle unfold. Rubbing his nose awkwardly, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. It seemed that, quite unintentionally, he had triggered a chain reaction that swept across the entire villa district. Mu Xian stepped into Villa Number 1, and the sight before him made him gasp in astonishment. A koi pond with a rock garden, a swimming pool surrounded by a lush garden, pavilions, and terraces, everything was there, resembling a luxurious estate. This wasn't a student dormitory. It was more like a billionaire's private mansion. After some investigation, Mu Xian discovered that the rumors were indeed true. On the first of every month, the school would distribute cultivation resources and credit rewards to the residents of Villa Number 1, totaling a staggering 2,000 credits, equivalent to 2 Beast King level materials. Mu Xian did a quick calculation. If he stayed here long-term, he could receive the 2,000 credit villa bonus, 1,000 credits from the leaderboard reward, plus the standard 1,000 credits allocated by the Universal Academy, amounting to an impressive 4,000 credits per month. This is just insane. Mu Xian couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder these 10 villas were so highly sought after. Everyone was scrambling desperately to claim one. After touring the villa, Mu Xian quietly left as planned. Not long after his departure, news of all 10 villas in Area A changing hands exploded across the school's internal forums. The most shocking revelation was about Mu Xuan, a freshman who had only been enrolled for a little over a month, and how he had already claimed one of the standalone villas. The news left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Some even went to interview Han Yuan, the former resident of Villa Number 1, and now the owner of Villa Number 2, but they were almost thrown out in anger. This incident only further boosted Mu Xian's popularity. Soon after, someone uncovered that Mu Xian had cleared the virtual hunting tower before the semester began, breaking the all-time record and maintaining the top spot on the leaderboard to this day. With all these achievements piling up, Mu Xian, completely unaware, had already become one of the school's most talked-about figures, his fame rivaling that of the so-called top 10 geniuses. However, none of this mattered to Mu Xian. At this moment, he had already ventured deep into the 10,000 mountains, arriving at the first Cross Mountain range. Beast taming required a balance of rest and exertion. Beyond consuming cultivation resources, fierce battles were essential to unlock a beast's full potential. This time, Mu Xian's goal was to engage his beasts in a major battle, while also collecting some valuable resources. Over the past 3 days, Mu Xian had explored the area, occasionally stopping to investigate. His information panel had identified several Lord-level resources, but unfortunately, he had yet to encounter a suitable opponent for his beasts. Suddenly, the sound of intense shouting and the surge of energy fluctuations from afar caught Mu Xian's attention. Little cat, go check it out, Mu Xian ordered. Meow. The sky-leaping dragon weasel obeyed instantly, disappearing into the void in a flash. Mu Xian waited in place, instructing his other beasts to prepare for battle. In the wilderness, one must always remain vigilant, especially in the 10,000 mountains, where beast tamers were often more dangerous than the wild beasts themselves. About 10 minutes later, the sky-leaping dragon weasel returned. Meow. Through a series of gestures and sounds, Little Cat quickly conveyed the situation to Mu Xian. A group of black-robed individuals was chasing 2 human beast tamers, and the situation was dire. Black-robed individuals? Could it be those lunatics from the beast god cult again? Mu Xian's expression turned serious. Nothing good ever came from dealing with those maniacs. It had to be stopped. Little Cat, lead the way. Xiaoling, follow me. Skyhorn Ant, prepare for combat. Spirit Summoner, Ready your holy healing skill. Mu Xian issued a rapid series of commands. Meanwhile, the fate butterfly nestled quietly in his arms, being his second life. Mu Xian couldn't risk leaving it in the beast space. Only the indestructible Thunder Bear remained in the beast space, soundly asleep as it focused on refining its lightning essence. Mounting his Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon, Mu Xian led his beast team swiftly toward the commotion. A few kilometers away, Ling Fangfei looked at the black-robed individuals closing in around her, a mix of regret and despair on her face. Senior sister, it's my fault for dragging you into this. Ahead of her, a short-haired girl with a valiant demeanor was commanding two beasts, struggling to fend off the attackers. She turned her head and said calmly, in a situation like this, there's no point in talking about blame. We just had bad luck, that's all. Ling Fangfei sighed deeply, and a certain figure involuntarily surfaced in her mind. 2 days ago, Ling Fangfei and her senior sister, Tianzi, had been accompanying some experts from their organization into the 10,000 mountains. By chance, Ling Fangfei stumbled upon a group of black-robed individuals emerging from a hidden passage. Once discovered, the two had fled immediately, but after 2 days of pursuit, they were finally cornered today. Hurry up and capture these two. The priest is waiting for our report. One of the black-robed figures barked. Yes, sir. The others responded in unison. The black-robed individuals intensified their assault, and it seemed the two girls were on the verge of being captured. At this critical moment, a silver-white weasel suddenly appeared in their line of sight. In the next instant, a translucent barrier materialized before everyone. The black-robed steward, seeing the situation, immediately realized that another Beast Tamer had intervened. He shouted harshly, daring to interfere with the affairs of the beast god cult. Are you tired of living? As his words echoed, an oppressive silence fell over the surroundings. Inside the protective barrier, Ling Fangfei stared at the familiar transparent shield. She froze for a moment before a flicker of confusion and joy flashed through her eyes. She thought to herself, could it be him? Is he here too? Tianzi curiously examined the spatial confinement and turned to ask, Junior sister, who are you talking about? Ling Fangfei pondered for a moment before replying, a good friend of mine. A very, very good friend. At that moment, a majestic blue dragon descended from the sky, landing steadily before the two of them. Standing atop the dragon's back was a familiar figurite, was none other than Mu Xian. Mu Xian first scanned the surroundings cautiously, then looked at Ling Fangfei in surprise. Fangfei, what are you doing in the Hengduan Mountains? He quickly leapt down from the back of the Frost Star Ice Dragon and commanded his beast, take care of these beast god cult scum. Kill them. Roar. The Frost Star Ice Dragon let out a thunderous roar and charged toward the enemies. Screech, screech, screech. The Skyhorn Ant followed closely behind. In the next instant, powerful abilities wreaked havoc across the battlefield. As the spatial confinement was lifted, Mu Xian dashed toward Ling Fangfei, calling out excitedly, Fangfei, what brings you to the Hengduan Mountains? Ling Fangfei was both surprised and delighted. Mu Xian, it really is you. This is wonderful. She quickly made introductions. Mu Xian, this is my senior sister, Tianzi. Senior sister, this is Mu Xian, my childhood friend and close companion. He's currently a student at the Eternal Academy. Mu Xian nodded politely to Tianzi before turning to Ling Fangfei with curiosity. Fangfei, how did you end up tangled with these lunatics from the beast god cult? To be honest, the beast god cult usually appears in the wilderness, either hunting for demonic beast bloodlines or scheming some plot. They rarely interact with normal beast tamers since their appearance is just so conspicuous. Ling Fangfei gave a wry smile and briefly recounted their encounter 2 days ago. Hearing her explanation, Mu Xian's expression immediately turned to one of astonishment. Mu Xian's eyes flickered with a trace of surprise after listening to Ling Fangfei's account. So, just because you discovered them emerging from that cave, they've been hunting you ever since? He frowned in thought. If this were true, that place must be anything but ordinary. Suddenly, a thought crossed Mu Xian's mind. Could it be one of the beast god cult strongholds? His voice carried a hint of excitement. Mu Xian knew that the beast god cult strongholds were typically located near cities, but not too close. The first cross-mountain range fit this description perfectly, being closest to the Shidu Fortress, an ideal location. Sister Fangfei, the information you've provided is incredibly important. Mu Xian tried to suppress the excitement in his heart, but quickly furrowed his brow again. However, I don't think the two of you should be involved in the next steps of this operation. He could tell that Ling Fangfei was only at Lord Tier level 7, and Tianzi was barely at level 9. Against the beast god cult, their strength was far from sufficient. The two of them nodded silently, clearly understanding this as well. After seeing Ling Fangfei and Tianzi off, Mu Xian immediately headed for the cross-mountain range. After a full day of cautious trekking, he finally arrived at the location Ling Fangfei had described. At first glance, the area appeared completely ordinary. Without Ling Fangfei's intelligence, it would have been impossible to suspect any beast god cult activity here. Although the entrance was not visible to the naked eye, Mu Xian had his own methods. He activated his information panel and quickly detected dozens of human and beast signals within a few kilometers, all concentrated in the mountain to his right. So, it really is here, Mu Xian thought to himself. With this many people hiding in the mountain, they must be up to something sinister. He gently stroked the void sky ferret nestled in his arms, explaining the situation briefly. Little cat, sneak inside and see what's going on. Be careful not to get spotted. The void sky ferret let out a soft meow, its eyes seemingly saying, leave it to me. It then vanished into the void, beginning its reconnaissance. As Mu Xian waited patiently, several figures suddenly flew in from the distance. They were dressed in black robes and had wings on their backs, resembling humanoid bird-beast hybrids. However, through his information panel, Mu Xian realized they were humans with no signs of beast taming. There was only one possibility: they were members of the legendary beast god cult, modified by bloodline rituals. Could this really be a beast god cult stronghold? Mu Xian's heartbeat quickened. If this were true, he stood to gain big. Assisting in the destruction of a beast god cult stronghold would earn him at least 10,000 academy credits at the Eternal Academy. Mu Xian remained motionless, watching the 5 figures fly overhead. Not long after, the void sky ferret emerged from the void and jumped into Mu Xian's arms, letting out urgent cries. What? You were discovered? Mu Xian exclaimed, instinctively taking a few steps back. In the next moment, a young figure stepped out of thin air, exuding an aura of arrogance and madness. So, there is a beast tamer behind this little pest, the young man sneered. He wore a black robe that faintly shimmered with silver light. Beneath the robe was a pale, crazed face. The most striking feature was his nose, black, grotesque, and utterly inhuman. Mu Xian quickly checked the information panel. Qinzai. Species, human. Tier, Beast King level 4. Bloodlines, Void Mantis, Tracking Bear, Aurora Leopard. Description: a human modified through bloodline rituals, approximately equivalent to Beast King level 4 in strength. Capable of using partial abilities from the implanted bloodlines. Due to bloodline conflicts, his mental state is on the verge of madness. Mu Xian couldn't help but take a closer look. This guy had 3 different beast bloodlines implanted, and hadn't completely lost his mind. It was almost unbelievable. This was the first time Mu Xian had seen a beast god cult member's information panel, and it was like witnessing a grotesque hybrid of beast and beast tamer. Mu Xian smirked. Are all beast god cult members as ugly as you? Qinzai instantly flew into a rage. You've got guts. They'll crush your skull and use it as a ball. Before the words even finished, Mu Xian saw Qinzai's arms cross and swing toward him. But those were no longer human arms. They had turned into the terrifying forelimbs of a mantis. Mu Xian's heart raced in shock. This guy's nose had become a bear's nose, and now his arms had transformed into mantis blades. He was no longer anything resembling a normal human. Mu Xian sighed inwardly. These beast god cult members are truly insane and abominable. They shouldn't exist. They're a blight on the eyes. But Mu Xian's amusement didn't last long. The 2 mantis blades suddenly appeared right in front of him, slashing toward his head at lightning speed. Qinzai had somehow bypassed the Frostfire Star Dragon's interception and was now directly in front of Mu Xian. In the nick of time, Mu Xian's Lord Tier physique saved his life. His body instinctively dodged the lethal strike. At that moment, the Void Sky Ferret reacted, launching 3 void blades that immediately blocked Qinzai's path. Pathetic tricks. Qinzai sneered, his figure flickering and vanishing in an instant, only to reappear behind Mu Xian. This discovery left Mu Xian stunned. He almost blurted out, spatial teleportation? Heh, that's right, little pest. Qinzai cackled madly. I've mastered teleportation. Now, prepare to die. Mu Xian quickly regained his composure. Teleportation was troublesome, but not unbeatable. He already had 5 ways to counter it. Xiaoling. Activate the Frostfire domain. The Frostfire Star Dragon roared, unleashing its Frostfire domain, enveloping a 100-meter radius in freezing energy. At that moment, faint ice crystals appeared beside Mu Xian, revealing Qinzai's figure. A domain skill? Qinzai snorted. You're a tough little pest, but do you really think this can stop me? Before the words were finished, Qinzai disappeared again, moving so fast that he seemed invisible to the naked eye. But Mu Xian smiled. He had already noticed that while Qinzai had gained teleportation, he lacked other spatial abilities. This was a critical weakness. Little cat, use spatial lock. Don't let him escape. Xiaoling, keep the Frostfire domain active and continuously lower the temperature. The Void Sky Ferret and Frostfire Star Dragon sprang into action. In an instant, a transparent barrier encased the area within 100 meters, while the biting cold of the Frostfire domain intensified. As a beast tamer, Mu Xian was immune to his own beast's cold thanks to the beast ring's protective barrier. Qin Zai, however, was not so fortunate. The relentless cold eventually began to slow him down. In the confined space of the dimensional prison, Qin Zai's form finally came to a slow halt. His entire body was covered in frost, trembling uncontrollably. This beast god cultist, who possessed three formidable abilities: teleportation, mantis shred, and extreme speed, was now showing signs of inevitable defeat. Mu Xian's eyes lit up as he immediately commanded, "Heaven Horned Ant, strike!" The Heaven Horned Ant, already poised and ready, emitted a sharp, piercing screech. The moment Qin Zai reappeared, it unleashed its giant horn strike ability. A blood-curdling scream followed as Qin Zai, just barely visible, was impaled completely by the ant's massive horn, with blood splattering everywhere. Without hesitation, the heaven-horned ant gripped Qin Zai's arms tightly with its front limbs and pulled with immense force. Rip! The horrifying sound of flesh and bone being torn apart echoed as Qin Zai's arms were brutally ripped from his body. "Aw, you'll all pay for this." Qin Zai descended into madness, cursing Mu Xian and his allies. However, these curses were futile, as Qin Zai had never implanted the bloodline of a curse-type beast. Thud! The heaven-horned ant decisively ended Qin Zai's wretched life. Mu Xian confirmed that Qin Zai was dead and allowed a victorious smile to creep onto his lips. Suddenly, a notification flashed before his eyes. Qin Zai's bloodline can be extracted. The message left Mu Xian stunned. Typically, such notifications only appeared for beasts. He had never expected that a beast god cultist like Qin Zai could also yield an extractable bloodline. A thought struck Mu Xian: perhaps it was because Qin Zai had fused with the three bloodlines he had transplanted, making him, in some sense, akin to a beast. This discovery thrilled Mu Xian. It meant he could potentially harvest immense benefits from other beast god cultists, making him a natural nemesis to the cult. Unable to contain his excitement, Mu Xian burst into laughter. Without hesitation, he summoned the luck-warding butterfly to cast its fortune enshroudment skill on him and chose to extract the bloodline. As the talent activated, a silvery mass of blood slowly materialized in Mu Xian's hand, distorting the surrounding space. A system notification immediately appeared. Fragmented Spatial Mantis Bloodline. Type: Spatial Mantis Clan. Beast King quality. Exceptional description: a rare bloodline extracted from a bloodline modifier. Though fragmented, it remains highly valuable. Mu Xian was ecstatic. Even though the Spatial Mantis bloodline was incomplete, it was still incredibly rare and precious. He considered using it to nurture a second spatial-type beast, but soon entertained a daring idea. If beast god cultists could fuse with bloodlines, could he also fuse with this secondary bloodline? After all, Qin Zai's teleportation ability was something he had coveted for a long time. Suppressing the thought for now, Mu Xian quickly stowed Qin Zai's corpse and carefully cleaned the scene. He had no intention of alerting the beast god cult and letting this monumental achievement slip through his fingers. As expected, a group of black-robed figures arrived at the scene shortly afterward but found no useful clues, significantly delaying their retreat plans. From a safe distance, Mu Xian observed the cultists. Once he confirmed that the beast god cult had not realized Qin Zai was dead and that their base had not been swiftly evacuated, he finally exhaled in relief. This allowed him the time to calmly call for reinforcements. Near the western fortress, approximately 100 miles away, a spatial vortex emerged, revealing Mu Xian and his frosted star ice dragon. Without wasting a moment, Mu Xian contacted his mentor, Xuan, to report his findings. "You've discovered a possible beast god cult base in the central region of the First Cross Mountain Range? That's fantastic news, Xiao Mu. This information is incredibly valuable," Xuan exclaimed, both shocked and delighted. "Stay where you are, Xiao Mu. It'll come to you immediately." "Understood, mentor," Mu Xian replied obediently. What happened next was astonishing. Just a short distance in front of Mu Xian, a spatial door quickly formed, and Xuan stepped out with an air of elegance. He clapped Mu Xian's shoulder firmly and said with a smile, "Well done, kid. It's only been a month, and you've already uncovered a beast god cult base." Mu Xian scratched his head sheepishly. "It's mostly luck. A childhood friend of mine stumbled upon it by accident." Xuan nodded thoughtfully. "All right, where is this base located?" "It's about 100 miles away, inside a mountain cavity," Mu Xian explained. "However, my beast can only spatially jump 60 miles at a time, so it'll take 2 jumps to reach." As he spoke, he prepared to have his space-warping sky ferret execute the jumps. Xuan gently shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. "No need to go through so much trouble," he said. "Just have your beast share the spatial coordinates with me." Mu Xian was momentarily stunned before realization dawned on him. Xuan's void gate was a king-tier beast. Covering a mere 100 miles was nothing more than an instant for it. Sure enough, As soon as the sky-leaping dragon weasel shared the spatial coordinates of the beast god cult's outpost, a transparent portal materialized before Mu Xian. "Let's go, Xiaomu," Hualin Xian said. The two stepped through the void gate, instantly traversing the 100 miles to reappear in front of the same mountain. "Master, they're inside the belly of this mountain," Mu Xian said urgently. Hualin Xian smiled faintly. "Indeed they are. I can already smell the disgusting stench of those lunatics." Before he even finished speaking, a phantom city appeared in the space above Hualin Xian's head. It was the same illusory moon maze city that had appeared during the opening ceremony. The city expanded rapidly, soon encompassing the entire mountain. "Well, those lunatics have nowhere to run now," Hualin Xian said, turning to Mu Xian with a glint of excitement in his eyes. "Now, let's see if there's a big catch waiting for us in there." Just as the words left his mouth, a colossal creature, towering over 100 meters, suddenly emerged before them. Its entire body gleamed with a golden sheen, radiating a terrifying and oppressive aura. Each of its massive hands was large enough to effortlessly lift a mountain. "A king-tier beast, the Titan giant ape," Mu Xian exclaimed in shock. The Titan giant ape crouched slightly, and in the next moment, it effortlessly lifted the entire mountain, exposing its hollow interior. Mu Xian stared at the scene, utterly dumbfounded by the sheer display of power. At that moment, a figure shot out from the mountain's interior, their face filled with terror and despair. "This is bad, it's the eternal immortal, Hualin Xian," the figure cried out. Hualin Xian looked at the figure soaring into the sky and burst into laughter. "I didn't expect to find a king-tier big fish in just a branch outpost." "Huh." Before he could say another word, the Titan giant ape's massive hand came crashing down, snatching the fleeing figure in its grasp. In an instant, dazzling arcs of electricity crackled and exploded within the giant hand. Yet the Titan giant ape remained unfazed. The captured king-tier beast god cultist was gravely injured, their body emitting wisps of smoke. Watching the scene unfold, Mu Xian couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the captured cultist. This had to be the most pitiful king-tier powerhouse he had ever seen. A beast god cult member at the king level was captured alive by Hualin Xian in a single move. This scene left Mu Xian utterly astonished, finally giving him a clear understanding of the terrifying power of a peak king-level expert, something far beyond the imagination of ordinary king-level cultivators. At the same time, he felt secretly relieved that he hadn't acted recklessly. If he had rushed in blindly, he might not have survived. With a wave of Hua Linxian's hand, another portal to the void appeared out of thin air. Moments later, 10 figures stepped through in an orderly manner. They were all Beast King-level prodigies from the Eternal Academy, including two familiar faces to Mu Xianhan Yuan and Liao Yuhan. Hua Linxian gave a faint smile and said, "You all understand the mission details, correct? Then go. Leave no beast god cult member alive." "Understood, Headmaster," the students replied in unison. Without hesitation, they summoned their beasts and charged toward the depths of the mountain. Noticing the puzzled look in Mu Xian's eyes, Hua Linxian explained, "The remaining Beast King-level cultists aren't worth me taking action personally." Mu Xian suddenly realized that the headmaster had turned this stronghold into a live combat exercise for the students. "Mu, since you discovered this place, you should join in too," Hua Linxian said. Mu Xian was momentarily stunned, but then nodded resolutely. All right. He understood this was likely a test from his mentor, so he summoned his Frostfire Ice Dragon and rode it into the mountain depths without hesitation. Once inside, Mu Xian saw that the mountain had been almost entirely hollowed out, forming multiple levels filled with structures. Chaos had already broken out among the Beast God cult members. Mu Xian noticed that his fellow students from the Eternal Academy had each found their respective opponents. He wasted no time and quickly locked onto his target a Beast God cult member named Luoning Xuan, a Beast King at the 7th tier. This individual, who seemed to be a high-ranking figure in the stronghold, was organizing the cultists' resistance, significantly hindering the students' progress. Seizing the right moment, Mu Xian made his move, trapping Luo Ningxuan in a spatial confinement. Upon seeing Mu Xian, Luo Ningxuan's eyes gleamed with malice. He realized the stronghold had been exposed and that they were surrounded, cut off from the outside world. "If I'm going down, I'm taking a few of you with me," Luo Ningxuan thought grimly. Black armor materialized on his body as he prepared to strike, glaring at Mu Xian with murderous intent. Mu Xian smiled faintly and commanded his Frostfire Ice Dragon, Celestial Horned Ant, and Sky Leaping Dragon Weasel to attack simultaneously, launching an all-out assault on Luo Ningxuan. The moment the spatial confinement was broken, the Frostfire Ice Dragon unleashed its Frostfire Blazion, intensely cold flame that burned relentlessly on Luo Ningxuan's body. Despite the searing pain, Luo Ningxuan ignored it and swung his fist at the Celestial Horned Ant. At the same time, he bellowed, "Kill these wretched humans. The beast god will save us." His cry rallied the surrounding cultists, who charged recklessly at Mu Xian and his beasts. The chaos was like nothing Mu Xian had ever experienced, and he narrowly avoided being struck several times. However, he quickly regained his composure and established a defensive formation. Even so, Mu Xian had to personally engage in combat, eliminating several cultists with his own hands. The main battle, however, remained centered on the siege of Luo Ningxuan. At a critical moment, the sky-leaping dragon weasel finally demonstrated its value. It unleashed its long-prepared spatial collapse skill, which engulfed Luo Ningxuan in an instant. Although the skill was executed by a mere 4th-tier Lord-level beast, its spatial manipulation caught Luo Ningxuan completely off guard. The terrifying spatial collapse rendered Luo Ningxuan defenseless. The Frostfire Ice Dragon seized the opportunity, unleashing its devastating Froststar Cataclysm from above, striking directly at Luo Ningxuan's head. Taking 2 powerful attacks hidden, Luo Ningxuan met an ignoble end, his body completely consumed by the forces of spatial collapse. With the 7th-tier Beast King eliminated, the remaining cultists were quickly swept away by Mu Xian's beasts. As he advanced deeper into the stronghold, Mu Xian noticed 3 Beast King-level cultists leading over 20 others in an assault on his old acquaintance, Liao Yuhan. "Senior Liao, do you need help?" Mu Xian called out from a distance. In his precarious situation, Liao Yuhan immediately responded upon hearing Mu Xian's offer. "Is that you, Junior Mu? Hurry and help me." Mu Xian smiled. "All right, let's go, Little Ling, Little Cat, and Celestial Horned Ant." With the Frostfire Ice Dragon and the other beasts joining the fray, the cultists fell like leaves in a storm. After a prolonged battle, an exhausted Liao Yuhan finally caught his breath and said, "Junior Mu, I really owe you one this time. If it weren't for you, I'd be done for." Mu Xian laughed. "We're classmates, of course I'd help." The two decided to team up and venture further together. Their combined efforts proved far more effective than working alone. Before long, they reached the lowest level of the stronghold. There, Mu Xian and Liao Yuhan were shocked to discover countless frozen beasts encased in ice. "Why are there so many frozen beasts here?" Liao Yuhan asked in astonishment. After a closer look, Mu Xian's expressions turned grave. "No, these aren't beasts. They're people, individuals who lost control after fusing with beast bloodlines. I've seen this before and recognized the signs." Liao Yuhan stared at the thousands of icy prisons in shock before exclaiming in outrage, "They say the beast god cult is full of lunatics, and now I see it's true." As Mu Xian continued exploring, a mural on one of the walls caught his eye. Mu Xian's attention was drawn to a particularly smooth area on the mural, standing out starkly against the dusty surface around it. His heart skipped a beat as he gently pressed on the smooth spot. With a click, a hidden door suddenly appeared. "Junior, is this?" Liao Yuhan asked in astonishment. "A secret door, and there's something inside." Mu Xian replied in a low voice. To be cautious, he sent his Skyhorn ant in first to scout the way. Once it was confirmed safe, the two of them stepped into the stone chamber beyond the hidden door. What lay before them left them utterly stunned. In the center of the chamber was the massive corpse of a monstrous beast, exuding an aura of dread and terror. The creature was over 100 meters long and more than 6 meters tall, its appearance grotesque and menacing. This is the corpse of a king-tier beast." Liao Yuhan exclaimed in disbelief. Mu Xian was equally shocked by the discovery. A king-tier beast, whose entire body was a treasure trove, had been left here like T-Sit was unimaginable. Quickly recovering from their shock, excitement lit up their faces. "Junior, we're rich," Liao Yuhan said, her voice trembling with excitement. "Absolutely. This is worth at least 1,000 small goals. And it's the kind of treasure you can't even find on the market." Mu Xian agreed enthusiastically. As Liao Yuhan carefully examined the beast's corpse, recognition dawned on her. "Junior, I know what this is. It's an iron-armored frost earth dragon, a rare pureblood dragon species with 3 attributes. They typically live deep underground and are rarely seen. I can't believe it was killed and left here." Mu Xian nodded thoughtfully and speculated. "It's likely that the beast god cult discovered its lair, killed it, and then converted its nest into a base." Just as the two were about to discuss how to divide the spoils of the earth dragon, Hua Linxian's voice suddenly echoed in their ears. "Little Mu, Little Liao, you know the drill. Half of this iron-armored frost earth dragon goes to the school." Liao Yuhan immediately responded. "Don't worry, Principal, we understand." Mu Xian, however, looked confused. "Senior, what drill?" Liao Yuhan explained. "It's the rule of Eternal Academy. Whenever a school expert is involved, any king-tier or higher-level loot we find must be split. Half goes to the school and its experts, and the rest is ours." Mu Xian nodded in understanding, having no objections. After all, without Hua Linxian's help, obtaining the Earth Dragon's corpse would have been far from guaranteed. As Liao Yuhan examined the Earth Dragon's body, she said, "Junior, the most valuable parts of the iron-armored frost Earth Dragon are its head, scales, blood, skin, internal organs, and tail. The meat is tasty but the least valuable. And since this dragon has been dead for a long time, the meat won't be as good as it once was. Unfortunately, most of its blood has been drained. Since you found the secret door first, you get to choose first. After a moment of consideration, Mu Xian said, I'll take the heart, a quarter of the scales, and some meat. My beasts could really benefit from devouring it. Liao Yuhan nodded in agreement and began carefully extracting the dragon's heart. An hour later, the two left the stone chamber, satisfied with their haul and having divided the earth dragon's resources. When they returned to the uppermost level of the mountain's interior, Mu Xian found the place in complete disarray. All the beast god cult members had been eliminated, and the valuable items had been thoroughly sorted. Hua Linxian, seeing Mu Xian emerge, nodded in approval. You did well this time. Liao Yuhan noticed that the principal seemed particularly friendly toward Mu Xian, which surprised her. Hua Linxian glanced around at the group and smiled faintly. I've observed all your performances during this mission. Overall, not bad, though there are areas for improvement. I'll provide feedback along with the mission summary. For now, everyone, return to the academy. Yes, principal. The group responded in unison. With that, a portal to the void appeared once more, transporting Mu Xian and the others back to the academy. Back on the familiar campus grounds, Mu Xian held his Sky Leap Dragon Weasel in his arms and sighed, Little one, we still have a long way to go before we become true powerhouses. We need to work even harder. Meow, the little creature, seemingly still shaken, had witnessed the magical void portal firsthand. Mu Xian smiled and carried the little one back to Villa Number 1, ready to experiment with some new ideas. Not long after, Mu Xian received the mission results from Hua Linxian, assisting Eternal Academy in uncovering a major beast god cult stronghold. Reward, 13,000 academic credits. 13,000 credits jackpot. Mu Xian was overjoyed. This amount was enough to exchange for a king-tier evolutionary resource. That afternoon, the Academy's internal network buzzed with discussions about the mission to clear the beast god cult stronghold. Many regretted missing out on the lucrative opportunity. Liao Yuhan even publicly shared that she had acquired a quarter of the iron-armored Frost Earth Dragon's corpse, sparking envy and admiration from others while drawing significant attention to herself. Mu Xian suspected she might have some kind of popularity system bound to her, but he was grateful she hadn't revealed anything about him. In truth, Liao Yuhan had initially intended to mention Mu Xian, but she recalled Hua Linxian's special attitude toward him and decided against it. Meanwhile, in the underground chamber of Villa Number 1, Mu Xian stared at a small vial of silvery blood, lost in thought. All this time, I've been using these bloodlines as evolutionary resources. But now that my beasts have grown stronger, perhaps it's time to try a different approach. If those lunatics from the beast god cult confuse bloodlines, why can't I? With my bloodline extraction and fusion talent, I should be able to do it too. Resolving himself, Mu Xian prepared to fuse the remnants of the spatial mantis bloodline into his Sky Leap Dragon Weasel. Long ago, Mu Xian had already conceived the idea of integrating rare bloodlines into his contracted beasts. However, this notion had remained just thought due to the high risks involved in bloodline fusion. The process could potentially destroy the beast's original potential or even result in a grotesque failure, a creature with no distinct form or purpose. The dangers of bloodline fusion were well known, especially when lower-tier creatures attempted to merge with higher-tier bloodlines. Such attempts often led to bloodline mutations, or even a complete transformation of the beast's form, where the new bloodline could overpower the original. It wasn't until Mu Xian joined the Eternal Academy that his understanding of beast cultivation expanded significantly. With his growing knowledge and the experience gained from a few experiments, Mu Xian finally mustered the courage to attempt bloodline fusion on his own beast. Little cat, sit still and don't move, Mu Xian said softly to the sky-leaping dragon weasel as he carefully held a vial containing the incomplete spatial mantis bloodline. Without hesitation, he activated his bloodline fusion talent. In an instant, the silver bloodline flowed like liquid into the body of the sky-leaping dragon weasel, triggering a violent surge of spatial energy. Mu Xian calculated internally, this spatial mantis bloodline has limited potential, capped at the Beast King level, and it's incomplete. Based on my predictions, Little Cat should be able to absorb most of the bloodline's power without significant rejection. If it can assimilate the skill, then this will be a huge win. Mu Xian watched the process with eager anticipation, fully aware that no external enhancement could surpass the value of his beast's innate growth and strength. Before long, streaks of silver radiance began to shimmer on the sky-leaping dragon weasel's fur, and the little creature let out a high-pitched cry, as though announcing a profound transformation. About 10 minutes later, the dragon weasel's body began to undergo noticeable changes, causing Mu Xian to grow increasingly tense. If the dragon weasel's potential were to be lost in the process, he would be devastated. Suddenly, Mu Xian noticed that the dragon weasel's fur had become more lustrous, even faintly reflective. The most striking change, however, appeared on its claws. Its nails had grown sharper and more menacingly lethal. Next, Mu Xian observed that the creature's tail had transformed as well, no longer weak and limp, but now exuding a sense of power. Thankfully, no other unexpected changes occurred, allowing Mu Xian to finally breathe a sigh of relief. After some time, the layer of silver light dissipated, signaling the successful completion of the bloodline fusion process. Unable to contain his excitement, Mu Xian immediately checked the Sky-Leaping Dragon Weasel's status panel. Sky-Leaping Dragon Weasel. Type: Spatial Dragon Weasel. Rank: Lord, Level 4. Bloodline: Sub-Ancestral. Quality: Extraordinary. Innate ability: Spatial Slash. Skills: Microcosmic Space, Spatial Imprisonment, Void Blade, Spatial Shift, Spatial Collapse, Spatial Blink. Description: Originally an ordinary ferret from the edge of the Nanshan Secret Realm, it gained void attributes by absorbing a trace of Void Calamity Dragon essence. During its evolution into a Void Dragon Weasel, it accidentally activated a trace of Sky-Piercing Dragon Weasel bloodline, making it a top-tier dual-attribute beast with spatial and dragon properties. It commands spatial powers, traverses the void, and wields destructive spatial force. After fusing with the Spatial Mantis bloodline, it gained the Spatial Blink skill and awakened the innate ability Spatial Slash. Currently, its Sky-Piercing Dragon Weasel bloodline activation has reached 15. Seeing such promising results, Mu Xian couldn't help but wave his fist in excitement. It worked, just as I expected. It directly absorbed the Spatial Mantis bloodline, gained the Spatial Blink skill, and even awakened the innate ability, Spatial Slash. Meowed little cat seemed to sense its newfound power and let out a joyful cry. In the blink of an eye, it appeared on Mu Xian's shoulder. This time, its movement was almost imperceptible, with barely any spatial ripples. After his initial excitement, Mu Xian calmed himself and carefully reviewed the entire bloodline fusion process. He knew this was just the beginning. In the future, there were still many other beasts under his care awaiting enhancement, including the Frost Flame Star Dragon, the Mighty Antlered Titan, the Indestructible Thunder Spirit Bear, the Destiny Butterfly, and the Sacred Spirit Envoy. The next day, Mu Xian decided to test the Sky-Leaping Dragon Weasel's new skills in the field to accurately assess its combat capabilities. Through a series of rigorous tests, Mu Xian was thrilled to discover that most of the Dragon Weasel's abilities remained unchanged. However, its upgraded Spatial Shift skill now had an extended range of an astonishing 100 miles. The newly acquired Spatial Blink skill was even more remarkable, allowing instantaneous movement within 0.1 seconds, with a maximum range of 1,000 meters and a cooldown of just 1 second. As for the new innate ability, Spatial Slash, it turned out to be an incredibly powerful offensive skill. It could silently divide a section of space into 4 parts, unleashing devastating destructive force. To further test the Dragon Weasel's strength, Mu Xian even pitted it against a Beast King-level opponent. The Beast King creature lasted less than a minute before succumbing to Little Cat's razor-sharp claws. At least the combat capability of a Beast King, level 4. Mu Xian exclaimed in amazement, astonished at how much his Dragon Weasel had grown. Satisfied with the results, Mu Xian returned to the academy, only to recall another important matter. He immediately sought out Ling Fangfei and Tianzi, saying with a smile, "Fangfei, Senior Tian, I couldn't have done it without the intel you provided." With that, he handed them 2 sets of Beast King-grade resources, carefully chosen to suit their respective beasts. Ling Fangfei looked at the resources in surprise. "Mu Xian, this is too much. I can't accept this." Tianzi also shook her head repeatedly. "Mu classmate, we only provided a little information. This is far too generous." Mu Xian earnestly explained, "It's precisely because of your intel that I was able to achieve such great success at school and earn a pile of rewards. I'd feel guilty if I didn't share some with you." After much insistence, Ling Fangfei and Tianzi finally accepted the gifts. Ling Fangfei curiously asked, "Mu Xian, what exactly was that place we discovered?" Mu Xian chuckled. "Oh, nothing major, just a base of the Beast God cult. We not only captured a King-level expert from their ranks, but also eliminated over 10 Beast King-level elites. It was a resounding success." The King-level expert, Ling Fangfei gasped, her face filled with shock and a hint of lingering fear. Mu Xian then turned to Ling Fangfei and asked, "Fangfei, what brought you to West Capital all of a sudden?" Ling Fangfei explained, "I was here on a mission, but I didn't expect to encounter danger." Thinking back, it still gives me chills. Mu Xian couldn't help but speculate that Ling Fangfei's mission might be related to the mysterious organization she belonged to. He still remembered her previous warning to be cautious during the national exams. After spending some time exploring West Capital with Ling Fangfei and Tianzi, Mu Xian returned to his private villa, ready to enter seclusion for training. However, just as he was about to begin, a booming voice echoed from outside the villa. "Mu Xian, I challenge you. Come out and face me." Raising an eyebrow, Mu Xian thought to himself, So it's my turn to be challenged, huh? Let's see who's bold enough to provoke me. Mu Xian pushed open the door, and the scene before him made him blink in surprise. Standing outside his villa #1 was an unfamiliar student, but what was even more shocking was the magnificent, elegant creature by his side. At first glance, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary phoenix. Upon closer inspection, Mu Xian realized the truth. It wasn't a true phoenix, but a rare beast known as the sea foam bird. This creature carried a trace of phoenix bloodline and resembled the mythical bird in appearance, hence its name. According to legend, the sea foam bird favored perching on parasol trees where phoenixes once rested, absorbing the residual aura of the divine beast. Mu Xian silently analyzed the sea foam bird's attributes: fire type and flying type, Beast King Tier 2 bloodline, and Beast King level quality. It also possessed several extraordinary skills: Phoenix Divine Flame, Sacred Flame Strike, Flame Revival, Heavenly Flame Domain, and Phoenix Majesty. As Mu Xian marveled inwardly, the unfamiliar student suddenly spoke, his voice brimming with confidence. Mu Xian, my name is Chen Tingbo. I challenge you. With his hands clasped behind his back, Chen Tingbo continued boastfully, I want everyone to know that I, Chen Tingbo, am no weaker than anyone. Mu Xian chuckled softly, instantly understanding the situation. This guy had likely stumbled upon incredible luck, acquiring a sea foam bird, and now sought to flaunt his newfound power. As it turned out, Mu Xian was almost entirely correct. Chen Tingbo had indeed discovered the sea foam bird during a recent expedition. After training it to Beast King level, he learned about Mu Xian's feats on the internal network and convinced himself he was capable of defeating him. Without saying much, Mu Xian simply raised his hand. In an instant, his Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon appeared before him. Xiaoling, it's your turn, Mu Xian said calmly. Rest assured, Master. I won't tarnish your reputation, the Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon replied confidently. The battle began immediately. To be fair, the sea foam bird was undeniably powerful, a top-tier beast. Even Han Yuan's Radiant Sun Dragon Turtle might not have had an easy time against it. However, Chen Tingbo had clearly chosen the wrong opponent. Ice Crystal Annihilation, Extreme Cold Seal, Frost Ember Flame, Absolute Star Frost. The Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon unleashed 4 devastating abilities in quick succession. The sea foam bird let out a pained screech, plummeting to the ground in critical condition before being caught by a panicked Chen Tingbo. At that moment, Chen Tingbo seemed too stunned to process what had just happened, his mind echoing with the thought, wasn't I supposed to be able to defeat Mu Xian? Mu Xian gazed calmly at his disheveled opponent and said indifferently, young man, don't overreach. The remark nearly caused Chen Tingbo to spit blood in frustration. He fumed internally. What nonsense! I've been here a year longer than you. The challenge ended in a decisive victory for Mu Xian. Shortly after, someone posted the entire event on the internal network. Chen Tingbo's pre-battle boasting quickly became a source of ridicule, igniting widespread amusement online. It was said that Chen Tingbo was so humiliated, he avoided campus for an entire month. A few days later, on the village training grounds, Liao Yuhan watched Mu Xian's adorable and seemingly harmless sky-leaping dragon weasel in awe. Junior, your beast is absolutely monstrous. My soaring sky dragon sparrow couldn't even last 5 minutes against it. Earlier, Liao Yuhan's soaring sky dragon sparrow had sparred with the sky-leaping dragon weasel. The match ended in mere minutes, with the dragon sparrow defeated in just a few moves. To everyone's shock, the sky-leaping dragon weasel was only at Lord Tier 4. Mu Xian smiled. This little one has high potential. You can't judge it by its tier alone. Liao Yuhan couldn't help but sigh. Once this little guy reaches Beast King level, I'll probably sweep the floor with all of us. He silently speculated that the sky-leaping dragon weasel, a spatial-type beast, might possess the fabled sub-ancestor level potential. Otherwise, its extraordinary abilities would be hard to explain. Sensing the direction of the conversation, Mu Xian changed the topic with a smile. Senior, did you come here today just to spar with me? Of course not. Liao Yuhan replied seriously. Junior, I actually wanted to invite you to explore a secret location with me. There are 2 Beast King level beasts guarding it, and their strength is formidable. I can't handle them alone. Mu Xian's interest was immediately piqued. After all, if even Liao Yuhan, whose soaring sky dragon sparrow excelled in traversing voids, couldn't handle the location but still had his sights set on it, it must be extraordinary. As expected, Liao Yuhan explained, that place is home to a 7-colored mystic dragon fruit tree, a top-tier treasure. It's incredibly beneficial for dragon-type beasts, capable of purifying their bloodlines and enhancing their talents. It's a priceless resource. Unfortunately, 2 Beast King Tier 9 flood dragons guard the tree. I've tried several times, but couldn't get even a single fruit. That's why I came to you for help. 7-colored mystic dragon fruit? Mu Xian's eyes lit up. This was a treasure among Beast King level resources, especially valuable for dragon-type beasts. Such an opportunity was not something Mu Xian would pass up. Two Beast King Tier 9 Flood Dragons? Mu Xian pondered briefly. Given his strength, dealing with two Beast King Tier 9 beasts shouldn't be too challenging, especially since their goal was to snatch the fruit, not eliminate the dragons. Senior, count me in. Mu Xian agreed enthusiastically. Liao Yuhan was overjoyed. Great. With our combined strength, we're sure to secure a few 7-colored mystic dragon fruits. With their plan set, Mu Xian and Liao Yuhan decided to set out the next day to explore the mysterious location. The next morning, Mu Xian and Liao Yuhan shouldered their packs and left Shidu City, embarking on their journey deep into the third transverse mountain range. The mountains, as always, were teeming with ferocious beasts, but the two cautiously ventured into the heart of the range, relying on their respective space-type beast companions. Eventually, they arrived outside the perilous Double Dragon Valley. Double Dragon Valley was treacherous, with steep cliffs on both sides covered in jagged rocks. Low growls from wild beasts echoed intermittently. The valley floor was shrouded in miasma and swirling white mist, where the faint silhouettes of various beasts could be seen moving about. Their goal, the rainbow mystic dragon fruit, was hidden in the heart of this dangerous place. To avoid alerting the beasts, the pair planned to traverse the void and teleport directly to the rainbow mystic dragon fruit tree. However, the real challenge lay in the two Tier 9 Beast King Flood Dragons guarding the tree. Liao Yuhan's expression grew serious as he murmured, "Junior, are you ready?" Mu Xian's lips curved into a confident smile as he replied, "No need to worry, Senior. This time, we'll succeed for sure." As he spoke, he summoned Jiming Butterfly and the Holy Spirit Mage. Little Butterfly, Spirit Mage, cast Fortune Shroud and Holy Protection on us. Although both had already taken antidote pills, Mu Xian wasn't one to leave things to chance. Jiming Butterfly's wings quivered, scattering specks of golden light that enveloped their bodies, while the Holy Spirit Mage waved her staff, summoning a warm, radiant glow over the two. Watching this scene, Liao Yuhan widened his eyes in astonishment. "This is..." Mu Xian responded with a calm smile. Two support-type beast companions. Liao Yuhan was momentarily rendered speechless, marveling inwardly. Is this guy even human? With so many beast companions, just how powerful is his spiritual energy? As the two skills were successfully cast, Mu Xian felt an intangible force empowering him, filling him with renewed confidence. Suddenly, Liao Yuhan gave a low shout. "Let's go." His sky-soaring dragonfinch spread its wings and vanished in an instant, carrying its master straight into the depths of Double Dragon Valley. Seeing this, Mu Xian didn't hesitate. He called out, "Little cat, follow them." Meow. With a soft cry, Mu Xian's figure disappeared from where he stood. In the mist-laden depths of the Twin Dragon Valley, a radiant 7-colored fruit tree stood quietly. 7 fruits hung from its crown, each glowing with a brilliant hue of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet, shimmering dazzlingly. Beneath the tree, 2 colossal serpentine flood dragons, each measuring 18 meters in length, coiled around its trunk, their scales gleaming with vivid colors. With every breath they took, swirls of 7-colored mist were drawn into their bodies. Suddenly, the dragons snapped their eyes open, their gazes sharp and filled with fury as they stared beneath the tree. In an instant, 2 figures appeared: Liao Yuhan and his beast companion, the sky-soaring dragon sparrow. Moments later, the air rippled again, and Mu Xian arrived with his void-leaping dragon weasel. Mu Xian quickly surveyed the surroundings and summoned all of his beasts. At that moment, his gaze fell on the information panel of their foes. 7-colored miasma flood dragon. Classification: Domain type Poison type Sub-Dragon type. Rank: Beast King, Level 9 Bloodline. Quality: Beast King grade. Skills: Venomous Splash, Dragon Tail Sweep, Dragon's Intimidation, 7-colored miasma, Miasma Dragon Domain. Description: The guardian beasts of the 7-colored mystic dragon fruit tree mutated into domain-type miasma flood dragons after absorbing the tree's power over time. They are just one step away from fully transforming into true dragons. Both dragons share the exact same attributes, leaving Mu Xian astonished. Domain type, Poison type, Sub-Dragon type. There were 2 of them. It was a nightmare-level challenge. The miasma domain alone was a death trap for any intruder. As long as the dragons suppressed their opponents within the domain, victory was almost guaranteed. No wonder Liao Yuhan failed several times and had to share this with me, Mu Xian thought, nodding to himself before relaying the situation to his Frost Star Dragon. "Junior, we each take 1 dragon and hold them off, then send our beasts to snatch the 7-colored mystic dragon fruits," Liao Yuhan shouted. Mu Xian was about to agree when he noticed something unusual about the 7-colored mystic dragon fruit tree itself. It also had an information panel. He immediately warned, "Senior, be careful. This 7-colored mystic dragon fruit tree isn't just a spirit plant. It 7-colored mystic dragon fruit tree. Classification: Nature type, dragon type, plant type. Rank, Beast King, level 9 bloodline. Quality, Beast King grade. Skills, Earth absorption, dragon lash, fruit cultivation, clone summon, nature domain. Description, a plant beast mutated after absorbing fragments of the 7 mystic sky mirror. It controls the 2 flood dragons as guardians and hides its true nature. Before Xian could finish his sentence, the 2 miasma flood dragons launched their attack. They unleashed their miasma dragon domain, instantly enveloping a radius of a kilometer in a swirl of 7-colored light, spreading an overwhelming sense of nausea. Damn it! The miasma dragon domain is a fusion skill. Xian cursed as the 2 streams of 7-colored light merged into one cohesive force. These 2 miasma flood dragons are absolutely disgusting. With the domain activated, the 2 dragons lunged toward Xian and Liao Yuhan, their poisonous aura spreading wildly and making Xian's head spin. To make matters worse, the 7-colored mystic dragon fruit tree began emitting beams of light that shot toward them. Liao Yuhan froze in shock. The 7-colored mystic dragon fruit tree is a beast? How is that possible? He was stunned because mystic dragon fruit trees were typically unconscious spirit plants, not classified as beasts. Yet this one was a plant-type beast, a revelation that defied common sense. Xian, however, wasn't surprised had already seen the information. The beams of light from the tree struck the ground and transformed into humanoid tree-like creatures. Xiaoling, hold off one of the flood dragons. Xiao Mao, stay hidden in the void and seize the 7-colored mystic dragon fruits. Skyhorn Ant, deal with the tree clones. Spirit Mage, keep an eye on everyone and remove any negative effects. Xian gave rapid instructions as he charged toward one of the tree clones. Meanwhile, Liao Yuhan gritted his teeth and joined the battle, commanding the sky-soaring dragon Sparrow to engage one of the flood dragons while summoning another beast to make a move for the fruits. However, Xian quickly realized he had underestimated the 2 Beast King-level flood dragons. The immense gap in rank left even his Frost Star Dragon struggling to hold its own. Fortunately, the 7-colored mystic dragon fruit tree seemed to lack significant combat abilities, relying instead on its array of support skills to hinder Xian and the others. Junior, this can't go on. Liao Yuhan's face turned increasingly pale, his voice trembling slightly. Under the influence of the miasma dragon's domain, the potency of the toxic mist had at least doubled, and the poison was invading his body at an alarming rate. Clenching his fists, he struggled to steady his faltering body. Xian wasn't in much better shape. His face was equally pale, almost as white as paper. Gritting his teeth, his gaze remained fixed on the vibrant, 7-colored mystic dragon fruit tree not far away, his mind wrestling with the decision of whether to retreat. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he had thought of a brilliant idea. Xiao Mao, Xiao Ling, switch roles. Xian suddenly shouted, a trace of excitement in his voice. Xiao Mao, focus on restraining the dragon. Xiao Ling, you handle the 7-colored mystic dragon fruit, don't hold back. Burn it down completely. Liao Yuhan was utterly shocked by this command. They had previously agreed to take only the 7-colored mystic dragon fruits without harming the tree. After all, it was an incredibly rare Beast King-level resource. But now, Xian's stance had taken a complete 180-degree turn. With a deafening roar, Xiaoling quickly swapped positions with the sky-leaping dragon weasel. The 7-colored mystic dragon fruit tree immediately sensed the impending danger, its branches and leaves trembling violently as if foreseeing the catastrophe about to befall it. When the terrifyingly cold ice flame began to engulf the 7-colored mystic dragon fruit tree, the entire battle shifted dramatically. Plant-type beasts were naturally countered by fire-type beasts, and ice flame, though bone-chillingly cold, was still a form of fire. Stop! I'm willing to give you my fruits. An aged voice suddenly rang out, breaking the tense atmosphere. Xian responded calmly, 4 7-colored mystic dragon fruits. Not one less. The aged voice fell silent for a long moment before finally conceding, fine, for fruits. Liao Yuhan stared at Xian in disbelief, shocked at how dramatically the situation had turned in their favor. 10 minutes later, as Xian and Liao Yuhan left Twin Dragon Valley with 4 7-colored mystic dragon fruits in hand, Liao Yuhan was still reeling from the surprise. Junior, you're a genius. How did you come up with the idea to directly attack the 7-colored mystic dragon fruit tree? Xian gave a faint smile and replied nonchalantly, just a guess. Of course, he wasn't about to reveal that this insight came from his cheat-like ability. As Liao Yuhan stared at the 2 precious 7-colored mystic dragon fruits in his hand, his expression grew complicated. Taking a deep breath, he made up his mind and said, Junior, I only need 1 fruit. If it weren't for your quick thinking, we wouldn't have gotten even a single one. I didn't contribute much to this effort. Taking 2 fruits wouldn't be fair. Despite Xian's repeated attempts to persuade him otherwise, Liao Yuhan remained firm in his decision. In the end, Mu Xian had no choice but to reluctantly accept 3 7-colored mystic dragon fruits, his heart filled with both gratitude for his senior's generosity and quiet joy at their unexpected windfall. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.